One wrong step, and boom, our guy plummets into the labyrinth's abyss. He wakes up with a shattered left arm, only to find a creepy snake emblem. He instantly realizes he is astronomically screwed. Just as he leans in, the stone snake's eyes flash brightly. Faster than humanly possible, it rushes forward and brutally obliterates his hand. A troll voice declares him the new ruler of this dungeon. Talk about a forced promotion. Now he must rebuild this entire dump from zero, flawlessly upgrading it into an absolute fortress. He needs a loyal army of monster minions to brutally crush rival dungeons. Time to start mining precious magic crystals, construct a massive smithy, and launch epic weapon production. Throw in a high-tech research lab and a divine temple to massively buff his monster army. Basically, total labyrinth domination. But thanks to that troll snake's devastating venom, our boy completely blacks out, hearing absolutely nothing. But this forced inheritance was no accident. He is a literal dungeon baby, born in the deepest abyss. When humanity finally conquered the monsters of the deep, they rescued these abyss-born kids. Shockingly, they possessed ridiculously overpowered stats. Naturally, our main character was the absolute strongest of the entire bunch. Surviving the deadliest floors with nightmare monsters, he was eventually adopted by an obnoxiously sweet family. Yet, he craved the labyrinth's chaos. Peaceful civilian life just felt ridiculously boring. Normalcy felt like a total straitjacket after such brutal survival. His parents strictly banned him from dungeon diving, so he stayed far away. But when extreme financial disaster struck his beloved family, he took one sketchy side gig for the cash, guiding, thrill-seeking rich snobs through the deadly labyrinth ruins. He did his job flawlessly, explicitly warning them how to avoid instant death. But those rich idiots stubbornly ignored him. Blindly trusting their fancy bodyguards, they triggered every single trap possible. Cue the massive monster swarm, causing them to pay with their pathetic lives. He barely rescued one lucky damsel by carrying her away, plunging right back into the abyss. Waking up from that troll snake bite, his shattered arm is miraculously completely healed. More importantly, he is back near the entrance of floor 1. Then, he spots his damsel in distress sprawled out. Heart racing, he rushes over. Miraculously, she is still barely breathing, though tragically battered. Cradling her softly in a dramatic romance beat, the mystery thickens. Zero first aid applied, and literally no footprints around her. How on earth did she end up in this horrifying state? Suddenly, she violently coughs up blood. Panic mode activated. He straps her to his back and violently bolts toward the exit. One wasted second, and this tragic beauty will surely be doomed. Escaping that absolute nightmare of a dark tunnel, they emerge into the peaceful city suburbs. The moment he steps inside his house, a television broadcast blares out, breaking news about this morning. A disastrous incident during a dungeon dive. 7 out of 9 rich fools were totally wiped out. The anchor confirms it was a brutal underbeast attack. Talk about a massive bloodbath. The lone survivor was rescued by Mr. Kim, the team guide and legendary dungeon baby. The protagonist gets major chills. How did the media broadcast this absolute disaster barely 3 hours after their chaotic escape? Whatever. He kills the TV. Ignoring the grim reality, he smirks, realizing one hilarious thing. If he had not secretly recorded those arrogant snobs totally ignoring his warnings, he would be facing a mega lawsuit instead of getting his fat paycheck. He stares deeply at the thick envelope full of cash, suddenly recalling his sweet sister's situation. He had already slipped the huge down payment into Hyunji's room. She definitely saw it by now. Being the ultimate softie, he decides to just dump the rest of his massive earnings on her too. Speak of the devil, his sister barges in, sharply calling out Jin Woo's name. But wait, her face is totally gloomy. Did someone dare make his precious little sister cry sad tears? He notices she is clutching the cash envelope. Did the massive payout trigger overwhelming happy tears? Thinking he is a literal saint, he smoothly slides another fat stack of bills toward her. Add this to the romantic wedding fund. No questions asked. Jin Woo practically begs her to believe he did not rob a bank or do anything totally illegal to earn this massive loot. Boom! Angry dad suddenly enters the chat. Radiating a terrifyingly foul mood, he furiously demands answers. A totally shocked Jin Woo stammers, asking if his dad actually skipped work today. Dad is absolutely fuming. Rumors about his ungrateful son playing with death for cash brought him sprinting home. Instantly, he unleashes his wrath, aggressively scolding the poor sister, ordering her to instantly return the dirty money. Jin Woo just stands there, completely at a loss for words, mentally blue-screening in panic. His furious father then drops a massive guilt trip. Are they truly so broke that he must illegally fund Hyunji's wedding? Sweating bullets, Jin Woo scrambles for a pathetic excuse. He claims he is just a harmless convenience store clerk. Zero bloody battlefield action, just scanning barcodes for cash. but his dad's rage aura refuses to listen. Realizing his pathetic excuses are completely useless against this furious boss-level threat, he instantly surrenders and sincerely apologizes. His sister awkwardly offers back the fat envelope, and a reluctant Jin Woo takes it as she tragically scurries back to her quiet room. The dad lecture continues at maximum volume, oozing total disappointment, whining that parenting is the ultimate nightmare difficulty quest. Desperate, Jin Woo tries to explain his heroic sibling intentions. He merely wanted to sponsor the romantic wedding. He had zero use for the cash anyway, but his dad sharply reminds him that Hyunji would never accept such tainted blood money, especially if she knew he flirted with death to get it. Sighing deeply, the father's terrifying aura fades. Cutting him some slack, he warmly reminds Jin Woo of their unbreakable family bond. No more dramatic heart attacks for the parents, okay? Ordering him to get some rest, his dad warns him never to repeat this troll stunt. Finally, our boy is left completely alone. He ponders the tragic lore of dungeon babies being put up for adoption. The government practically bribed families with massive financial compensation to take in these abyss-born orphans. Naturally, trolls abused the system. Greedy fake parents tortured the kids just for cash, only to be brutally slaughtered later by their newly awakened dungeon babies. Incredibly dark, right? Compared to those absolute horror stories, Jin Woo hit the sweet family jackpot. Safe inside his room, he stresses over how Hyunji's upcoming romantic wedding utterly obliterated their precious family savings. A seriously massive issue. But wait, he looks at his hand and realizes money is literally the least of his problems right now. A wicked, mysterious tattoo is glaring on his arm. He rubs his wrist, and ding, a holographic green system window pops up. Welcome to the epic Naga Labyrinth. Crazy stats fill the screen. These complex terms completely break his brain. Booting up the internet for details, he discovers this glowing green troll system is literally straight out of a fantasy role-playing game. A literal real-life game interface. Is the Naga Labyrinth that exact cursed ruin where the troll snake bit him? Did that abandoned hellhole actually choose him as its supreme new master? Squinting at the screen, an ominous red notification circle suddenly pops up, right next to the portal button. That terrifying dot definitely was not there a minute ago. Being an absolute genius, he pokes the glowing red circle, but his fingers phase right through. Suddenly, reality shatters. Boom! He is violently dragged right back into that cursed dungeon. The exact same eerie labyrinth crest glares at him. But wait, the terrifying vibe is entirely different. Is he in an alternate dimension? Suddenly, heavy stones violently grind behind him. That troll snake is moving again. Hell no. Our boy instantly drops into a defensive battle stance. That reptile is insanely fast, and he absolutely refuses to be bitten twice. The moment the serpent strikes, he whips off his jacket, turning it into a makeshift shield. With lightning speed, he wraps the beast and binds it to the emblem. But this flimsy fabric won't hold a monster forever. The creature's fangs could shred it instantly. Panic sets in. He desperately needs a real weapon to obliterate this thing before his luck runs out. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoes. It declares our hero, the liberator of 8,230 serpents, the true heir to the abyssal depths, the new master of the Naga throne. The bound snake actually speaks. It mocks his frail human body, claiming he is too pathetic for the crown. But beggars cannot be choosers. They are out of time, so congratulations, he is the lucky winner. Our main character stands there utterly baffled. Naga throne? What on earth is that? He demands to know if the snake rules this dungeon. The creature completely ignores him, simply wishing him luck as the brand new, honorable king of the Naga. Absolute troll moment. He completely despises labyrinths, yet he is now the master of one. All because he stepped inside just a single time. He only wanted quick cash for his sister's wedding. He desperately tries reasoning with the reptile. He swore a solemn vow to his parents. He was never supposed to enter a dungeon. Suddenly, familiar footsteps echo. It is his sister's voice. Panic strikes him as he turns around. The dimensional portal he stepped through is still wide open right behind him. The real world bleeds into the dungeon. The door handle rattles furiously as she tries to enter. His heart drops to his stomach. Reacting on pure survival instinct, he dives straight back through the rift. He crashes onto his bedroom floor. The spatial jump feels like his atoms are shattering, but he survives intact. The door swings open, and his sister immediately questions the bizarre noises. She narrows her eyes at his dripping sweat. He only went to change clothes. Right on cue, a random video starts blasting from his phone. Her eyes instantly light up. She thinks he started gaming. She eagerly tries to barge in, but he awkwardly shoves her back. Sweating nervously, he claims he is just watching normal videos. She smirks and ruthlessly teases him. A hobby? Him? That is the ultimate plot twist. She roasts his entire childhood, remembering how he used to just stare blankly at walls for hours. Honestly, her brutal assessment is dead on. After the dungeon survivors were rescued, our boy spent grueling months fighting off the labyrinth's psychological shadows. The chaotic memories haunted his mind constantly. Normalcy felt completely alien to him. Peace was actually terrifying. It perfectly explains why survivors inevitably crave the thrill of the dungeons again. Shifting gears, he asks why she is here. The playful atmosphere vanishes. She lowers her head in deep guilt. She knows he broke his promise, risking his life for her sake. Seeing her sad wrecks his heart. He instantly waves off her worries, playing the cool brother. He reaches for his pockets to hand over the cash, but his stomach drops. The jacket is gone. He is just wearing his shirt. Panic strikes again. He tells her to hold on for just 1 second. The devastating truth hits him like a truck. He left his coat inside the monster-infested dungeon. He peeks through the glowing dimensional rift. And what does he see? A filthy little goblin rat looting his precious jacket. The sheer audacity of this creature completely paralyzes him with disbelief. Anger boils in his veins. He desperately brushes his sister off, begging for some alone time to fully enjoy his brand new fake hobby. Without even waiting for her reply, boom, he slams the door right in her face. She stands there completely bewildered, trying to process this ridiculously suspicious burst of energy. She has never seen him act this crazy. Meanwhile, on the other side, our hero presses his ear to the wood. Once her footsteps fade away, click! The lock is secured. He dives back into the abyss. Sprinting like a madman, he tears through his jacket pockets. Phone? Check. Wallet? Check. Wedding money? Gone. Suddenly, a glowing blue system window ruins his day. Alert! A lowly imp stole your currency. To track the filthy thief, he must complete synchronization and activate the labyrinth. Classic system, trolling. Jin Woo screams in unadulterated rage. Why would a monster steal paper cash instead of shiny gold? It makes zero sense, but the robotic system ignores his furious tantrum entirely. Defeated, he violently tosses his jacket. He dramatically slumps back onto the boss throne, drowning in epic frustration. With a heavy sigh, he slaps his hand onto the magical orb on the armrest. Ping! The exact same annoying notification blocks his vision, repeating the painful fact that an imp robbed him blind. If he wants to unleash his vengeance, he must synchronize with the dungeon. Access denied until activation completes. He suddenly realizes something crucial. These glowing orbs are literally the control panels for his interface. He is the dungeon administrator now. It operates exactly like his mysterious arm tattoo. He sits in absolute silence, having an intense mental debate. But, against a stubborn system, he reluctantly surrenders to its wishes. That wedding cash is his absolute top priority. His master plan is brilliantly simple. Get the money, walk out, and let this cursed place rot into an abandoned dungeon forever. Flawless logic. With resolve burning in his eyes, he smashes the yes button. A loading bar appears, confirming his qualifications. Wait a minute. What qualifications? He literally has zero idea. He hilariously tries to swipe the hologram away like a smartphone screen. Grumbling intensely, he wonders why the grand doors remain shut. He angrily pushes himself off the throne, complaining to nobody. This tech support is garbage. He should have just hunted the little thief the old-fashioned way. But suddenly, a blinding flash. The system triumphantly announces that the Naga King status is officially confirmed. User Jin Woo is recognized. Synchronization commencing. Brilliant light erupts around his completely confused face. The ancient voice returns, crowning him the absolute overlord of the terrifying Naga labyrinth. The supreme ruler of 80,230 serpents. The system declares the dungeon will now restructure itself to match his soul. Instantly, the entire cavern begins to violently transform. The epic overhaul is complete. The creepy dungeon aesthetic is totally gone, replaced by a surprisingly sleek new vibe. A massive stat window materializes, but honestly, his personal stats are still absolute garbage. Only the gate control functions were updated. He casually swats the hologram away and freezes. Right by the entrance, the shameless imp is just chilling. He roars at the absolute audacity of this rat. The little thief physically jolts in terror. It nervously looks around, but boom. Our boy instantly snatches it by the throat. Zero mercy. He starts choking the absolute life out of the gremlin. Smack. A devastating right hook to its face. Cough up the cash right now or meet your maker. The terrified imp flails wildly, desperately trying to communicate with him. The money is already gone. Jin Woo ominously cracks his knuckles. Time for a one-way trip to the afterlife. But the panicking monster frantically digs into its pockets. It desperately sacrifices a glowing stone as blood money. Jin Woo pauses his execution strike. His eyes widen. He instantly recognizes the brilliant crimson aura. An ultra-rare down gem. These legendary jewels only spawn deep in the abyss, hidden inside mystical underground flora. Mining them is a total nightmare, so hunters normally pry them out of dead high-tier monsters. Looting corpses is the only way. Because of the insane rarity, these gems sell for absolute fortunes. Even a flawed stone drops a cool 1 million won. And this gem? It is gigantic, easily the size of his thumb knuckle. That is $830 of pure shiny profit. Dollar signs flash in Jin Woo's eyes. Meanwhile, the poor imp is literally suffocating. The death grip remains locked on its throat. Gasping for its miserable life, the thief digs furiously into its stash. Another gem appears. Breaking under the pressure, it hurls the treasure skyward. Screaming like an absolute banshee, Jin Woo finally lets go. He frantically dives, snatching one shiny rock, but then the universe brutally trolls him. The blue gem violently bounces right out of his desperate grasp. Clink! The tiny gremlin seizes the moment to nope right back into its dark tunnel. But our guy literally does not care anymore. He just bagged 2 epic down gems, baby. Wait, hold up. The rogue blue stone keeps violently bouncing before cracking wide open. A blinding flash blinds our hero as the system desperately dings. Mid-rank, treasure alert. Boom! The altar just totally yoinked the gem as a mandatory sacrifice. The system casually announces massive labyrinth repairs and epic upgrades, but Jin Woo is sweating bullets, heartbroken over his violently lost loot. He lunges frantically, but his precious rock cruelly crumbles into tragic dust right in his hands. The ruthless system flashes again. Only 24 hours left on the brutal clock. Repairs and upgrades will brutally take 72 hours. But screw the labyrinth. Our tragic hero is internally sobbing because that sparkly dust could have bought a literal luxury sports car. Fast forward 3 days. Thanks to Hyunji's shockingly chill new in-laws, the gorgeous wedding goes off without a single hitch. After some seriously sweaty, intense haggling with the market, Jin Woo successfully flips the imp's gem to an appraiser for a cool 18 million won. It is a massive lowball, but it makes one heck of a romantic wedding present. Operation Hide the Cash from Dad is fully on. He smuggles the fat stacks straight to Hyunji. Seriously, getting filthy rich off a stupid rock feels completely illegal. Just 24 seconds left. The labyrinth upgrade timer hits absolute zero, but the system ding just brutally rips open his romantic wounds for that lost stone. Without that tragic mishap, he would be swimming in 36 million won. Whatever. No crying over spilled cash. He prays the epic upgrades mend his broken heart. Reality aggressively shatters, throwing him into a portal. Bam. Notification spam instantly hits him. The first sweet victory. The base just massively leveled up from rank 1 to rank 2. The absolute troll move, though, flipping the switch just broadcasted a desperate mating call to every bloodthirsty monster in the zip code. And their current defenses are made of absolute wet tissue paper. But wait, a shiny new Naga nest spawned right next to his VIP suite. As the massive doors violently creak open, a massive cloud of dust explodes outward like a total bomb, peering inside the newly carved-out wall. This is definitely not the majestic, terrifying snake lair he romantically pictured in his brain. Where is the nasty humidity and gross slime? They are reptiles, after all. Suddenly, the system flexes, revealing 6 brand-new Naga grunts just innocently chilling in their little snake pit. Free labor unlocks with every single rank up. He completely braced himself for nightmare fuel, but these dudes are illegally adorable. Behold, the mighty overlord's absolute cutest new meat shields, just peacefully vibing in their nest, begging for tasks. Channeling his own traumatic past as an underpaid grunt, our boss man knows exactly how to put them to sweaty work. Time to hustle, little snake babies. He forcefully drafts 3 of them as his personal scout squad. Their grand mission? Map the hood, dodge brutal death, and aggressively snatch up all the shiny loot. He strictly bans them from picking totally unnecessary fights. Pure survival is the absolute name of the game, boys. Normally, you would desperately need beefy bodyguards for this kind of suicide mission, but he is completely broke on manpower right now. So, his entire heart relies on these adorable little noodles. Turning to the leftover 3 slackers, he passionately drops his next grand directive. Get violently digging, boys. He orders them to smash through the wall and boldly build a massive vault. Honestly, his expectations are completely dragging on the tragic floor right now. Because literally, look at these incredibly stubby little arms. They boast 0 muscle and absolutely 0 speed. They are basically walking snacks for anything scarier than a hostile underground dust bunny. Still, beggars absolutely cannot be choosers. He brutally leaves them to their doom, only to get completely clowned later. His jaw violently drops when he finds a fully excavated mega room. In less than 60 minutes, talk about peak romantic efficiency. But just as the massive hype builds, the system violently chimes. The scouts are back. But his absolute worst nightmare suddenly dramatically kicks in. Only one single lonely snake noodle slithers into view. Where is the rest of the cute squad? Total panic mode activates. Did they get completely eaten? He aggressively starts mentally kicking himself. The realization hits like a literal truck. There is no respawn button for cute workers. Dead means permanent heartbreak, and that horrifying fact completely eats away at his absolute soul. Psych! The tiny scout smugly reveals the squad is totally safe. It just returned alone to passionately dump its maxed-out inventory. The little guy is practically tearing up, deeply moved by its boss's dramatic fake-out panic. The whole noodle squad aggressively cheers for their sweet overlord. The system casually drops a massive morale buff, dramatically cranking their little mining speed into absolute romantic hyperdrive. The sweet snake bro literally hands him a gorgeous hand-drawn map. The second his fingers passionately touch it, the system map completely updates. Staring at the insanely gorgeous layout, his brain totally breaks. No more sweaty manual cartography for this guy. His adorable scaly companion then vomits its entire inventory onto the floor. Behold, a magnificent mountain of completely random, potentially epic, rusty garbage. By the way, the little dude is just intensely hissing in parcel tongue right now. But our totally sane main character flawlessly translates it, since we are not on romantic speaking terms with snakes yet. Sifting through the epic loot pile, it is all literally rusty junk from the ancient Great Underground War. Should he violently laugh or aggressively cry? Well, at least it dramatically confirms one tiny silver lining. Nobody has brutally raided his majestic palace in centuries. Suddenly, a blinding sparkle romantically pierces through the tragic trash. He practically dive-bombs the shiny rocks, his heart completely doing total dramatic gymnastics. Holy jackpot. They are literal down gems. With massive dollar signs in his eyes, he desperately interrogates the snake bro. Are there more? The little noodle intensely nods, and Jin Woo goes completely feral. Strip mine the entire place, boys. Bring every single beautiful shiny rock to Papa. With his glorious command aggressively ringing out, he confidently pivots to hit the appraiser market. Time to get filthy rich. Screech! He suddenly hits the absolute brakes. What if savage monsters crash his unprotected base while he is completely gone? The teary-eyed snakes literally beg him to stay. His big brain goes into total overdrive. Getting brutally greedy could get his incredibly cute minions totally wiped out. He anxiously double-checks with Snake Bro. Are you absolutely sure there is more loot? The scaly scout nods with absolute adorable confidence. Screw the real-world cash. Tower defense completely comes first. Knowing he is literally sitting on a romantic gold mine, our hero sacrifices the shiny loot without shedding a single dramatic tear. He chucks the rock straight onto the aggressively hungry altar. Another godly blinding beam of light erupts. Staring into the romantic glow, he deeply remembers his cowardly days constantly running from terrifying dungeons. The absolute dramatic irony. He is literally a proud dungeon landlord now. It finally brutally clicks why those crazy dungeon babies passionately throw their lives away for these insane labyrinths. This whole subterranean madness, it is incredibly addictive, completely feeling like his absolute grand destiny. Up top, the sunny, safe, vanilla human world just felt violently boring and completely wrong for our edgy, dramatic boy. He wasn't totally failing to adjust. He was just literally dying of absolute tragic boredom. Sick of the dull surface life, he officially and passionately embraces his true romantic calling as the ultimate underground boss. He intensely swears to the Phantom Naga King he will violently carry their scaly honor and make their fallen kingdom totally legendary again. Step 1. Bravely build the ultimate, most utterly unbreakable dungeon defense. Time to aggressively summon some serious muscle. But the stingy troll system only allows one single rank Q soldier and 2 little Naga maids. He has the energy, but wait, there is a brutal maintenance fee. The absolute audacity of paying taxes on monsters. Cringing at the horribly unromantic ongoing expenses, our tightwad boss safely summons just the soldier for now. No way is he violently bankrupting himself on day one. Instead of hoarding more down gems, he decisively summons a loyal Naga maid and a fierce Naga soldier. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupts as a colossal, monstrous lizard answers Jin Woo's call. Behold his terrifying new vanguard. He immediately commands the titanic beast to secure the gate, protecting the laborers and their precious vault. The massive serpent bows to absolute authority. Our main character marvels at its pure, destructive muscle mass. This singular beast could easily obliterate a 5th-floor dungeon solo. However, manifesting such a legendary vanguard leaves Jin Woo with 2 down gem points. He channels his remaining energy into summoning the Naga maid. Suddenly, the system interface flashes violently. A blinding notification reveals an astronomically rare phenomenon. A hero-ranked maiden is descending. Before Jin Woo can even process this legendary rank, the very earth begins violently quaking and shattering beneath his boots. A radiant pillar of blinding light erupts, revealing an impossibly breathtaking Naga maid. This is Dominique, far surpassing any ordinary minion. She embodies the ultimate, fiercely loyal strategist. Bowing with profound reverence, her crystal-clear voice resonates directly within Jin Woo's very mind. Trembling with pure excitement, she begs her absolute master for her first divine command. Thankfully, this legendary summon speaks flawlessly via telepathy, saving him from the beastly serpentine hissing. Jin Woo quickly debriefs his brilliant tactician on their domain. With razor-sharp intellect, she instantly deduces that her master's supreme labyrinth remains in its tutorial phase. He nods, accepting this bitter reality. Dominique humbly requests access to his current territorial blueprints. The moment Jin Woo grants system permission, a holographic map materializes, projecting the entire dungeon layout. It highlights hidden mines and mystical flora brimming with down gems. Jin Woo watches in awe as she expertly manipulates the complex interface. Dominique then proposes a physical scouting mission. Before initiating any construction, she respectfully seeks his blessing to commence their grand expedition. Our hero eagerly agrees, desperately needing to personally witness his awakening territory's full potential. Their legendary conquest begins at an ancient stalactite cavern bordering the dungeon. His genius advisor identifies structural vulnerabilities, suggesting they carve a direct tunnel to establish a highly profitable mining outpost. Deep within the cavern's shadowy abyss, she outlines her brilliant strategy. Obliterating this rock barrier will unlock hidden mineral veins, harvesting an absolute mountain of priceless resources. This includes those ultra-rare down gems. She highlights crystalline, subterranean flowers flourishing within the veins, steadily generating gem fragments. Furthermore, these magical underground plants boast incredible, immortal resilience, demanding zero maintenance. Seizing the moment, she elegantly harvests the glowing flora. Finally, Dominique passionately details the absolute tactical advantage of absorbing this cavern into their labyrinth's expanding core. The twisting tunnels offer impenetrable defense, while this central spring supplies endless life-giving water. Suddenly, Jin Woo points toward a deeply ominous, crimson threat marker, pulsing violently on the system map. She grimly reveals it denotes a savage beast colony. The isolated, forbidden zone remains heavily quarantined. The previous laborers undoubtedly ran for their lives after sensing those monstrous predators, transforming this threat into absolute profit. She suggests converting the beast den into a lucrative hunting ground to infinitely fund their dungeon. Jin Woo is utterly speechless at her ruthless efficiency. When he praises her terrifyingly brilliant intellect, Dominique's face lights up with pure devotion. She insists she is merely fulfilling basic dungeon duties. Jin Woo warmly orders her to stop hiding her worth. He never imagined forging a soul-deep bond with a Naga, much less receiving masterclass strategic counsel. Despite operating on the surface world, Jin Woo vows he will never abandon his growing subterranean empire. However, his surface duties will drag him away. Dominique bows gracefully, fully understanding her master's heavy burdens. She calmly explains that without a labyrinth core, enemy invasions remain unlikely. But the abyss is fiercely unpredictable. She urgently advises Jin Woo to massively awaken his combat forces and continuously fortify their domain's defenses against lurking nightmares. Expanding the labyrinth requires sacrificing precious down gems. Curiously, Jin Woo asks if his genius advisor could simply channel energy to summon the Serpentine Vanguard herself. Dominique solemnly shakes her head. Extracting gem essence and calling forth souls belongs solely to the dungeon lord. Testing her, he asks what if he fails her lofty expectations. She admits rogue serpents might inevitably betray him or spark violent rebellions. However, sheer combat power alone cannot hijack a labyrinth. Slaying the Supreme Master does not grant beastly control. Only the system's chosen vessel can wield true absolute authority. Furthermore, no prideful Naga would ever dare abandon the eternal glory and prestige that resonates throughout this subterranean kingdom. That cryptic final oath sends shivers down his spine. But they conclude their war council. Entrusting his realm to her, they burn their harvested gems, drastically upgrading their labyrinth's power. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to the surface. Inside a shadowy appraisal shop, an old merchant intensely inspects a glowing gem, whispering dark rumors about mutated beasts, violently breaching the upper floors. These nightmarish incursions are violently slaughtering even veteran hunters at the gates. With the abyss sealed off, the market is starving for down gems. The greedy merchant eyes Jin Woo suspiciously, bewildered. Frankly, the old fox doesn't care about his methods. His bloodshot eyes gleam with greed as he demands an exclusive hunter contract. Jin Woo silently calculates the risk, having avoided the lower hellscapes, unaware of the current subterranean chaos. He accepts the shady pact, but fiercely demands top-secret intel regarding the changing labyrinths. The old merchant simply nods. He smirks, claiming these glowing stones buy his absolute silence. His tone drops, revealing horrifying classified intel regarding demonic nightmares known as hell spiders. These terrifying arachnids drop insanely precious system gems. Slaying just a single one could instantly skyrocket their wealth and power. He ominously reveals these beasts are currently swarming the Paju Gate. Without a flinch, our main character coldly rejects the suicidal raid and turns his back. The baffled merchant erupts, screaming that abandoning this golden lottery is absolute madness. He viciously probes if Jin Woo has a helpless family to feed, digging into their agonizing financial struggles. In a microsecond, the atmosphere freezes as Jin Woo whips around with godlike speed. His killing intent shatters the desk, paralyzing the merchant. Jin Woo's eyes glow with raging fury, demanding if this rat dared investigate his family. Trembling, the old fool pleads for his life. He stammers that surveilling dungeon babies is essential for survival in his trade. Not every awakened child possesses Jin Woo's absolute honor. He swears that blind trust is a fatal luxury. Unlike Jin Woo, who consistently delivers blindingly pure, high-grade gems, Jin Woo's aura flares dangerously, coldly retorting that every single crystal was harvested through his own solitary strength. He absolutely refuses to employ filthy, backstabbing methods for wealth. The sweating appraiser violently nods, confessing that most wretched souls entering his shop carry blood-soaked pasts. Their loved ones were devoured by the dungeons. A hunter with zero worldly attachments is a walking time bomb. When chaos erupts, desperate survivors will mercilessly slaughter anyone to guarantee survival. But Jin Woo's burning devotion to his family anchors his humanity. The room's temperature plummets as Jin Woo leans in dangerously close. His voice drips with lethal promise. If even a single hair is harmed, he will unleash the catastrophic wrath of a broken dungeon baby. As the monstrous pressure lifts and Jin Woo turns away, the breathless merchant furiously swears to never cross that line. Jin Woo demands his payment wired directly into his account, before vanishing into the shadows. The trembling appraiser collapses, staring in pure terror at his massive desk, effortlessly cleaved in half. He completely ignored the property damage. But dealing with volatile dungeon babies means expecting the unimaginable. Suddenly, the scene plunges into a dark, traumatic flashback from our hero's tragic childhood. He watches in paralyzing horror as colossal spiders ruthlessly devour screaming humans. Impaled by monstrous fangs, another dying dungeon baby violently weeps, agonizing over why their cursed lives must end. A monstrous spider loomed overhead. Its piercing crimson eyes violently snapped, Jin Woo awake. Seeing him panting for air, his devoted maid rushed forward in deep distress. "My lord, are you all right?" she gasped. He offered a reassuring grin, brushing off the nightmare as mere history. Yet, his loyal servants remained visibly on edge. Their adorable worry drew a warm chuckle from him. "What amuses you?" she asked gently. He smirked, marveling at how delightfully harmless these Naga workers seemed in this deadly abyss. "Do they displease you?" she fretted. "Nonsense. They are absolutely flawless," he declared. Growing up in this hellish dungeon didn't mean he enjoyed staring at grotesque monstrosities. Honestly, these surprisingly docile Nagas brought him unexpected peace. The usual dungeon dread had completely evaporated. Truly, a remarkably refreshing twist of fate. Still, rumors of wandering hell spiders persisted. They were perfectly safe at this distance, but in the abyss, the absolute hunger of wild beasts could never be underestimated. Monsters from the deepest floors could always ascend. "How goes the upgrade?" he demanded. Beaming at the glowing system interface, she cheered. "Just 3 seconds remaining." Ding. A brilliant cascade of holographic panels erupted. The legendary labyrinth had officially achieved rank 3. Previously sealed, mythical facilities were finally unlocked and ready for construction. Fresh summons were activated, granting them 6 additional Naga workers. Suddenly, an explosive dust cloud settled, unveiling the glowing dungeon core, the absolute beating heart of everything. "If that crystal shatters, our entire domain perishes." The maid explained their territory's energy limits, noting this majestic upgrade would finally stabilize their aggressively expanding magical power. Leaving it completely exposed felt like a fatal flaw. One precise strike meant absolute annihilation for their home. However, the eternal rule stood firm. Protect this crystal core, and the labyrinth would flawlessly regenerate from any destruction. Suddenly, a chilling system alarm pierced the silence. The core's awakening had sent a massive magical pulse. Deep-dwelling beasts had pinpointed their location. A blood-red window violently flashed. Swarm of horned rats approaching. Estimated time until catastrophic impact? A mere 60 seconds. Panic struck the maid's face. "My lord, we desperately need reinforcements. A single soldier will be slaughtered." Refusing to waste even a fraction of a second, he commanded the system to summon an army. A holographic roster instantly materialized. Archers, warriors, mages, and priests now awaited his divine tactical deployment. But reality hit hard. Higher tiers demanded massive gem energy. He possessed a pathetic 21 points. Weighing his grim odds, he locked in the standard Naga soldiers. Could they obliterate 20 incoming beasts? The maid quickly calculated the grim battlefield logic. One solitary soldier could barely hold the line against 4 ferocious horned rats. Elite warriors and priests boasted double the lethality. Archers could suppress 3 foes, while mages could vaporize 5. The fatal flaw? Aside from the hulking frontline warriors, the rest would instantly crumble in vicious melee combat. Jin Woo stared at her in absolute awe. What a flawlessly tactical genius he had by his side. His warm praise sent her squealing with overwhelming joy. Decisively, Jin Woo commanded the labyrinth. Summon 1 soldier and 2 elite warriors. Crackling magical lightning suddenly surged. 2 colossal Naga warriors manifested with an earth-shattering aura. Standing next to these absolute behemoths, the regular soldier looked like a trembling toddler, violently shaking its tail. But something caught his eye, a tiny Naga worker looking utterly devastated. "What troubles you?" he asked. The maid revealed their tragic biology. Workers were degraded mutations, pathetic offshoots of noble bloodlines. The mightier the parent, the weaker the cursed subspecies born to them. This tiny creature had just witnessed its own stolen evolutionary destiny. A painful reminder of an uncorrupted birthright. Jin Woo finally grasped the creature's hidden sorrow. Despite lacking ambition, its latent strength vastly outshone the common dirt scrapers. It never shirked its brutal duties. "I will discipline it privately," the maid offered. "Stop," he commanded with absolute authority. "Summon the entire worker clan to my side. Bring the fresh recruits as well. We aren't digging today. We are marching to war. These serpent warriors bleed for honor. To exclude them from our very first siege, that would be a catastrophic insult to their pride. I swear on my life, none shall perish." Yet, the tiny Naga still trembled with lingering doubt. Seeing their wavering spirits, Jin Woo fiercely gripped a rusty worker's pickaxe. "Behold my legendary divine weapon," he declared with a straight face. "With this humble mining tool, we claim absolute victory." A blazing spark of hope ignited in the little worker's eyes. Jin Woo's aura flared wildly. Time to teach these filthy rodents the fatal cost of breaching snake territory. Meanwhile, the vermin horde was busy arrogantly gloating. "We breached the stupid snake's den," they squeaked. Spotting the trembling workers, the rats erupted into vicious, mocking laughter. "What a pathetic dungeon master, sending lowly dirt diggers to stop us." The filthy swarm chanted fanatical praises for their massive horned, so-called genius rat leader. A massive horn equals massive brain power, obviously. The boss squeaked his absolute supremacy. "The Serpent Empire is dust. We are taking over this absolute noob's nest." The arrogant pests broke into a premature victory dance. Driven by blind greed, the commander screeched the attack order. They charged forward, utterly convinced of an effortless slaughter. Paralyzed by terror, the Naga workers dropped their tools. A vicious rat lunged with a rusted blade. Boom! Jin Woo intercepted. He zipped through those little critters so fast, they got uninstalled from reality. A flawless flash of destruction. Dozens of rats were instantly sliced in twain. Hoisting a rat corpse high like a server trophy, he commanded, "Prove your worth. Delete these pests without a trace. Leave absolutely 0 survivors." Panic struck the surviving vermin, but logging out was physically impossible. They were completely flanked. Their arrogant early celebrations violently shifted into agonizing screams of sheer terror. The ultimate reverse card had been played. A one-sided massacre had officially begun. The rat leader, literally named Trash, stood completely paralyzed by overwhelming dread. Amidst the bloody symphony of chaos, his life flashed before his eyes. Recalling a fateful encounter with an enigmatic dungeon baby, "I am just a digger. I have no time for philosophical nonsense." Trash had scoffed. The mysterious infant ruthlessly mocked him. "If you only dig, are you a rat or a shovel? Stop digging and my massive overlords will simply devour me," Trash argued. "I am fundamentally weak. Subservience is survival." But the arrogant infant struck directly at his suppressed pride. "Weren't you destined to be the most legendary rat warrior?" "I am not an idiot," Trash had spat back. "There is a massive difference between true courage and suicidal recklessness. Don't you crave absolute power? To match the dungeon master himself?" The infant's venomous words dripped with temptation. "If you truly wish to die as an insignificant speck, I shall simply gift this divine evolution to the other rats." Trash's entire body violently convulsed at the revelation. "Is defying our fate truly possible?" he whispered. "Even a pathetic dirt scraper like you can rule this labyrinth," the creature promised. Whoosh! The memory shattered like glass. Trash was violently yanked back to the bloody battlefield. "Boss, We are getting hard carried to the grave. His surviving troops shrieked. In a desperate surge of awakened ambition, Trash locked his sights. He aimed straight for the glowing dungeon core. Drunk on main character energy, he fully believes munching that shiny rock will massively buff him. With his newfound absurd determination, he plans to solo carry his entire squad. He aggressively sprints for the core, screaming about absolute victory. His rodent bros instantly clash with the snake warriors, desperately trying to buy their boy enough time. The mob swarms the snake, but plot twist, a dramatic sacrifice happens. A loyal bro leaps in, catching the fatal spear straight through his chest like a true martyr. Coughing blood, he begs his bro to save them. Fueled by this top-tier tragedy, he charges harder, totally convinced that crystal munching is their only escape from hell. Terrified of becoming monster chow, they push on. The fiercely loyal Naga maid loudly snitches to Jin Woo. Spotting the filthy speedster, our boss casually demands a spear from his guard. Our rat boy is mere inches away from glory. The tiny workers try blocking him, but get totally styled on by his insane agility during this heart-racing final stretch. Boom! Jin Woo yeets the weapon like an Olympic god. It brutally skewers the poor rat right at the finish line, instantly deleting his tragic freedom arc in one hit. System alert. Friendly fire just nuked his own altar's health bar. Meanwhile, through the dusty haze, the skewered rodent is still fiercely crawling toward his shiny prize. His teeth are literally millimeters from ultimate freedom, but Jin Woo ruthlessly curb-stomps his dreams. With one final brutal strike, he ends the rat's tragic respawn timer forever. His adorably obsessed maid awkwardly notes the massive friendly fire. Sweating, Jin Woo defends himself, claiming the rodent was way too close, and he absolutely never expected this crazy suicide tactic. He tries returning the weapon, but the maid happily giggles. She sweetly reveals that the dead guy was actually their big boss. The surviving mobs are now totally mentally shattered. Clearing the rest will be like stepping on bugs. Jin Woo heavily facepalms, realizing he absolutely overprepared his base defense for this incredibly pathetic, literal rat race. She sweetly explains these enemies are basically glorified interns. Other dungeons literally enslave them for free labor, which perfectly explains their hilariously weak garbage-tier combat stats. Jin Woo nods, totally simping for his Naga's buttery smooth movements. Despite being huge, those thick tails give them god-tier balance and incredibly flawless drift skills. He admits this makes them absolutely broken in close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, deep inside, a super sketchy, dramatically lit underground villain lair somewhere far away. A fire crackles as the instigator rat boss nervously snitches. He desperately explains to his scary boss that they faced one hero-tier maid and 4 basic foot soldiers. He calls the owner a total noob for panic summoning early. The edgy master fumes on his dark throne, absolute wrath radiating off him as he fiercely demands answers. You sacrificed 20 minions for this absolute garbage intel? He violently cuts off the sniveling apology, coldly ordering him to fetch more rat shields immediately. Judging by his pathetic groveling, this guy screams dungeon baby energy. The furious boss then demands updates on their extremely expensive mercenary. The cloaked lackey explains he is scouting raid routes. The master aggressively orders full battle preparations, but the rat desperately protests, whining that they absolutely cannot leave their entire guild war to some random hired carry. The boss viciously roasts him, shouting that he is also just a hired gun. Plus, this carry claims to have incredibly rare, legendary dragon blood flowing through his veins. Even diluted, he should easily solo that trash dungeon. Cut to Jin Woo's epic victory screen. Bright system alerts absolutely spam his glowing vision with sweet rewards. The enemies were far too pathetic to drop real experience points. However, our boy securely bags a sweet charisma buff and the shiny new beginner commander title. His loyal maid aggressively praises his massive gains, but our boss is sweating buckets, heavily stressed that the rat's essentially speed ran straight into his private bedroom. If they had actual brain cells, his precious workers might have died. Hearing this romantic concern, the maid instantly bursts into violent, deeply touched happy tears. Her handsome master cares about her more than the shiny loot. Jin Woo spins around, dropping an incredibly raw, heart-racing motivational speech on his snake squad. This is the ruthless underground, where weaklings instantly get deleted. They simply cannot waste time throwing parties over beating up literal garbage-tier tutorial mobs. Their Naga empire is just hatching. He ferociously roars that their glorious legacy starts today. They will hoard infinite epic loot and violently expand their massive territory. We are building an absolutely impenetrable fortress. Together, they will grind until they become total legends. A few peaceful resource farming days pass after the Great Rat Massacre. The rat corpses become free, Naga snacks, massively cutting down those annoying server maintenance fees. Meanwhile, 3 dedicated workers are forced to passionately craft ingots in the mines. The rest of the squad act as heavy security. They beautifully grind between the dark mines and farms, obsessively hoarding those precious dawn gems for the boss. Jin Woo intensely plots his next big brain gamer move. Should he deploy his knights for map clearing, or build premium hunting zones for his beloved snake family? Tragically, his gem wallet is completely flat. Out of desperation, he scoops up the leftover, uneaten rat horns and shamelessly heads over to Bake to pawn them off. Bake eyes the loot like a wildly greedy merchant. Because of the rat's insane stealth stats, these horns are incredibly rare, but Jin Woo looks highly skeptical about it. Are these actually worth real-world cash? Dungeon trash is always profitable. Bake smoothly grins, though he is still secretly craving those sweet, high-tier dawn gems. Seeing Jin Woo's hilariously broke boy expression, Bake playfully mocks his terrible drop rates. He casually shoos him away, promising to wire the pocket change straight to his empty bank account. But Jin Woo stubbornly plants his feet like a statue. Swallowing his gamer pride, he heavily sighs and demands to join that insanely dangerous spider raid mission. Bake smugly realizes the stubborn kid is already drowning in regret. Jin Woo violently sighs, admitting he desperately needs gems. Bake teasingly asks why a brat needs premium currency. To sell them and get filthy rich, obviously. Bake laughs out loud at his sheer audacity, especially since Jin Woo previously rejected his sweet guild offer with maximum disrespect, and literally smashed his expensive desk. Regardless, Bake generously tosses him into Team 2, then casually asks for his power level, which instantly triggers our boy. Shouldn't your creepy stalker investigation know my stats already? Bake defensively sweats, awkwardly laughing it off and begging him to drop the highly sensitive subject. I don't know my exact stats, Jin Woo arrogantly smirks. But I was raised on the 12th floor. Bake's jaw literally unhinges, fully convinced this kid is masterfully trolling him. But Jin Woo casually flexes his insane backstory of surviving the legendary underground Duke's labyrinth. Bake's brain completely short-circuits, realizing this kid might actually be an overpowered monster. You're from Korea's absolute highest-tier nightmare zone? Unbothered, Jin Woo rolls his eyes at the massive hype. Sweating buckets, Bake asks if he even understands power scaling at all. Bake is completely and utterly stunned. Jin Woo brutally admits he avoided all dungeons like the plague, and has absolutely zero clue how this world's RPG-level system even functions, whether forged by human hands or the abyss itself. Beck finally grasps Jin Woo's absolute thirst for knowledge. The time for secrets is completely over, and he unveils the hidden truth. Scribbling a goofy, cartoonish sketch on the horn, he drops a massive lore bomb. A dungeon baby's rank perfectly mirrors their birth labyrinth's tier, meaning our overpowered main character sits proudly at level 12, an absolutely legendary rank worldwide. For context, tiers 1 through 3 are basically buffed civilians. That is exactly why they are usually tossed into basic search crews. Moving up the brutal food chain, tiers 4 through 6 pack the devastating punch of super soldiers. These warriors absolutely dominate attack units and frontline squads. But then we hit the true heavy hitters, the terrifying ranks of 7 through 9. These monsters possess the raw, destructive force of apex beasts. Like Jin Woo, they are phenomenally rare, though their extreme scarcity often breeds massive egos. Finally, the absolute peak of existence, those standing at level 10 and beyond, walking gods defying all worldly logic. Their existence is so ridiculously scarce that data on them is practically an urban myth. Since our guy hails from the terrifying 12th floor, he already understands this terrifying truth. Boasting supernatural reflexes and god-tier physical limits, Beck cheekily wonders if Jin Woo hides any completely insane gimmicks, like casually firing destructive laser beams right out of his retinas. Piercing the geezer with a cold, lethal glare, Jin Woo casually threatens to end his life barehanded. After all, Beck is nothing but a fragile senior citizen. The terrified old man instantly backs off, swallowing his pride. Shifting back to serious business, our hero demands a guaranteed slot on the team. Beck confidently replies that any squad missing a legendary level 12 powerhouse would absolutely kill to recruit him, but our sneaky protagonist totally refuses to reveal his true power level. Beck heavily warns that faking a lower rank means taking a massive pay cut. However, Jin Woo completely ignores the warning, secretly dialing a mysterious contact on his phone. Beck pledges to text him the mission timetable and an elite gear list. He even offers loaner weapons for the brutal journey, frantically begging the powerhouse not to shatter his desk again. Smirking, our hero warmly shows his gratitude. Just before he can exit, Beck demands photo identification to forge a completely fake Dungeon Baby license. Our clueless hero just tilts his head in absolute confusion, leaving the old man utterly dumbfounded once again. Seriously? Under what rock is our boy living? Later, inside his mystical Naga territory, Dominique is hilariously mimicking him, delivering an epic, grand speech about becoming absolute legends, until our deadpan hero shatters the illusion, demanding to know what she is doing. Frozen in absolute sheer panic, the flustered maid stammers helplessly. Waving it off with a heavy sigh, Jin Woo demands the daily intelligence report. She nervously details the flawless productivity of their loyal green laborers, harvesting precious ores from the deep stalactite cavern base. She proudly adds they have successfully extracted several down gems from mystic flora and underground mines. Plus, they even managed to capture a wild subterranean beast, extracting a massive haul of down gems from its carcass. They are currently dismantling the monster's corpse for rare crafting resources in the storage vault. A proud, satisfied smirk finally graces Jin Woo's face at this flawless efficiency. Demanding to inspect the shiny loot, she eagerly presents the gems. But a clumsy fumble drops one, and the sentient labyrinth instantly devours the crystal, greedily converting it into pure dungeon energy. Without a single second of hesitation, our boss commands the energy be spent summoning another Naga warrior. Dominique gets totally teary-eyed, emotionally touched that her master sacrificed the treasure for their kingdom's growth, instead of personal greed. Shattering the heartfelt mood, Jin Woo bluntly states he has zero use for it above ground anyway. He then drops a massive bombshell, announcing he will be totally gone for 2 whole weeks. Panicking, she frantically questions his sudden departure, revealing his hardcore, high-stakes quest to slaughter demonic hell spiders. To ascend to legendary status, he reasons their forces require serious upgrades, and these trash-tier materials, from their current floor, simply will not cut it anymore. He plans to mercilessly massacre those spiders for mid-rank crystals. Summoning another minion, the glowing system interface instantly blesses him with a standard level. Naga Marksman. Glaring at the fresh recruit, he pictures his adorable, chubby green laborers evolving into terrifying, fully grown behemoths. Pivoting back to his flustered maid, he sharply assesses their dwindling treasury. Realizing they burned almost their entire crystal budget on summoning an army, he wisely decides to stash the remaining scraps for absolute dungeon upkeep. But suddenly, a brilliant, game-changing spark flashes in his mind. His entire aura shifts to dead serious. Staring intensely at the glowing dimensional tear, he thoughtfully questions if tweaking the portal's physical dimensions is a future possibility for them. Cut to our protagonist, standing tall before the ominous Paju underground gate. Before charging into hell, Squad Captain Lee Jun-young delivers a rapid-fire tactical briefing. She keeps it totally brief, knowing her veteran crew needs absolutely zero hand-holding. A grueling 2-week raid featuring 22 elite warriors, 7 hardcore assault vanguards, perfectly backed by 15 seasoned trackers. Every single dungeon baby here brings a completely different power tier to the battlefield, proudly displayed by their glowing, rank-coded combat armbands. Wrapping up the hype speech, a heavily armored sentry gives the absolute green light, commanding his companion to unlock the massive iron gates. As the monstrous doors creak open, Jun-young violently barks at the squad to hustle. Furious, they are already lagging behind Squad 1. Praying for their absolute survival, they plunge into the darkness. After some time, one of their scouts gets brutally snared by a terrifying whip-tailed lizard, screaming bloody murder for backup. Jun-young coldly barks tactical orders. The beast's jaws are completely full, making its lethal, thrashing tail the real, deadly threat. She demands a ruthless, coordinated strike from the beast's blind spot. A cocky teammate arrogantly whines that fighting such a pathetic monster means absolutely zero good loot, all while the doomed scout wails in sheer, unrelenting agony. Another mercenary just scoffs at the rookie's pathetic weakness, casually claiming modern explorers are pure garbage, dropping like flies despite heavy tactical planning and elite teammate selection. The dark, twisted reality of dungeon diving sets in. A full decade since the brutal war, yet rivers of blood still flow daily. Most of these desperate souls are merely civilians in their 20s and 30s, leaving them absolutely clueless in actual, life-or-death, blood sport. Crushed by crippling debt and zero choices, they blindly march underground only to become horrific beast fodder, exhaling a dramatic, heavy sigh. A veteran lazily draws his glittering steel blade, silently mocking their pathetic, tragic fate. But suddenly, collective jaws drop. In a blinding flash, our hero completely obliterates the beast, freeing the trapped scout. The squad is absolutely paralyzed, seeing a mere level 7 pull off such god-tier speed. a devastating strike defying all logic. Seizing the chaotic opening, Jun-young roars for her team to mercilessly assault the open wound. But tragically, the trapped victim has already breathed his absolute last breath. She coldly notes he should have instantly dodged the absolute moment blood touched his skin. Without skipping a beat, she commands her troops to harvest the crystals and fall back in line, demanding absolute scent masking to totally evade further apex predators. Post-harvest, she dashes straight toward our overpowered protagonist, showering him with heavy respect, acknowledging that piercing a whip-tailed menace is no easy feat. Beck's glowing endorsement finally makes total sense, but she fiercely glares at him, strictly forbidding any rogue heroic stunts. Wasting precious stamina on low-tier trash mobs means certain death when the real, nightmare main course finally arrives. Jin Woo inwardly debates if playing the absolute savior was a critical blunder. Softening her strict tone, she admits ordinary grunts can handle this fodder. Absolute energy conservation is mandatory for the brutal bloodbaths lurking deeper within, where true horrors await in the absolute dark. Completely unfazed by her scolding, Jin Woo casually yawns that he just needed a quick stretch against the freezing chill. Interrupting this epic flex, another scout reports the butchering is totally finished. She instantly demands the exact distance to the next safe zone. Another grueling half-an-hour death march awaits them. Jin Woo remains perfectly stoic, entirely expecting this grueling tactical pace. The sheer power gap between civilian meat shields and awakened dungeon babies is astronomical. Suddenly, a trembling rookie nervously questions if abandoning their fallen comrade's bloody corpse is the actual plan. Her answer is freezing cold. Hauling a bleeding corpse practically guarantees a massive monster feeding frenzy. Standing in the shadows, Jin Woo silently absorbs this ruthless, utterly chilling apathy toward human life. Death is literally just another Tuesday here, yet he knows damn well, if an awakened superhuman had perished, the VIP treatment would be totally different. But whatever, that is absolutely none of his bloody concern. 7 grueling days later, they breach the terrifying entryway of Floor 2. Jun-young sharply barks for an immediate situation report. The terrified vanguard explains they just crossed paths with 2 deadly whip-tailed horrors. No casualties, just a few scratches. Jun-young sprints over, finding the crew hoarding down gems like goblins. They hit the jackpot, right at the front entrance. Someone asks the golden question, what is the payload worth? The answer? 50 million won. But a greedy explorer sighs, whining that they are risking their necks for pennies. 2 million won apiece? The leader rolls his eyes at the complaining. Idiots, this is just the appetizer. We have only picked up the tiny pebbles so far. He hypes up the real loot. Mid-level gems dropped by hellspiders. When a rookie asks about the price tag, the leader grins. 10 million won. Each. The rookie's jaw hits the floor. That is life-changing cash. But the celebration dies instantly. As Young Tae approaches Jun-young, his face pale with pure dread, he drops a massive bombshell. The vanguard team has completely vanished. They left behind nothing but signs of a brutal massacre. Jun-young tries to stay calm, guessing they just chased the spiders deeper. But before Young Tae can share the creepy clues he found, a scout sprints toward them, screaming in absolute terror. He shrieks that his buddy was paralyzed just picking up a gem. Panic spreads like wildfire. Jun-young's brain goes into overdrive, piecing the deadly puzzle together. The gem dropped from the ceiling. Battle formations, she roars, ordering Young Tae to grab the flares. She shoots a blinding light upward, revealing the nightmare above. The missing team is dangling like human cocoons, wrapped in thick webs, glued to the cavern roof. Counting the suspended bodies, a grim realization hits her hard. Only 10 are up there. Half the squad is already dead. Realizing they are sitting ducks, she screams at everyone to fall back. But suddenly, an ambush from behind. She erupts with aura, instantly obliterating the sneaky arachnid. They have camouflage, she warns, ordering the elite dungeon babies to the front line. Civilians, take cover. As the flare flickers and dies, darkness threatens to swallow them whole. She demands more light, but a lethal attack is suddenly blocked by our main character. He barks for illumination. Boom! The cavern lights up, exposing an ocean of 8-legged freaks swarming the ceiling. A crazy dungeon baby grins, eyes glowing with absolute bloodlust. He rockets upward, slicing a beast in half. Catch! He yells to Young Chul, who mercilessly severs its legs. Nearby, a heavy hitter simply curb stomps a monster into green paste. He roasts Young Chul for being sloppy, before bowling a dead spider into a live one. Double kill. Elsewhere, a swordswoman treats the deadly swarm like a fruit ninja game. She yawns while dicing monsters into sashimi. The tank laughs, calling her a tryhard. She simply shrugs. Are we sure these are monsters? They hit like wet noodles. An anxious porter stammers, reminding her, these are still hell spiders. But the arrogant banter abruptly dies as a massive wave of shadows creeps across the floor. He begs the squishy humans to stay back. But all eyes suddenly lock onto our main character. Moving like a blur, he charges headfirst into the terrifying swarm. He mows them down like overgrown weeds. Junyoung is dumbfounded. Is he really just level 7? As the dust settles, she immediately calls for a brutal casualty check. The survivors are put to work harvesting loot. The elite fighters stretch lazily, treating the massacre like a light morning jog. This odd confidence triggers Junyoung's alarm bells. It makes zero sense. Lower floor monsters should not be this pathetic. Young Chul scoffs, claiming they are softer than basic lizards. Someone jokes that the dungeon's difficulty was totally exaggerated. Guess the horror stories were fake news. A porter sighs in relief, glad the heavy explosives went unused. But the smug celebrations are suddenly choked out by dead silence. Our main character pokes a corpse. These are not hell spiders. They might look similar, but they are tinier than actual hatchlings. Even worse, they do not have armored exoskeletons at all. Their skin is like wet paper. He ponders if they are a weak subspecies, but the math is not mathing. True hell spiders are cowardly assassins, never brainless brawlers. Junyoung tries to interrupt, but he ruthlessly silences her with a glare. His mind races. Real hell spiders are painfully cautious. They never charge in blindly. They wait for the trap to spring. Suddenly, panicked whispers erupt. Fresh, indestructible webs have silently coated the walls. And the only exit? Completely sealed off by silky steel. A glacial chill violently stabs the main character's spine. An oppressive, suffocating aura floods the cavern. Moving purely on survival instinct, he snaps his head toward Young Tae. The bombs, where are they? Young Tae stutters, holding the rarely used explosives. The main character desperately orders Junyoung to wire the exit and blow the web away. Young Chul tilts his head, confused. Are the bugs not dead already? His buddy smirks, making a nerdy joke. Bro, have you never read a survival manga? There is always a final boss hiding in the dark. Jin Woo deadpans, confirming the real predators are watching them right now. Yet, the elite fighters just laugh it off. They are drunk on their own arrogance. Eyes narrowed, our guy shatters their delusions with a chilling warning. Listen carefully. Those things you killed were not hell spiders. How do you know? Junyoung demands, but a blood-curdling screech drowns her out. One of the arrogant elite girls screams bloody murder, furious that a critter scratched her. She draws her weapon to squash the overgrown bug. Jin Woo's eyes widen in sheer horror. Run, get away from it. But the snooty girl just rolls her eyes. Her smug words die in her throat. A monstrous scythe-like leg effortlessly impales her stomach. Coughing blood, she stares into an abyss of razor-sharp fangs. Then, crunch. The girl who claimed she soloed the swarm is instantly chewed into a meat mist. The true hell spiders, led by their colossal queen, finally emerge from the shadows. Junyoung's face drains of color. Drop the loot. Defensive formation. Now. Sweating bullets, she turns to the only person making sense. She looks right at Jin Woo. Are these the real ones? But her voice trails off. Jin Woo is standing completely paralyzed. Before them, a helpless porter trips, tumbling straight toward the spider's jaws. Please, save me, the man sobs. The pathetic plea triggers a violent flashback of Jin Woo's own near-death nightmare. Junyoung snaps his name, violently waking him up. His eyes regain their sharp focus. 2 babies, 1 adult, and a horde of fakes. He urgently orders the bomb squad to blow the webbed exit straight to hell. Do it now. He warns the webs are like titanium threads, risking a total cave-in. Junyoung narrows her eyes, realizing his knowledge comes from terrifying first-hand experience. You have fought these before, haven't you? He completely ignores her question. There is no time. The true battle has begun. The elite fighters crack their knuckles, looking for blood. Where did the first team go anyway? One jokes. Probably became spider snacks. Young Chul replies dryly. He asks about the bombs, and Young Tae frantically preps the fuses, almost ready, but the musclehead of the group scoffs. Run away? We came to hunt bugs. Now the boss is here, and you want to flee? He genuinely thinks he is invincible. The vanguard got eaten, the blonde reminds him. They probably just slipped up. Absolute fools. Jin Woo glares at the impending doom and roars for everyone to retreat. The hell spiders initiate their deadly dance. But our bulky meathead ignores orders, charging forward like a clueless fantasy protagonist. Jin Woo desperately yells at the idiot to stop before he becomes spider food. Shocker, the meathead doesn't listen. He arrogantly punches the arachnid, only to shatter his fist against what feels like solid, enchanted iron. A hilarious symphony of bone-crushing agony instantly rewrites his cocky expression. Another dungeon newbie instantly gets deleted. Panic sets in as more 8-legged freaks approach. But fear not, our boy Jin Woo slides in, beautifully amputating the beast's legs like a master sushi chef. The audience is completely flabbergasted. Jin Woo unleashes a dazzling flurry of lethal slashes. Young Chul's jaw drops. This isn't some rookie. Meanwhile, a terrified friend frantically screams for him to retreat. They're planning to literally blow the entrance. Hell spiders lunge again, but Jin Woo elegantly backflips to dodge. Panting heavily, his playful facade melts into a dead serious, bone-chilling glare. A deadly tag team strike from two hairy freaks closes in. The time for playing the weak protagonist is officially over. If he keeps hiding his legendary powers now, he'll be a stylish corpse. Dusting off his overpowered arsenal, he fiercely activates a hidden skill. Aura violently erupts, blowing the spiders away and leaving the peanut gallery utterly speechless. Just who the heck is this monstrous guy? Junyoung screams to detonate the entrance. She romantically reaches out, begging Jin Woo to escape with them, but in a brutal Sigma move, he just throws her toward the exit, rejecting the damsel. Switching his weapon with dramatic flair, he delivers one god-tier slash to the monster's face. With his eyes glowing like neon signs, he flashes a heartbreakingly cool smile. Catch you on the surface, losers. Boom! The cave collapses, locking Jin Woo in an intimate escape room with the hell spiders. He glares at the ugly beasts. Are you oversized bugs actually laughing at me? Think you've won? With the annoying spectators finally gone, the real flex begins. Time for a private show, he smirks. A majestic portal violently rips open, and his fiercely loyal shadow warriors dramatically materialize, thirsty for absolute carnage. Boss Jin Woo instantly barks orders. He claims one baby spider for his personal punching bag, graciously donating the other to his minions. He commands the infantry to blockade the gate, while archers provide devastating fire. He points at the giant elephant in the room, the monstrous adult hell spider, currently completely idle. Jin Woo smirks, realizing this cramped space is way too tight for that fat bug. One wrong move and the ceiling crushes them all. His lovely subordinate Dominique urgently whispers about incoming trash mobs. Romantically ordering her inside, he fiercely hypes up his savage army. Don't sweat it, guys. These ugly pests are barely tougher than those pathetic horned rats, he laughs. With bloodthirsty enthusiasm, he completely orders the total extermination of every single bug. He explosively blitzes the baby spider, cleanly slicing its ugly mandibles. Meanwhile, his sniper archers are turning bugs into pincushions, and one absolute Chad soldier is hilariously tossing spiders across the cavern. Jin Woo proudly watches his minions level up archers, firing absolute laser beams. Feeling cocky, he literally trash-talks the spiders, begging them to fight harder just so he can show off his godly skills to his fan club. His narcissistic daydream gets instantly shattered. Dominique's sweet telepathic voice drops a bomb. Master, the big mama bug is moving. Before he can even blink, the monstrous adult spider launches a terrifying surprise attack. He dramatically launches into the sky, barely dodging. The mommy spider screeches in pure rage. He casually tries blocking the sonic boom, but the system abruptly dings, warning that his combat power is literally breaking limits. The troll system dynamically adjusts his level to match the giant bug. Panicking slightly, he checks his beloved Naga army. One is bleeding, another dead. Only the archers and Dominique remain standing. They barely survive the shockwave. The system aggressively flashes a critical injury warning. Ignoring the UI spam, Jin Woo watches the mother spider charge a massive anime-style aura blast right in her ugly mouth. He miraculously sidesteps the death beam. Dominique tearfully reports that an endless ocean of baby bugs is breaching their gate. He turns, about to deliver a heroic, "Wait in the realm, my dear" speech. Bam! The giant spider ruthlessly interrupts his romantic moment with another vicious strike. Staring at its massive rear, ignoring the gate, it hits him. This psycho bug is exclusively a Jin Woo hater. Running to the gate would just doom his Nagas. Suddenly, a shiny loot drop glimmer catches his gamer eye near a fallen soldier. Fueled by pure greed, he violently lunges right back at the colossal spider. Critical hit. He brutally blinds the baby spider, perfectly slicing its ugly jaw wide open. Taking the absolute disrespect further, he condenses pure legendary aura into his fist and shoves it down the beast's screaming throat. No wonder these trash mobs hit so hard, he casually quips, digging inside. With a wet squelch, he ruthlessly rips a massive, glowing jewel straight from its disgusting mouth. His greedy gamer brain explodes. Realizing this is legendary tier loot, he instantly pockets the mid-level gem into his dimension. The system gleefully processes the shiny rock. Smirking, he slams the summon button. System, bring me a mage Naga right this absolute second. Your only job is pest control. This isn't just any summon. It's an ultra-rare magic caster. The mage fabulously waves its staff, dropping a massive freezing seal instantly. The tiny bugs become instant popsicles, while a massive ice wall erupts to block the mommy spider. but one annoying baby spider resists, desperately lunging at a Naga. Watching this utter chaos, Jin Woo realizes his shiny new mage sacrificed raw damage for an absurd area of effect. That explains the surviving baby bug. Eager to please, the Naga mage ruthlessly spams another devastating magic attack right into its face. Ding! The baby spider has officially been deleted. The arena is finally cleared. Now, only the absolutely furious mommy spider remains, glaring at them with pure, unfiltered homicidal rage. Jin Woo's gamer vision highlights the boss's weak spots: eyes, mouth, and crunchy leg joints. But there's a hilarious size issue. This bug is so thick, his epic dagger can't even reach its brain. Poking its eyes won't cut it. And jumping inside its drooling mouth is a massive nope. While he's intensely brainstorming this impossible raid strategy, his insanely loyal waifu Dominique anxiously interrupts, warning that this crumbling dungeon might literally bury them all. As her sweet, panicked words echo, our chaotic protagonist suddenly devises an absolutely unhinged suicidal plan. It's crazy, but gloriously fantastic. He orders his beloved minions to hold their ground. On my absolute mark, nuke the damn ceiling. Once they bring the roof down, they'll magically parkour up to the first floor. Dominique romantically begs him not to play roulette with gravity, but Jin Woo fiercely shouts back. They're massively underleveled against this fat boss. Throwing a literal mountain on its head is their only option. He casually parkours up the crumbling cliffside, turning back to literally troll the furious boss. Hey ugly, bet you can't follow me. The giant freak responds with a terrifying screech of pure absolute hatred. Dripping with legendary bloodlust and eyes blazing like hellfire, he completely snaps. Decades of being treated like pathetic dungeon fodder flash by. It's time to violently refund all his past trauma back to these monsters. This bug should feel deeply honored to be his first official punching bag. Down below, Dominique is nervously sweating, seriously doubting if burying a monstrous kaiju alive actually works. The loyal archer defends their master's chaotic genius, but Dominique isn't convinced. Guys, attacking the roof just makes us a crunchy underground snack, she dramatically argues. Pacing nervously, she questions if Master has a secret rendezvous on the first floor. Her heart aches. Watching her incredibly handsome master solo the boss while the Naga squad sits uselessly is pure emotional torture. She remembers his gentle yet firm words. They simply lack the damage. The Naga simps huddle up. They realize their glorious king isn't benching them. He's just being an absolute protective Chad. He literally values their pixelated lives over his own. A heavy blush hits Dominique, marveling at his overflowing benevolence. The Naga army erupts into a fanatical cheer for their incredibly caring master. Pledging their absolute souls, they patiently await his divine signal. Switching to commander mode, Dominique intensely interrogates the mage about its remaining mana. Meanwhile, up above, Jin Woo is treating the boss spider like a jungle gym, but the epic dodging is rapidly draining his stamina bar. As he trolls the spider into climbing higher, the cavern quakes. On the safe first floor, an utterly clueless adventuring party wonders if there's an earthquake. One explorer feels a sinister tremor, though his buddy scoffs that no massive beasts roam here. Still, a chilling dread creeps in, and he frantically urges his crew to pack up. His gut screams danger. Suddenly, the earth shatters, and an adult hell spider explodes from the depths. A system alert pops up. This catastrophic breach created a gateway connecting the first and second floors, instantly warping the environment. Jin Woo rolls his eyes, shouting at the glowing screen to shut up. He has zero time for system spam. Thank goodness this cave is massive. He barks at the humans to run for their lives. Now, how to yeet this bug off the floor? He signals his Naga mage. Frost erupts, trapping the beast. But Jin Woo squints that ice is suspiciously thin. Turns out, his devoted maid Dominique is scheming to impress him, completely misreading his brilliant strategy. She ordered a fragile frost layer. The panic-stricken spider thrashes, slipping wildly onto a path of frozen traps. Its own massive bulk turns into a lethal weakness, crashing straight through the ice. Dominique smirks. The plunge won't kill the monster, but her master only needs a tiny opening. As the nightmare plummets, she fiercely commands her serpentine squad to pin it down. Magic crackles. The Naga warriors flex their muscles, brutally dogpiling the screeching beast. They hold it steady, perfectly setting the stage for their lord's grand finale. In a blur, our boy dashes forward and viciously strikes its eyes. Boom! The mighty boss falls, showering him in sweet charisma points. Plus, the system crowns him ordinary commander. His damage spikes, and his army's fame skyrockets. Even better, his loyal Naga grunts instantly evolve into shiny rare warriors. Checking his newly buffed troops, he notices one wounded soldier, still missing an arm. Frowning, He asks Dominique why the poor magic caster missed out on the sweet level-up juice. She explains mages are high maintenance. They need brutal effort to level up, plus fancy research labs to unlock their true power. Labs and blacksmiths unlock once the labyrinth ranks up. Glancing at his glowing interface, Jin Woo realizes the hefty toll. 50 whole. Down gems. He is embarrassingly short by 48 pieces. Shrugging, he casually flips open his loot menu while his retainers eagerly present a glittering pile of colored crystals. Jackpot. 6 shimmering mid-rank spider cores and 44 low-rank drops. Rolling a crystal between his fingers, his playful smirk fades into a solemn gaze, mourning the brave soldier lost today. Still, this shiny bounty eases the sting. Sitting on 62 gems, he instantly burns 50 to trigger the labyrinth evolution. A timer pops up. 120 hours. He rallies his troops. Time to play the harmless surface dweller. He pockets the cheap loot to avoid pesky questions. Before stepping out, he firmly warns his squad. This bloody victory will lure greedy scavengers. They must lock down the fortress immediately. He commands them to harvest the spider corpses and safely hunker down inside their underground haven. He orders the weary mage to magically seal the exits, but seeing the spellcaster wheezing, he shoots Dominique a questioning look for translation. She smiles awkwardly. Their magic user is completely out of mana juice. Sighing, Jin Woo just tells the muscle-bound grunts to stack heavy boulders instead. Old school, but totally effective. They eagerly agree. Dominique asks if her lord is departing so soon. He nods, explaining he must lay low on the first floor until renovations finish, scanning their pantry like a caring boss. He calculates they have 5 days of snacks left. Seeing his devoted maid fidgeting nervously, he warmly praises her flawless execution of his cunning battle strategy. He flashes a confident grin, promising juicy rewards for their hard work. With a dramatically cool turn, he steps into the shadows, vowing to return when 5 days pass. 5 days later, our shameless hero chills in the Paju Gate base camp. The surviving elite explorers drag themselves inside, completely freezing with stunned expressions when they spot him. Looking at him like an alien, they stand frozen. Jin Woo cheekily mocks their turtle-like pace. Jun Young immediately explodes, screaming that this was scheduled as a 2-week survival mission, and they dragged their feet for 5 days. Honestly, he is just built different. Ignoring her raging tsundere aura, he pushes a snack plate toward her, pouring gasoline on her fiery temper. Exhausted, she violently plops into a chair and demands the truth. How did he survive? He gives a maddeningly vague shrug. Just super lucky. She totally doesn't buy that garbage. She glares daggers, reminding him he said nobody could outrun those demonic arachnids. Still wearing that punchable poker face, he just repeats his lucky boy excuse, making her grind her teeth. You sly, shameless jerk, she mutters. He doesn't even blink. Sighing in defeat, her tough exterior softens slightly. She reluctantly asks if he wants a favor, because annoyingly enough, he saved them. But our boy plays it insanely cool. He waves her off, claiming that for dungeon orphans, mere survival is enough. She frowns, snapping they aren't mole rats anymore. Out here, life debts matter. Seeing her desperately eager to repay him, a devilish troll smile creeps up. Fine, do something for me. Her eyes sparkle until he shoves his dirty plate forward. Clean this. Boom. Emotional damage. Leaving her speechless, he lazily flips open the tent, heading home to nap. He already snagged the good loot anyway, and honestly, a broke girl has nothing to offer. Especially since her guild is tanking. Desperate, Jun Young begs for a secret meeting later to discuss the lower abysses. Our troll master just gives a lazy, fake innocent shrug. Playing dumb is an art. Later, he swaggers into the appraisal shop. Old man Beck practically drools over 12 pristine gems, completely convinced this cheeky kid is a 12th floor veteran. The merchant loudly declares a 400 million won payout, minus equipment damage. Jin Woo suddenly goes dead silent. The greedy man sweats, misreading the boy's calculating gaze. I even threw in a fat bonus, Beck squeaks defensively. But our boy isn't worried about pennies. With a totally straight face, he asks the merchant to find him a house. A chill place, 300 million budget. Beck's jaw drops, he is not a real estate agent. Seeing him hesitate, Jin Woo casually threatens to take his insanely profitable business elsewhere. Checkmate. The sly merchant folds like wet paper, promising to play realtor. But our shameless protagonist isn't done torturing this poor man. Time for favor number 2. He hands over his phone. Call my dad and pretend you are my boss. Trapped, the miserable merchant gets his eardrums blasted by the furious foster father, trying desperately to sound professional. Beck swears the boy just polishes dungeon rocks safely above ground. While the old man tanks the verbal beating, Jin Woo nonchalantly smirks, grabbing his cash and strolling toward the exit. He tosses a wink. This flawless alibi guarantees zero family nagging during his labyrinth dives. Beck looks miserable, silently cursing this devilish kid who holds all the leverage. Money talks. Days later, the master triumphantly returns to his subterranean kingdom. No more hiding or annoying obstacles. The Labyrinth Lord is finally back in his glorious element. Gone are the days of nervously locking his bedroom door. Thanks to his new separate bachelor pad, he can jump into the portal safely. Plus, he's totally silenced the constant nagging from his furious dad who panicked over his 20-day disappearance. The clever appraisal shop employee Lai worked flawlessly, instantly cooling down all familial heat and killing their dungeon suspicions. Now his secret is safe. Dominique notices him looking exhausted. Human society is draining. Ignoring his fatigue, he flashes a greedy grin. So, is the labyrinth upgrade finally finished? She confirms the upgrade is complete, though our guy sees zero changes. Dominique smirks, noting their shiny new military and facility options. The outer aesthetics? Those won't evolve until level 5. Counting his precious down gems, his lovely maid announces a surprise guest. Following her downstairs, she casually explains that these mysterious wanderers are completely crashing every labyrinth across the floors. Plot twist. Our boy doesn't find some clueless tourist, but a shady black market imp groveling so hard he is basically kissing dirt. Jin Woo just stares, eyes narrowed in pure suspicion. He instantly reads the room. This pathetic imp wants to conquer the underground market. Sadly for him, our main character's first brutal question is, who leaked this heavily guarded location? The shady merchant resorts to aggressive bootlicking. He claims slaying that hell spider made Jin Woo a total legend, leading him right to the Naga. But Dominique, the ultimate maid, telepathically snitches that he is completely full of it. These creepy vendors spy on everything underground, and this scammer apparently runs the turf right where their dungeon majestically sits. She sternly warns him not to underestimate this pint-sized hustler. The imp tries buttering up Dominique next, but our hero absolutely refuses to swallow this sweet-talking, desperate nonsense. Cutting to the chase, he violently demands the real agenda. Sweating bullets, the dark vendor finally admits he is begging for a long-term, highly lucrative business partnership. Jin Woo corners his gorgeous maid, whispering if they can just secretly eliminate this pest. She shoots that idea down fast. These tricky vendors hold dangerous grudges and weaponize deadly rumors. So, fake smiles it is. Jin Woo openly complains about this massive headache, but Dominique charmingly points out that they can actually milk this shady connection for all it is worth. Since they hoard epic loot, our boy decides on a quick shopping spree. Calling for the down gems, she telepathically nags him to instantly buy the vendor's top recommended item. It is the unwritten rule of underworld haggling. Playing along, Jin Woo arrogantly orders the imp to display his supposedly legendary item, making the little scammer grin from ear to ear. After an agonizingly long sales pitch, he unveils an ultra-rare parasite. He smugly demands a high-rank gem, betting our broke hero cannot afford it. Unfazed, Jin Woo demands a closer look. Staring intensely at the disgusting jar, he shoots Dominique a questioning glance. She gives a confident nod. Smirking, he flashes his sparkling gems, demanding the exact price for this bug. 5 gems. That is the outrageous price. Our hero reluctantly coughs up his entire life savings to secure the deal. Suddenly, he learns about a rather terrifying black market initiation custom. They always flex their absolute best item on fresh meat. Dominique confirms this wild tradition, practically cheering for him to absorb it. Jin Woo cringes, utterly disgusted by the horrifying thought of playing host to a literal bug. But hey, terrible pet material. Trusting his devoted maid with his life, he frees the eager parasite to violently merge with his flesh. Her flawless advice has never failed him yet. As the creepy thing burrows deep, he jokes about losing his humanity, though honestly, he was basically a monster already. System alerts spam. The parasite is forcefully assimilating. Swiping away the dramatic warnings like annoying pop-ups, he fully pivots back to dungeon master duties, smoothly asking his trusty maid for some. Her face instantly lights up with absolute joy. Meanwhile, massive news drops. The labyrinth leveled up. It is finally time to unlock insanely cool facilities and violently expand their army. Boom. 6 fresh level 1 Naga workers join the chat. Plus, homeless mythical beasts will start crashing at his place. Staring out his window, he deeply ponders the absurdly thick new defenses. With capacity maxed out, he sweats, wondering if he speed ran this upgrade way too fast. Dominique gently agrees, noting most lazy lords grind their armies to dust before leveling up, but our overpowered protagonist already laid the ultimate foundation. This begs a hilarious question. Are all the other dungeon bosses just pathetically weak? With a soft giggle, Dominique honestly replies. Most lords are simply lazy cowards who hide behind their desks. Fired up, he eagerly opens the construction menu. The sweet choices are endless. An epic livestock farm, wild training grounds, a chaotic tavern, or a roaring forge. Wait, there is even a creepy temple where his Naga can worship his incredibly awkward portrait. Shuddering at that cringeworthy idea, he pauses. He violently smashes the map button, pointing fiercely at a blank zone. He orders Dominique to aggressively scout the local wildlife, specifically hunting for totally overpowered archers and brutal warriors. Time to draft a massive army. Scanning the sprawling map, he strategically slams down a livestock farm and a buzzing tavern inside the Naga nest. Everything else is insanely overpriced. They demand too many shiny gems. Scrapping the fancy stuff, he focuses on absolute military dominance. He ruthlessly commands his lackeys to dump all low-tier gems, stacking exactly 162. Sacrificing 150 gems, he violently summons a massive horde of terrifying Nagas. He vows to build an unstoppable legion. Fast forward one entire week. Our Grand Overlord sits completely bored. The epic reports roll in. The Naga nest is massive, and the bizarre new farm is successfully breeding monstrous, giant rabbits and highly aggressive boars. But while the dungeon thrives, his exhausted minions are constantly digging brutal trap-filled corridors. Panicking like an overprotective boss, he asks if they ever sleep. Dominique sweetly promises they do, proudly revealing her perfectly optimized break schedules. They are ruthlessly patrolling and hardcore training, perfectly dominating the new map. Gazing at his expanding empire, he swells with epic pride, even though the daily grind is becoming an absolute nightmare. He is totally broke. Maintaining this god-tier realm drains gems so fast, he finally gets why those psychotic hell spiders started a brutal turf war. Yawning loudly, he decides it is hunting time. Dominique playfully scolds him for being a total dungeon addict instead of touching grass with his family. Smirking, he proudly declares he already moved out to an isolated, super-secret bachelor pad. It is practically a ghost town, meaning zero annoying neighbors. He romantically offers to take her on a cute little surface date, making her cheeks flush bright red. Glancing at the portal, he realizes he has been grinding for 24 straight hours. Exhausted, he finally logs off, gently ordering Dominique to get some beauty sleep. Back in his lonely hideout, his stomach violently growls. His genius solution? Install a literal power generator in the magical dungeon just to microwave cheap ramen. Peak troll behavior. Crashing heavily onto his cheap sofa, a glaring system alert shatters the peace. Assimilation complete. But wait. A massive, flashing red warning screams that the demonic bug is hijacking his entire body. Jolting awake, he screeches in agony, his eye literally burning like hellfire. Is our guy cursed with terrible luck, or blessed with a rom-com cliché? Because right at his most agonizing moment, Jun Young unexpectedly drops by. Annoyed by his ridiculous hermit lifestyle, she brings wine. Hearing his blood-curdling scream, she frantically kicks the door in. Jin Woo glares back with terrifying bloodshot demon eyes. Miraculously, the blinding pain slowly fades, and he awkwardly tries playing it cool, serving tea to his horrified crush. He smoothly apologizes for his monstrous makeover, but she is completely losing her mind, screaming internally about his terrifying face. He looks like a melting zombie. Hilariously avoiding eye contact, he casually brushes it off, claiming he just caught a tiny, insignificant eye infection from the dirty dungeon floors. She calls absolute bull. She is a dungeon native. Even babies born in the darkest abysses do not melt like cheap wax. Backed into a corner, he pulls the ultimate troll card, nonchalantly asking if those babies survive the legendary 12th floor. Her jaw practically drops. With a perfectly straight, badass face, he completely lies, blaming the infamous Duke Labyrinth spider for his nasty condition. She refuses to be trolled. She sharply reminds him that anything born on the deadly 12th floor is either dead or missing. Caught in his own web, he dramatically sighs. The absolute truth drops. Now Jun Young finally gets why Jin Woo is a walking encyclopedia on hell spiders. He actually thinks she's a total genius. He trusts her completely with the hidden truth. But wait, why is she suddenly at his house? Beck must have totally leaked his private address. Blushing heavily, she awkwardly pops the ultimate question. Join my team for the next massive expedition. She promises him a giant cut of the loot this time. Will this lone wolf actually say yes? Massive plot twist. He instantly agrees, leaving her completely stunned and speechless. I'm still a huge newbie to these deep underground raids, he casually admits to the shocked girl. The underground has changed drastically since I was last there. Her face lights up like a literal star. This is the absolute best news ever. He's joining them just to learn the ropes. A legendary level 12 baby on her squad? Don't get attached. It's strictly temporary, he snarks with a deadpan glare. He practically kicks her out of the door. 4 days, 2 entire weeks long, she yells excitedly. 5 elite dungeon babies are coming along for the ride. 10 seasoned explorers are joining the dangerous fray. The entire old Hellspider crew is back together. Jin Woo heavily roasts their tragic second-floor fail with a savage grin. Playing heroes on floor 6 now? She wildly pouts, defending her veteran squad's ability to dive straight into the 8th floor. He just rolls his eyes at her cute defense. Those demonic Hellspiders were just a horrible matchup. 4 days to gear up properly, she nervously reminds him before leaving. I'll send the master expedition schedule to you immediately. She warmly waves goodbye, but he glares menacingly. Call first next time, or I'm dialing the police immediately. What an absolute troll. She flees in pure, unadulterated embarrassment. Thank goodness his secret lair portal was firmly closed. 4 agonizingly boring days of waiting finally pass by in a flash. Jin Woo aggressively stares at the tiny entrance of Paju Gate D. Looks like a cheap, rundown subway station, he mocks. Gate C is strictly reserved for massive-scale expeditions, she sighs. We're stuck flashing ID cards at D and F. Thanks to Jin Woo's reckless portal opening to the 2nd floor, Gate B is currently swarming with an endless ocean of vicious beasts. That old path is totally blocked off. Enter Young Chan-sik, a confident level 7 dungeon baby. Jin Woo smoothly introduces himself to the new face. Yang Chul totally thought you were a monster and ran away. Someone cackles loudly. Yang Chul absolutely fumes with rage. Jun Young savagely snaps. Shut up so we can get inside. She fiercely orders Young Chul to lead the explorers. Chan-sik wanders off, leaving Jin Woo completely and utterly confused. Are you actually the boss here? He playfully teases. Just watch me, she winks mysteriously. Meanwhile, Dominique is aggressively drowning her sorrows in alcohol at the Naga Labyrinth bar. The Naga's sweat drop at her absolute misery. Jin Woo's absence is literally breaking her dark heart. Thank heavens this tavern exists to distract her explosive rage. Otherwise, last time, she almost chopped off a regenerating Naga tail for pure fun. They secretly whisper about a hidden shrine entirely devoted to their master. Dominique hears absolutely everything with narrowed eyes. Her eyes gleam with a dark, brilliant realization. A secret master shrine? What a genius idea. Meanwhile, this new human expedition squad is dead serious about their mission. No more lazy freelance vibes. This team is strictly professional as Chan-sik barks intense, tactical orders to the crew. Hundreds of monsters are swarming right ahead. 500 meters out, stay absolutely silent. Their team chemistry is off the charts this time around. They move flawlessly together, united as true veteran explorers of the abyss. Hunul takes sniper duty from afar, spears to the center. Chan-sik commands. A completely perfect tactical formation. Meanwhile, Jun Young and Jin Woo chill all the way in the back. Chan-sik is so incredibly cool, she swoons. That explains why he's taking the lead, despite being a whole level lower than you. Jin Woo playfully roasts her leadership. He's a rare mid-floor powerhouse, she excitedly brags. His biological detection skills are practically cheat codes down in these cursed depths. He's built for surviving the absolute worst. Plus, his stealth camouflage gives us a massive combat advantage. Wait, does Chan-sik actually possess a holy detection skill? Nope. Just my killer instincts, he smirks, denying everything. She gasps incredibly loudly in pure shock. Level 12 dungeon babies are totally insane. Suddenly, every single explorer turns to stare daggers at them, completely halting their advance. Annoyed whispers immediately erupt across the squad. Jin Woo glares, hating the unwanted spotlight. Oops, my bad. I totally forgot. She nervously giggles and bows. Front row, move it, an explorer sharply shouts. An ominous giant gate looms ahead. Chan-sik points. Abandoned labyrinth to the left, ferocious wolf horde ruling the path to the right. We take the labyrinth, Chan-sik declares confidently, sensing zero danger. Are you crazy? We'll get hopelessly lost in that massive maze. Jin Woo sharply objects, playing the cautious newbie. I've completely memorized the path, Chan-sik proudly boasts. Secretly, Jin Woo smirks in agreement. He actually wants to steal their massive labyrinth layout to violently expand his own territory. We're marching straight into the boss room, Chan-sik announces. Jin Woo randomly hopes his precious Naga is safe. Meanwhile, Dominique aggressively bosses around her cute, chubby little minions. Dig my secret shrine faster, she fiercely commands elsewhere. Far away, the Scaly Dragon King interrogates Rakshasha. Draken is severely wounded and currently healing. My lord, she stammers. The Dragon Master is utterly disgusted by the news. A true dragon descendant shouldn't lose so pathetically. Give me an immediate update on our main target area, he demands furiously. She nervously hesitates, fearing his blazing wrath. Our dragons are way too slow to cover that massive ground. The king bitterly agrees with her brutal assessment of their species. She nods solemnly. Even taking a new shortcut will take 3 grueling months to cross, she reports. The logistics are a total nightmare. Will you just handle this solo? He challenges. I will arrive in exactly 2 weeks. She smirks wickedly, ready to unleash her legendary trickster skills to absolutely dominate this solo mission. Back with the squad. They finally reach the massive boss room. Jin Woo is completely baffled. Hours of walking, and not a single bloodthirsty monster or deadly trap? This place is a war-torn wasteland, Chan-sik explains. With absolutely zero loot, monsters avoid this zone entirely. Even the human army wanted to transform this place into a third-floor rest stop. Wait, there's a literal map of this chaotic place? Jin Woo asks in pure shock. Yeah, they sell upper-floor maps at the Labyrinth shopping mall. Chan-sik laughs easily. The army hands out mid-floor maps like absolute candy. Jin Woo mentally adds that to his shopping list. Set up camp here, Chan-sik orders, assigning perimeter checks to Yang Ho. Hee-jun rushes to check the entrance motion sensors. The crew aggressively pitches their tents in a frenzy. Hurry up so we can crash early tonight, the leader barks. Jin Woo aggressively pouts about having 0 tasks for days. You're our ultimate VIP weapon. Save your legendary strength for the real battle. Junyoung playfully winks at him. Go inspect the boss throne, she teases dramatically. Jin Woo awkwardly sweats in utter disbelief. He can't let her know that he's an actual underworld boss who does the exact same thing. Suddenly, his parasite skill awakens with a sharp sting. Junyoung notices immediately, her voice laced with concern. He waves it off, insisting he's fine, but firmly warns everyone to stay back. Fearing for her life, she hilariously sprints the other way while offering help. Meanwhile, he sweats, wondering if she accidentally saw a glimpse of his glowing system window. He opens his eye, realizing the blinding pain is gone. His parasite eye had temporarily deactivated as he slowly masters its dark power. But his deep thoughts are abruptly cut short. A mysterious, glowing red spot pulses deep inside the altar. Testing it, he opens only his normal eye, realizing that this hidden light is totally invisible without his parasite-possessed vision. He approaches the altar, realizing the parasite granted him a rare detection skill. Reaching in, he pulls out the crimson object, looking more like a dull rock than a gem. Ding! The system chimes in, revealing he just found an abandoned labyrinth fragment. A rare item with a very special, hidden purpose. However, our hero is annoyed, wishing for a much more useful down gem instead. But wait, the system alerts him that his parasite's detection skill has evolved, revealing dozens of glowing treasures. They are scattered everywhere. He's stunned to realize they are all down gems. Meanwhile, at the Naga Labyrinth bar, Dominique drowns in total despair, while 2 Nagas face an intense interrogation. Why are their tools out on their precious day off? Greenie spots Dominique's depressed aura and asks what happened. The 2 Nagas awkwardly explain her wildly hilarious, yet tragic predicament. She secretly tried building a massive temple room for our hero, but now she's terrified she acted without his holy permission. Poor Greenie innocently suggests they just go ask him directly. Why not ask for a private room for her? Since Dominique is more human, it is completely understandable that she feels awkward living with a bunch of scaled snake men. But he completely misses the murderous aura behind him. Dominique stands there with darkened eyes, silently agreeing that this brilliant idea is exactly what she needs. Meanwhile, the expedition team marches on. Junyoung teases him, playfully asking if he has some weird rare fetish. He brushes it off, blaming his exhausted state on a total lack of sleep. Trolling her back, he blames her for his bad mood just to divert suspicion. In reality, he spent the entire night secretly hoarding and hiding countless rare down gems. He expertly mapped the entire labyrinth, marking every hidden treasure spot. Thrilled with the parasite's epic performance, he jokingly considers granting it a wish. But this dark-humored parasite has terrifying ideas. It brutally tells the system it wants to taste cooked human flesh. Suddenly, chaotic screams erupt ahead of them, breaking the tension. The dungeon babies are urgently called to the absolute front lines. Our hero instantly senses a massive beast attack. Chan-sik confirms the nightmare. 2 massive beast packs are mobilizing. They are trapped between the beasts and the labyrinth exit. Chan-sik frantically guesses they are either razor-tooth bats or 4-armed monkeys. Worst case, a deadly horde of wolf monkeys. Around 20 bats and 8 monkeys. Our dude asks why Chan-sik can't identify the exact species. Sweating, Chan-sik explains his skill, only estimates raw numbers. He can't confirm if they are the same species. Then, he drops a terrifying truth. A brutal, bloody clash is absolutely unavoidable. The blonde asks if they can just wait for the monsters to slaughter each other, making their escape much easier. But Chan-sik loudly objects, calling the plan suicidal. With 2 massive armies clashing, The overwhelming scent of fresh blood will only attract more nightmares, trapping them completely. A fierce debate erupts. Should they fight now, breaking their plan to avoid combat until the 6th floor? Or safely hide and let the beasts brutally tear each other apart? Chansik furiously warns them to wake up. They are facing 28 mid-rank, 3rd-floor monstrosities, caught in an ultra-violent and deadly territorial turf war. However, Junyoung is confidently grinning, completely relying on our hero's overpowered strength. Chansik sweats bullets, horrified by how lightly she treats this life-or-death crisis. Jin Woo steps up, declaring that hiding forever is totally useless. He demands they crush the problem head-on. Chansik reluctantly agrees, nervously loosening his collar for the bloodbath. Striking a dramatic stance with his weapon drawn, he vows to kill half the horde. Reaching the chaotic battlefield, Chansik realizes he made a fatal miscalculation. There are actually 30 beasts. Facing certain death, the adventurer panics, but our hero valiantly jumps ahead. Declaring no one dies today, he explodes into the air like a rocket. Sword roaring in hand, he dives into the monstrous horde. He brutally slashes and crushes the beasts down like they are mere practice dummies. Chansik trembles, watching Jin Woo slaughter with terrifying ease. A dungeon baby's fighting style is deeply linked to the floor they were born on and their current battlefield. They usually fight like wild dogs until the enemy breaks. Chansik is absolutely mind-blown as Jin Woo mercilessly executes each beast, perfectly sniping their critical weak spots. It's as if he literally sees their vital points. Chansik is utterly baffled by this godlike combat sense, since Jin Woo's raw stats are barely above Junyoung's. Junyoung proudly reveals the shocking answer. She casually lies that Jin Woo was born in the infamous Marcus Labyrinth. Chansik freezes, knowing that Hellhole sits deep within the 7th floor's deadly abyss. Playing the ultimate troll, Junyoung states the obvious. To survive that demonic environment, Jin Woo was forced to win countless bloody battles. This brutally intense survival training turned him into an unstoppable beast-slaying machine. Since his home was basically a death trap near the 8th floor, he absolutely had to evolve, fighting monsters that literally eat newbies for breakfast. Swallowing the bait, Chansik notes that surviving a famous labyrinth isn't enough to explain this insane strength. The guy must possess a stupidly monstrous, heaven-defying talent. Junyoung, hilariously proud of her fabricated fairy tale covering his true level, flashes a ridiculously smug smile. Then, both teammates finally make a bold decision. Since Jin Woo is basically hard-carrying the team, they should at least try to help. Raising his sharp spear, Chansik charges in. Meanwhile, Jin Woo's all-seeing parasite vision is fully activated. The entire battlefield shifts into slow motion. Moving with feather-light agility, he hilariously slices through the terrifying beasts like chopping vegetables for a stir-fry. He suddenly questions if he's using maximum power. No way. He quickly dismisses the thought, deliberately suppressing his stats to match Junyoung's level, even though his aura feels totally unchained. Right on cue, the system jumps in to answer him. Ding! The parasite forcefully awakens his body's hidden innate abilities. This epic buff doesn't just push his absolute potential to the limit, it insanely amplifies his ultimate weakness detection skill. With this, he can literally see straight through the armor-like ribcage of the monkey monsters. Pausing his battle trance, he casually reads the glowing system screen to analyze this bizarre parasite. This gross parasite is actually delivering massive value. Sure, it originally tried to hijack his entire body, but now it's an overpowered cheat code. He vows to thoroughly research its dark capabilities later. Suddenly, a chilling notification pops up. The parasite is rapidly adapting, actively accepting him as its ultimate host. It's even fiercely protecting him to ensure their mutual, bloody survival. It's violently assimilating into his core. Just then, his teammates proudly announce they cleared their side. Smirking, he agrees, as they stand victoriously over a mountain of slaughtered beast corpses. Our main character sighs. He agreed to handle 50%, yet completely obliterated 70% of the horde. He wonders if he went overboard, but Junyoung admits his sheer power makes survival infinitely easier. Leaning in close, she whispers that his reckless, god-tier fighting style is drawing too much attention. She had to cover his tracks. Even the seasoned explorers are already hailing him as a legendary hero, a monster born for battle. Hearing this, our boy sweat drops, wondering if he flexed a little too hard. Meanwhile, Junyoung commands her squad to harvest the drop gems before fresh beasts catch their scent. Suddenly, Chansok interrupts her praises with chilling news. The beast wave was not their only problem. A massive, rival expedition team is lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This new threat is twice their size. Worse, these sneaky rats have been watching their entire battle, analyzing their skills. Sensing danger, Jun-young immediately barks orders, snapping her squad into defensive formations. Jin Woo tilts his head in confusion. They are humans, not monsters. But Jun-young drops a harsh truth. Down here in the lawless abyss, human greed is far deadlier than any beast. Shameless looting is practically guaranteed. It is a classic, scummy tactic. Let another squad exhaust their aura, fighting monsters, then swoop in to steal the loot. If not for Chansok's elite detection skills, they would be walking blind into a trap. A brutal ambush was narrowly avoided. Chansok reports a shift in enemy movement. The rival rats realized their stealth was broken, forcing them to rapidly regroup and adjust their cowardly tactics. Jin Woo assumes the cowards are retreating with their tails tucked, but Chansok shuts that hope down fast. These hyenas never just walk away. Understanding the gravity, Jun-young immediately turns to face her exhausted crew. She demands absolute vigilance. Their stamina reserves are completely drained, making escape utterly impossible. With a sheepish smile, she looks at our main character, apologizing for heavily relying on his monstrous strength yet again. However, she asks the golden question, can he slaughter humans as easily as monsters? With a devilish smirk, he nods, joking that he has grown quite fond of putting trash in its place. Suddenly, the rivals emerge. Jun-young's face instantly twists in disgust. It is none other than Song Jong-chul's notorious faction, the ultimate trolls of the labyrinth, led by that utterly obnoxious, red-haired freak. The clown wastes zero time throwing shade. With a mocking laugh, he casually brings up her devastating past failure, teasing the bloody rumor that Hell Spiders had completely wiped her squad. Yet, against his malicious hopes, her team stands tall. He sarcastically notes their impressive pile of monster corpses. Jun-young's blood absolutely boils at his smug, non-stop yapping. The sheer disrespect is suffocating. She aggressively orders the trash to get lost. But Song, a master troll, plays innocent. He claims he is merely taking a stroll for shiny treasures, mockingly implying Jun-young is just a tiny roadblock in his grand path. Watching this pathetic circus, our boy raises a judging eyebrow. Why is this ginger clown so confident? Chansok whispers the grim truth. This arrogant fool belongs to the mighty Expedition Association, backed by the literal government. That absolute authority fuels his massive ego, making him act like the supreme gatekeeper. Jin Woo frowns, refusing to believe the nation would ever sponsor such shameless underground thieves. But Chansok drops the grim reality. The association's monopoly is absolute, crushing any independent teams. This ultimate power makes them disgustingly rich, giving these arrogant guild members the illusion of untouchable godhood. They truly believe they are kings of the abyss. Annoyed, Jin Woo silently activates his divine detection skills, scanning their hidden stats. The revelation that flashes before his eyes is actually quite surprising. That redhead's aura is slightly stronger than Jun-young's. Meanwhile, his lackeys are just pathetic, level 7s or lower. During this silent assessment, Jin Woo catches the enemy veteran flashing a sickeningly wicked grin. These predators absolutely love hunting down weaker teams. They are clearly waiting for the perfect moment to slaughter Jun-young's exhausted squad. However, they completely underestimated Jin Woo. His cold eyes violently darken. The sickening greed radiating from their faces triggers something dark within him. Pure disgust rapidly ignites into overwhelming, murderous bloodlust. A terrifying, suffocating aura erupts from his body in a heavy wave of death. The killing intent is so dense that even his own squad shivers in terror. Panic strikes Jun-young. She assumes a terrifying labyrinth king has spawned nearby. To be fair, she is not entirely wrong. She has not realized the true apex predator is standing right behind her. Suddenly, the obnoxious ginger interrupts her panic, loudly mocking their terrified expressions like a classic, third-rate villain. He boasts that their trembling makes him feel like a cinematic bad guy. The irony is completely lost on him. With a nasty sneer, he sarcastically offers his protection, twisting the knife about her tragic spider expedition. But tossing out a physically repulsive wink, he claims his VIP schedule is too busy. With maximum theatrical cringe, he loudly commands his guild dogs to march forward, playfully warning them not to steal her pathetic loot. Suddenly, he locks eyes with our hero, his clownish mask dropping into a cold glare. He boldly warns Jin Woo to ignore Jun-young's pretty face, advising him to abandon this unregistered, doomed squad before he sinks with their tragic ship. Having sensed a fraction of Jin Woo's monstrous aura, the ginger actually tries to recruit him. Without missing a beat, our boy delivers a beautifully dry rejection. Not that the arrogant fool even bothers listening to the full answer. Flashing one last punchable smirk, he waves a dramatic goodbye, dropping a sinister promise to hunt Jun-young down on the deeper floors. Her blood boils at his audacity. Sweating bullets, Chansok desperately tries to defuse the explosive tension. He nervously points out the bright side. At least a bloody massacre was avoided. When the crew nervously stares at Jin Woo's lingering death aura, our boy simply blinks in innocent confusion. Chansok begs the overpowered freak to stop hiding things. They confront him about the terrifying wave of killing intent. Playing dumb with a lazy smile, Jin Woo brushes it off as simple teenage hot-headedness. Since the weaker members lack the stats to feel the lingering pressure, they silently accept it. Chansok quietly explains the terrifying truth. That suffocating bloodlust is an aura only elite dungeon survivors can detect. If every low-rank fodder could feel that heavy killing intent, the entire labyrinth would plunge into absolute panic. Curiosity piqued, Jin Woo casually asks about her bitter history with that ginger clown. Her eyes soften slightly, revealing a shocking past. They were both born in this very labyrinth, and shockingly, that troll used to be a genuinely heroic leader, but the surface world corrupted him. The sweet taste of human greed poisoned his soul, turning him into a pathetic slave to money. Sighing at his tragic downfall, Junyoung shakes off the bad vibes and takes command. She barks at her squad to hurry up and harvest the glowing loot from the slaughtered beasts. Nodding eagerly, Chansok is thrilled to avoid a deadly guild war. Then, Jin Woo smoothly redirects the conversation back to their original objective. Are they still descending to the 6th floor? Her expression darkens. That ginger troll's squad is a massive roadblock. Those backstabbers already proved they are hungry for a deadly ambush. Furthermore, their massive, noisy guild will inevitably aggro every nightmare beast in the vicinity. Normally, her pride would push her forward, but thanks to Jin Woo's god-tier carry, their inventory is already bursting with precious loot. The farming session is complete. She orders a full retreat. Escaping the dungeon's hellish depths with 0 casualties after a grueling week is an absolute miracle. Junyoung breathes a massive sigh of relief, thankful they dodged that ginger hazard before he could strike. However, Jin Woo's gamer instincts are tingling. After parting ways, he immediately digs into the association's lore. He contacts his reliable informant, Beck, who surprisingly knows Song well. Beck drops a lore bomb, explaining that thanks to his unique abilities, that arrogant redhead is actually reigning as a shadow kingpin within the association. Beck admits that the guild's strict monopoly over the dungeon entrances and exits has drastically slashed dungeon mortality rates. Our boy is genuinely shocked that these greedy thugs are saving lives. Beck dives into the dark history, explaining how native labyrinth orphans used to aggressively guide amateurs, usually ending in absolute bloodbaths. Back then, surviving the abyss was literally a 50% coin toss. That is why the guild's tyranny is tolerated. They act as a necessary regulatory force, keeping weaklings alive. The desperate masses worship them. A smirk ghosts across Jin Woo's lips. This entire setup is exactly like the classic adventurer guilds from his favorite fantasy manhwas. He asks if that ginger troll is running shady, black market deals. Beck hesitates. If Song is pulling wicked strings, the evidence is buried deep. The abyss is a lawless void where corpses tell no tales, keeping all his villainy completely hidden. Jin Woo scoffs, reminding the informant of his legendary spying skills. But Beck helplessly shrugs. The labyrinth's chaotic aura jams his intelligence network, leaving him with nothing but ghostly whispers. Suddenly, Beck freezes, a dark realization striking him as he remembers something crucial. Beck suddenly drops some spicy lore about human hunters. Jin Woo tilts his head in utter confusion. Basically, they are rogue, high-level dungeon babies with 0 guild loyalty. These masked rats scurry underground, just to rob hard-working teams blind. Beck seriously warns him to watch his back. Jin Woo nods, appreciating the free survival tip. Before dipping, Beck asks about the shiny down gems he brought to sell. Jin Woo awkwardly chuckles. He barely has any, humbly claiming only his exact cut from the raid. Walking away, his brain chews on the association's spotless reputation. Junyoung's salty grudge against them must have some juicy hidden backstory. But whatever, not his circus, not his monkeys. Dodging drama like a pro, he finally warps back to his cozy labyrinth. Dominique blinks, totally flustered by her master's early return. The raid just finished way ahead of schedule. But wait, why the grumpy pout? She sighs, dropping the bomb that a random guest is chilling at their bar. A shady black market merchant? Nope, a dark elf mercenary. Talk about a plot twist. He heads over to investigate. Pacing beside him, Dominique furiously gossips that dark elves are treacherous backstabbers, totally unhireable. He raises a sassy eyebrow. Then why roll out the red carpet instead of kicking her out? She blushes, begrudgingly admitting their squad desperately lacks an agile, dual-wielding powerhouse. Her skills are too tempting, he chuckles, petting her ego so she stops stressing. Time for a little boss interview. They swagger into the bar, only to find this ridiculous elf hiding inside a grandfather clock. Popping out like a jack-in-the-box? The legendary Rikshasha makes her grand debut. She shoots Jin Woo, an assessing glare. Dominique instantly hisses like a jealous cat, demanding respect for her master. Taking the hint, the elf dramatically bows, dripping with fake charm. She sweet-talks her way into an apology for trespassing. With a silent, authoritative nod, Jin Woo lets her drop her name. The vibe instantly freezes. He locks eyes on her glinting blade. Dominique snarls, ready to throw hands, but Jin Woo smoothly holds her back. Looking down, Rikshasha playfully admits she just wanted to poke the bear and test his aura. Jin Woo rolls his eyes. Cut the dramatic anime villain act and talk business. A human bossing around monsters? That is a first for her. Jin Woo smirks, jokingly asking if his boss aura passed her little test. She winks, swearing her weapons were purely decorative. Dominique is practically boiling with possessive rage. Ignoring the catfight, Jin Woo checks her stat sheet. Recon? Exploration? Juicy gossip gathering? Oh, absolutely perfect. He hires her on the spot. Dominique gasps, completely betrayed. Unbothered, he gestures for his new employee to follow him for negotiations. Sneaking a glance back, Rikshasha flashes the most toxic, smug smirk. A total troll move to make Dominique's blood boil. Unnoticed, this sneaky elf activates her mental scanner, ruthlessly judging every inch of the Naga labyrinth. What a total noob setup. 0 death traps? A naked, completely exposed core? The minions are practically napping on the job. She squints, seriously doubting if this human is boss material. Does he even know how to run an evil dungeon? She points at the Nagas, literally playing tag. Jin Woo casually shrugs. They just clocked out for lunch. Lunch break? Her jaw hits the floor. He flashes a warm smile, explaining that well-fed, well-rested minions hit way harder in battle. He knows the brutal grind of the working class. Back in his mining days, he was treated like dirt. She secretly scoffs, labeling him a total softie running a garbage-tier dungeon. Clueless, Jin Woo turns to Dominique, asking about today's minion training schedule. It is magic class today. Rikshasha hides her mockery, deciding to play along with this circus. Later, Jin Woo massages his temples, groaning over his hilariously tragic lack of progress. Dungeon building is hard. He is practically broke. His pathetic gem stash barely covers the utility bills. Luckily, nature provides free snacks and tap water. Occasionally, his squad hunts down a random beast for bonus loot, but the drop rates are absolute trash. Today's grand total? A pitiful 3 low-tier gems. 3 points. He might as well be collecting loose change from the couch cushions. A horrifying realization strikes him. He completely forgot about the food budget when he carelessly spam-summoned new troops. Sweating bullets, he begs for a quick head count. She flips open the guild ledger. Minus the 2 guys who beefed it last raid, they are at 42 grunts. 2 meat shields, 1 healer, 1 squishy mage. He groans loudly. Managing this wild mob is like herding cats. Plus, expanding their turf axe like a giant neon sign for hungry monsters. Thank the heavens for his clutch healer, or they would be totally wiped. But weirdly, they keep losing mid-tier muscle. Why are his brawlers dying so easily? Aren't they literally in the beginner zone? Jin Woo furiously defends his gamer pride, insisting that last raid was 100% a first-floor dungeon. Wait, or was it the second floor? Dominique puts on her detective hat. The core totally gobbled him up during his transfer, but the moment he claimed the crown, it allegedly reset. Dungeons usually auto-balance to floor 1. Jin Woo frowns, his brain buffering. He remembers dodging ancient relics and 0 human footprints down there. Something about this entire setup feels incredibly suspicious. He totally thought he was in the VIP backrooms. Desperate, he shakes Dominique by the shoulders. What floor are we on? She avoids eye contact. She has no clue. Being a hardcore homebody, she has literally never stepped outside. Talk about a massive blind spot. He sighs in defeat. Well, ignorance is bliss. Maybe the deep abyss is actually rent-free. If they are in the deep end, they need a pro. He demands to see Rikshasha. Pouting like a jealous girlfriend, Dominique huffs. She is drinking at the bar. She loathes him, giving that sassy elf attention. Brushing off her tantrum, he facepalms. How does a boss not even know his own floor number? So embarrassing. Crying internally, he prays. The new girl has a map. They confront Rikshasha, who swirls her drink, questioning his sudden visit. Dominique instantly jumps into attack mode. You have 0 right entering the boss room, peasant. Rikshasha sips her drink like a troll. Then buy a door for it, you amateur. Epic burn. Before this turns into a reality TV brawl, Jin Woo yells at them to chill. He asks if she has explored outside. She smirks and nods. So, what floor are we parked on? She laughs right in his face. Floor numbers? That is just cute, pathetic human math. True underground natives do not use weak GPS coordinates like that. But she graciously offers some spicy reconnaissance data instead. He nods, desperate. Her smile drops. Their next-door neighbor is not some low-level slime. It is an ancient powerhouse, the labyrinth of the Scaly Dragon King. Jin Woo chokes. A freaking Dragon King? She casually mentions trespassing there yesterday. His name is Anaxis, a legendary raid boss who glues his butt to his throne. Jin Woo sweats. How close is this flying lizard's house? 4 days of walking. Panic mode activated. His brain crunches the terrifying numbers. A decades-old, war veteran dragon neighbor means they are living next to an apocalyptic threat. Their baby dungeon is doomed. If energy scales tip, their labyrinths will trigger a forced merger. A hostile takeover. His digging instincts scream. He has seen bloody underground turf wars before. Those tunnels were monster graveyards. Suddenly, Rakshasa throws a tactical nuke on his hopes. That monstrous Scaly Dragon King? He already knows their tiny Naga labyrinth exists. Jin Woo freezes in terror. Smirking, she reveals the final boss of gossip. Another overlord called the Blonde Panther. Their labyrinth completely blocks the path. The Scaly Dragon King tried conquering the Blood Panther's domain, but failed miserably. His real target? Our Naga labyrinth. But Jin Woo just smirks at the threat. Those overgrown lizards are notoriously slow, giving him plenty of time to prepare a proper, explosive welcome. Time is on his side. He casually questions her deep knowledge of the scaly beasts. Her excuse? She was simply hired by them for a past mercenary gig. Dominique narrows her eyes. A spy in their midst? The mercenary casually shrugs off the intense suspicion, claiming she just follows whoever throws the most gold coins. A true mercenary's code. She swears absolute loyalty to the Naga labyrinth now. Before Dominique can snap back, Jin Woo suddenly drops an unexpected new quest on Rakshasa. Assuming it's a suicide mission against dragons, she instantly refuses. But Jin Woo smirks. No fighting required. He just needs pure, unfiltered intel from the enemy base. He demands every dirty secret about the Dragon Kingdom, plus a scouting mission to expose their total military power and analyze their current troop formations on the ground. A walk in the park for a veteran. But she flashes a greedy smile. This exclusive intel will cost a massive fortune. Jin Woo agrees without missing a beat. Deal struck. She guarantees results within 1 week. After she vanishes, Dominique reports on the patrol. Jin Woo reveals his departure plans, but Dominique still completely distrusts that sly elf. That mercenary is absolutely hiding something. Jin Woo nods in agreement. Why would a greedy, seasoned veteran join a weaker faction right before a massive war completely breaks out? Is she currently a dragon spy? Or just an adrenaline junkie taking wild risks with different clients? The puzzle pieces aren't quite adding up just yet. Then it clicks. Her scary, accurate knowledge of the Dragon King. Jin Woo realizes she's definitely playing double agent, likely leaking their precious secrets as well. Dominique panics. Is sending her to the enemy base basically suicide? But Jin Woo flashes a wicked troll grin. Time to exploit their arrogant enemies by feeding them false weakness. Let her spread the rumor. Make them think we're just pathetic, Naga grunts without down gems. The arrogant lizards will completely drop their guard. Dominique still sweats over the leaked intel. But Jin Woo cuts her off with a supreme trump card. They possess something the arrogant dragons absolutely lack, and fear. During the legendary underground war, the invincible Anaxis cowardly hid away. Why? Because he was absolutely terrified of human weapons, and more importantly, humanity itself. Jin Woo's eyes glow. As a human, his mere existence will terrorize Anaxis. He bids Dominique farewell, promising an epic souvenir upon his return from parts unknown. Somewhere else, Jun Young violently jolts awake, her loud ringtone shattering her precious day off. She gasps in shock at the caller ID. Jin Woo, calling her directly out of the blue? Did he finally decide to join her elite squad? Nope. Jin Woo immediately shatters her sweet delusion. It's simply time to cash in that massive debt she owes him. He just needs some special toys. Fast forward 1 week. Inside the Scaly Dragon Kingdom, Draken arrogantly boasts about surviving the Nagas completely unscathed, highly praising his superior dragon bloodline. His equally unharmed squad rolls their eyes. Joining his bragfest would only inflate his massive ego further. They completely refuse to feed his delusional hero complex. He was dead silent during the Blood Panther raid, mostly because he nearly got completely wiped out. Draken fiercely glares, angrily demanding their total worship and vocal praise. Cue the forced flattery. They shower him with fake compliments, making the arrogant lizard blush. He boldly declares he'd rather lounge on the royal throne than travel. His loyal squad panics. That royal throne belongs to Anaxis. Such treasonous words will summon his devastating wrath. Suddenly, a lone Naga worker catches Draken's sharp eye in the distance. How did a lowly Naga fail to sense them? Before they can even process the anomaly, the worker abruptly bolts. The dragons immediately dive into a frantic chase. Ignoring his squad's frantic, desperate warnings, Draken blindly charges forward. He quickly corners his pathetic prey, reaching out to crush him, but the Naga smoothly burrows underground, executing a flawless escape. Draken stands frozen like a total idiot. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from the shadows. Are all majestic dragon descendants this obnoxiously loud and utterly annoying? Draken explodes with absolute fury. How dare someone insult his noble blood? He furiously demands the stranger's identity. Stepping into the light, Jin Woo smirks. I am the Naga King. Massive shockwaves ripple through the furious dragons. The legendary king is just a puny human? His squad desperately wants to retreat and warn Anaxis, but Draken arrogantly vows to crush this human trash himself. He won't shut up about his dragon blood. Jin Woo sighs, completely bored by the cringe monologue. Dominique, let's just wrap this up. The ultimate troll trap is sprung. Hidden Naga workers emerge from the shadows, armed to the teeth with terrifying human weaponry. Draken bursts out laughing, mocking Jin Woo for using weak laborers in a real, bloody battle. He ruthlessly shames the squad, pointing out their shaky, amateur grip on the heavy weapons. Dominique rolls her eyes. Shut up, you overgrown lizard. Draken's fragile ego shatters. While he throws a massive tantrum about his noble bloodline, she totally roasts him. A maid and some workers are absolute overkill for you. Boom! The bullet storm begins. Meanwhile, Rikshasha infiltrates the Scaly Dragon Kingdom once more. The atmosphere is suffocatingly dark and toxic. Just a typical, brutal labyrinth running on pure, unadulterated despair. Innocent workers slaving away until death on absolute garbage rations. She scoffs bitterly. This is harsh reality. Not that ridiculous, soft human paradise Jin Woo is building back home. She respectfully kneels before the tyrannical Dragon King. Mission totally accomplished. She fed Jin Woo their fake war plans, putting him on extremely high alert. She also leaks Jin Woo's pitiful army size and zero chance of acquiring power gems. It was all the Dragon King's wicked master plan. Leak the impending war to force Jin Woo into absolute terrifying desperation. Desperate enough to strike blindly first. But Jin Woo will have to face the terrifying Blood Panther first. They'll ruthlessly slaughter each other, leaving a pristine, unguarded labyrinth for the total taking. A flawless, evil scheme. He praises the sly elf, commanding her to push Jin Woo toward the Panther. Next week, she'll return to base. Their massive army marches out tomorrow. She questions the totally rushed timeline. Slow dragons need months to mobilize, but the Dragon King just erupts into sinister laughter. He's been hiding an absolute nightmare in the shadows. A colossal siege dragon. Back at the ambush site, Draken's squad is utterly terrified. Naga grunts are actually opening fire. They blindly hope primitive human weapons can't pierce legendary dragon scales. Bang! Blood splatters. The invincible scales shatter like cheap glass. Total panic sets in. They try to flee, but the relentless Naga firing squad has them completely, hopelessly surrounded. The ultimate troll weapon. These aren't normal guns. Jin Woo cashed in his favor with Jun Young for specialized, monster-shredding black market artillery designed for beasts. Deadly weapon prototypes locked away in a dark warehouse, until Jin Woo finally got his hands on them. He highly praises her underworld VIP connections. She smirks. It's just dirty business in the shadows. But her curiosity furiously burns. What does a guy like Jin Woo need black market heavy artillery for? Jin Woo's wicked smile grows. I just need some new toys to play with. Jin Woo smirks. These human toys actually work on the grunts. Meanwhile, Dominique is having an absolute blast going pew-pew. But Draken, this supposedly terrifying dragon, suddenly realizes the rubber bullets tickle. They are just bouncy rubber toys. Dripping with draconic pride, he charges the Naga troops, only to get hilariously wrecked. Yet, this absolute clown still finds the audacity to mock our trigger-happy Dominique. Is that all you snakes got? Before he attacks her, Jin Woo casually intercepts. I will handle this overgrown lizard myself. Boom. Before Draken can even finish his trash talk, our guy is already striking. The clash is epic. Steel meets scales until the dragon casually swats him away. The crowd gasps, but Jin Woo just brushes off the dirt, calmly calculating the beast's true power. He packs insane strength and hellspider powers, but his combat technique? Pure trash. Figuring this meathead is playing mind games, Jin Woo fires up his parasite system to scan for weaknesses. Zero flaws detected. Wait, hold up. A glowing red target appears on the dragon's back, but poking it gets Jin Woo thrown across the room. Draken laughs, thinking he squashed a fly. Wrong! Jin Woo's voice echoes from the rubble. You really are a dragon's descendant, complete with a glaring vulnerability. Sweating bullets. Draken comically screeches at the top of his lungs. I have no weaknesses. Oh, really? Jin Woo hits him with a trollish smirk. Right between your shoulder blades, and that is exactly where my next strike lands. The moment those words register in his tiny brain, the goofy lizard drops the comedy act. Total serious mode engaged. Jin Woo tightens his grip as the very earth begins to quake. The air itself screams with vibrating, overwhelming draconic pressure. The beast is finally going all out. Since standard attacks are practically useless here, Jin Woo pours every ounce of his aura into one ultimate do-or-die strike. Like a lightning bolt, he blasts right past the monster. The almighty dragon stands there like a clueless brick wall. Peeking from behind, Jin Woo stares right at the glaring weak spot. Honestly, who leaves their fatal flaw wide open like a free buffet? Is this a big brain trap? No time to overthink. He locks onto the target. Meanwhile, Draken is sweating actual buckets, frozen in place like a deer caught in high-beam headlights. The Scaly Dragon King's arrogant words haunt him. He called Jin Woo a weakling. But now, his own fatal flaw is painfully exposed. Trembling like a leaf, Draken realizes he might actually meet his maker today. He is utterly terrified of our absolute menace of a main character. Time for a tactical retreat. I will generously spare your life today, he loudly proclaims, desperately trying to save face and not look cowardly. Nice try, buddy. Draken's eyes bulge out as Jin Woo completely vanishes. Slash, a clean, devastating hit across the chest. Crimson blood sprays. Absolute panic mode activates, because this is the very first time anyone has ever made him bleed his own blood. His vision goes completely crimson. The Grim Reaper is knocking. Just then, a chilling, dominant presence materializes right behind his scaly neck. The fatal blow is coming. But wait, the mighty dragon instantly faceplants into the dirt, sobbing, shivering, and throwing a massive pity party at death's door. He pathetically begs our ruthless king for a shred of mercy. I am just a poor little mercenary following orders. Before Jin Woo can finish this clown off, Dominique chimes in that the grunt forces are wiped out. But what on earth do they do with this massive crybaby? Sparing him? Nah, his body parts would fetch a fortune. With zero chill, Jin Woo aggressively wonders out loud, should I slice his throat or dissect his organs while he breathes? Hearing this absolute psycho talk, Draken shrieks and aggressively pledges his eternal loyalty. Jin Woo rolls his eyes hard. A pathetic traitor who easily stabs his previous boss in the back will obviously betray him the first chance he gets. But this overgrown lizard is so hilariously desperate, he literally swears upon the sacred graves of his mighty draconic ancestors. Boom! A blinding magical flash completely swallows the crying beast. Jin Woo blinks in utter confusion. Dominique smoothly explains the ancient lore. That is an unbreakable soul-binding vow, because these magical creatures, despite being arrogant jerks, they honor promises. Breaking this vow means his heart explodes in agony. Yet, she squints at the beast, absolutely roasting him. Where are your majestic wings, buddy? You look more like an overgrown gecko. Jin Woo glares at Draken, demanding the truth about the magic vow. The trembling lizard vigorously nods, crying that this is the absolute cost of their ridiculous draconic pride. Flashing a villainous smirk, Jin Woo accepts his new pet. Free meat shields are always useful. Fast forward a few delve-duff after obliterating the Scaly army. Preparation for the big boss battle takes a hilariously wild turn. Jin Woo has completely turned poor Draken into his personal, heavily abused crash test dummy, testing weapons on the closest biological match. But his tearful pet reveals a horrible truth. The boss is way thicker than him, and absolutely lacks any gaping, exploitable weak points. Jin Woo just grins, loading up a brand new weapon of mass destruction. Draken hysterically screeches that even if his scales hold up, the impact hurts like crazy. Zero empathy detected. The strike is coming. Dodge this, and your magic heart explodes from betrayal. Jin Woo trolls. Wham! He mercilessly smacks his scaly pet. Stop whining. Taking a beating is way better than becoming dragon steak. Just then, Rikshasha casually strolls into the dungeon and does a double take at the battered lizard. Wait, you guys know each other? She shrugs. We are mere acquaintances who barely speak. We operate in totally different circles. He probably forgot my name. Skipping the small talk, Jin Woo gets straight to business. Talk to me. What is the latest intel on the boss's massive army? The villains are gearing up for a full-scale war. You have exactly 1 month to brace for impact. Plus, she gives him a harsh reality check. There is zero chance you can build a troop strong enough to face those scaly nightmares. Jin Woo nods, totally unfazed. Those beasts survived hell for a decade, after all. So, Rikshasha pitches a wild, high-stakes strategy to win. Let us murder the mythical Blood Panther first. Looting its corpse for premium power gems is their only path to victory. Small, tiny issue though. Absolutely nobody has ever survived fighting that majestic death cat. So, she proposes a hardcore, 7-day farming grind for gems, but it is the ultimate gamble. A literal do-or-die wager. They either hit the jackpot, or the entire labyrinth collapses along with their corpses. Dominique enthusiastically backs this suicidal plan. Shrugging off the massive danger, our crazy main character instantly accepts the challenge. First step of the madness? A flawless tactical map. He immediately orders Rikshasha to get drafting. She salutes, promising to chart out the Blood Panther's deadly turf. With that, he shoos her away to work. Dominique tilts her head curiously. What is next, boss? Buying more overpowered human boomsticks? Nope, he casually shuts her down. Human toys are basically useless against elite monsters, and way too expensive. Leaving her completely bewildered, he smugly announces, I am off to raid my secret piggy bank. Be right back. Rikshasha grinds her cartography task, while our miserable dragon timidly begs for a bathroom break. 1 hour later, our greedy king arrives at the Paju gate, right where his shiny treasure stash is buried. Whipping out his maps, he commands the magical system to sync up. Ding! Process complete. Now finding his hidden power gems will be as easy as stealing candy from a baby. Back during the wild expedition, rushing from floor 1 to 3 took 4 exhausting days. Even while sprinting, crunching the brutal math of their travel time, a crazy idea sparks in his eyes. He orders his parasite to radar sweep every single gem in the zone. Calculating against the crawling speed of a dungeon baby, he deadpans a completely overpowered command. Buff my leg strength up by several dozen times immediately. Wait, no. Make that a 100 times speed boost. Flash step activated. He instantly vanishes, violently vacuuming up every low-tier gem in the area like a human tornado. Once his pockets are overflowing, he teleports back to his domain. The absolute first question, did my pet break anything? Dominique warmly reports a totally peaceful base. Catching up on his insane solo speedrun, he starts bragging that he literally speed ran from floor 1 to 3. Emptying his bottomless bag, Dominique's jaw drops at the colossal mountain of loot. The parasite acts as my treasure radar, but staring at around 4. But let's be real. A bunch of rank 1 and rank 2 meat shields aren't scratching the Draken's ridiculously thick scales, let alone surviving a full-blown war. Against that scaly, overgrown lizard? No chance. So, Jin Woo drops his hard-earned cash to upgrade the labyrinth a solid 1-month renovation project, assuming they even survive that long. Dominique warns him that Rikshasha might be capping, but our boy loves a gamble. Dumping 100 gems into the base, he preps to summon level 5 Naga Chads. He stashes some backup gems just in case. But wait, a wild option appears. Rank 4 Naga Gatekeepers, absolute beefcakes with the patience of a saint. These loyal bouncers won't open the VIP doors without his say-so. Pivoting his strategy, he summons them. Meanwhile, Rikshasha casually strolls up to his shiny new dungeon, sweating over the Scaly Dragon King's toxic master plan. That oversized gecko is digging a tunnel to the Blood Panther zone. In just 1 week, he'll breach it, and all hell will break loose. She doubts these slippery Nagas can survive the bloodbath. Suddenly, her doom-scrolling thoughts are violently interrupted by a massive Naga bouncer, screaming in her face. Smoothly, Jin Woo grants her VIP access and introduces his new guard dog. Handing over the map, she instantly spots his heavily buffed army. He flexes his secret stash of gems saved for a rainy day. Running the math, she realizes this upgraded squad might actually clap the Blood Panthers, but then he drops the ultimate troll move. Only he and his elite boy band will fight the Panthers. The rest of the army, placed on permanent house arrest. She is utterly flabbergasted. Even though Jin Woo swears his boys are battle-hardened veterans and the literal elite, she looks at them and sees a guaranteed game-over screen. He cheerfully adds he's joining the front line, but she's already planning their funerals. Sick and tired of her endless yapping and zero faith in his GigaChad squad, Jin Woo literally tells her to shut up. Alpha, move. Forced to comply, she glares in silence, internally roasting him for blindly trusting his suicidal meat shields. Flashing a charming smile, he asks if she's well-rested enough to play tour guide to the Panthers. Trapped by his logic, she reluctantly agrees, cursing her failed attempt at dodging this draft. Her whole, I need to go outside to draw maps excuse totally flopped. Now, she's stuck third-wheeling this suicide mission whether she likes it or not. Arriving at the danger zone, she nervously lectures them. Sure, Blood Panthers have paper-thin defenses, but their stealthy jump scares and ambush plays are absolutely broken. Jin Woo immediately smells her terror. Blushing in embarrassment, she admits she'd rather not become cat food, especially since these beasts have dominated the server for decades. Guiding them inside, her survival odds plummet to 0. Suddenly, a spine-chilling aura creeps up from behind. Expecting a monstrous predator, she completely freezes in pure panic. Plot twist, it's just Jin Woo whispering dangerously to her. Move and you die. Time for a spicy interrogation. She plays it cool, but his heavy accusations shatter her poker face. He hilariously brags about his dungeon's HR department offering paid time off and stellar benefits to monsters. She cringes hard, convinced a boss this soft must have an incredibly weak army. Yet, this underground native completely abuses the dungeon system. He's a ruthless protector of his squad. But right now, he's totally eyeing her like a suspicious imposter. She bats her eyelashes, playing the innocent mercenary card. But our boy already knows she's sliding into the Dragon King's messages, graciously giving her one last chance to confess. She smoothly admits she took the Dragon King's gig, hitting him with the classic, "If I were cheating on you with him, I wouldn't have told you," logic. Besides, she's supposedly spying for Jin Woo. He playfully accuses her of feeding him fake news. Pouting furiously, she vehemently denies it, right as he mischievously triggers his secret trap. He smirks, admitting her intel was legit, but that only makes him insanely curious. Why is this sneaky queen double-crossing two literal armies for fun? As she tries to defend herself, she demands proof of his wild claims. Ignoring her tantrum, he asks, "Ever heard of parasites?" She shivers, admitting she's only heard the gross rumors. Boom! He drops the ultimate troll card. He casually planted a piece of his own parasite inside her. She turns pale as a literal bug crawls under her skin, realizing she's been bugged. This whole time, horrified, she asks why he hasn't killed her yet. Staring deep into her eyes, he hits her with the ultimate riz. "Because I am fond of you." Flustered and thoroughly defeated, she screams that she doesn't care about him, or the Dragon King. She only wants revenge on the Spirit King. But suddenly, a terrifying chill paralyzes her. She slowly peeks over her shoulder. Looking like a sleep paralysis demon in parasite form, Jin Woo whispers, "Turn around, you die." She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for a fatal strike, but the blow never hits her. Instead, he shatters the camouflage of a sneaky blood panther lurking behind her. Talk about a misunderstood knight in terrifying armor. The beast's speed was broken, but Jinwoo's parasite vision is literal wall hacks. He lands a devastating critical hit, cracking the floorboards. Rikshasha's jaw hits the ground at his overwhelming, raw power. She totally thought he was just a buff human, but right now, he's a certified raid boss. Staring at her frozen state, he graciously offers her a free ticket to run away, but menacingly vows they'll chat later. "Next time, I won't let you open that pretty mouth," he threatens. Shivering, she fully accepts she's flirting with a literal, unhinged monster. After the chaotic scuffle ends, she awkwardly asks if he can still track the beast. He nods, wondering if the oversized kitty is taking a nap or chugging health potions. While he praises his parasite's overpowered cheat codes, the massive debuff hits hard. It's chugging his stamina bar like a sports drink. In just a few seconds, he'll be completely out of mana. He needs to speedrun this fight, but Rikshasha frantically screams as another stealthy blood panther viciously sinks its fangs into his precious mage. Dashing over, he bumps into a third one. Cursing wildly at these annoying respawn rates, he gets total Hellspider flashbacks. He furiously prays his parasite battery doesn't die mid-combo. Rikshasha dramatically draws her sword to join the party, but he brutally rejects her. Trolling her heroics, he tells her to sit on the bench while he solo carries this entire match. He orders her to never underestimate his squad again. Back at base, the Naga healer frantically wraps the mage. When a warrior anxiously asks for an update, the healer sweats, admitting the poor guy is basically at 1 health point. The warrior grabs the healer, warning him that Jin Woo has a massive soft spot for this mage. If he dies, they're doomed. Suddenly, a Naga warrior gets ambushed. He violently trades blows with a blood panther, but the oversized cat overpowers him, ruthlessly slamming his battered body against the cold dungeon wall. Coughing up blood, the warrior watches his bros getting absolutely clapped by a giant panther. One poor soldier is literally swallowed whole, spraying crimson pixels everywhere. Seeing his guild wiped, the warrior flashes back to his epic spawn day, the pride of being the very first Naga vanguard. Fired up with immense main character energy, he remembers his sacred blood oath to conquer the glory Jin Woo promised. Laughing in the face of death, he roars and charges the beast, absolutely determined to turn this impossible boss fight around. He slams the Blood Panther's jaws shut. Realizing his earlier mistake, he gets knocked back but charges right in again. The beast roars, desperate to rip him to shreds. He flinches, but wait, nothing happens. The secret condition is finally met. The Hall of Heroes answers this crazy warrior's plea, and suddenly, Homeboy literally bursts into glorious flames. "How am I a warrior if I need my king's protection?" he thinks, totally ashamed. Now, burning with literal fire and epic determination, he is ready to absolutely annihilate this beast. Even a double knockout is fine. Ding! The system announces his epic heroification. He fiercely pile-drives the monster right into the dirt, but the rabid cat lunges straight for his throat. Not today. He blocks its razor claws and rips it apart. After relentlessly slam-dunking the beast, he finally secures the kill. So much for the rumors of this kitty being invincible. They were dead wrong. Rikshasha's jaw drops, witnessing the Naga's magical glow-up. Wait, was this our handsome devil's master plan the entire time? She wonders, completely mind-blown. Did he bring a tiny squad, just for this? She shakes her head. That is impossible. Heroification only triggers when a beast has a life-altering epiphany. It is pure fate, not tactics. Some crazy trauma has to jumpstart the process. Literally, nobody can predict it, not even the hero. Yet, remembering his cocky smirk about trusting his troops, her heart skips a tiny beat. This maddening guy just never stops surprising her. Meanwhile, Jin Woo gets the system notification too. He has zero clue what heroification means, but who cares? It is time to unleash absolute havoc. Back to the action. Our blazing Naga warrior steps up to shield his bros. Suddenly, the bloody cat vanishes. Come, catch these hands at full force. Our scaly boy fiercely taunts. Rikshasha intensely analyzes the battlefield. Classic coward tactics, she notes, seeing the beast rely on cheap sneak attacks. Our fiery Naga gets super annoyed playing this stupid game of hide and seek. But our Gigachad, Jin Woo, stays ice cold. He can see everything. The bad news? The Naga must babysit his wounded friends, giving the monster an annoying edge. Suddenly, the battered Naga mage stands up. Sit your butt down, the healer scolds. No time for naps in a war zone, the mage retorts with an epic smirk. Out of nowhere, another pesky panther tries to ambush our warrior. Bam! The mage drops a clutch protective barrier over the squad. You are literally dying. Stop burning mana, screams the healer. Ignoring him, the absolute mad lad turns to the warrior. I spent every last drop of juice on this shield. Go wild and smash it, he declares. Feeling pumped, the warrior grins like a maniac. He cheekily asks the mage to shield the floor next. Confused, they stare at him. Instead of explaining, the mage straight up explodes the ground beneath them, launching a massive sneak attack on the kitty. Talk about a spicy meatball. He chucks a massive boulder straight down the beast's throat. Battered and out of breath, the panther swings wildly. The warrior effortlessly swats the desperate strike away. Brutal. He literally rips off the monster's own claw to use as a makeshift dagger. He refuses to let his prey escape. But then, the absolute audacity of this cat leaves him speechless. It cowers behind the mage's barrier. How pathetic can you get? Forgetting the mage is right there, the beast eats a magic blast to the face, while the warrior chokeslams its jaw with his tail. The cat tries one last pathetic swipe, so our boy literally bites it back. Limbs go flying in a hilariously brutal beatdown. After a torturous tossing around, the Naga finally puts the panther to sleep. Clap, clap, clap. It is our king, strolling in like an absolute boss. The scaly bro instantly drops to his knees. Jin Woo hits him with charismatic praise, saying, "You absolutely crushed it. I just wanted you to stall." The warrior, being a total humble pie, sadly points out they still lost a brother in this chaotic brawl. Jin Woo's eyes darken. Never disrespect the fallen. The warrior gulps, message received. The king drops a truth bomb. Rank means nothing. Gunner, soldier, or ghost, I value every Naga equally. Everyone fights until the bitter end. Stop carrying the whole world on your shoulders just because of some fancy title. Never underestimate your brothers ever again. The warrior furiously nods, promising to be a better bro. Meanwhile, Rikshasha watches this intensely. Instead of babying his new elite hero, Jin Woo just served him an ice-cold slice of reality. Now that is some serious king energy, she thinks, blushing slightly. Jin Woo then decides to drop a sweet reward for the hellish beatdowns. Out of nowhere, he bestows the name Qantas. The warrior is utterly paralyzed with joy. Jin Woo smoothly explains. Qantas was a legendary general. Boom. Not only does he get a badass name, but an instant promotion to army general. Cue the dramatic tears. Qantas swears absolute loyalty, practically screaming he would dive into the deepest pits of hell for his king. With the bromance successfully established, Jin Woo orders the squad back to the crib. Can you really drag that half-alive panther home? He asks, raising an eyebrow. Easy money, boss. They flex. He mourns the loss of the other loot, knowing they can not salvage the ruined pelt. But hey, jackpot. He scored the ultimate drop, a ridiculously rare Blood Panther heart gem. His trusty system immediately chimes in, whispering that he can harvest this juicy power. The catch? He has to grind tech trees in the smithy and lab first. Jin Woo groans, wishing for a simple plug-and-play gem. Instant gratification denied. This heart gem is totally locked behind crafting. Sighing, our guy turns his devastating gaze toward Rikshasha, who is awkwardly standing there instead of running for her life. Guess I passed your little test, huh? He smirks. She panic kneels, swearing she would never dare test him. Unimpressed by the cute fox flattery, his aura turns villainous. Finish the story. She nervously spills the tea. She wants the Scaly Dragon to smash this Naga labyrinth to farm exp. Only by leveling up can she finally avenge her family against the tyrannical Spirit King. Using a dragon for revenge? Peak troll behavior. Jin Woo already sniffed out the massive plot holes. When she blushingly admits leaving out details, he coldly cuts her off. I literally do not have time for your filler arc. He demands the Scaly Dragon King's exact coordinates. Gulping, she reveals the big bad has already marched out of his base and is only 5 days away from their doorstep. Jin Woo curses under his breath. 5 days? He thought they had a cozy 2-week vacation. That is absolutely not enough time to upgrade their defenses. Rikshasha gasps. Wait, you knew? Because of that spy parasite you planted on me? Our troll king bursts out laughing. Oh, that? I completely made that up. The bug was actually on me. Her jaw hits the floor. He played her like a fiddle with a blind guess. He winks. Do not act so shocked, sweetheart. You manipulate 2 different kings. She reluctantly pouts, admitting defeat to his galaxy brain tactics. I will give you one last chance, he purrs dangerously. But first, I am turning that dragon into boots. And hey, I will not murder you immediately, so whose side are you on? Pick him, and he becomes her personal revenge machine. Sweating profusely, she gives him puppy dog eyes, begging for just a little more time to decide. Just until the war ends? She squeaks. Zero hesitation. Jin Woo violently snatches her by the throat. Ah, the classic opportunist. She just wants to ride the winner's coattails. My patience is at 0, Foxy. Squeezing tighter, he demands her final answer right this second. Meanwhile, back at the Naga labyrinth, the squad is literally biting their nails, waiting for their Giga Chad leader. When he finally struts in, the crowd goes wild. Dominique rushes over, praising him for bagging a shiny new hero-tier unit. Have you met my boy Qantas yet? Jin Woo smirks. She shrugs hilariously. Why? It is the same dude from our basement. Jin Woo sweat drops. Oops, my bad. He looks insanely cool now. But Qantas has another wild idea. Our boy demands a proper greeting from Dominique, flashing that absolute boss energy. Naturally, Dominique looks utterly unamused by his grandstanding. Unbothered, Jin Woo pivots to Qantas. He casually drops the quest details. Dominique sighs, admitting they could play mad scientist with that Blood Panther heart, but their mage is out of commission. Jin Woo decides, just summon more. Except, oops, the ticking clock is showing 0 mercy. Dominique tilts his head, completely missing the vibe. So, Jin Woo drops the ultimate reality check, spilling the spicy tea about the looming war. Dominique absolutely loses his mind. Rikshasha was a filthy double agent? Jin Woo frantically plays peacemaker, insisting she's their bestie now. He nudges her forward to confess her sins, begging Dominique to swallow his massive pride. After all, they have a whole war to win. Next, he throws construction duty at Qantas. Build towers, set nasty traps, and whip those lazy soldiers into shape. Qantas puffs up his chest, boldly bragging that he will speedrun the entire project in 3 hours flat. Jin Woo sweat drops, begging him to choose quality over speed. When Dominique questions the boss's next crazy stunt, Jin Woo casually points upward. He is off on a loot run for shiny gems and overpowered weapons. He promises to drop a massive tactical masterclass on them when he struts back in exactly 3 days. Poor Rikshasha gets stuck with boring patrol duty. Flashing a trollish smirk, Jin Woo jokes that those terrifying scaly dragons are basically just oversized rats. Meanwhile, on the actual terrifying side, the Scaly Dragon King's army is marching like an absolute doom squad. Anaxis summons his monstrous hero-rank twins, Azarg and Urzarg. With barked orders, he unleashes them, demanding total annihilation of their targets. They must finish the job before the big boss arrives. Boom. The fated day of chaos crashes into the Naga Labyrinth front lines. The hostile takeover has officially started, as Dominique frantically radios our main guy. Squad is locked and loaded for the dramatic huddle. He pushes her forward. She lists their assets. 90 basic Naga grunts and 10 warriors, totally ignoring poor Qantas. Add in 6 snipers, 4 squishy healers, 5 mages, and 2 bouncers to protect the club. The hype train is leaving the station, but peeking across the battlefield, a nightmare wave of 121 scaly dragons. That is 100 sweaty soldiers, 18 beefy warriors, and 2 chunky mid-size beasts playing defense. Worst of all, their terrifying commander reeks of pure hero-rank energy. Jin Woo playfully points out that these scaly meatheads are strictly punch-first brawlers. Dominique nods, calling out their hilariously predictable fighting style. Jin Woo flashes back to Rikshasha's secret intel drop. She warned him, they pack insane tanky defenses and muscle power that could literally break mountains. But thanks to all that ridiculous bulk, they are blessed with one hilarious, fatal flaw. They are as slow as molasses. Ranged attacks? Absolutely zero talent there. Jin Woo smirks at these raging hotheads who charge at basically nothing, but Rakshasa threw a massive wet blanket on his parade, whispering a dark secret. The enemy actually found a cheat code to fix their slowness. Dominique's panicked screaming yanks Jin Woo back to reality. The vanguard is here. He wildly checks the labyrinth system. 2 agonizing hours left on the upgrade timer. Rakshasa's spicy intel was terrifyingly accurate. The meathead army is knocking at the door. Dropping the jokes, Jin Woo barks his orders. Everyone hits their marks to form an impenetrable wall of pain. Suddenly, a trollish light bulb goes off regarding that enemy hero. He dramatically summons Draken, who is absolutely fuming over Jin Woo's endless disrespect. And who could blame him? Being treated like a premium punching bag isn't exactly a glamorous lifestyle. With a devious grin, Jin Woo points at the enemy boss. He orders Draken to pick a fight. It is finally time for this grumpy lizard to prove his legendary dragon bloodline. Let the absolute chaos unfold. Draken blocks his former comrade's path. Recognizing him instantly, the hero-rank Scaly Dragons seethe with absolute rage. Wasn't this pathetic traitor supposed to be dead? He demands respect, reminding them they are enemies now, but they just burst out laughing. To them, he's just a pathetic, loudmouthed clown begging for mercy. Descendant of true dragons? What a joke. His weakness proves ancient dragon myths are pure garbage. Hearing this disrespect, Draken glares daggers at Ozark, warning him to shut his mouth. But Ozark just trolls him harder. Real dragons are extinct, idiot. Since scaly dragons share that distant bloodline, Draken is nothing but an oversized, pathetic yellow lizard to them. Did you crawl back to surrender, or do you actually want to die? They sneer. Scanning the battlefield, the enemy smirks. Those Naga foot soldiers? Absolute trash tier. However, those rearguard mages are suspicious. Mana is swirling around them. Sensing a trap, the scalily dragon commanders lock their eyes on that glowing backline. Wipe those Nagas out. The vanguard roars. Ursarg points his blade at the mages, barking at his squad to flank them, while he claims Draken's head himself. I'll make your death quick. Ursarg lunges with lethal speed. Clang! He gasps in shock. His elite blade bounces completely off Draken's impenetrable scales. He stabs frantically. Nothing leaves a single scratch. Jin Woo smirks. Our boy's stats have skyrocketed. He's tanking backstabs on purpose. Dominique watches with nervous anticipation. She bites her lip. Can he actually win? Jin Woo chuckles, his eyes gleaming. Draken is utterly terrified of dying. That cowardice birthed legendary survival instincts. He isn't just standing around like a punching bag. He's downloading their attack patterns. Exposing his back is a pure troll move to test their combat intelligence. Every single step is a masterclass in staying alive. Dominique's eyes widen in awe at his hidden strength. I knew it. Jin Woo smiles proudly. The second he bowed to me. Sweating bullets. Ozark realizes he messed up terribly. Roaring furiously, he detonates his full hero-class aura. But this arrogant fool has absolutely no clue who he's messing with. Thanks to Jin Woo, Draken is a total beast. Crack. Ursarg's precious weapon shatters instantly against Draken's Hero++ level defense. The enemy commander freezes in absolute terror. Enough playing around. Draken grabs the trembling commander. What was that nonsense you spouted earlier? Scaly dragons are superior? Draken's eyes glow with ancient fury. Let me show you what true dragon blood does. A blinding, devastating inferno erupts from deep within his throat. Boom! Hellfire swallows Ursarg completely. Howling in agony, he questions his entire existence. Aren't we supposed to be fireproof? Before he can complain, he turns into literal crispy ashes. Watching their elite leader get cooked, the front line loses its mind. They scramble to run, but the sub-commander violently kicks them forward. Keep pushing. Silence those mages right now. The desperate charge connects, striking down a Naga spellcaster. Dominique's heart races, leaning closely towards Jin Woo. Master, shouldn't we unleash the rain of arrows right now? But our legendary tactician just shakes his head calmly. Ammo is precious, my dear. He fully trusts his magic squad to hold the line, and his confidence is perfectly placed. Frost aura explodes from the backline. Airborne dragons are instantly impaled by devastating ice lances. Blood freezes midair as dozens drop lifeless. Yet, a few monstrous survivors crash down, only for massive gatekeepers to play baseball with them, tossing them back into the sky. The enemies howl in pure rage. A wicked grin crosses Jin Woo's face. Dominique, relay my orders. Have the big guys throw those lizards directly at their mid-tier troops. It's a deliciously evil bait and switch. Checking his mental map, Dominique softly reports that the center is totally locked down. Draken is absolutely carrying the mid lane, but the traumatized enemy forces are now splitting into a massive pincer attack. And Jin Woo's squad is severely outnumbered. Dominique nervously begs him to spring the trap, but he gently pats her shoulder. Patience. We need the fat fish, taking the bait first. He then commands his loyal Qantas. Hold the left flank with your life. Draken will crush the right. Their impenetrable defense cannot crumble here. Just as the tension peaks to a boiling point, a breathless, disheveled Rakshasa sprints up to our boy. Her voice trembles with absolute dread. The raid boss is here. The Scaly Dragon King's main army is marching right towards them. Earthquake. The ground violently shakes as the apocalyptic doom approaches. Staring through the dust, Jin Woo locks eyes with the ultimate nightmare. Anaxis, the immovable king. 300 heavily armed beasts, 150 standard grunts, plus an elite strike force. Worse yet, 30 mid-sized biological artillery dragons are locking onto their exact location. The stat difference is brutally unfair. Dominique gasps as King Anaxis raises his massive claw. Piercing war whistles shatter the silence. The overwhelming horde begins their deadly march. The ultimate clash has officially begun. Jin Woo's eyes burn with cold calculation. Anti-air units, focus fire on those flying pests. But then he pulls the ultimate troll move. Archers, keep your bows down. Dominique's heart skips a beat in absolute panic. Master, if that main vanguard reaches us, we will be completely wiped out in seconds. He smirks, exuding pure Sigma energy. Let them taste hope first. We wait until they are breathing down our necks. Trembling, Dominique monitors the front lines. Our mages are running on empty, she cries out. Their mana pools are completely drained from spamming shields. She begs him to push the button. He pauses, calculating the perfect microsecond. Send the mages underground. Now. Dominique's telepathic link flashes instantly. The mages drop their defensive barriers completely, preparing for the most devious counterattack in history. Unleashing final mana, they freeze the charging vanguard. The arrogant lizards suddenly stop. Wait, why is the ground frozen solid beneath their claws? Boom! The entire front line gets instantly glued to the icy floor. Slaughter them all. Qantas roars, initiating a brutal massacre. Rakshasa watches in complete disbelief. They fell for a fake dirt cliff? She gasps. A basic trap they could have dodged by just looking down. Jin Woo laughs like a gaming mastermind. The enemy king is totally blind. Anaxis has 0 patch notes on our boy's army. His scouting party got entirely deleted, and the only survivors joined Jin Woo's party. Talk about a complete intelligence blackout. The raid boss is fighting blindly. Casualty report. Jin Woo demands coldly. Dominique whispers, we lost 20 grunts and 1 elite warrior. But as for them, our cheese strat wiped out 20% of their entire army. But 250 bloodthirsty beasts still remain. Jin Woo narrows his eyes. Funnel them onto the narrow bridge. Create a deadly choke point. Qantas, Draken, and the massive gatekeepers become an unbreakable wall. This brilliant formation forces the enemy artillery to shoot aimlessly across the riverbank. Artillery damage is heavily mitigated. If anything flies over this line, delete it immediately, he barks. They absolutely cannot let a single rogue dragon break their backline formation. Dominique blasts the telepathic cheat code to the snipers. Aim directly for their chin. It's their critical hitbox. Rakshasa is completely mind-blown by his godly macro management. Where did you learn this? She trembles. Jin Woo smirks. Video games. Unfamiliar with PCs, she sits petrified, thinking humans simulate apocalyptic wars for absolute fun. They were literally just killing time. Now, everyone is eagerly waiting for the Scaly Dragon King to crash the party. Our boy Jin Woo is itching to unleash his show-stopping stunt. Before the main enemy wave breaches the second defense line, a chilling sensation creeps up Rakshasa's spine. Something feels incredibly wrong. Jin Woo immediately catches her sudden panic. Where are the champion or siege-class dragons? She wonders aloud. Boom! A massive explosion cuts her off. As the dust clears, a colossal beast violently shatters the right wall. Jin Woo's jaw literally drops at the absolute unit of a monster. Rakshasa confirms his worst fear. It is a siege-rank dragon. Our guy sweats bullets, because these titans are massive. We are talking hell spider levels of gigantic. If that behemoth takes another step, their base is toast. Suddenly, urgent intel arrives. Another Scaly Dragon squad is flanking from a hidden route. This surprise unit is packed with elite fighters, led by a terrifying hero-rank warrior. With enemies ambushing the rear and a siege dragon charging head-on, Jin Woo desperately tries to chill. Fall back to the second defense line, he bellows, commanding the archers to rain covering fire. He quickly pivots, barking frantic orders at Qantas and the heavy gatekeepers. Lock down that right flank, but Dominique politely objects. Qantas is a total rookie at the hero rank, and might just get crushed. She begs him to deploy the unstoppable Draken instead. No way! Jin Woo violently shakes his head. Draken is their ultimate meat shield. Moving him risks collapsing everything. Just then, Rakshasa smoothly steps into the tense conversation. I will back up Qantas, she declares, refusing to be a lazy bystander. Jin Woo hesitates, his protective instincts flaring up. You are not ready for a bloodbath, but she fiercely protests. Defeated by her stubborn charm, he finally caves. Fine, go help Qantas smash those elites. Pivoting to his next crazy idea, he orders Dominique to unleash the Blood Panthers onto the bridge. She instantly fires off the magic signal. Crack! The massive glacier towering behind the scaly dragons on the bridge suddenly splinters apart, echoing like thunder across the battlefield. The savage Blood Panthers burst out. Dominique panics, terrified these hungry beasts might just eat them instead. But Jin Woo, flexing his badass parasite form, flashes a totally cocky grin. I beat them once, I own them now. And he is absolutely right. The ferocious panthers literally tremble at his dominating aura, instantly lunging forward to brutally shred the scaly dragons. Our boy bitterly whines about starving just to heal these overgrown cats. They better buy us some precious time, he grumbles. Because right now, that nightmarish siege dragon demands his full attention. Perfect. The big lizard wants a piece of me. He dramatically shatters the wall, whipping out a comically giant warhammer. Time for blunt force trauma against that ridiculously thick armor. Don't blow your gas tank yet, Dominique scolds, reminding him the Dragon King is the final boss. I will try not to show off, he winks, before violently crippling the siege dragon. Time for a sneaky flank attack. But suddenly, Jin Woo freezes in pure shock. The beast completely ignores him. Run, Dominique, he screams, realizing the monster is actually hunting her. The titanic monster bulldozes forward, leaving our boy in absolute panic mode over his girl's safety. I am totally fine, Dominique's telepathic voice rings out, completely brushing off the danger. Plot twist. The siege dragon doesn't care about them at all. It wants the dungeon core. Realizing this is a literal game over, Jin Woo screams for Draken. The giant brute crashes onto the scene. Even Draken is sweating bullets, completely doubting his own strength. Bro, you are a literal dragon too, Jin Woo hilariously yells. Just yank that oversized lizard's tail away from the core. The dumb strategy actually works. Draken smirks, suddenly treating the monster like an annoying gecko. Just keep it busy until the king shows up, Jin Woo commands, quickly pinging Dominique for intel. She reports a massive win. The bloodthirsty panthers caused so much chaos that 2 Naga squadrons successfully fell back to safety. Now, they are locked in a fierce, bloody clash. Reality hits hard. 20% of their forces just got deleted by elite fighters. Furious, he quickly commands all magic casters and archers to aggressively focus fire on the hero-ranked troops. What about Qantas and my girl Rikshasha? He demands. They are isolated and catching absolute hell from the elites. But thankfully, the feral blood panthers are turning into the ultimate MVP support. Those savage cats are wiping the floor with the main force, forcing a humiliating retreat. Jin Woo assumes the panthers will just grab a snack and run, but Dominique smiles knowingly. These panthers have a taste for dragon meat now. They are slaughtering with terrifying efficiency. Soon, they will knock on the king's door. Meanwhile, the enemy troops are absolutely losing their minds. Realizing Jin Woo controls these nightmares sends the dragons into full panic mode. A panther roars, leaping for a juicy kill. But out of nowhere, the Scaly Dragon King violently snatches its jaw. How dare this filthy mutt touch royalty? The king's eyes burn with absolute fury. Unhinging his massive jaws, he violently unleashes a catastrophic sea of hellfire. Dominique's breath hitches in terror. That single, devastating fiery blast instantly vaporizes half of the left flank. The final boss has officially entered the chat. Across the blazing chaos, Rikshasha and Qantas recklessly charge their deadly opponent. The clash is a cinematic masterpiece. Blades dance with deadly precision as they trade heavy, bone-rattling blows. But in a heart-stopping split second, Rikshasha's guard violently shatters. A sickening slash tears across her arm. She stumbles aside, agonizingly clutching her bleeding shoulder. Qantas stands his ground like a brick wall, raising his massive sword while screaming her name. He desperately checks her condition. I am still breathing, she gasps, though her left arm hangs completely useless. Sasha grits her teeth, her proud facade cracking under the terrifying reality. These freaks are way too overpowered, she internally screams. If their king had joined earlier, it would have been an instant wipeout. The fierce elf and sturdy Naga warrior brace themselves. They glare at the smug dragon soldier twirling a terrifyingly long blade. Rikshasha's heart sinks. This guy isn't just brute force, he is a seasoned killer. Enter Urzarg, the legendary executioner. While they deal with this absolute monster, Draken is across the field, hilariously wrestling a massive dragon. Rikshasha instantly connects the dots. The big guy is aggressively stalling the siege conqueror. Amidst the roaring chaos, Jin Woo strikes an outrageously badass pose. Wielding a giant crusher, He flawlessly orchestrates the Naga army, like a grandmaster playing chess. Rakshasa smiles, finally understanding. He is totally conserving his ultimate energy to style on the king. But her awe is brutally cut short when an ominous, blinding yellow aura violently erupts right behind Qantas. Their brains completely short-circuit in shock. As the suffocating smoke clears, a mountain of pure dread emerges. Anaxis, the legendary Scaly Dragon King, has personally stepped onto the blood-soaked front lines. His majestic, terrifying presence makes his soldiers look like absolute ants. "Boss, the big bad is here," Dominique frantically transmits to Jin Woo, realizing the horrifying gravity of their situation. Rakshasa nervously eyes Qantas. The poor guy is running on fumes, yet he stubbornly growls that he will solo this beast. "You got this, big guy," she cheers, secretly terrified of losing. Qantas blushes at her unexpected praise, totally distracted for a hilariously dumb second. Meanwhile, Rakshasa tightens her grip on her chipped blade, reminding herself of their brutal, blood-soaked reality. "Just survive until Jin Woo carries us," she prays. The battlefield goes completely insane as Anaxis casually stomps, causing apocalyptic earthquakes. Smirking, Jin Woo fearlessly steps up to the plate. He stares down the skyscraper-sized king as epic dust tornadoes swirl. Argai hefts his weapon, ready to trigger the most legendary boss fight ever. But suddenly, a glowing blue screen interrupts. Ping. System alert. Rank 5 labyrinth upgrade, completing in 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Jin Woo tightens his grip, a devilish grin spreading. Anaxis narrows his eyes. The epic countdown has begun. The arrogant Dragon King smirked at the mere human before him. "Where is the cowardly Naga King?" he taunted. He even graciously offered to spare Jin Woo. "Join my ranks, little insect, and live." But Jin Woo just scoffed at the majestic reptile. "You are looking right at the Naga King, idiot." A terrifying bloodlust ignited in his cold eyes. Explosive aura surged wildly from his mortal body. He launched himself skyward like a shooting star. Swinging his mighty hammer with god-tier force, he brutally smashed the back of Anaxis's giant skull. Devastating shockwaves violently ripped through the entire cavern. Wait, what? The massive beast barely even flinched. This monstrous armor made Draken's scales look like cheap plastic. Zero weak points in sight. Yet, stepping down simply wasn't in our hero's vocabulary. Anaxis slowly turned his terrifying head, completely unfazed. "I clearly misjudged you, human," the beast rumbled. His merciful mood instantly vanished. Recognizing his opponent's true royal title, the mighty overlord finally got serious. Apocalyptic violet aura erupted, sending his own terrified minions running for their lives. Unbothered, Jin Woo gripped his hammer tight, his own power overflowing. The legendary clash escalated as the dragon unleashed hell. Boom! The ground shattered into pieces. Jin Woo desperately evaded the flying debris. How was this giant lizard so extremely fast? Left with zero options, he activated his predator combat form. His eyes flared ruby red. His stats skyrocketed. But the relentless king slapped him down like a pesky fly. Crashing brutally into the earth, Jin Woo slowly stood back up. The dust cleared. He finally fully surrendered to the parasite's dark power, a cursed power he desperately wanted to keep hidden. Suddenly, Anaxis vomited a blazing inferno, turning the battlefield into a literal oven. Far away, Dominique clutched her heart. Her sweet master was in terrible danger. Meanwhile, Draken desperately wrestled a lesser scaly beast. "Yeah, they might have pure enough blood to breathe fire," he grunted. Dominique practically screamed in frustration. Why drop that crucial trivia during a literal life-or-death crisis? Her heart raced, recalling his earlier secret about using a firearm. Would he finally pull the trigger? Back in the blazing inferno, our main character defied physics. He instantly cloned into two shadowy figures, dual-wielding heavy hammers. Bam! One shadow teleported right behind the beast. A devastating smash struck the back of the monster's skull again. Anaxis flinched hard, wildly thrashing his claws. But our slippery hero effortlessly dodged the clumsy counterattack. Suddenly, sinister tentacles erupted from his bare hands. Whipping forward, they mercilessly restrained the massive reptilian king. Jin Woo delivered another soul-crushing strike. The furious dragon desperately struggled, trying to break free from the grotesque bindings. But our guy was playing four-dimensional chess. His battle IQ was unmatched. With the parasite whispering sweet tactical data into his brain, he perfectly memorized the enemy's attack pattern. Absolute victory was practically guaranteed. He ruthlessly targeted the exact same microscopic weak point. Crack. He planned to shatter that impenetrable armor by exploiting the oversized lizard's embarrassingly slow reflexes. It was a flawless, troll-level strategy. However, He stayed extremely paranoid about another spicy fire breath. Suddenly, catastrophic violet aura exploded outward. The blast launched Jin Woo backward, completely vaporizing the surrounding terrain. Sliding to a halt, the beast finally acknowledged our hero's insane strength. "You are no mere human," the Overlord roared. Blinded by absolute fury, the dragon unlocked his deepest, darkest mana reserves. Sensing the apocalyptic energy, his loyal army hilariously noped out of there, running for their pathetic lives. Rick Sasha blinked, totally confused by the mass exodus. Urzog smirked, praising the magnificent Naga King. I honestly never thought I'd witness his glorious full power again. When asked if they should also pack up and run, Urzog just stared at the dangerously glowing warzone. "I can tank one hit. Just one." He chuckled darkly. "But honestly, I don't give a damn about living. To perish while watching his beloved master fight? That was pure romance." Jin Woo strangled the hilt of his weapon. The Overlord was literally mutating. Horrifying violet energy reshaped the beast into an unrecognizable, nightmare-inducing monstrosity. Seeing this gruesome evolution, Urzak practically screamed that survival was officially impossible. But our main character stood his ground like an absolute boss. Not a single flinch. A sickening shift rippled through his own veins. The system bells rang in his head. "Welcome to the boss fight's brutal Phase 2. Ping. Weakness detection skill activated." As the mutated giant leaned in, a beautiful map of glowing targets appeared all over its ugly body. The dumb lizard had completely sacrificed his impenetrable defense for raw, unadulterated attack damage. Sure, getting hit meant instant deletion, but the enemy was finally squishy. Suddenly, the monster completely vanished. Poof! Only a massive crater of pulverized rocks remained where the beast once stood. Jin Woo froze, his senses dialed up to 11. Patience was key. He needed one perfect opening. But then, the system interface frantically flashed blood red. A terrifying warning blared in his mind. Critical danger approaching. Smash! A massive force threw him across the cavern. He slammed brutally into the wall, shattering solid bedrock. Our hero was literally folded, buried deep inside a fresh pile of rubble. Clutching his pulverized arm, he gritted his teeth in agonizing pain. Dust choked the air. Zero time to cry. The monstrous boss lunged instantly, sick yellow claws aiming for a decapitation. Jin Woo desperately threw himself aside. Mid-air, he whipped out a razor-sharp counterkick, right at the ugly lizard's snout. The beast tanked it without blinking. Absolute fury radiated from the monster, as crackling yellow lightning aggressively danced around its horrific frame. Whoosh! A blinding beam of hellfire shot straight at his face, panic mode engaged. Using his creepy tentacles like emergency springs, he violently launched himself aside. The apocalyptic flames instantly melted the floor into a bubbling puddle of molten glass. Tumbling wildly through the scorching wreckage, our guy looked like he was running on 1% battery, absolutely exhausted. Yet, through sheer willpower, he forced his trembling legs to stand, muscles screaming, battle stance messy but defiant. Lungs burning for oxygen, giving up was simply forbidden. He desperately needed a winning strategy. "Dance for me, little worm," the Overlord mocked with a cruel, rumbling laugh, wriggling desperately just to delay your inevitable, pathetic doom. Jin Woo gave zero response. His parasite-infused fists clenched so hard they bled. Blazing wrath flooded his glowing eyes. Melee attacks were useless against that broken fire breath. Suddenly, the boss started spamming high-speed energy orbs like a toxic gamer. Cold sweat dripped down his face, illuminated by deadly yellow projectiles. Beep! Emergency system alarms went completely crazy, facing instant deletion. The inner parasite forcefully hijacked control, automatically pushing his brain into hyperdrive. Death was milliseconds away. Snap! A terrifying third eye violently tore open on his forehead, radiating pure, unadulterated madness. An ocean of chaotic bloodlust swallowed his sanity. He stood completely frozen, radiating silent demonic rage. He shifted his gaze through the suffocating dust. Yellow death magic painted the battlefield in eerie light. Then, the magic happened. Time itself seemed to hit the pause button. The terrifying dragon warriors were now moving like turtles swimming through thick syrup. His physical body felt incredibly heavy, stuck in the slow-motion dimension. Only his consciousness had accelerated. It was literally a built-in aimbot cheat code. Ding! A system window popped up, confirming his illegal brain speed. Passive skill unlocked. Extreme health steal. But he felt his own life force burning up as fuel. This edgy power was a massive double-edged sword. Rejecting caution, he explosively dashed toward the nearest frozen enemy mob. Playback resumed. Time aggressively snapped back to normal. Boom! The yellow death orbs carpet-bombed the zone, hilariously friendly firing the enemy warriors into pink mist. Smoke and flying bodies filled the sky, while the giant boss stood completely unfazed. A menacing yellow glow pulsed from the Overlord's scales. Suddenly, the smoke parted, and a volley of wooden spears launched like sniper bullets. Swish! The beast lazily swatted them away like annoying mosquitoes, standing proudly in the cavern's center. Enter Jin Woo, looking like a terrifying final boss. His squiggly tentacles wielded a dozen more deadly spears. The enraged beast charged forward with glowing yellow arm blades. Our guy didn't even blink. At the final microsecond, he gracefully backflipped away, slamming his weapons into the dirt. It was do or die before the buff expired. More spears rained down, doing absolutely zero emotional or physical damage. The beast slashed viciously, laughing at his cute, hopelessly naive attempts to pierce the impenetrable armor. System warning: brain overclocking. Pure, unhinged bloodlust leaked from his pores like dark aura. A sneaky tentacle quickly swiped his dropped warhammer. Consumed by madness, he literally wall-ran up the giant dragon's massive leg, heavy weapon perfectly primed. Bam! Bam! He ruthlessly crippled the monster's kneecaps and stylishly leaped back. The giant lizard shrieked in agonizing pain, spinning wildly. But Jin Woo's freaky third eye tracked him coldly. He was moving like a teleporting glitch. Ding! Acceleration still active. The angry boss swung a desperate hook, but our guy gracefully danced out of range. A brutal counterswing of the hammer smashed into scale and bone. Wait, what about that massive, super annoying tail? The Almighty King flinched, his giant body shuddering. Rickshaws dropped his jaw in pure shock. Way in the background, Qantas kept brawling. Dominique simply clutched her face, whispering bewildered prayers, witnessing the legendary dragon get completely humiliated. The impossible happened. The towering beast collapsed to its knees. Jin Woo stood over his prey, dripping with main character energy. Resting the hammer on his shoulder, he flashed a victorious smirk. "That pathetic kneeling pose perfectly suits you," Jin Woo sneered. "Now you know your place." Anaxis lowered his blazing yellow horns, as our main character mocked the oversized lizard. Golden energy erupted around Anaxis once more. "How dare a mere human defy me?" the beast roared, jaws unhinging for a devastating strike. But Jin Woo moved like lightning, his shadow tentacles surging forward. The appendages shoved explosive packs deep into the dragon's throat. Azure energy crackled along the tentacles. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a blinding flash erupted, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. Thick dust billowed as Jin Woo shielded his eyes. Standing amidst the suffocating smoke, he gripped his heavy warhammer. "That should be enough," he exhaled, confident he had finally exposed the beast's fatal weakness. But out of the shadows, Anaxis lunged with jaws wide open. Jin Woo froze in absolute shock. He barely triggered his accelerated consciousness as terrifying red system warnings flashed. Parasite shutting down. The monstrous jaws clamped shut, swallowing Jin Woo whole along with the shattered earth. Trapped in the pitch-black abyss, our desperate hero braced against the crushing roof of the mouth, utterly refusing to perish. His eyes blazed with unyielding defiance as he roared. Then, with a sickening, thunderous crunch, the beast snapped its jaws entirely shut. Watching from a distance, Dominique collapsed to her knees in pure devastation. Unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding, she whispered her master's name, her eyes wide with shattering disbelief. Standing victorious, Anaxis unleashed a terrifying grin, declaring that the human king had finally fallen. But then, a system countdown echoed through the darkness. The Rank 5 labyrinth upgrade had commenced. Suddenly, a glorious notification chimed. The Rank 5 evolution was complete, instantly restoring his health and his dormant parasite. Without warning, the earth beneath Anaxis ruptured, the entire cavern violently convulsed. Dominique and Draken stumbled as the shockwaves hit them, while a new system window announced that the labyrinth territory had massively expanded. Serpentine scales materialized near the entrance as sinister green flames roared to life. The battlefield had officially become the Naga Labyrinth, granting all Naga forces a devastating 30% power boost. Meanwhile, within the beast, Jin Woo violently wrenched the dragon's jaws open with godlike strength. Fully restored and blazing with furious aura, he burst free from the creature's maw. Panicking, Anaxis slashed forward with razor-sharp, glowing yellow claws. The monster was certain that victory was already secured, but Jin Woo stood completely unbothered. Then, unleashing an aura of pure wrath, he launched another barrage of deadly explosive packs directly at his enemy. The shadowy tentacles forced the payload straight into Anaxis's gaping mouth. Surging with lethal azure lightning, Jin Woo detonated the charges instantly. A catastrophic explosion violently ripped through the monster. The deafening blast echoed endlessly as Anaxis shrieked in soul-crushing agony. Jin Woo landed gracefully, steadying his stance against the earth. He knew mere explosives wouldn't kill a king, but it was exactly what he needed. The fatal weakness was finally exposed, and he was determined to end this. In a flash, he obliterated the Flood Dragon's flank, ripping its arm off mid-strike and snatching its weapon before it even fell. This blade was the perfect instrument of execution. Wasting zero time, Jin Woo spun like a deadly hurricane, mercilessly purging the hero-level monsters from his labyrinth. Sasha could only watch the massacre in utter disbelief. How could their master obliterate such terrifying threats so effortlessly? The brutal slaughter of their vanguard sent a violent ripple of bloodlust through the remaining lesser champions, who pushed forward one by one. They hurled themselves at Jin Woo, thirsty for blind vengeance. But our protagonist discarded the blade entirely. Extending his bare hand, his shadow parasite reacted with lethal precision. In one terrifying, fluid-sweeping motion, he snatched every single enemy straight out of the air. His subordinates watched in awe as their master crushed an elite squad like pathetic insects. Jin Woo then demanded a proper blade from Qantas, who instantly complied. The moment Jin Woo gripped the hilt, Rakshasa screamed a warning of an incoming fatal strike. Without a second of hesitation, Jin Woo triggered thought acceleration, freezing the world into agonizingly slow motion. The horrific side effects could wait. Right now, only absolute execution mattered. Devastating energy sparked across his entire frame, transforming him into a beacon of sheer destruction as Jin Woo charged at blinding speed. Unimaginable power flooded his veins. A catastrophic flash of light shot toward the Scaly Dragon King. Anaxis arrogantly tried to catch Jin Woo midair, but his massive hand was instantly blown to pieces. Our hero relentlessly battered the king. Agonized flames involuntarily spilled from the dragon's throat. But Jin Woo showed zero mercy. With one final, devastating lunge, he carved deep into the beast's armored neck. The strike wasn't lethal enough, and the king believed he would survive. Thinking it was merely a flesh wound, the beast prepared a lethal counterattack. But Jin Woo never gave him the chance. Blade after blade rained down in a relentless, explosive barrage. Jin Woo prepared the ultimate execution strike. Channeling every ounce of his soul into a single swing, he fulfilled his violent promise. The blade cleanly severed the dragon's massive neck. Yet, even decapitated, the Dragon King refused to surrender, bound by his overwhelming ego. His pride would never accept death by a mere human's hand. The headless body thrashed wildly, obsessed with grasping victory at any cost. It prepared to burn through the absolute last reserves of energy from its entire hoard of down gems. Suddenly, a chilling system request echoed. The parasite hungered to devour the fallen king. Jin Woo coldly granted permission. A colossal, nightmarish parasite head erupted forward, viciously clamping down onto the dragon's severed neck. With one sickening, world-shaking crunch, it devoured the remains entirely. The battlefield fell dead silent in stunned disbelief. Rakshasa trembled, unable to comprehend how a mere human just cannibalized the legendary Scaly Dragon King. Dominique beamed with overwhelming pride, deeply thrilled by her master's absolute, terrifying ruthlessness. A glowing system message materialized. You have successfully absorbed the core of the Scaly Dragon King, Anaxis. Dominique practically vibrated with pure excitement. The parasite violently pulsed with unearthly new strength. Before Jin Woo could even react, it encased his body, forging an impenetrable suit of armor. A legendary ability awakened, Harden. This miraculous skill granted him the legendary defense of a dragon. With the absolute master of the labyrinth finally dead, the summoned dragon army began evaporating into ash. Desperate tiny worker, Nagas, rushed forward to protect their new core. But their frantic efforts were entirely in vain. The towering beasts that once dominated the battlefield crumbled to dust, one by one. Even the colossal siege beast dissolved into thin air, violently flinging the helpless workers to the ground. Jin Woo didn't hesitate for a single second. Burning through his remaining down gem energy, he unleashed his elite Naga fighters. Pointing forward with chilling precision, he demanded absolute annihilation. There would be zero survivors today. His loyal Naga warriors surged forward, hell-bent on making every remaining enemy suffer a truly agonizing demise. Amidst the glorious slaughter, our protagonist shifted his gaze to a newly generated system window. It officially declared his total victory over the Scaly Dragon Labyrinth. His terrifying influence was now stretching across the entire underworld. A glaring red notice cemented the truth. The ancient dragon's domain had permanently fallen. It was fully replaced by the newly born Naga Labyrinth. Any surviving scaly dragons were now bound as eternal slaves. Far away, in a distant domain, Malaxis, the king of the hammer and anvil, received the impossible news. He pondered the shattering fall of the ancient beast, questioning what nightmare could pull off such a feat. Elsewhere, Hekarim, the king of wanderers, coldly noted that Anaxis had relied entirely on raw strength. That pathetic overconfidence was his doom. That fatal arrogance had undeniably cost him the war. Death was an inevitable destiny. Resting high on a floating cloud, Ariane, the queen of illusions, lazily smiled, amused that the loudmouth dragon was finally erased. Deep in the rotting swamps, Corinthus, the marsh king, absorbed the chilling reality. Even with his naturally cautious instincts, the dragon had been utterly crushed. Such a brutal defeat could only stem from blinding, foolish arrogance against an unknown godlike power. In a vastly different region, Usio, the king of gluttony, felt a dangerous chill. He realized this deadly new threat was drawing uncomfortably near. With the Dragon King violently dethroned, the balance of power had completely shattered. Surely, the King of Spirits wouldn't stay silent after this. Somewhere deep in the abyss, a booming voice commanded his legions to scout the newly conquered territory. Standing imposingly before a massive, blood-red cross, stood a towering monk adorned in a majestic headdress. Valakui, the ominous king of the dead, prepared his own terrifying labyrinth. Back at ground zero of the apocalyptic battle, Jin Woo calmly rested on a shattered stone, surrounded by trembling Naga workers. "How did the final cleansing go?" he asked casually. Dominique respectfully bowed, reporting that the large dragons were fully exterminated, and the Naga handled the rest. However, the glorious victory had cost them 50 loyal soldiers. Jin Woo rested his chin on his hand, heavy with the realization that half their army had been wiped out. "We need to build a grand cemetery for them," he softly ordered. Dominique smiled with boundless devotion. "We could have never survived this without you, my king." Without his grand entrance, their vanguard was utterly doomed. Dominique praises this legendary clash outnumbered 5-1. Jin Woo orchestrated an absolute masterpiece of a victory. She honors their fallen comrades. She prays for their eternal glory. Watching from the shadows, Rikshasha silently agrees that catastrophic dragon's breath claimed far too many innocent souls today. Remembering the surviving beasts fleeing down the rocky gorge, she does the math. Jin Woo's forces decimated over 200 scaly dragons, sacrificing barely 20 warriors, an unbelievable power gap, an impossible triumph. Rikshasha's heart flutters as she showers Jin Woo with awestruck congratulations. Our main character casually checks on her injuries, prompting her to reveal a jagged scar. Waving off the healed wound, she drops a massive truth bomb. With the Scaly Dragon King annihilated, the labyrinth's beating heart its core lies completely defenseless. Jin Woo and Dominique's eyes widen. Merely slaying the boss isn't the end. They must claim the core before this treacherous dungeon crowns a new master. Plus, those giant lizards conveniently excavated a direct shortcut. This tunnel connects straight to the Naga domain, putting the core just half a day away. Jin Woo nods, his gaze hardening. "Pack it up," he commands. "We march immediately. Sleep is for the weak." Suddenly, someone gripes about their severe labor shortage. Right on cue, a shady, dark merchant pops up, eagerly offering his trollish services. Qantas glares, utterly annoyed. He roughly drags the hooded hustler forward, caught lurking by the bridge. Recognizing the mischievous imp, Jin Woo orders him freed. It is the exact same greedy merchant from before. Staring directly at our overpowered hero, the merchant shamelessly flatters the war victor. He dramatically waves his tiny arms. What kind of conqueror abandons a battlefield without claiming epic loot? He points at the colossal, headless dragon carcass, hyping it up as the ultimate trophy. Jin Woo realizes this sly imp wants to buy the Scaly Dragon King's remains. The monstrous body is perfectly intact. Jin Woo casually permits the merchant to scrap everything except the prime meat and tough scales for building. The merchant squeals gleefully, praising his flawless hustle. Out of nowhere, the merchant whips out a mysterious small box, claiming he holds a legendary delivery for Jin Woo. Resting inside is a breathtaking gold ring, pulsing with green energy. It is an authentic Baron's seal. Dominique gasps in pure shock. A system notification flashes. Jin Woo has officially acquired the Underworld Baron's seal, an absolutely unprecedented artifact. This legendary rank is exclusively awarded to Labyrinth Masters, proving their worth outside the Geyser Lands. The system prompts, "Accept the title of Baron." Without hesitating, our boy hits accept. Boom. The system upgrades the Naga Labyrinth into absolute baronial territory. Filthy underworld beasts can no longer trespass. Better yet, Jin Woo can now aggressively tax people and establish knights. He has officially gained lower-class noble prestige. Our main character scrolls through glowing windows in absolute awe. Rikshasha is stunned, who receives a legendary noble seal from a random wandering merchant. Smirking, the merchant claims he merely acted as a delivery boy at the dungeon's entrance. Narrowing his eyes, Jin Woo interrogates him. Why lure them here specifically? The greedy imp spills. Because the king perished far from its core, this labyrinth remains perfectly intact and insanely valuable. The merchant slyly suggests auctioning it for a monstrous fortune. Jin Woo dramatically pauses. Who said I was selling anything? He deadpans. While the merchant frantically panics, Jin Woo unleashes a roaring command. His loyal Naga warriors surge forward, the colossal undead dragon following. Loot the essentials and obliterate the rest, he orders. Pure chaos erupts. The Nagas brutally dismantle the dungeon while the merchant tragically shrieks that surviving labyrinths are incredibly rare. If pulverized, this magical structure might vanish forever. Standing like a boss before the crumbling ruins, our guy hits him with a cold smirk. That is exactly the plan. The merchant wails that the world will fear this new baron's destructive nature. Jin Woo could not care less. A system window flashes. 7th rank core secured, holding 5,400 points. An absolute jackpot. Clearly, that arrogant boss never fathomed defeat. Gripping the brilliantly glowing orb with both hands, Jin Woo ruthlessly decides to drain every single drop of its power. The merchant watches in pure agony. Without mercy, Jin Woo commands the system to deactivate and dismantle the core. The notification brightly declares the Scaly Dragon labyrinth is completely annihilated. Catching the now lifeless orb with one hand, he coldly watches it fall. He refuses to let another nightmarish labyrinth spawn from this cursed soil ever again. The merchant collapses dramatically. Decades of priceless magic. Vanished, he cries. Supported by his loyal assistant, Jin Woo hits the merchant with a trollish grin. Do not cry yet, he smirks, pointing at his army. He offers to sell their battered scaly dragon armor before the Nagas accidentally smash it too. The merchant sighs, visibly frustrated. Suddenly, an urgent voice calls out to our hero. It is Rikshasha. She drops a bombshell. A whole tribe of horned rats had been enslaved inside this dungeon. She discovered them cowering desperately in the ruins. Behind her, tiny beasts appear. These terrified, horned little creatures refuse to make eye contact, shivering violently before Jin Woo. Rikshasha suspects dozens more are hiding and asks for his grand judgment. Our guy blinks, bewildered. Then, a brilliantly capitalist idea strikes him: free labor. Rikshasha sternly commands the rats, announcing that the terrifying man standing before them is the all-powerful master of the Naga labyrinth, the exact legend who utterly slaughtered the Scaly Dragon King and seized noble status. She ruthlessly warns them, to survive, they must immediately grovel before the Baron's overwhelming might. Jin Woo admires his glowing ring as his terrifying Baron's authority activates. The sheer pressure of his noble aura completely crushes the horned rats. Instantly, every creature violently faceplants, groveling. Raising one hand majestically while gripping the dead core in the other, he projects his absolute dominance. He dramatically announces that after obliterating the king of the Scaly Dragons, he initially scoured this dungeon for epic loot. But now, he only requires minions who prove their absolute worth. Anyone deemed useless, he casually threatens, will be vaporized without warning. He violently snatches a rat by the collar, causing the horde to squeak in absolute terror. He openly roasts them, surviving years in this hardcore dungeon but too weak for tools. Half of them are skin and bones, while the rest look ready to drop dead from disease. He openly questions their pathetic efficiency. Dangling the terrified rat, Jin Woo states, dragging walking corpses on an expedition will only cause a plague. The rats completely panic, dramatically whispering that their doom has arrived. After serving that tyrannical dragon their entire lives, they silently wonder if immediate death is better than this torturous existence. But out of nowhere, our utterly unpredictable troll of a main character loudly commands that these rats be fed. Gently cradling the stunned rat, he orders Rikshasha to build them proper shelters. 3 massive meals a day, mandatory beauty sleep, and a strict temple quarantine for the sick ones. A full recovery protocol. Rikshasha frantically scribbles down his bizarrely humane demands. The paranoid rats instantly start murmuring, convinced this terrifying human just wants to dramatically fatten them up. Overhearing their ridiculous conspiracy, Jin Woo facepalms hard. He bluntly declares that dead workers have zero productivity. Guarded by massive Naga warriors, he vows nobody dies today except by nature. He confidently announces the ultimate modern work system. Once healed, they get 3 meals, 8 hours of sleep, 5 hours of leisure, and a 2-day weekend. If they speedrun tasks, they unlock bonus rest time. Staring down at these pathetic creatures, Jin Woo drops some modern CEO wisdom. Proper food and rest equal explosive strength. Overworking minions is terrible management. Suddenly, he decides to grab an employee. Meanwhile, The greedy black merchant throws a massive tantrum, screaming at assistants to stop trashing valuable loot. Instantly, shadowy tentacles abruptly snatch a worker. Poof! The troublemaker vanishes instantly. The merchant freezes, completely speechless. Jin Woo dangles his adorable little worker from one hand. He casually shows the trembling rats the ultimate fate of all troublemakers. The rodents stare in absolute terror and awe. What on earth is that majestic creature? One brave rat whispers something about a chubby little bug, but Jin Woo instantly shoots that down. It is definitely not a bug. It is a proud naga, he declares this squishy guy as his personal minion. Its tiny tail sways pitifully. He hoists it up alongside a cheeky rat caught pinching its cheeks. Listen up. Food, sleep, and breaks are absolute necessities here, not luxuries. And for outside missions, a fierce Naga guard will escort you. Jin Woo grandly declares their new fate. Welcome to the Naga labyrinth, you furry minions. Overcome with pure emotion, the gray rats drop to their knees, tears flowing. They crown him their eternal king, swearing absolute loyalty. All hail the supreme ruler of the Naga. While they grovel, Jin Woo casually looks away. Rikshasha trots over, pointing out the flood of rodents crawling from the shadows. He just nods calmly. The more the merrier. We have an absolute mountain of food anyway. Turning to his furry fan club, he drops the ultimate reassurance. Your days of terror are officially over. No more running from those oversized, scaly lizards. Raising his arm with his tiny assistant still hopelessly dangling there, he welcomes them to the family. The supreme boss even promises them premium dragon steaks. Ding. The system gleefully registers 176 new rat minions. But wait, they need food and water. Math time. One dragon feeds 16 rats. 2 days later, deep underground, Jin Woo flexes the stolen dragon core. Time to smash it right into his own labyrinth. The system nervously chimes in. Are you sure? 2 cores might trigger crazy side effects. Jin Woo just smirks. Nobody else had the guts, but he absolutely does. Without missing a beat, he orders the system to slam the big red button. Ding! The primary rank 5 Naga core and the secondary rank 7 Dragon core instantly start merging. Blinding light swallows the entire hall. The main core energy wildly spikes from 1,700 up to 25 points. The Dragon core plummets from 7,000 right down to 25. Ding! Warning. Energy overload detected. Jin Woo suddenly takes a 29-point nosedive. Panic mode activated. Grinding his teeth in pure agony, he screams at the system to stop. That is 1,000 gems completely wasted. The stubborn system finally chills out and begins sinking. Estimated wait time, a solid 7 days. Jin Woo dramatically massages his temples. Welp, no turning back now, the damage is already done. Hey, at least 25 points is a decent little bonus. Patience is a virtue, right? Pivoting to Dominique, he asks for the rat health report. She smiles, confirming the furry little guys are bouncing back. Some are still totally suspicious of his suspiciously nice behavior. They have never experienced nap time before. Jin Woo gazes off, feeling a twinge of pity. Working non-stop from birth? Absolutely brutal. Dominique playfully bets they will relax once they learn the new routine. Still skeptical, Jin Woo praises her proactive room planning. It is a tad tiny though, so renovations are mandatory. Cue Dominique wiping away a highly exaggerated fake tear. The sweet loot from the war is almost perfectly sorted. They literally mined gems straight out of those dead lizards. Warehouse at max capacity? Just chuck the rest in the freezer. Qantas randomly chimes in about more incoming meat deliveries. The exhausted mages are officially demanding a nap. Jin Woo raises an eyebrow, asking for the final body count. Dominique proudly reads the totally absurd receipt. 176 warriors, 47 heroes, 4 raiders, and 10 massive conquerors. Behind them, gigantic dragon popsicles are literally just lying around. Lounging like an absolute boss on his throne, Jin Woo smirks. Thank the heavens, those mages are basically walking freezers. The rotten smell would have been a biological weapon. Dominique happily flexes their gem stash. 236 low, 72 mid, and 8 juicy high-rank gems. Jin Woo frowns, clearly disappointed by the weak flex. But wait, there is a legendary drop. His eyes sparkle like a greedy goblin. Where did that come from? She dramatically reveals it was not from a siege warrior. Holding up a breathtakingly flashy purple and red rock, she smirks. This spicy little treasure belonged to a blood leopard utterly wrecked by the dragon boss. Ding. System confirmation. High-rank blood leopard heart acquired. Its true, absurd value can only be unlocked in a proper lab or forge. Jin Woo drools over the shiny object with massive interest. Giving Dominique a cheeky thumbs up, he praises her top-tier looting skills. This sparkly lifesaver is definitely going to refund all their lost energy. Scooting closer, Jin Woo swipes through the system screens. The messy cleanup phase is officially history. Time for some aggressive real estate expansion. Hovering over the magical labyrinth map in the main hall, he grins at their massive new territory. Thanks to that chaotic brawl, they successfully stole the bridge. He aggressively taps the map, marking shiny new borders for epic gates. Ding, ding. His wallet instantly cries as the system demands 80 gems for gates and 40 for walls. Channeling his inner city planner, he aggressively redesigns the layout. Barracks, farms, and the sweaty training yard, shove them left of the lake. A lab, a majestic temple, a fiery forge, and obviously, a fully stocked bar. Our glorious boss man pokes an empty patch on the glowing map. This premium real estate, housing for the rats and Naga. But right before he can finish his epic monologue, Dominique cutely interrupts him with a spicy suggestion. Boss, why do you not have a swanky VIP lounge for yourself right by the hall? Jin Woo literally tilts his head like a confused puppy. Is that really necessary? But Dominique gets totally fired up, pointing out his elite status. You are the Supreme Lord, but even you need nap time, she dramatically gasps, calling it an absolute crime for such a breathtaking boss to only have one stiff throne. Blushing furiously, Jin Woo waves his hands in pure defeat. Fine, fine, build the VIP lounge. Dominique suddenly covers her blushing face, completely freezing up. The romantic tension spikes. She hesitates for an agonizingly long second, nervously avoiding his intense gaze. Then she frantically blurts it out. Qantas wants a shiny reward for squashing those gross spiders. He is demanding private VIP rooms for every high-ranking Naga. Jin Woo squints at her, totally sensing the weirdly flustered vibes. Why is she talking at light speed? Rubbing his chin like a scheming villain, he chuckles. Completely unexpected. He totally assumed that meathead Qantas would just beg for sharper swords. But before he can even finish his thought, Dominique aggressively crashes back into the chat. Fancy private bedrooms will skyrocket their morale way better than boring weapons. Swiping through the blue system screens, Jin Woo slowly nods like a proud dad. Actually, that is genius. Note to self. Buy Qantas a beer later for the big brain idea. Suddenly vibrating with chaotic energy, Dominique flashes a sly, teasing smile. Hey boss, maybe a cute girl should hand-deliver that thank you note instead? It totally beats getting a bro hug from you. She wiggles her eyebrows, implying Qantas would be absolutely thrilled. Resting his chin on his palm, Jin Woo just bursts into laughter. Go crazy, matchmaker. He totally leaves the trolling to her. Zoom. Dominique literally leaves a dust trail as she sprints off to start the spicy construction plans. Jin Woo watches her vanish, a soft smirk playing on his lips. Man, absolutely nobody knows how to chill in this chaotic base anymore. The entire underground kingdom is evolving at completely terrifying speeds. Lounging confidently on his massive throne, a fiery aura flares around him. From this day forward, the Naga Labyrinth will become an absolutely unstoppable fortress. But taking breaks is for losers. They cannot just coast on their fancy new reputation. They need to grind until they hit God tier. Meanwhile, miles away from this wholesome dungeon building, absolute terrifying chaos erupts. Hunters are literally sprinting for their lives, screaming that this boss is way above their pay grade. A squad of brown-robed newbies scrambles desperately through the creepy shadows. A spearman hysterically shrieks that the level 8 veterans just got completely wiped out. Through the dense fog, a massive feline monstrosity is absolutely shredding a fallen hunter. Tears stream down their terrified faces. This raid is completely scuffed. That overgrown kitty was supposed to be a cowardly trash mob, but this beast missed the memo. It slowly lifts its blood-soaked jaw, locking onto them with terrifyingly bright orange eyes. A hunter absolutely loses his mind. This psycho was supposed to be a pathetic, defenseless prisoner. Cut back to Jin Woo, casually strolling into a dusty bike shop. Plot twist. The greedy appraiser is practically begging for an escort down to floor 7. Jin Woo instantly goes into interrogation mode, demanding the juicy details about this mysterious underground level. Old man Beck is dramatically clutching his bald head at his desk. He is literally surrounded by sparkling rainbow gems, but the greedy boomer is still pouting. Beck drops shameless, heavy-handed hints, aggressively trying to bait Jin Woo into a gem-grinding quest. But Jin Woo shuts that nonsense down instantly. Bro, I just hauled a massive Santa sack of gems for you. Besides, who says those shiny rocks did not come from floor 7 or deeper anyway? Our overpowered protagonist is absolutely not running fetch quests today. Beck massaged his throbbing temples, looking completely defeated. He begged our main character, Jin Woo. Bro, just toss me a bone. He desperately needed fake proof of an expedition. His annoyingly persistent client wouldn't back off. The 7th level was literally hell's front porch. Even for a shameless money grabber like Baek, he wouldn't send some random newbie to die. Jin Woo playfully flexed his heavy bag of gems. Haven't I risked my handsome face enough? But Baek dodged the question like a pro. Suddenly, he dropped a brand new, sketchy piece of intel. Figuring our boy could relate, Baek dropped a forbidden word, beast hybrids. Jin Woo instantly pictured those ugly horned rats, but Baek aggressively shook his head. No, not those gross things. Think cute anime girls with fluffy tails and ears. They were literal walking waifus. And of course, creepy rich elites were obsessed, hoarding these adorable hybrids like ultra-rare collectibles. Sickeningly, these collectors treated them like absolute toys. Jin Woo's protective instincts flared up. Are they basically underground slaves? He demanded. Baek just shrugged. Hey, humans won the war, losers weep. Jin Woo frowned, comparing them to tragic dungeon babies. Was there really a difference? Baek smirked, playing the ultimate capitalist. That's just business, baby. Even the mighty Expedition Association had a secret hybrid hunting squad. This entire setup smelled like utter garbage to Jin Woo. He glared intensely. Are you seriously asking me to kidnap a waifu for them? Sweating bullets, Baek furiously waved his hands. No. I don't need you to play the bad guy. He just needed Jin Woo's godly footprints on the 7th level. A simple check-in record. Baek shamelessly promised to fund the entire operation's expenses. He promised a mountain of fat cash. It's a low-level zone, I swear. Baek lied smoothly. I just can't send mere mortals to get clapped. Jin Woo let out the heaviest, most exhausted sigh. Fine, but I'm only tagging the 7th level and dipping. It was an easy carry. Baek collapsed in pure relief. You are literally my savior, he cried, tears of joy. Now Baek just had to troll his client with a big fat zero capture report. You have a comfy 2 months, he added. Suddenly, our boy flipped the script. Know anything about the Scaly Dragon King labyrinth? Baek blinked. Totally caught off guard. You mean that legendary level 9 death trap? The one owned by that cowardly boss, Anaxis? Finally, Jin Woo got the spicy intel he was digging for. Mission accomplished, our hero teleported back to his beautiful subordinate, Dominique. She greeted her master with heart-fluttering devotion. Did I miss any drama? He asked with a charming smirk. She shook her head softly. No crazy disasters, she smiled playfully. But she did have some juicy base-building updates. Jin Woo gave her an encouraging nod. With goofy horned rats hustling behind them, Dominique proudly shared her management report. The rat minions were actually behaving. Jin Woo breathed a sigh of relief. However, Dominique pouted adorably. They are seriously slacking compared to our Naga squad, she complained. Like, 40% slower. Jin Woo tilted his head. Are the poor guys just burned out? Dominique giggled. No, Rishasha says it's just their tiny body syndrome. Those little guys were built for sneaking, not digging massive, epic dungeon tunnels. Our boy rubbed his chin, planning his next big brain move. Then Dominique dropped the real hype. Master, the Bloody Panther heart will be ready in 3 days. She beamed, excited for the forge upgrades. Jin Woo echoed the timeline. Perfect. I'll need to ditch the labyrinth for a quick side quest then. Dominique's beautiful eyes widened in mild panic. Leaving again? But where to? She asked, clearly worried. Just bailing out an annoying friend, he chuckled. Dominique dropped her gaze, her expression turning incredibly soft. She knew he had a double life to juggle. It just breaks my heart when you're gone, she confessed. Caught off guard by her sweet words, Jin Woo scratched his neck with a shy, stupid grin. Yeah, I feel pretty guilty too, he admitted. Staring deeply into her eyes, he promised, don't worry, my family is up there. But honestly, he leaned closer. I was born for the underground. Deep down, the Naga labyrinth was his true, undeniable home. Dominique's face instantly lit up like a dazzling sun. Playing it cool, Jin Woo crossed his arms and looked away. Plus, the surface is full of juicy cheat codes, he bragged. Human intel is basically free money. He finally dropped the massive lore bomb. Our cozy little Naga labyrinth? It's actually chilling on the 9th level of the abyss. Dominique blinked her stunning eyes, her brain completely short-circuiting. Jin Woo flashed a deliciously wicked grin. This means no pesky human parties will bother our dungeon. Any trash-tier guild trying to raid them would get utterly deleted on the descent. As long as the deep abyss monsters stay asleep, we're golden. He gently nudged her forward. Walk with me. Show me the construction progress. Blushing slightly, she happily guided her handsome master. Strolling together, Jin Woo laughed about the local gossip. They call the Scaly Dragon King a massive coward. Apparently, the big lizard just dodged human players during the war. Dominique giggled, loving the dungeon tea. Maybe he's just terrified of human boomsticks? She teased. Jin Woo smirked, remembering the lore. Explosives blew up right in the dragon's face without making a scratch. Just salty human rumors. Fast forward 3 days later. The Bloody Panther heart sat majestically on crimson velvet cushions. "Dinner is served, master," Dominique announced proudly. "Half went to alchemy, half to the forge." Jin Woo hyped up his glorious waifu and grabbed the heavy, dazzling gem. "Let's taste test the lab batch first." The system interface chimed beautifully. It was an ultra-rare deep blood panther gem, packing an overpowered camouflage skill. Jin Woo stared, completely drooling over the stats. It actually kept its invisibility cheat code. But how the heck does he equip it? Swallowing a rock seemed like a Darwin Award move. Suddenly, his system flashed. The creepy little parasite inside him woke up. The greedy bugger was begging for the legendary gem. Jin Woo shot Dominique a totally exhausted look. It cried for loot during the Anaxis boss fight too. She nodded proudly. Her genius theory completely validated. He sighed. This freeloader needs high-tier gems to level up. No wonder it acted like a loot goblin for these dungeon stones. Jin Woo rubbed his temples, feeling playfully annoyed. "Total scam," he groaned. "My labyrinth needs these gems to upgrade. And now I have a hungry pet?" Dominique playfully patted his arm. "At least it's not a worst-case scenario. Normal parasites would literally suck your life force dry," she smiled innocently. Jin Woo aggressively raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you made me swallow it knowing that?" She awkwardly averted her eyes. "Desperate times, master." He couldn't even stay mad at that cute face. Without that creepy buff, the Scaly Dragons would have deleted their base. Sighing playfully, he opened his palm. "Fine, eat up, you greedy little bug." Ding, the system went absolutely crazy. The parasite learned camouflage. Now Jin Woo was basically an undetectable stealth god. But wait, there was more. The little freeloader had finally hit its level cap. It was crashing into a 1-week hibernation to evolve. Dominique flashed a sweet, congratulatory smile at her master. Jin Woo stared at his hand, totally mind-blown. His little cheat code pet was officially asleep. Next up, the forged fragment. Another ridiculous Blood Panther stone, perfect for enchanting weapons. Jin Woo chuckled awkwardly. "Amazing, but my cheap swords shatter like glass every 5 minutes. Equipping this now would be a massive troll." He affectionately patted his hard-working assistant. "We're saving this bad boy for a legendary, unbreakable blade." Striking a cool pose, Jin Woo spun around and rallied his troops. "All right, gang, break time is over. Let's hustle." He needed just 2 days before syncing with the almighty Dragon Core. Dominique looked up, her puppy dog eyes filled with worry. "Master, can you survive without your buff?" He flashed a confident grin. "My muscles aren't just for show, you know." As he swaggered away, Dominique cheered him on. "You clapped that hell spider without cheats, master." Jin Woo casually waved over his shoulder. "I'm literally built different. Unless another broken boss spawns, I'll be perfectly fine." Meanwhile, fast forward a few days. Deep down in the cursed 7th level, a nerdy research team stumbled upon absolute nightmare fuel. Dozens of players were utterly pasted across the floor. Their faces were frozen in hilarious, wide-eyed terror. One brave nerd investigated the horror show. Whoever did this didn't just smash them. They used precise, surgical strikes. This wasn't some clumsy giant monster's rampage. But it definitely wasn't a weakling either. The craziest part? 2 overpowered level 8 absolute chads were lying dead among the trash. Someone was out here casually deleting top-tier players. He bets a mid-sized predator is lurking, maybe some rare razor-fanged bat. The thought of silent death hovering above has the squad sweating bullets. He whispers a chilling warning. "Hug the walls and watch the ceiling. If your ears ring, freeze instantly." Suddenly, a faint rustle shatters the silence. It sounds exactly like a ghostly whisper. A researcher freezes up. He swears he just heard a voice. Another vigorously nods, passing the grim warning along. Paranoia skyrockets. They seriously wonder why grunts are sent here just to become monster chow. Someone questions, "What makes these beast hybrids worth dying for?" The headband guy just casually shrugs. He smirks, thinking out loud that the hybrid on this floor must be a super rare jackpot. He jokingly suggests kidnapping it themselves. Why give it to the client when a black market auction pays better? Since they are already risking their necks in this hellhole, they might as well swim in some extra gold. Another snickers, noting that dead teammates mean fewer slices of the pie anyway. Whoosh! A sharp sound suddenly slices the thick air. The headband guy violently flinches, instantly on guard. Stay sharp, or you become fresh corpse meat. He barks at the squad to keep hustling. But his brain is screaming. Something feels incredibly wrong. He has witnessed plenty of monster massacres, but this scene is totally off. Subterranean beasts do not leave leftovers. They slaughter to feast, not for fun. They only brawl for food or territory. Yet here, only pristine human corpses remain, weapons undrawn, loot bags completely stuffed, not a single dead monster in sight. Our protagonist realizes the terrifying truth. This was no turf war. It does not even resemble a normal hunt. If this was mere self-defense, the monster must be insanely overpowered to casually wipe out a squad without sweating, and the nightmare might still be lurking. Suddenly, his danger senses scream. The feral beast violently lunges. He smoothly sidesteps the lethal ambush, instantly raising his gleaming blade, just in time to deflect a deadly claw. He completely backs off, anticipating a savage combo attack. This battle is already shaping up to be one massive headache. This creature is absurdly fast and practically a ninja. The terrifying fact that he barely dodged the first strike speaks volumes. He takes a deep breath. It is time to get incredibly serious. This is definitely the mythical beast hybrid everyone is obsessing over. Honestly, he is baffled. Why would any sane human want a pet so violently untamed? Glancing at the bloody mess, this wildcat is obviously their grim reaper. Having caught his breath, Jin Woo completely activates his badass combat mode. The hybrid launches like a homing missile, but he is fully locked in. Every savage swipe meets impenetrable steel. It seriously feels like fighting a tiny blood panther. Her skill level? It feels like clashing with his former idol, Qantas. With his power scaling complete, he decides not to drag this annoying dance out any longer. Bam! A brutal gut punch sends her crashing into the stone. He just wants this crazy girl to chill. He has zero interest in fighting. But when the stubborn hybrid refuses to yield, Jin Woo sighs, realizing he must put her to sleep. Suddenly, trap triggered. A heavy net violently ensnares the girl. The furious hybrid thrashes wildly on the cold dirt. Annoying cheers echo through the cavern. The garbage explorers loudly celebrate their stolen victory. They boast right in front of Jin Woo, treating him like empty air. As if they actually fought the monster, these clowns start claiming the rare girl as their loot. One idiot even calls Jin Woo a fleeing coward who only sneaked back to scavenge dead men's gear. They assume he is from the deceased fallen team. Seeing his trash-tier armor, they mockingly label him a pathetic dungeon baby. Meanwhile, the hybrid's very first strike had completely shredded his backpack. Shiny down gems are scattered everywhere. Greedy, drooling eyes instantly lock onto the treasure. Someone loudly notes his insane luck, hauling enough gems to sponsor an entire guild. Jin Woo calmly states he works alone. He does not know these corpses. But a rival dungeon baby secretly signals his greedy gang. The beefy guy spouts pure garbage to provoke him. Meanwhile, the pint-sized rat stealthily activates his skill. Combined with a stopwatch, he measures Jin Woo's exact reaction speed like a total creep. In his vision, Jin Woo takes a hit. But seconds later, Jin Woo effortlessly counters, utterly trashing both goons without breaking a sweat. The Foresight kid drops his jaw in pure shock. The squad demands his threat level. All he stammers is 1.3 seconds, a boss monster's reaction time that nearly slaughtered them on the lower abyss floor. He stammers that Jin Woo's speed is completely unmatched. Judging by his youthful face, he assumes Jin Woo is an elite 4th-floor dungeon baby. But wait, why is this freak cosplaying as a lowly explorer? Done with their trolling, Jin Woo brutally yanks the loudmouth's jaw open. So these trash mobs are human hunters? Scum preying on their own? Jin Woo's eyes glow with freezing intent. Nobody breathes another breath. You are all staying here forever. Suddenly, the two idiots restraining the hybrid watch in absolute horror as their squad gets decimated. Panic completely hijacks their brains. One fool contemplates helping, while the other mentally sprints for the hills. Jin Woo's shockwave purposefully snapped the trap. The beast girl clutches the torn ropes, blinking in utter confusion as her would-be kidnappers are hilariously slaughtered. Amidst the glorious chaos, Jin Woo sighs heavily. Yet, the clown captain still has the nerve to talk smack. He screams, demanding to know what Jin Woo is. Jin Woo finds it tragically hilarious. Scum always project their own sins onto others. This moron genuinely thinks Jin Woo betrayed his team, just to monopolize a cute beast girl? Before the villain finishes his pathetic rant, swish, Jin Woo chops his head off. Peace at last. More trash remains, however. The surviving lackeys brilliantly decide to bolt. Jin Woo vanishes, teleporting past the trembling Foresight kid. He made a deadly promise to himself. No pulse leaves this cavern today. The kid stares, brain melting from the sheer massacre. His foresight is completely useless. The power gap is a cosmic joke. Nauseating visions drown his sanity. Turning his power inward, he witnesses his own imminent death. Jin Woo cheerfully delivers the punchline. Thud. His head rolls away. His final sight? An armband reading number 12. Jin Woo glares at the headless body. What a total creep. Shrugging off the gore, his eyes sparkle at the scattered mountain of gems. He facepalms. Why didn't he remove his backpack earlier? Meanwhile, the hybrid girl quietly loiters behind him. Her feral hostility has completely vanished into thin air. Instead, she stares at him with massive, starry eyes. Total puppy love. Meanwhile, far away, Dominique frantically calculates their dwindling war funds and supplies. Only the livestock remains. 20 pathetic rabbits and 14 bears. Nowhere near enough. The Naga labyrinth is expanding like crazy, and these snacks cannot feed an army of gluttons, especially during their crucial phase of rapid evolution. Thank heavens for the leftover scaly dragon steaks. That delicious meat is barely preventing a riot. But Dominique sweats bullets. Famine is knocking, yet Qantas chills, totally unbothered. He stubbornly argues, Nagas can feast on pure gem energy. Drake heavily doubts this nonsense. Drake suspects Qantas is just hoarding the good stuff. Even worse, forcing a gem diet might severely cripple the Naga warriors. Still, Qantas sips his imaginary tea. With noble status, invaders stay away. Yet, they desperately need hunting grounds. Suddenly, Rakshasha dramatically enters. Dominique demands the latest juicy patrol gossip. Rakshasha drops some tasty news. Free-range beasts just moved into the old labyrinth ruins. Guess meat's back on the menu for a few more months. Dominique sighs in pure relief. But duty calls her back to wall building. Suddenly, a familiar sound makes her heart flutter. She whips around. Her glorious master has returned. She sprints past gossiping workers, completely love-struck. But romance is dead, folks. A terrifying blur of orange claws strikes. Bam! Jin Woo casually blocks the savage beast from making workers her midnight snack. He furiously scolds the furball, now named Hoya. Bad kitty. Employees are not treats. One more bite, and the labyrinth punishes you. The poor workers are trembling puddles. Jin Woo sighs, explaining his newest adoption. He saved this kitty from greedy human hunters. She basically glued herself to him like a clingy ex. To dodge human stalkers, he brought her home. These hero-rank hybrids are ultra-rare VIPs, normally serving deep-level nobles. Finding her solo on floor 7 is mind-blowing. Looking at her messy state, Jin Woo bets she's never had a master. A totally wild war tiger? Absolutely legendary. Well, she's family now. Jin Woo commands his crew to pamper the beast. Tiger hybrids are flex-worthy status symbols anyway. Dominique instantly switches to professional mode, giving her report. The Scaly Dragon core is finally cooked. Jin Woo gives Hoya's head a sweet pat. Seriously, don't eat your friends. Then he zips above ground, cashes his paycheck with Biak, and visits mom and dad. It's been a hot minute. Meanwhile, Hoya is throwing a massive tantrum back home, scratching the unscratchable, smashing everything in sight, chomping on everything remotely tasty. She's a furry nightmare. 2 whole weeks of chaos pass. Jin Woo returns, instantly smelling the madness, though the crew seems oddly chill. Even lazy Draken is actually working. Dominique pouts, admitting only the staff adapted, not the beast. Time to check the loot. The Naga and Scaly Dragon cores have officially merged. Talk about an overpowered glow-up. New troops are unlocked. The budget menu features rank 5 Naga champions for 25 energy, and long-range scouts for a sweet 20. Need magic? Naga sorcerers cost 35 energy to toss nasty darkness debuffs. But hold on to your wallets. The rank 6 Naga cavalry drops for 140 energy. These bad boys ride fast dragons to totally wreck enemy lines, but the ultimate flex is the Siege-class Scaly Dragon, a walking fortress costing over 1,000 energy. Yeah, Jinmu is too broke for that. He settles for the budget meal, grabbing a patroller and sorcerer, but Dominique bursts his bubble. Master, magical troops don't cure our empty stomachs. They'll literally starve in 1 month. Panic mode activated. Jin Woo swiftly orders Rakshasha's new squad to scout fresh, juicy hunting grounds. Dominique gets the green light to spend Dragon Core energy on sexy base upgrades. Qantas becomes the ultimate drill sergeant, shielding the poor workers. And Draken? He gets babysitting duty for Hoya. Hilarious. Without his dragon bond, he'd totally cry and run away. That tiger is so alpha she could lead the workers. 1 month flies by, and the labyrinth gets a total facelift. It's a well-oiled machine. Rumors explode everywhere. The Naga King is a total noble VIP. Smart enemies stay far away. Brainless mobs? Instantly deleted. The forge burns non-stop, melting down massive mineral stacks while the crew grinds endless training. Daddy Jin Woo doesn't need to babysit anymore. He reigns supreme as Labyrinth Lord. Dominique is the ultimate boss lady secretary. Qantas runs the army with his loyal bro Draken, while Rakshasha plays spy. Hoya is basically their violently cute mascot now. Rakshasha even recruits a sneaky horned rat patrol. These furry little snitches dig massive tunnels, ready to tattle on any trespassing losers. Suddenly the rat radar goes off. 30 goons are marching over, led by 2 beefy hero-rank commanders. Dominique knows these guys aren't just your average street trash. Surviving on the 9th floor means they're top-tier tryhards. Jin Woo hates property damage, so he orders a strict defense. He's stepping up to handle these clowns personally. The dream team forms up at the north gate. Dramatic dust clouds signal the enemy crossing the bridge. Their fancy little flags flap in the wind as they strut right up to our squad. They claim to represent Malekith, king of hammers and anvils. The ugly tall one grunts, "I'm Mulak, he's Bulak." They pompously demand the labyrinth's true master, totally giving Jin Woo the arrogant cold shoulder. Mulak puffs his chest, telling the weaklings to scram. The irony? He looks like a tiny, pathetic bug next to our absolute Chad, Jin Woo. Our boy just stares, completely unamused by the circus. The giant aura drops. The two monsters violently realize they messed up. They slam their faces into the dirt, sweating bullets. Jin Woo rolls his eyes, telling them to quit the pathetic fanboy worship. "We just came to worship the ninth floor's first baron," they squeak. "We didn't mean to trigger you, sir." What a hilariously tragic misunderstanding. They assumed a Naga base meant a Naga boss. The goblins cry rivers of regret for their epic fail. Jin Woo sighs deeply, cutting off their annoying sob story. "Just get to the point. Nobody invades personal space just to say hi." Their big boss, Malaxis, is practically begging to be besties with the new Naga king. This elite squad is just a flashy cheerleading team for his promotion. To prove their love, they crack open a fat treasure chest, stuffed with shiny down gems. 500 energy points? Now that's some sexy sincerity. Jin Woo's eyes gleam as he gracefully accepts the tasty bribe. "Your sweet gift pleases me." He forgives their trolling, knowing this bribe is just a down payment for huge favors. The goblins gasp in total shock, wiping oceans of sweat from their ugly mugs. "Wait, we're your first simps?" the goblins cry. Jin Woo casually nods. They honestly thought every other labyrinth would have sprinted here to kiss his feet. The labyrinth of the dead ghosting him makes sense, but the gluttony nerds next door, staying quiet? Super sus. Jin Woo can't hold back his spicy curiosity anymore. "So, who gave you my address?" our boy demands. Sensing his murderous glare, they frantically draw a massive map right in the dirt, spilling all the juicy secrets of Floor 9's base locations. Dominique and Rikshasha lean in, totally amazed by the goblins' dirt art skills. They basically use the old dragon base as a GPS pin. It forms a perfect triangle of doom with gluttony. The dead and the dragons make the map crystal clear. Right above gluttony sits the hammer and anvil base. "That's our crib," they brag, pointing out every other hiding spot on the floor. Suddenly, the whole ninth floor meta clicks in Jin Woo's brain. It's a massive, sweaty Mexican standoff. No one attacks because if they leave home, they get totally backstabbed. The big three, dragons, dead, and gluttony, were basically holding hands in a truce, but Jin Woo's epic noble glow-up, it totally wrecked their fragile little peace treaty. War is literally knocking on the door. The goblins spill the tea. Weak bases aren't coming to simp for Jin Woo. They're coming because they're terrified of getting crushed in the crossfire. They just want early VIP protection. Jin Woo smirks, loving the brutal honesty. "Lying to a Giga Chad is just bad business," the goblins admit. "You'd totally find out and murder us anyway. Could the remaining powerhouses keep the peace alone?" "No shot," the goblins cry. Gluttony doesn't give a single crap about power rankings. Those guys literally just want to eat. That lazy ruler only cares about expanding his domain. Sitting upon his throne, his power swells boundlessly. They claim the Gluttony King never leaves his dungeon. His endless hunger cannot be satisfied outside. Jin Woo wonders if he would starve, but his massive nest provides infinite sustenance. It frustrates our main character. How can such a terrifying monster grow infinitely? By doing absolutely nothing. Still, this intel is pure gold. He sends his utmost gratitude to Malaxis for their generous tip. When asked if their troops needed rest before marching back, they swiftly decline. They prefer avoiding clashes with rival labyrinths. Jin Woo immediately commands Qantas, "Escort these vital guests safely to the borders of the Naga realm." As Qantas and his elite guards guide them away, Jin Woo ponders a glaring plot hole. Rakshasa definitely knew this secret. Why did she keep her mouth shut? He turns to demand her thoughts. She casually confirms the intel is spot on. Her legendary mercenaries have scoured every inch of the 9th level. Jin Woo immediately orders the map saved before the system wipes it clean. Suddenly, new envoys descend. Delegates from the Illusion, Marsh, and Wanderer dungeons arrive. The Illusion diplomats resemble mystical fairies, representing their haughty queen Ariani. She openly despises Jin Woo's sudden rise to nobility. They deliver a chilling threat. One wrong move, and his secrets will leak. Meanwhile, the Marsh dispatches aquatic beasts from King Gorintos, seeking peace, praying their non-aggression pact survives. The Wanderers send Hekarim, a pure warmonger, with zero interest in boring diplomacy. Shockingly, out of all these factions, only the Hammer and Anvil dungeon brought a tribute. That alone speaks volumes to our main character. These centaurs are oozing with arrogance, exactly as the goblins predicted. The labyrinth of the dead ignores them completely, and gluttony stays dead silent. But wait, Jin Woo's danger senses tingle. His parasite skill abruptly activates. His right eye blazes crimson, locking onto a disgusting lump of flesh desperately clinging to the ceiling. His parasitic arm violently whips out, crushing the vile intruder. Dominique furiously scoffs at this utterly mannerless spy. Tightening his brutal grip, Jin Woo makes a chilling realization. The Gluttony King is watching. Using this pathetic meat puppet, Dominique drops a lore bomb. Gluttony lacks independent thought, acting purely through his scattered vessels. Jin Woo instantly curses his reckless temper. He just triggered a full-scale war. However, Dominique is practically vibrating with psychotic joy. She finally reveals a game-changing secret. Gluttony's terrifying dungeon has one fatal flaw: ice magic. The tables have completely turned. Jin Woo chooses absolute carnage. He broadcasts a terrifying threat straight through the squirming slime. The message is clear. We know your coordinates. We know your fatal weakness. In exactly 2 weeks, the mighty Naga army will freeze your entire realm. The slime boss is utterly flabbergasted by this sudden madness. Our badass lead sets one final condition: apologize in person within 14 days, or die. Meanwhile, Jin Woo's horned rat laborers are leveling up like crazy. Fast forward 1 week. Our boss sits imposingly upon his throne, honoring the strict deadline. Suddenly, Dominique bursts into the room, quote, screaming that the Gluttony King has finally arrived. Jin Woo aggressively steps off his throne, ordering his maid to stand down. He glares at the intruder. Usio, you dared breach my territory uninvited. You obviously aren't here to beg for mercy. You came here seeking a brutal death. Dominique is utterly baffled by this stealthy breach. It appears the massive slime boss has launched a catastrophic surprise assault on their home, but Jin Woo was born ready. His deadly counter-strategy is already in motion. Elite mages are summoned on command, as terrifying ice golems erupt from the frozen earth, ready for absolute war. Jin Woo observes this bizarre monster, noting its utter lack of royal dignity. The ultimate kill box was armed the exact second this slime boss rolled into their deadly corridor. He was completely boxed in. The master plan? Flash freeze the entire hallway until only solid glaciers remain. Jin Woo anticipates desperate silence from his prey, but the vibe is completely twisted. This so-called king shows zero fear against his elemental weakness. Instead of cowering, Jin Woo detects a bizarre, bubbling excitement radiating from the monster. It is perfectly charging up for a devastating counterstrike. Doubt flashes through our hero's mind. Did he mess up by allowing this beast into the boss room? Was Dominique's intel flawed? Shaking it off, he refuses to lose control, infusing monstrous aura into his blades. His loyal mages mirror his intense battle stance. The hardening parasite skill activates, turning his body into impenetrable armor. He hypes himself up. A slime is just a weak mob, no matter how big it gets. If they just bowed like normal vassals, this bloodbath could have been avoided. Suddenly, the colossal slime launches forward. It explodes down the corridor at terrifying speeds. Jin Woo roars the command to unleash ultimate hell, but then the plot completely derails. The squishy mass rapidly compresses into a humanoid shape, hitting the floor with a wet splat. Shockingly, it aggressively throws itself into a dramatic, groveling bow. It is literally begging for forgiveness. The kinetic force of that epic head slam violently shatters every single ice spell. Jin Woo stares in pure, bewildered awe. The supposedly terrifying tyrant meekly introduces himself as Usio. Escorted safely to the Naga throne room, this blob is ridiculously polite. Giving a flawless formal greeting, he swears he only came to earnestly apologize for his past disrespect. However, Jin Woo's paranoid mages aren't buying it. They ruthlessly fire ice spells as a warning. Usio tilts his head in genuine confusion. He thought the maid sent a friendly invite. Realizing it's a trap, he tries fleeing, only to find the exits heavily blocked. So the goofy blob turns back, calmly trying to explain his pathetic misunderstanding. Jin Woo refuses to drop his guard. His razor-sharp claws are twitching to shred this beast. Yet, Usio just looks hopelessly lost rather than terrified. Plot twist: he's been isolated for so long, he forgot how vocal cords work. He isn't acting arrogant, he's just socially crippled. The poor slime looks visibly heartbroken that his peace offerings cause literal wars. Dominique and Jin Woo share a dumbfounded stare as this supreme boss aggressively humbles himself. Usio starts internally screaming, terrified that he permanently forgot how to talk. But his gamer logic refuses to accept that. He secretly streams other dungeons all the time. His listening comprehension is maxed out. A light bulb flashes in his squishy head. How could he forget his own mother tongue? Jin Woo, sensing the awkward internal panic, demands he speak plainly in English. Finally, a language everyone understands. The massive miscommunication slowly untangles. Still, Jin Woo is mind-blown. How is this cute, harmless puddle the legendary king of gluttony? Usio respectfully restarts his entire introduction, announcing his grand title as ruler of the Glutton Labyrinth in the toxic, contaminated valley. He even throws in a cheerful congratulation for Jin Woo's recent promotion to Baron. When those sneaky goblins offered tribute, Usio completely lost his mind. He had literally never gifted anything in his entire life. He hasn't socialized in centuries, making the concept of a housewarming present completely alien. Desperate for gift ideas, he deployed a tiny drone to stream Jin Woo's daily life. He never intended to disrespect the royal throne room. He honestly thought his stealth was maxed out. Had he known he was spotted, he would have tailgated him from a much safer distance. Jin Woo finally grasps the absurd reality. This terrifying ruler is just a massive, socially awkward nerd. For a guy named Gluttony, he sure lacks any menacing appetite. Jin Woo dryly praises his surprisingly light diet. Usio beams with pride, completely missing the dripping sarcasm. The horrifying truth drops. This pacifist survives by continuously cannibalizing dozens of his own slime clones. Every single minute. Those creepy black stains, just the decaying husks of his starved pieces. Jin Woo is utterly appalled by his chilling calmness over dead comrades, but Usio casually waves it off. They are basically mindless NPCs. Losing them means absolutely nothing to his emotional state. He fully expects to be the last survivor anyway. With over 1 million backup lives, he assumes he'll game over in a month. Jin Woo seriously debates flash freezing this weirdo, but his gamer instinct screams a warning. Ice won't instantly kill this freak. His small form hides astronomical mass. Kneeling alone shattered the floor. That comedic headbutt literally wiped out their magic field. Our main character realizes this derpy blob is brokenly overpowered. Unaware of his own terrifying strength, Usio decides his quest is complete and prepares to log out. He said sorry, so everything is cool, right? Wrong. Jin Woo doesn't forgive that cheaply. Usio innocently claims a mysterious guide sent him here to make amends. Jin Woo smoothly accepts the excuse, but flashes a dangerous, predatory smirk. Showing up at my door doesn't automatically grant you a royal pardon. But wait, our underworld noble, Jin Woo, offers a beautifully trollish deal. Become his very first knight, and all past sins will be completely forgiven. The poor slime panics completely. How could a stranger receive such a massively important role? But our shamelessly greedy MC could not care less. He trusts Useo's combat stats completely. A binding contract makes it a perfect win-win situation. Jin Woo gains a loyal pet, and Useo escapes his icy trauma. Plus, that first knight title sounds ridiculously fancy. Wasting absolutely zero time, Jin Woo starts the awakening ritual, dubbing him the legendary master of the Gluttony Labyrinth. But this knightly contract is an absolute scam. Jin Woo owes him zero protection, while Useo must bravely defend his new master with his squishy life. Absolute obedience is fiercely required. Half his treasures, instantly gone. Rare gems, handed over immediately. If our troll MC spots anything shiny, the slime must surrender it without a single question. This terrifying, tyrannical agreement nearly breaks the poor monster. He turns a sickly, stressed-out shade of green, dripping anxious goo absolutely everywhere. Meanwhile, in an entirely different domain, the legendary Black Merchant Auction is officially brewing. It remains the most nerve-wracking event of the entire year, and those highly coveted golden invitations are finally flying out. The human-controlled first 3 floors are completely banned, but shockingly, the hunted 4th floor actually made the cut. Suddenly, one of the elite merchants drops a massive bomb. A total rookie is joining the legendary auction. Sure, newbies always want in, but the insane twist? This rookie is entirely human. A weak human dominating a labyrinth once again? Whispers explode about the crazy human on the 9th floor. They are talking about our trollish boy. That floor is notoriously brutal, and surviving new labyrinths are extremely rare there. Smirking, Jin Woo's personal merchant casually flashes a golden VIP ticket, an artifact strictly reserved for nobles. The crowd gasps in pure shock, but the merchant just grins. His human is already a newly appointed baron. Safety is clearly not an issue for this overpowered monster. With epic prizes planned and a human noble majestically appearing, everyone fully agrees. This year's epic auction will be absolutely legendary. Back home, Jin Woo violently snatches that glowing VIP pass, unlocking the merchant's exclusive, highly anticipated annual underground festival for the elites. Forget their usual boring door-to-door sales. During this massive event, world-breaking, priceless artifacts violently hit the auction block, giving absolutely anyone an incredibly lucky shot at securing ultimate power. Jin Woo's greedy curiosity aggressively peaks. Will he meet other big-shot labyrinth owners? The networking and scamming potential for his rapidly growing dungeon empire is absolutely limitless. But is it really worth leaving his cozy, heavily armed dungeon? His jaw completely drops when he hears over 100 elites attend annually. That insane number completely shakes him. How did so many rival labyrinths survive the deadly chaos? Dominique, reading his mind perfectly, smirks confidently. The dark underground world is vastly more massive than he ever realized. The 9th floor alone dwarfs any pathetic goblin map. Better yet, the black merchants enforce a strict, absolute peace treaty. Zero fighting or bloodshed is allowed during the entire event. Every elite attendee gets a legendary warding flag to plant proudly above their home base. It violently screams, "Do not touch." And if some absolute fool actually attacks, they get violently erased from existence. Jin Woo maliciously plots to test this merchant's true power, but the sly imp refuses to boast, simply dropping a deeply chilling hint. Centuries of survival speak absolute volumes. Finally getting a word in, Useo shyly admits the auction was his literal lifesaver back in his painfully weak and pathetic early days. He shamelessly camped in their absolute safe zone. The merchant squints, flashing back to the legendary Great War, and suddenly recognizes the trembling green slime standing right before him. His jaw instantly hits the floor. But what truly breaks his brain is seeing Useo's labyrinth portal casually chilling right inside Jin Woo's throne room. That is absolutely impossible. Jin Woo smugly reveals their brutal slave contract. By dominating the slime, their dungeons literally fuse together into a massive, overpowered megabase, making them the ultimate unbeatable neighbors. The merchant sweats nervously. Such a brilliant loophole is wildly dangerous. There are zero rules against it, but the entire power dynamic of the floor has just violently shattered. A terrifying new powerhouse faction is violently born, but our troll MC just laughs. Let everyone assume they are bravely teaming up against Valicious, the dreaded and terrifying undead king. The imp is utterly terrified by Jin Woo's four-dimensional political genius. He barely catches his breath before another massive shock drops. First, that epic Scaly Dragon war, and now this mastermind alliance? But honestly, Jin Woo is slightly annoyed. The scam contract did not give him full admin rights to the Gluttony Labyrinth like he selfishly hoped. No building controls, just a shared alliance rank. Still, the merchant is totally flabbergasted that this cowardly slime somehow magically grinded all the way up to rank 5. The lazy king never even leaves his sticky chair. Useo puffs up with adorable pride, finally feeling validated for his hard work, and eagerly offers his new master a grand tour. Hard pass. The merchant gags at those dripping, gooey walls. Jin Woo silently nods in agreement, leaving the poor slime completely ignored as they selfishly keep talking. Back to serious business. The golden VIP ticket grants our noble MC a luxurious private suite, elite catering, and VIP access to ultra-rare, magnificent species. It is a taste of pure, unadulterated opulence. The merchant practically begs the elite guest to attend the VIP party. Jin Woo instantly plots. Will that undead freak Valicious show up? The sweating imp stays firmly tight-lipped, but he drops a juicy hint. The undead king loves aggressively collecting anything that breathes. The imp is honestly spilling way too many critical secrets around our dangerously charismatic MC. This year's massive festival is going to be absolute chaos. The rules are dead simple. Once the golden ticket glows, you have exactly 1 week until the 7-day madness officially begins. Violently rip the ticket, and boom, instant spatial teleportation to the VIP zone, plus companion passes. Fast forward 1 tense week, and Jin Woo is absolutely ready for war. He prepares to teleport from the Gluttony Labyrinth, violently pinching his nose at the absolutely disgusting slime stench. Useo remains completely clueless about why they gathered in his gross, sticky swamp. Jin Woo brutally admits the dark truth. He is using the slime's messy dungeon as a literal meat shield. If massive ambushers attack during activation, the green goo takes the devastating hit first. Our troll MC does not even hide his shameless tactics. Before warping, he aggressively double-checks that the merchant's protective flag is securely planted right outside. Qantas locks the Naga dungeon into deep defense mode. With Valicious distracted at the auction and the legendary flag up, only mindless, stray beasts pose a tiny, insignificant threat. But Qantas is totally ready to obliterate even a stray mosquito. For the wild journey, Jin Woo drags along Useo and Rikshasha, his ultimate and highly experienced underground tour guides. Best girl, Dominique proudly stays back to guard the house. Jin Woo hates leaving her, but she desperately needs a peaceful vacation from his non-stop, utterly crazy dungeon antics. Rip. The golden ticket tears, and spatial magic swallows them whole. The auction venue? Absolute, unfiltered, bedlam. Rival dungeon bosses awkwardly sitting shoulder to shoulder, hilariously pretending to be incredibly civil. Death glares, and toxic insults fly like a beautiful, chaotic meteor shower. Without the strict peace treaty, it would be a total bloodbath. Jin Woo just grabs his popcorn, completely amused. His aide whispers softly, "The chaotic seating wasn't planned. With so many bitter enemies present, separating them was impossible. Tonight is simply a rare truce, a brief escape from endless bloodshed. Usio boasts his fighting days are over. Who would dare touch him now?" But then his eyes widen. Velicious. The King of Death sits alone. An oppressive aura surrounds him. No one dares approach. Rumors whisper he reeks of rotting flesh, though none survive to confirm it. The murmurs fade into silence. Grudges are temporarily buried. Jin Woo clicks his tongue, slightly disappointed. He wanted a show of chaos, but then the lights dim. The curtain rises. The host steps into the spotlight. His voice booms through the grand hall. "Welcome, honored guests," he declares with a slick smile. "To the legendary Black Merchants annual auction." He bows gracefully, thanking the underworld elites. "I won't bore you with empty words." Without hesitation, he plunges straight into the main event. "Tonight's treasures are beyond unforgettable," he boasts. "Even the highest nobles among you, those who have witnessed everything, will find your eyes glued to our finale. That final masterpiece is worth this entire journey." He flashes a cunning grin. "So please, remain in your seats. Endure the early appetizers, for the ultimate feast awaits. The true climax is yet to come." He dramatically tears away the heavy velvet curtain. Instantly, a storm of absolute chaos erupts in Jin Woo's mind. From calm observation to utter confusion, then blazing fury. "This item," the host shouts, "hasn't been seen in the underworld for over 10 years, thought to be extinct. Yet here it is breathing, shackled, and completely exposed. This creature betrayed its former master. It mercilessly bit the very hand that fed it, a feral beast that refused to be tamed." The host raises his arms dramatically. He finally reveals the prize. A collective gasp fills the room. An underground human. Since the treaty with the surface humans, he announces with a wicked smirk, such sights have become a myth. He quickly clarifies the captive's true nature. This isn't some recaptured trash. Behold, a purebred underground human, completely untainted by the surface sun, born entirely in the shadows, long after the treaty. When its wretched kind faced extinction, a benevolent aristocrat claimed it, raised it with the utmost care, a twisted savior for a doomed creature. But the ruthless crowd remains utterly unimpressed. To the kings sitting in the darkness, humans are nothing but mere cattle. To them, this prize is nothing special. Sensing the plunging excitement, the host quickly pivots. "My lords of the deepest abyss, this exquisite specimen is meant solely for you, where humans are mere legends. Imagine the limitless potential. A fiercely loyal servant, a grotesque research subject, or perhaps a highly entertaining pet. It might even reignite a long-forgotten, delicious flavor from the ancient past. Its uses are infinite, its rarity, unmatched." Dark whispers immediately flood the hall. One demon casually jokes about craving human flesh, even if it's just fragile skin and bones. Another scoffs at the faint stench in the air. But the host suddenly drops his voice. "However, there is a tiny flaw. This toy is completely broken. It cannot speak nor scream. A delightful bonus for some. Because of this, bidding starts at a mere 100 down gems. The chaotic bidding ignites. Inside his VIP booth, Jin Woo's aura trembles. Blazing fury consumes him. Why is a dungeon-born child being treated like livestock? His aide gently intervenes. "The underworld follows sick trends, my lord. If buyers reject it, the auction house abandons it." But those cold words do nothing to extinguish Jin Woo's raging inferno. Rakshasa desperately pleads with her master. "Please suppress your aura. This is the Black Merchant's domain, an untouchable syndicate that even the highest aristocrats fear provoking. Brute force will only lead to ruin. You have a far greater destiny, your revenge against the Valaquis." But Jin Woo's piercing gaze remains locked on the caged human. His voice drips with icy venom. "If that were an elf, would you still stop me?" A heavy pause. "Yes," she admits softly. "The Black Merchants are our true enemy. To draw your blade here is suicide." The attendant bows low, speaking without an ounce of arrogance. "As a lowly commoner, I cannot fathom your past suffering, my lord, but I feel your burning righteous anger. However, there is a sharper weapon than the sword. Use your immense wealth, my lord. Dominate them through a bid. Save the girl, and prove your absolute superiority." The numbers skyrocket to 1,200 gems. Jin Woo's eyes narrow sharply. His opponent is none other than Veliki. That monster would subject the child to endless nightmares. Jin Woo holds the power of a rising noble, but clashing with a true pureblood aristocrat? That's a dangerous game. Suddenly, a 1,300 gem bid flashes. The host freezes. An aristocrat's intervention? Veliki smirks arrogantly. He instantly throws down 1,500 gems. A blatant provocation. The grand hall paralyzes in fear. Nobody challenges a high noble. The crushing tension suffocates the room. Jin Woo's VIP booth cracks under his leaking aura. An ice-cold voice shatters the silence. 1,600 gems. The host shakily confirms it, then issues a chilling warning. The black merchants take zero responsibility for any subsequent bloodshed. The hammer strikes. Sold to the mysterious noble for 1,600 gems. The king of death seethes in rage, but he ultimately backs down. A mere human isn't worth the fallout. Jin Woo exhales, his brilliant bluff succeeding. Glancing at the cracked walls, he wonders if the damage was worth it. All that matters is the girl's safety. He must arrange a secret meeting once this ends. He can't claim her just yet, but he will ensure she's protected. The brutal auction resumes. The following lots pale in comparison. No more humans appear, only bizarre mutations and grotesque beasts. One is a shimmering spirit, a tragic relic from the fallen elves. Next are high-grade down gems and cursed luxuries. Some promise explosive power. Others were violently ripped from the corpses of elder beings, deep within the abyssal layers. Bizarre artifacts also surface. A shattered firearm from the legendary Great War fetches an astronomical price despite being scrap metal. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. The kings ravenously devour every useless trinket. Finally, the grueling night reaches its peak. The host steps forward, eyes gleaming. Behold the ultimate finale. A stunning vampire steps out, cascading blonde hair, radiating overwhelming arrogance. She knows her astronomical worth. True vampires are a myth, hoarded only by the supreme elites. Jin Woo's breath hitches. Her crimson eyes suddenly lock onto him. The crowd assumes his broken VIP booth drew her gaze. Bidding starts at 3,000 gems. The numbers explode. But the host drops a twist. Wealth means nothing here. The vampire herself will select her new master. If she rejects you, the sale is utterly voided. She returns to the vault, waiting for tomorrow night. A penalty-free gamble. The kings immediately roar in furious protest. A mere product choosing its owner? The host silences them. Her previous master was an abyssal lord, a ruler of the deepest labyrinths. That terrifying revelation silences the room. Jin Woo quietly watches, comparing her to the nightmares of his past. Rikshasha scoffs at bloodsuckers. She explains lowly demons lack ego, making them closer to mindless undead than true vampires. But Jin Woo narrows his eyes. He strongly doubts this one is merely thin-blooded. True vampires can grant feared immortality. Honestly, Jin Woo's party is chaotic enough without a bloodsucker tagging along. Yet somehow, the vampire's auction effortlessly becomes the absolute highlight of the night. Bids skyrocket to 23,000 gems. But when the smug winner approaches, she completely ignores him, his pride shattered by rejection. He prepares a lethal strike, until the frantic host furiously intervenes. The host fiercely forbids violence in the hall, enforcing absolute discipline. Suddenly, a heavy, high-grade gem clatters to the floor. He greedily snatches it, explaining that if this shiny artifact proves useful, it might make a grand return in future auctions. Finally, Jin Woo goes to meet his new servant. His attendant whispers a cautious reminder. Even though he officially won the bid today, he shouldn't touch his new property just yet. Magic procedures must finish before the full transfer. Jin Woo crosses the threshold. Slumped on the cold floor sits a painfully small, utterly broken girl. Harsh light from the doorway stretches across her fragile frame. She barely flinches. Our protagonist towers over her, but his intense aura softens. Jin Woo crouches down, gently asking for her sweet name. Her lifeless gaze meets his, holding nothing but hollow, crushing despair. She refuses to reply. His heart aches. Trying to comfort her, he softly whispers that she is completely safe now. He promises no harm will come to her for speaking out. Yet, heavy silence remains. Jin Woo hopes time will heal her shattered voice. For now, he trusts the auctioneer's aphasia diagnosis. This agonizing sight hits too close to home. Having lived as a slave himself, Jin Woo recognizes her deep trauma. The ruthless labyrinth completely breaks human minds, forcing fragile souls into dead silence. In such delicate situations, absolute patience is crucial. He introduces himself with a calm voice. He gently declares that she belongs to him and will forever thrive under his absolute protection. Her terrifying reflex says it all. Hearing the word master, she violently cowers, her forehead grazing dirt. It is heartbreakingly clear. Her previous tyrant utterly crushed her soul, treating her like absolute trash. Jin Woo softly commands her to look up, desperately suppressing the blazing fury, threatening to explode. He needs vital intel. Are more innocent souls rotting below? He honestly doesn't expect her to reply, but he presses on anyway. Which cursed labyrinth did she crawl from? And who was her master? Her lifeless stare remains unbroken. In that heart-wrenching second, his resolve hardens. He cannot leave her. Surrendering her to the Naga Empire, or some greedy human noble, is completely out of the question. He knows exactly how those twisted aristocrats treat the weak and vulnerable. A profound sense of duty has already taken root. He is ready to help her heal. His mission is crystal clear: protect her at all costs. He gently pats her head. He warmly promises to return soon and orders her to rest. But stepping out of that suffocating room, his suppressed rage erupts. A terrifying dark aura directly targets the trembling attendants. Even if these grunts aren't the main culprits, her living conditions are an absolute insult. Now that she bears his mark, he demands instant upgrades. She requires a truly luxurious VIP room. Serve elite food and premium healing potions for her wounds. This pathetic state is utterly unacceptable. The snobby attendant mutters under his breath, daring to call this basic care a massive waste. Wasting effort on someone only fit for manual labor? Jin Woo's eyes flash with deadly intent. For a man who clawed up from the very bottom, those arrogant words insult his core pride. How dare they mock the weak to an underworld survivor? Sweating bullets, the attendant hastily apologizes. Jin Woo retracts his suffocating aura. The man had been polite before, so he spares the drama. Still, Jin Woo issues a chilling warning to check in regularly. The Black Merchant Guild better treat her like royalty. Just like that, 7 agonizingly long days pass within the extravagant auction house. Honestly, this brutal mission feels more like a 5-star vacation. Their days completely blur together, spent lounging on velvet cushions or enduring absolutely mind-numbing, never-ending bidding wars. Yuzio goofs off with his usual chaotic troll energy. Meanwhile, Rikshasha observes the shady dealings with sharp, calculating eyes. Jin Woo initially doubted the free rations, expecting the usual dungeon trash. But the grand feasts are surprisingly top tier. The silk beds are heavenly too. If only they didn't suffer through primitive squat toilets and zero modern entertainment. Even staring blankly becomes mental torture. Staring at walls grows incredibly exhausting. Still, this rare peace allows Jin Woo to uncover Rikshasha's tragic origin. After the catastrophic fall of the Elven Kingdom, she gathered the few broken survivors. From those ashes, she forged a legendary mercenary guild. Their survival relied on diving into distressed labyrinths. Her squad's unmatched battle choreography struck fear, making their name legendary across the underworld. But massive underworld fame paints a deadly target on your back. A malicious faction laid a devastating trap. Her entire squad was captured. Rikshasha only escaped through sheer, blood-soaked willpower. But the horrific image of her fallen comrades burned into her soul. Jin Woo confirms her darkest fear. Her tragic backstory is tragically common in the ruthless, chaotic depths of the underground. He coldly states that raw power alone won't deliver the bloody revenge she craves. She needs master strategy, and he will gladly help. Their twisting fates are perfectly aligned for this war. Inevitably, his path will violently clash with the dreaded King of Death. They wisely table the dangerous intel for later. Meanwhile, the ultimate troll Yuzio goofs off, until Jin Woo demands a status check. Number 3 remains at her bedside. Nothing has changed. She is completely silent. Unmoving, she sits lost in her own mental labyrinth. The staff provides elite care, yet her gourmet meals gather dust. Finally, Glutton barks an aggressive order, forcing a painfully slow physical reaction. Trembling, she reaches for the tray. Yuzio sighs, reporting this broken doll only consumes food under direct command. She operates entirely like a soulless puppet bound by master protocols. But today, she miraculously navigated to the washroom under her own willpower. That is a massive level up. With only 24 hours left in this golden cage, they choose patience. She barely moves anyway. Suddenly, a magically amplified voice rocks the entire building. The legendary final auction is commencing. All elites are summoned. Jin Woo stretches, absolutely ready to escape this boring tutorial zone. Yuzio smirks. Master hasn't shown a shred of interest in anything except that mysterious girl. The remaining loot is absolute trash or a massive scam. With only 8,000 gems left, Jin Woo holds his ground. Suddenly, Glutton number 3 kicks open their door, fuming. Number 4 completely skipped his shift. 3 is stuck babysitting. The clones plot wild mischief while the boss is away. Poor Yuzio gets trolled by his own skills. Meanwhile, a literal junk statue sells for millions. Jin Woo violently facepalms. Why throw fortunes at such garbage? He would instantly invest that cash into massive troop power-ups. Finally, the atmosphere shifts. The highly anticipated vampire showcase begins. No boring introductions. She needs no introduction. This icy beauty is infamous for brutally rejecting every single whale. Jin Woo is completely baffled as to why they keep parading her around like a spectacle. She is less of an auction item and more of a main event boss. Before the host finishes his dramatic monologue, she brutally interrupts. Without a buyer, the guild takes the massive loss. Sweating bullets, the host completely folds. For the grand finale, she decides to put on a legendary performance. Snap! Her heavy magical restraints shatter into dust. She is calling the absolute shots. She will choose her own master. Whatever they offer, that is the final price. The crowd goes absolutely feral. Suspense builds as every noble prays to be the chosen one. But the fabled red jewel of the underworld already knows her target. In a flash, she darts toward a shabby VIP booth. An intoxicating scent from day one's troublemaker has completely claimed her. Barely holding back her shock, our boy Jin Woo desperately begs for Rishasha's opinion. It is her first time seeing a bloodsucker, and she cannot help but stare. Do all vampires act this ridiculously thirsty? Catching her weird look, Jin Woo instantly crowns her a total pervert. Meanwhile, the auctioneer practically sweats tears of pure relief. The crazy vamp has claimed her master, and it is our glorious lord. Just his aura alone drives her totally wild. Of course, the royal VIPs instantly see right through this. This whole thirsty performance was rigged to snag a noble. Now, the crowd braces for her legendary price tag. The Baron's word is absolute law. But Jin Woo just stands there, totally unfazed, as the final bid drops. One single pathetic gem. The entire room gasps in pure shock. Vampires are usually priceless treasures, so the crowd wildly guesses this must be some super rare, mythical gemstone. Nope, just total bottom-tier trash. The host is completely speechless. Even Rishasha questions this absolute troll move. Jin Woo coldly smirks, refusing to waste real money on a total weirdo. He did not even want this crazy creature, and already regrets spending that single rock. Usio stands there clueless, while Jin Woo, the absolute boss of elite servants, plots his next hilarious move. If this bloodsucker turns out useless, he is demanding a full refund. Trying to save his own face, the sweaty host suddenly grabs the mic with overly dramatic flair. For the very first time ever, a vampire sold for one worthless stone. The hilarious nickname One Gem Vampy instantly spreads. Though super annoyed, she ignores it, since money cannot buy this intense attraction. Auction rules dictate they cannot touch yet, and her obsessive patience is totally snapping. The nervous host rushes the grand finale, eagerly thanking the stunned crowd. He wraps up the black merchant auction, begging the winners to claim their prizes. Soon enough, a shady labyrinth smuggler awkwardly drags over Jin Woo's chaotic new prize. The thirsty vampire arrives. The staff wants to ditch her just as badly as she wants to pounce. The merchant falsely praises Jin Woo's luck, but our boy smells a massive scam brewing. Before tossing that cheap rock, he demands the cold truth. Vampy eagerly thinks he is talking to her, but Jin Woo brutally shuts her down. Who is really pulling these sketchy strings? Our guy despises pure luck. First, he easily snags legendary loot, then crushes a totally annoying neighbor, effortlessly unlocking top-tier noble status. Now he randomly owns a bloodsucker? This smells incredibly fake, and Jin Woo hates getting played. Sweating intensely, the merchant confesses the underground is totally betting on our hero's epic rise. Praising his insane guts, the merchant drops a serious bomb. Jin Woo reluctantly accepts this mess, but learns her previous owner was fiercely obsessed with this particular girl. Any mistreatment means total war. Yawning at the dramatic threat, Jin Woo offers to immediately return this headache. He absolutely refuses to take the blame for unwanted garbage. He is no easily manipulated fool. If her old boss loved her so much, he should take her back. Totally exhausted by this circus, Jin Woo turns his back to walk away. He tells the room to erase his memory, but the obsessed vampire is not giving up. Screaming for her beloved master, she desperately claims she can skyrocket his noble reputation. Jin Woo mercilessly ignores her. He casually roasts her as a giant walking mosquito, bluntly stating a random girl holds far more value. The humiliated vampire frantically gathers her pride. Recognizing his totally dominant aura, she secretly praises fate for this match. She tries to sneakily mark him, but Jin Woo stands his ground, brutally reminding her, who owns who? She is the pet, not him. As the shady merchant tries to flee, Jin Woo coldly commands him to stay. Finally dropping the act, the vampire Angela spills her tragic backstory. Her last owner was Count Anatolius, a massive steel giant from the 11th floor. He truly cherished her, yet painfully discarded her anyway. But Jin Woo demands the juicy, specific details. A true vampire pact requires sweet blood to ignite their power. Blushing deeply, Angela confesses she can eat beasts, but the giant's blood was totally pathetic. Suddenly, it all clicks for Jin Woo. The poor count could not even feed his own thirsty pet. Blushing furiously, Angela apologizes for her shameless truth. Starved for months, she drools over Jin Woo's incredibly delicious scent. He smells like absolute premium vintage. Her original master plan was to seduce him for an easy life, but his intoxicating aroma absolutely broke her mind. Unfazed, Jin Woo mercilessly shoves her away. He brutally rejects her advances. Desperate, Angela cries that she means zero harm, but her blinding hunger is a ticking time bomb. Sweating heavily, the merchant warns there is absolutely no refunding this mess. If the steel giant finds out, absolute chaos will erupt. Sighing loudly, our guy totally gives up and accepts his weird new stalker. Angela cheerfully vows to try, despite being completely useless at basic chores. Hey, at least she will fake it. Jin Woo swats the annoying mosquito away again, brutally declaring that just bleeding for her does not mean she has earned his precious trust. Suddenly, driven by wild hunger, Angela aggressively lunges at our hero. Back at base, poor Dominique completely blue screens seeing this insane new party lineup. Jin Woo sighs, ready to explain this absolute circus. The trip was a total roller coaster of chaotic problems. Scanning the weird duo, Dominique casually points out the tiny girl perfectly matches her master's exact human species. And then there is this totally shameless woman drooling beside him. Both were weird auction prizes, yet he casually bagged them both. A human prize makes sense, but a literal vampire? Dominique's brain simply stops working. Panic sets in as she frantically calculates their completely ruined budget. But our boss playfully flexes, declaring they basically paid absolute zero. He calmly orders his minion to fetch just one pathetic rock. Just one single stone covers everything. He smoothly commands her to handle the shady merchant's payment. When asked about sleeping arrangements, a flustered Dominique admits they only have one single room left. No need to prepare another bed. That one room is perfectly fine for their annoying giant mosquito. The fragile human girl needs serious rest, so she gets to stay directly with him. He hands out quick boss orders. Scrub her, feed her, and summon a top-tier healer immediately. The little human is Yoon Hee. Pointing right at Dominique, he dubs her his absolute second-in-command, ordering the kid to follow her every word. That magical promotion hits Dominique like a divine blessing. Crying tears of absolute joy, she instantly adopts Yoon Hee as her precious baby daughter. Meanwhile, the rejected vamp watches from the sidelines. Angela is totally mind-blown seeing a legendary hero-class servant. Since birth ranks are brutally fixed, owning a living hero is an unfathomable, ultra-rare treasure. While the chaotic family chats away, Usio spaces out, totally swooning as he stares at Dominique's brilliant leadership. She is the literal beating heart of this crazy crew. Suddenly, a depressed Usio weakly begs to just go home. His little monsters are crumbling, and he is totally ghosted by everyone. Jin Woo absent-mindedly waves him away like annoying dust. Completely devastated, Usio dramatically shuffles off, whining about being utterly bullied. Ever since Rishasha left, only this greedy black market scammer remains. Securing his cash, Jin Woo throws a deadly glare, ordering the rat to vanish. The merchant bitterly nods, sweating bullets. Jin Woo drops a lethal warning, absolutely sick of these childish mind games. He sees right through the merchant's greedy surface expansion plans, and our boy completely refuses to trust this clown with cash. Despite the brutal scolding, the shady guy practically vibrates with greedy joy. Jin Woo nailed his secret master plan. As the underworld's sole human, our boss is the ultimate winning lottery ticket. He is the golden bridge connecting the surface to the deep darkness. Sighing incredibly hard, Jin Woo finally caves, dragging his new stalker mosquito on a terribly annoying labyrinth tour. This crazy girl was literally forced upon him, but now she is family. He has zero choice. Surprisingly, Vampy is totally mesmerized by the insanely clean, ultra-luxurious boss lair. Pampered horn rats, an under-elf, a beast hybrid, a mighty draken, and a literal vampire. She's utterly speechless. This rookie labyrinth is an absolute monster buffet. It's every noble's ultimate dream. Glancing around, the truth hits her. Jin Woo is the undisputed king of the 9th floor. His meteoric rise took under 12 months. He's already hoarding allies and triggering haters. Elite nobles sweat over his insane growth, while thrill-seekers watch in awe. And obviously, the sly opportunists are circling. Her old boss totally planned to leech off Jin Woo's success. Rumors scream about a massive deadlock on the 11th level. Clearly, that sneaky ex-master orchestrated this entire trade. The brilliant master plan? Send the vampire babe to seduce Jin Woo. A spicy secret alliance. With her charm, they'd ambush rival dungeons before anyone could blink. A brutally cunning strategy. Her old master bet everything on this long-term honey trap. Sadly for her, Our glorious main character doesn't care about politics. Annoyed by her non-stop yapping, he casually reveals her magnificent new bedroom. Her jaw drops in horror. A literal prison cell. Did her seduction fail already? To our troll boss, this is standard hospitality. Don't like it? The exit is open, unless she actually grinds for VIP treatment. Pouting, she mumbles about needing fresh blood to tolerate this dump. Jin Woo totally ignores her complaints. He's not running a charity. Wanna eat? Time to grind the hard way. To him, bloodsuckers are basically oversized mosquitoes. She curses his ridiculous penny pinching, wishing he'd step in monster poop. Meanwhile, our cold-hearted main character craves fresh air. Escaping the underground drama, he visits the surface. The very next day, he strolls into Beak's shop. The frantic appraiser was spamming his inbox. Beak cries tears of joy. Relieved he isn't dead, Jin Woo just casually shrugs. Ghosting people is just his personal style. Honestly, the underground world is a totally chaotic mess, and Beak knows our overpowered boss is the only fix. Jin Woo sighs, expecting another annoying Hellspider quest. But Beak frantically shakes his head. This is incredibly massive. This juicy intel will shatter both worlds. Rolling his eyes, Jin Woo demands the short version. Beak's dramatic buildups are exhausting, but this time, the plot twist hits like a meteor. A labyrinth just claimed a dungeon baby as master. Jin Woo physically freezes. Is his deepest secret out? Smirking at his panic, Beak explains that labyrinth kings can spawn portals anywhere, exactly like video game fast travel. Beak witnessed the kid accidentally summon a warp gate while camping on the 4th floor. But naturally, spicy secrets spread like a raging wildfire. To hide that glitch, the kid should have mercilessly silenced every witness. Plus, there's a shady VIP auction exclusively for labyrinth lords. A single rifle fetched thousands of premium down gems there. Beak's eyes sparkle with dollar signs. Our boss narrows his gaze, wondering why he missed this human player at the auction. He desperately demands more juicy lore. Sadly, the old man delivers brutal news. That dungeon baby is already dead. Human greed sparked a bloody betrayal. Even worse, the stubborn labyrinth fiercely rejected the backstabbing killer entirely. Refusing new owners, the coreless dungeon is slowly dying with its master. Now, greedy scavengers desperately fight for the throne. Hilariously, Beak bets everything on Jin Woo being the perfect successor. He'll leak all premium intel for absolutely zero cash. Our hero squints, highly suspicious of this sudden freebie. But the old man's greedy motive is crystal clear. If Jin Woo claims it, Beak gets ridiculously rich as his exclusive personal appraiser. That shameless hustle is too obvious. Plus, being a level 12 walking disaster means Jin Woo won't get pathetically backstabbed. Like that poor dead kid. Unless, of course, our boss is secretly hoarding a labyrinth already. Beak drops the joke with a cheeky grin, fishing for reactions. But the master of poker faces gives absolutely zero reaction. His gamer brain is already drooling over a second dungeon expansion. Mentioning available territories makes Beak squeal with pure joy. Jin Woo can't fake it anymore. He's absolutely hooked. The hottest underground rumors declare the 7th floor as the ultimate goldmine. And in a crazy twist of fate, that's exactly where he adopted Hoya. The universe is literally winking at him. But plot twist, he's painfully 2 weeks late. Even worse, this isn't Beak's exclusive VIP leak. The dreaded association blasted it everywhere. The whole server knows. Plunging into that zone means colliding with Song Jong-chul. Just hearing that colossal jerk's name makes his blood boil. Beak points out that tolerating one arrogant loser beats wandering blindly, praying for a random dungeon drop. Weighing the massive loot, Jin Woo smirks and officially accepts the headache. The appraiser chuckles. Jin Woo might be a total handful, but he never ignores fat loot. The only question? Departure time. Our hero demands fresh gear before jumping into the chaotic fray. Once geared up, it's go time. But he needs a legendary weapon that won't tragically snap after one slash. Meanwhile, back at home base, the tiny dungeon baby adorably clings to Dominique. As our boss swaggers through the portal, Dominique teases his painfully obvious surface world fashion. A new human gig, huh? With 7th floor rivalries escalating into pure madness, Jin Woo desperately needs more muscle. Sweaty human players have swarmed the area. His grand strategy? Sneak through the 8th floor. He kindly benches the exhausted Rikshasha, tossing the entire dungeon's admin duties onto Dominique's capable shoulders. Qantas helps too, obviously. That sluggish Draken is permanently grounded indoors. Plus, keeping Hoya completely invisible from greedy humans is top priority. For stealthy scouting, Usio is the undisputed king. He's literally built for this, but Angela the vampire fiercely protests being benched. She begs to tag along. Jin Woo rubs his temples, highly skeptical. This deadly raid isn't some romantic sightseeing tour, but the stubborn Batgirl insists. Sure, she acts completely useless, but her biological radar can perfectly track all breathing targets. Just like Chansik's old trick, Jin Woo ponders his deep vampire lore. He guesses she can completely delete her stealth aggro too. Blushing with pride, she instantly proves it, smoothly dissolving straight into his dark shadow. Okay, he admits, that's an unbelievably broken skill. By hiding in his shadow, they basically become a tactical duo. No one wanted attention. Otherwise, he'd literally throw her out. Smirking at the advantage, Jin Woo realizes he can exploit her cheat-level radar. Fine, the clingy vampire joins the party. Suddenly, a wobbling Rikshasha drags herself in. Jin Woo sternly orders her to sleep, swapping her for Usio. His scout roster is stacked. Rikshasha smiles gracefully, but she playfully nominates Eun-hee instead. Jin Woo groans. This isn't a cute field trip, yet Rikshasha insists. Boom. On cue, Eun-hee's hair erupts in glowing pink energy, sparking with crackling lightning. Rikshasha reveals the girl's insane cheat, an automatic photographic minimap. Sounds completely average, until the pink-haired girl shyly grabs Jin Woo's cloak. Suddenly, her entire mental map downloads straight into his brain. Their system coordinates are officially synced. Opening his interface, Jin Woo's jaw drops at the ridiculously crisp 3D resolution. He quickly deduces she can't upload retro data from past adventures. Rikshasha nods. It strictly records live exploration. A tragic nerf, considering the infinite treasure loops they missed. Still, this walking satellite girl just secured her spot as an absolute VIP party member. Their home base barely has an accurate floor plan. Eun-hee's broken map hack fixes everything without draining her mana. Welcome to the main raiding squad, you adorable little GPS. It's the perfect setup, especially since our boss swore to personally protect her. Meanwhile, Mama Bear Dominique enters full panic mode. She frantically fusses over Eun-hee, stressing about health points and travel snacks. Brushing her hair and scrubbing her face, Dominique showers the mute girl in dramatic, loving gestures. Rolling his eyes at the wholesome delay, an impatient Jin Woo violently demands double battle rations. Time to march. The 9th floor's exit borders the terrifying labyrinth of gluttony, ensuring a ridiculously fast speedrun. And with that, our pint-sized GPS officially joins the epic expedition. Useo is absolutely fuming. Jin Woo is utterly baffled. Over 2 days without a single monster attack? Angela smugly smirks, reminding them that 2 labyrinth bosses and 1 breathtakingly gorgeous vampire walking around. No beast dares approach. She playfully teases that monsters probably mistake Useo for a one-man army. Naturally, the slime feels completely insulted. He absolutely refuses to be bullied by this bloodsucker. He grumbles bitterly. Barely 24 hours since the auction, and she already struts around his place uninvited, completely ignoring boundaries. Jin Woo completely misses the drama, so Useo keeps whining. This is his 3rd grueling expedition in a row, and he is exhausted. A proper boss deserves a year-long break. Jin Woo sighs, promising that good scouting means 0 fighting. But Useo refuses to buy that obvious lie. That king of the dead will definitely cause chaos soon. After days of exhausting marching, they finally breach the 8th floor. They rush inside, hoping to ambush the cowardly guards. A strange sensation washes over Jin Woo between floors. Ironically, it is the only safe haven in this hellish underworld. Behind him, Useo is pathetically struggling. The poor slime has never left floor 9. And boy, does it show. Jin Woo shakes his head, but Angela kindly explains the labyrinth's golden rule. Bosses rarely leave their domains. Moving floors inflicts a massive debuff, draining exactly 20% of their power. Jin Woo raises an eyebrow in sheer disbelief. But Angela swears it is true. That magical penalty is the reason humans won the Great War. Without it, those deeper floor nightmares would have annihilated humanity. Useo tries arguing back, but she savagely roasts him for not even being born back then. Still, this lore drop gets Jin Woo thinking. Just how terrifying are those abyssal creatures at full potential? The ones that fought were already walking disasters, and the strongest skipped the war entirely. The real tragedy here is Useo becoming utterly useless as they climb, while Angela remains perfectly fine. Her secret? Staying glued to Jin Woo's side. This blatant favoritism makes Useo boil from green to angry red. He mockingly calls her a glorified mosquito, teasing her strict reliance on Master's permission. You can't even cross a puddle, he trolls. Angela smugly shrugs. She never plans on leaving Jin Woo's side anyway. Plus, she can literally fly. Defeated, Useo hilariously screams, "Mosquito pervert!" On absolute repeat. Angela completely tunes out the hater. Meanwhile, Jin Woo deeply regrets his life choices. He harshly commands them to shut up. They have a tight schedule, and entrances are always heavily guarded. Time to move. His scouts validate his gamer instincts. They are entirely surrounded. Useo estimates at least 50 hostiles, practically crying in pure frustration. So much for reliable scouts. Jin Woo orders Useo to grab Yoonhee and hide. The coward happily complies. Shifting into full slime mode, he safely swallows her up and perfectly melds into the terrain. Jin Woo nearly has a heart attack, but Useo swears she is perfectly safe, creating tiny breathing tubes and dropping his acid stats. His stealth integration is flawless. Honestly, Jin Woo is genuinely impressed. Angela rolls her eyes at the lazy slime. But playtime is officially over. Jin Woo commands the vampire to dive straight into his shadow. The absolute second she merges, his ultimate stealth system automatically triggers. System alert. Angela's vampiric traits sync up. Camouflage rapidly evolves into advanced invisibility. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of the 8th floor guardians start echoing directly toward their hidden coordinates. High alert. A grotesque squad of monstrous pigs stomps into view, freezing at the exact spot Jin Woo occupied mere seconds ago. The absolute unit of the group aggressively lowers its massive, terrifying snout. It intensely sniffs the air, instantly detecting a glitch in their territory. There is zero doubt. Foreign invaders from the 9th floor have breached their absolute domain. It releases a monstrous grunt. Yet, the enemies are completely invisible. The massive beast aggressively scans the empty space, completely mind-boggled. Bearing the legendary title of Big Nose, failing to locate stealthy intruders would completely ruin its street cred. Its porcine pride is heavily on the line. Without hesitation, it activates its ultimate tracking skill, trusting its overpowered olfactory senses. Bingo, the foul, distinct scent of the lower levels is still faintly clinging. The prey hasn't escaped, they are just heavily cloaked nearby. Realizing the trick, the beast roars a commanding signal to its squad. The midnight hunt officially begins. Meanwhile, Angela assumes Jin Woo is completely clueless, while cozying up inside his shadow realm, actively streaming tactical data directly into his brain. She prays the telepathy doesn't freak him out. To reply, he just needs to mentally project his thoughts. Super convenient. Jin Woo adapts instantly. He already mastered this mental chat feature with Dominique anyway. Time to strategize. These beasts possess terrible IQ, but their overpowered smelling stats easily counter his invisibility. Their noses literally pierce the magical stealth veil. Angela expertly deduces that the two massive trackers must be elite commanders. This vital intel is a game changer. However, Jin Woo is not exactly thrilled about, grinding through the entire 8th floor just to find the stairs. Suddenly, Angela drops a brilliant troll idea. Use his aristocratic flex. Jin Woo instantly remembers his noble seal, the overpowered item he perpetually carries, even if it magically disappears during crucial moments. Angela confidently purrs that the artifact only reveals itself when destiny calls. The troll plan is set. Jin Woo stealthily beams a mental command to the closest commander. Acknowledge my absolute authority and guide us. The monstrous pig stumbles backward in absolute shock. A talking human? Its tiny brain completely short-circuits. Unsure how to process this bizarre interaction, it rarely encounters human adventurers, but knows they are absolutely delicious, especially when tenderized into a bloody pulp. Overcome by pure gluttony, the beast aggressively spams earth magic to instantly mince Jin Woo. Boom! The dust clears, revealing Jin Woo completely unfazed. His overpowered armor totally tanked the blow. Strangely though, his noble seal completely refuses to activate. Angela instantly realizes the epic truth. Jin Woo purposely face-tanked that attack to test the waters. She is deeply impressed, and he totally notices. Meanwhile, the raging pig mage frantically charges a second spell. This one is dripping with lethal mana, aggressively pulling the earth for a catastrophic strike. But Jin Woo is done playing. In a flash, he brutally buries his knee straight into the beast's thick skull. Wham! Instant knockout in one glorious strike. Blindly attacking a max-level player was a fatally stupid mistake. Suddenly, his glorious Baron authority finally triggers. Jin Woo smirks. He absolutely hates wasting premium-quality pork. Feeling generous, he decides to troll them with mercy. His aura explodes as he loudly declares his legendary title, Baron Jin Woo of the Underworld. He casually offers a surrender option, and shockingly, they accept. Every single porker pathetically faceplants into the dirt, begging for mercy. The terrified leader frantically blames his overly sensitive nose. Meanwhile, Yoonhee makes it hilariously obvious that surviving inside a slime is disgusting. While Useo happily continues absorbing scattered loot, the tamed pigs completely switch sides. They instantly become Jin Woo's personal cheerleaders, loudly oinking his praises while aggressively bulldozing a clear path through the maze. One massive veteran even violently slaps a rookie for disrespecting the Great Baron. The funniest part? Neither of them actually knows what a baron is, yet. Their fanatical excitement perfectly mimics Jin Woo's loyal army. Naturally, the narcissistic vampire misunderstands. Angela confidently boasts that her breathtaking beauty tamed the horde. Jin Woo simply rolls his eyes. They are definitely terrified of the bloodsucker. Her absolute disgust for the pigs is hilarious. Vampire lore states that monstrous pigs are classic midnight snacks. Quite delicious, if you ignore the fat. She smugly concludes that their genetic trauma is purely from ancient vampires ruthlessly feasting on their ancestors. The endless sea of walking bacon honestly intrigues Angela. Jin Woo's gamer brain also starts calculating. Capturing a few hundred of these premium porkers would instantly solve his Naga kingdom's entire food crisis. Jackpot. But the joyous loot fest abruptly dies. An overwhelming presence is aggressively charging closer, violently parting the sea of pigs. Angela frantically screams a warning. But Jin Woo's danger sense is already blaring. Useo instantly bolts. The cowardly slime hilariously drags his new fan club away. The colossal nightmare violently crashing toward them is the actual floor boss. It deployed the pigs for a grocery run, not a welcome party. The legendary Boar King emits a terrifyingly overpowered aura, but Jin Woo is out of patience for this mini-boss. With a cold smirk, he casually flashes his glowing ring. The ultimate seals are: the royal porker suddenly demands to know the main character's goal on the 7th floor. Jin Woo basically tells him to mind his own bacon. Still, the pig smirks, convinced our hero is totally clueless about the incoming chaos. A massive turf war is tearing the whole level apart. Strolling in blind means getting roasted in the crossfire, and no noble wants that. But honestly, Jin Woo simply does not have the patience to sit around. He is ready to gamble his life. Fortunately, the giant ham proposes a hilarious alternative. If the king crashes the battlefield himself, he will spark a distraction massive enough for Jin Woo to casually sneak on by. A boss monster joining the fray guarantees the absolute spotlight. Jin Woo seriously doubts this giant boar would do a random stranger such a massive solid, but the pig flashes a cheeky grin. He absolutely will, but on one condition. Once Jin Woo finishes his 7th floor errands, he has to pay the pig back with some serious backup. A classic tit-for-tat. Deal accepted. The king immediately struts off toward a ridiculously loud battleground, the exact spot where endless bloody drama repeats every single day. It is always the same hilarious, pointless meat grinder, just a painfully slow, unending brawl between the 7th floor's savage bloodlions and those incredibly annoying striped wasps. His goofy commanders cannot comprehend the violence, yet both sides keep yeeting themselves into the meat grinder. The king simply shakes his head. Why are those wasps getting absolutely clapped? They must be pathetically past their prime. He spins toward his underlings, demanding the juicy gossip from the 8th floor scouts, but all he receives is a brain-dead grunt. Hilariously, neither of these absolute clowns can remember a single word of the intelligence report. The two idiots violently bicker over whose fault it is. The king just sighs deeply. The actual problem? Himself. He never should have trusted these total numbskulls with anything remotely important. So, he hands them idiot-proof instructions. Scurry back to the base, lock the front door, and panic. He will casually solo the rest of this mess. Honestly, ditching his useless sidekicks is the safest strategy for everyone's sanity. Some sneaky rat is always waiting to raid his stash while he is gone. Whatever epic beatdown he plans, it is better delivered entirely solo. Zero need to drag his precious piggy minions into the absolute danger zone. The panicked commanders desperately try to warn their boss. The scattered intel hints at crazy danger, even claiming the legendary bloodlion Marcus joined the party. But the king just snorts in pure arrogance. He literally could not care less, as if some 7th-tier fluffball could ever scratch him. Without another word, he aggressively shoos them away, glaring until they waddle out of sight. He cannot have those bumbling fools tripping up his magnificent spotlight moment. It has been absolute ages since he could go completely unhinged in combat. Rare, beautiful opportunities like this simply demand a celebration. He stretches his massive muscles, practically vibrating with joy as he starts his dramatic warm-up routine. One commander whimpers in worry, but the other instantly slaps some sense into him. Once their glorious boss starts his legendary charge, absolutely nothing survives. After all, he is Okinotushi, the unstoppable advancer. Miles away, the sheer flex of the king's awakening sends shockwaves across the land. The very earth quakes under his dramatic stomps. Yuseo hugs himself, weeping with gratitude that he is far from that monster. Meanwhile, Jin Woo smoothly checks his connection with Angela. Is the giant decoy doing his job? Angela purrs her report. The massive oinker is putting on an absolute masterclass. Every single beast nearby is flocking toward his chaotic dance. Even monsters a full 2 days away are getting aggressively baited. Jin Woo groans internally. That means the path ahead is going to be a total bloodbath. Zero time to waste now. They have a brutally long hike just to hit the 7th floor's front door. Fast forward 3 exhausting days. Right at the border, Jin Woo dramatically grabs Yuseo. He must defend little Yoonhee with his life. She is their ultimate trump card. Poor Yuseo is trying his absolute best, but he is chugging through his glutton energy way faster than he can recover it. A savage beast bulldozes right past him, locking its sights on little Yoonhee. Yuseo dramatically shrieks her name in pure terror. But the tiny girl? Not even a single flinch. Her aura erupts. Like an absolute battlefield veteran, she casually plunges her bare toddler hand straight through the monster's ribcage. In a flash, the massive threat is totally deleted. She just stands there dripping in gore, looking hilariously unbothered. Jin Woo hilariously facepalms. How could he forget? Yoonhee is not some average kid. She is a hardcore dungeon baby, born on the deadly 11th floor. But just spawning in a high-level zone does not automatically make you a combat god. No, this means someone gave this toddler intense military training. Curious, he completely hands over his own weapon to the little girl. Her aura flares up again, and she fiercely zooms into the chaos, completely locked onto absolute destruction. Watching her casually execute enemies, he wonders if she is a tiny super soldier or just ridiculously gifted. He forcefully orders Yuseo to keep acting as her meat shield. If that tiny body takes a serious hit, she will not bounce back. So Yuseo is officially demoted to toddler bodyguard. He dramatically whines about the sheer unfairness of his drained energy. Still, the poor guy awkwardly obeys, finally realizing the crazy truth about this tiny powerhouse. Yoonhee is terrifyingly capable of wiping out monsters herself. Jin Woo then pivots to check on his vampire companion. Angela's brand of destruction is ridiculously extra. With one elegant flip of her fan, she literally bursts enemies open, greedily slurping their scattered blood. Classic vampire behavior. She refuses to waste a single drop. It tastes like absolute garbage, but it fuels her magical artillery perfectly. She accidentally tastes a drop, dramatically gags, and elegantly spits it out in pure embarrassment. Jin Woo just sighs and demands a status update. She confidently boasts that the pests are swarming, but their total annihilation is basically guaranteed. She already nuked half the army. Still, Jin Woo sweats heavily. The leftovers are no joke. Angela dramatically estimates there are fewer than 200 ugly targets remaining, but 200 is still a completely massive war zone. With blood literally fogging up the air, stealth is totally out of the window. Angela coyly mentions she could easily one-shot the rest, but it would completely drain her magical battery. And naturally, he would have to intimately help her recharge. She shamelessly bats her eyelashes, whining about surviving on just a single cup of his delicious blood. Exhausted by her flirty trolling, he officially gives her the green light to go completely wild. The romantic bribe? 2 entire cups of his premium blood once the dust settles. That is literally all the motivation a thirsty vampire needs. Her crimson eyes sparkle with crazy, obsessive devotion. She promises to put on a legendary, blood-soaked festival exclusively for her favorite boy. A breathtakingly gorgeous blood rose blooms directly above her. Her ultimate spell violently vacuums every screaming monster into a chaotic blender. Far away, an epic boss clash begins. Just minutes later, Angela's completely overpowered nuke deletes the entire battlefield in the name of love. The absolute carnage is over, but our flirty vampire is running completely on empty. Jin Woo stares in pure shock. He knew she was a legendary myth, but pulling off that nuke on a low-blood diet is insanely broken. Angela dramatically swoons, pitifully begging her prince for her tasty reward. He agrees to pay up, but safety absolutely comes first. Rushing over, he hilariously spots Yuseo half dead in a puddle of his own slime. The guy is breathing, so Jin Woo casually ignores him, but panic completely violently strikes the second he checks on little Yoonhee. The literal earth just aggressively gulped her down. He explodes forward like a rocket, but the solid ground seamlessly zips completely shut. Yuseo hilariously pops up right behind him out of nowhere. The poor sidekick is already frantically digging. No words needed. Pure rage violently boils inside Jin Woo's chest. Angela explicitly swore the radar was totally clear, yet some rat just pulled off top-tier magical kidnapping. But the stubborn vampire completely insists there were 0 vital signs. She fiercely defends her tracking skills. Before a massive lover's quarrel can erupt, Yuseo awkwardly interrupts the drama. Yoonhee is just gone. Jin Woo intensely orders them to keep aggressively shoveling, but Yuseo nervously waves his hands, desperately trying to explain the terrifying reality. There is literally 0 magical footprint. No mana residue, no lingering scent, absolutely nothing. She was completely deleted. Jin Woo's blood runs totally cold. Those terrifying words suddenly trigger a deeply buried, absolutely traumatic memory from his own past. Could the actual labyrinth itself have casually eaten her alive? Right on cue, the system map violently pings with an update. Jin Woo instantly snaps to attention. Without a single sound, he vigorously summons the holographic screen, his sharp eyes intensely tracking the chaotic new patterns. Angela's beautiful eyes widen in pure shock. The toddler must have directly answered the labyrinth's mythical calling. But before the vampire can even dramatically gasp, Jin Woo fiercely slices his hand through the air, demanding absolute silence. His intense gaze never leaves the glowing screen. Entirely unseen, legendary territories are rapidly unlocking. It is painfully obvious Yoonhee's overpowered cartography skill is on overdrive. She is casually mapping out impossible, hidden paths at lightning speed. Even with their insane stats, she is zooming way too ridiculously fast for them. It will literally take them entire days to catch up. Jinwoo gets a massive flashback to his own first magical kidnapping. That crazy call had instantly yeeted him straight down to the 9th floor. Tracking her current insane trajectory, he exactly knows her final destination. He dramatically swipes the glowing hologram. Total confirmation. There is zero mistake here. The little girl has fully synced with the dungeon. They need to aggressively rush, right now. Without a second of hesitation, Jinwoo instantly triggers his stealth mode. Yuseo pathetically glues himself to the main character as they violently blast through the tunnels, but the absolute idiot's hilarious, high-pitched shrieking completely ruins their stealth buff. The sheer speed is melting his brain. Angela just stares in totally pure confusion. How in the world did Jinwoo lock onto Yoonhee so insanely fast? It is entirely thanks to the little girl's overpowered passive gift. Without that broken skill, she would be totally ghosted forever. They have proudly watched this tiny terror aggressively level up since day one. She was no longer just some fragile doll collecting dust in the corner. She had proven her absolute worth to the Naga labyrinth. Yet, that heartbreaking blank stare remained. Unless ordered, she would not even eat. If they did not reach her soon, starvation would cruelly claim her life. Suddenly, Angela hissed a warning. Shadows moved ahead, but they were not monsters. They were humans. While tracking Yoonhee, they had stumbled into more pesky humans than actual beasts. This was incredibly suspicious for the 7th floor. Jinwoo facepalmed mentally. He had been so hopelessly desperate to save Yoonhee that he completely forgot their original mission. Those lurking humans were definitely not your average dungeon explorers. They were greedy rats hunting an unclaimed labyrinth, Angela scoffed as she sensed hundreds of nearby heartbeats. Jinwoo finally grasped the absolute chaos consuming the 7th and 8th floors. Annoying humans were completely wrecking the ecosystem. He wisely decided to scout ahead first. A massive, loud mob was swarming around what looked like a shiny new labyrinth entrance. The tension was thicker than mud. Bloody guild brawls were literally seconds away from exploding. Classic association. They were desperately trying to play hero, suppressing the explosive unrest. Every single person there had greedy dollar signs in their eyes, thirsting to claim the labyrinth's core. Angela smirked, finding these clueless fools hilarious. You cannot just magically become a master by whining. Jinwoo nodded silently. These arrogant amateurs knew absolutely nothing about how these mystical structures actually operated. Amidst the circus, a familiar, annoying face was screaming, calling everyone late to the party. He arrogantly declared the labyrinth belonged to the association. A light bulb flickered in Jinwoo's head. This was the exact spot Old Man Bake warned about. With the spicy beef brewing between the association and freelance hunters, Jinwoo smelled an absolute bloodbath incoming. But whatever, he had no time for this clown show. He quickly pinged the chaotic location on his map. They could crash that party later. Right now, rescuing Yoonhee was his only desire. Suddenly, Angela gasped. She locked onto a faint, flickering heartbeat. It was definitely her. They swiftly approached a cleverly concealed entrance to the shadows. The camouflage was so legendary that ordinary humans would just walk right past it. If labyrinths truly handpicked their fated masters, then this sneaky domain had undeniably chosen Yoonhee. It matched her quiet, mysterious energy completely. Still, an incredibly creepy vibe washed over him as he bravely led the charge inside. Yuseo dramatically complained it was not just creepy, but violently ugly. Beggars cannot be choosers, though. Once stepping inside, Jin Woo sharply warned his party. This entire labyrinth was breathing. Master or not, it despised trespassers. They were completely unwelcome. Jin Woo marched forward, but the cursed hallways stretched endlessly. Time twisted into a sickening blur. No matter his speed, the damned scenery refused to change. His danger senses were screaming. Zero resistance, no bloodthirsty beasts, not even a cheap trap. A living domain should fiercely defend its core. Yet, absolute dead silence. A suffocating chill violently washed over his entire body. He whipped around to check on Angela and Yuseo, but they had literally vanished. Pure panic squeezed his heart. He screamed their names into the void. Silence. No flashing lights, no spooky sounds. They were just totally erased. Was he even inside a real labyrinth? He desperately swiped to summon his map. Denied. Nothing happened. He frantically roared his skills. Parasite, hardening, camouflage. He looked like a total lunatic, shouting at the empty air. Absolutely useless. Every single ounce of his legendary power was stripped away. But how? A masterless 7th floor domain could never possess this godlike authority. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, casually asking if Jin Woo had gone crazy. Jin Woo did not recognize him at all. Yet, the stranger looked deeply worried. He warned that if Jin Woo kept acting crazy, monsters would devour them all. This was definitely not the time for an emotional breakdown. Shockingly, the stranger was none other than Kim Jin Woo, his old squad leader. The man gently scolded him. They could not afford to attract aggro. One tiny mistake meant game over. A single error could violently end all their lives. Jin Woo just stared, dumbfounded. This ghost actually believed they were teammates. A chilling thought smacked his brain. Was he trapped in a dream? Was reality completely fake? He muttered about a wild dream where he ruled a labyrinth. He was not some ugly tentacle monster, but a badass human commanding a legendary parasite with absolute, mind-blowing power. He sarcastically joked about hitting a growth spurt to match his leader. The ghost laughed heartily, calling it a fantastic fantasy. Jin Woo stood paralyzed. How did this horrific illusion feel so suffocatingly real? His captain gently offered to take the next guard shift. Everyone knew Jin Woo practically broke his back carrying their squad. Nobody would complain if he napped. In fact, they desperately wanted him to finally rest. Suddenly, a fresh, familiar voice sliced through the illusionary fog. A teammate playfully grabbed him by the chin, fiercely scolding him. Jin Woo's overactive imagination was causing trouble again. Yet, that ridiculous charm was exactly why this doomed squad loved him so deeply. Bam! More tragic phantoms from his past spawned into view. The squad leader pretended to explode with fury. If the corporate bosses caught them slacking, they would be utterly fried. The sassy group just waved it off. They simply had to sneak perfectly. One phantom loudly declared Jin Woo's power fantasy was pure comedy gold. They demanded a total recap, swearing it could be a best-selling comic. They playfully bullied him, dubbing him the ultimate chatterbox. Laughter echoed as they begged for Chapter 1. A devastatingly soft smile crossed Jin Woo's face. He had not felt this pure, unadulterated warmth in ages. His mind traced every single name, each echoing like a lost heartbeat. First was Park Hyung-tae, their radiant idol, the guy who traveled the glittering globe before rotting in this hellhole. His epic tales used to make them violently crave the surface. Tragically, a brutal explosion had wiped him out the exact second the Great War ignited. Then came Baker Hung Tae-soo, who swore to bake legendary bread right before toxic fog literally melted his flesh. Lee Jae-sik heroically led a suicide decoy charge and got pulverized. Brilliant technician Lee Ji-woong, he met a downright gruesome end, savagely ripped to shreds by hidden traps while desperately unlocking their escape route. He caressed these blood-stained memories one by one, almost like granting their tortured souls peace. Ultimately, only he and his beloved captain remained in the void. The nightmare of his leader's death struck like lightning, a fatal stomach wound, violently bleeding out in his trembling arms. That soul-crushing moment taught him true death. Now, inside this cruel illusion, the labyrinth wickedly tried to suffocate him in fake happiness to steal his soul. But Jin Woo's eyes gleamed with absolute clarity. How delightfully cruel that his brightest smiles were glued to his most devastating traumas. This pathetic 7th floor garbage just crossed a massive line. It dared to violently mock his shattered heart, snap back to reality. Meanwhile, the useless Yuseo was drooling on the floor, groggily begging for 5 more minutes of beauty sleep. But our ruthless main character had absolutely zero patience for this comedy hour. Wham! He launched a ruthless right hook into Yuseo's face, violently rebooting his brain. Angela watched this hilarious abuse in shock. To think even she, a majestic vampire, got totally snared by this cheap hypnotic trash. Jin Woo nodded with a dark aura. This twisted mind game was terrifying. After checking that the bruised Yuseo was fully conscious, his icy gaze snapped forward. A pathetic, slow-moving horde of system summons was creeping closer. The hypnotic ambush had miserably failed, so the desperate labyrinth was violently cranking up the aggro. Thank the heavens this stupid dungeon lacked the absolute firepower to assassinate them while they were completely knocked out. Yuseo was still dizzy and totally useless. But our overpowered main character moved like a god of war, effortlessly slaughtering the trash mob. These pathetic summons were just low-tier, bargain bin foot soldiers meant for farming. Brute force was clearly not this core's specialty. It cowardly relied on mental debuffs over glorious combat. Sweating nervously, Angela silently wondered if an enraged Jin Woo planned to vaporize the entire zone. His aura was terrifyingly bloodthirsty after escaping that tragic illusion. But after finally cooling his blazing anger, he didn't look like some mad demon king ready to nuke the world. Senseless destruction was not his style. Besides, just imagining the annoying black merchant aggressively nagging his ears off was the ultimate motivation to hold back his fists. Yuseo shivered, recalling the terrifying hesitation in Jin Woo's eyes earlier. Smashing the core was not a light decision. Whatever. Right now, saving his precious Yunhee was the only quest that mattered. The ruined hallways were literally painted with the pathetic ashes of shattered illusions and crushed mobs. This entire dungeon had completely min-maxed into hypnosis. The physical traps were laughably weak, and the beast waves were pure garbage. Moving at warp speed, it barely took a second before they aggressively breached the VIP holding room. Angela's vampire radar fiercely pinged her exact location, but an obnoxiously thick wall blocked their rescue mission. Jin Woo smirked. This annoying puzzle design? He had literally speedrun this exact same annoying scenario before. Back in the Naga Labyrinth, the system violently rejected him, until Yunhee claimed the master title. That simply meant it was time for some classic brute force. Channeling his overwhelming aura, he casually pushed the stubborn blockade. Crash! The obstacle shattered like cheap glass, finally revealing his precious girl. Completely safe, totally untouched. His heart fluttered, perfectly mirroring the past. She remained frozen like a beautiful, tragic statue since the very beginning. The epic moment arrives to conquer her dungeon. Under his fond, watchful gaze, the gloomy space hilariously morphs. Poof! Neon lights dazzle, floating balloons pop up, and literal game booths magically spawn. A literal circus dreamland. This wacky carnival domain is oddly perfect for her. Seeing her completely unfazed, a totally amused Jin Woo gently guides his girl toward the glowing system panel. That shiny blue window should be right in her face. Just smack that accept button to bind the territory. Looking like an adorable, confused puppet, she nervously pokes the prompt. Boom, the dungeon erupts with blinding light. She hilariously jumps out of her skin as the system crowns her absolute boss of the painfully edgy, super dramatic labyrinth of madness. Bending to her cute aura, the zone transforms. Walls burst with neon colors, a shiny portal appears, and boom, total synchronization is perfectly achieved. Now, this crazy funhouse simply needs 24 hours and some magic juice to finish its epic glow-up. But wait, there is still one highly dramatic task left. Jin Woo had one goal, crown her his knight. She signed the contract instantly, forgetting one tiny detail. She was completely mute. Desperate, he tried everything to make her say portal. He pleaded in every tone, but she remained dead silent. Just as Dominique arrived, the quiet girl stepped forward, sensing the aura of an unfamiliar dimension. Without warning, she vanished through the portal, drawn straight to Jin Woo. He was dumbfounded. She opened it, wasting zero time. Dominique immediately wrapped the girl in a smothering hug. Adorable as always, Dominique beamed with aggressive motherly pride. Her girl now owned a 7th-floor labyrinth. Nostalgia hit hard. Even the mighty Naga domain started this incredibly small. Jin Woo playfully countered it only evolved because of her magical touch. Mission accomplished. Noticing Usio looking ghost pale, Jin Woo instantly shifted to boss mode, handing Dominique her new orders. Hoya and Draken would guard the fresh territory. Usio and Yunhee packed for the Naga Labyrinth, but Jin Woo and Angela? They had unfinished business, awakening her terrifying dark side. Jin Woo playfully threatened to cut her blood snacks if she acted up. Upon warping back to the human camp, they noticed some arrogant hotshot had already crowned himself king. Jin Woo couldn't care less about their pathetic hierarchy, tuning out political garbage. His goal was stealthy infiltration. Still, his insanely sharp senses caught every single whispered secret. Same old annoying complaints. The association was greedy and evil. Absolutely nothing had changed since his last visit, except their trash reputation somehow sank even deeper into the gutter. Suddenly, a human with incredibly pathetic detection skills sensed his massive aura. Hannah shrieked in absolute terror, warning the clueless mob that sinister darkness lurked among them. Thankfully, the scrub only felt his terrifying presence, not his identity. Since stealth skills were ultra-rare, they assumed a monster was hunting. Angela smirked, eyeing the panicked all-you-can-eat buffet. She practically drooled for a quick snack, but Jin Woo crushed her dreams. They needed a strategic distraction, not a massacre. With a mischievous smirk, his troll plan worked flawlessly. Pure chaos erupted. Humans screamed about an invisible beast. Jin Woo playfully fanned the panic, tapping shoulders to send the camp into hysteria. Amidst this, Song Jong-chul finally snapped. Annoyed by the peasant uproar, He barked at grunts to guard the entrance while he handled the drama. His patience was zero. These greedy explorers never appreciated his absolute greatness. To them, money was the only true god. He stomped off to beat sense into the mob, leaving two utterly clueless guards. One idiot dreamed they protected a legendary artifact. The other fool fantasized about lost magical tech. Neither actually understood labyrinths. Suddenly, our monarch materialized between them, answering their stupid questions with a silent, devastatingly swift strike. Bam! Both guards kissed the floor. Angela teased he had a soft spot for humans. Jin Woo scoffed. Comparing these greedy rats to sweet Yoon-hee was an absolute insult. Yoon-hee was a pure soul, doing nothing wrong. Strolling through the barren chamber, Angela annoyingly poked him about their objective. His edgy response? Just wait and watch. Suddenly, his gamer brain clicked. The boss room sat exactly at the end of this pathetic hallway. No deadly traps, no defensive structures, not even a basic frame for the core. The truth hit like a boss attack. This pathetic labyrinth died before reaching rank 3. It literally collapsed before forming. Angela tilted her head, wondering if it was completely dead. He crushed her theory. Pointing to the missing throne and an emblem behind the altar, he proved it lived. Then, his eyes locked onto a highly suspicious box. Jin Woo noted the box eagerly awaited its rightful master. Suddenly, his parasite detection skill screamed to life with a blinding, dramatic flash. A blinding light erupted from the chest. He wondered if it was another annoying labyrinth shard playing hard to get, just like their past adventures. Bingo! The legendary core sat suspended after losing its master. The stubborn system absolutely refused to boot up until a worthy new king was recognized. As he extended a finger, Angela panicked, questioning his next crazy stunt. Smirking, he told her to wait. Pressing the button, the stubborn system instantly screamed back. Access denied. The sassy, ownerless labyrinth completely rejected his imprinting attempt, like a bad blind date. Leaving this dormant time bomb alone was risky. It could wake up cranky someday. Angela nervously asked if a human might claim it. Jin Woo admitted he couldn't rule out that trollish possibility. Instantly, her vampire heart sank with genuine concern. If greedy humans hijacked the labyrinth for twisted experiments, the consequences would be an absolute disaster. She feared a terrifying new faction of surface-dwelling weirdos would ruin their monster lives. It would spark an all-out turf war. Jin Woo admitted humans conquering labyrinths was inevitable, but not today. Flexing his massive aura, he ruthlessly initiated a forced shutdown sequence. Miraculously, the system accepted, though the angry labyrinth fought back fiercely. Suddenly, annoying human voices ruined the romantic dungeon tension. Song Jong-kyu burst in, demanding answers. The clueless mob freaked out, convinced monsters were invading. Realizing the dungeon itself was throwing a tantrum, Song immediately barked at all level 7 elites to follow his lead. Angela's senses tingled as humans drew near. She warned her master about the crashers. Jin Woo recognized the urgency, his trollish mind already spinning a brilliant, flawless plan. He ordered her to melt into the shadows. Smirking at the trembling core, he mocked its stubborn pride. How long did this dying dungeon seriously think it could resist him? Whether it surrendered to human or beast, its fate was sealed. The cavern shook violently as Jin Woo mercilessly crushed its defenses, persistently attempting to deactivate the stubborn core. He whispered like a smooth-talking devil, urging it to accept him rather than becoming humanity's twisted science project. Flexing pure Chad energy, he promised to show it a better time. Jackpot. Through sheer dominance, he ripped the core free. Seconds later, noisy humans stumbled in, shouting useless check-in questions as wild. Crackling magical electricity danced across the devastated room. Song ground his teeth in frustration. Before them stood a terrifying, unfamiliar silhouette. Sweating bullets, he turned, desperately inquiring if anyone recognized this absolute unit. But as the menacing figure took a step, raw terror paralyzed the party. Survival instincts screamed at them to flee, but their jelly legs utterly refused to respond. A soul-crushing wave of despair suffocated them. They felt like tiny bugs about to be swallowed by a god-tier boss. Pathetic cries for mommy echoed from those stuck in rubble. Sniveling and begging for a savior, the mob completely lost it. Acting like a true tryhard, Song barked orders to snap into combat formation if they wanted to survive. They barely registered the beast before poof, it vanished like a trollish magic trick. While everyone spun in total confusion, one terrified scout pointed at a pitch-black corner, shrieking its location. Magical crackling spiked, spreading sheer panic on their faces. But wait, the shadow was retreating? The delusional fools instantly assumed their massive group had spooked the legendary beast. For a split second, these clowns debated chasing it. Thankfully, someone warned against it, violently questioning their garbage judgment. They all knew nobody possessed the strength to engage. They secretly knew their stats were actual garbage against an unknown boss. Figuring the monster just lived there, they swallowed their pride, dusted off their egos, and applied band-aids. Grumbling about losing their sweet farming spot to a squatter, they prepared to run away. The moment the humans turned blind, the shadowy beast vanished, and Angela playfully turned to Jin Woo. Staring at the bizarre monstrosity, he realized the parasite had finally hit snooze. Honestly, he never imagined the little bugger would supersize itself quite like this. He played it off as a mere magic trick. Meanwhile, Angela's eyes sparkled with pure adoration at his badassery. But internally, our guy was sweating bullets to hide his frail human identity, labyrinth core safely pocketed. Mission accomplished. The nerd brigade from the facility could handle the rest. Dusting himself off, our main character stood tall. Angela batted her eyelashes, expecting a romantic stroll back, but he completely curved her. Pouting, she demanded to know what was more important than her. With a cool guy sigh, he dramatically mentioned an old promise. Fast forward, and he strutted right into level 8. A bunch of giant pigmen were casually gossiping about our boy's epic glow-up. One snorted, claiming he looked way more like boss material now. But our humble troll just waved it off, insisting that true swagger had absolutely nothing to do with having a massive, beefy physique. As their piggy banter dragged on, Jin Woo's social battery drained. He ruthlessly cut them off, declaring he wasn't here for a tea party. Dropping the pleasantries, he demanded the coordinates of their big boss. Wasting zero time, he marched straight toward the head honcho's throne room. But as the ominous aura approached, his overpowered senses picked up something downright pathetic. The so-called boss was completely washed up. His energy was so pitifully low that even Angela could probably one-shot him. Suddenly, the peanut gallery of elite level 8 grunts chimed in. They spilled the tea, revealing their boss got absolutely folded by the blood lion. Marcus! Jin Woo raised an eyebrow. The overhyped beast from level 7? They nodded frantically, explaining that according to underworld gossip, those two massive meatheads had brawled until they were both knocking on death's door. This juicy lore drop actually rattled our main character. Wait, a level 8 overlord seriously got stalemated by a level 7 scrub? That math wasn't mathing, but the drama wasn't over. The grunts squeaked about a massive new nightmare unfolding. Hooked on the gossip, Jin Woo demanded the tea. Sweating bullets, they explained that the bloodline elites had literally crashed their floor. Those absolute madmen burned through tons of magical energy just to downgrade to level 8. This uninvited migration sparked a massive, chaotic turf war. Hearing this ridiculous lore, Jin Woo just facepalmed. He paused their crying session to point out the glaring plot hole in this whole situation. Since when do entire mob factions just up and move apartments? Why would anyone willingly downgrade to this broken, trash-tier neighborhood? Trembling, the creatures admitted they had actually interrogated trespassing lions to find out. And the terrifying truth? Something way more demonic was throwing a tantrum up on level 7. Cue Jin Woo's inner detective smirk. He instantly bet his life savings that pesky humans were causing this dumpster fire. Finally, the battered pig boss awkwardly cleared his throat. Offering our overpowered hero a VIP seat, the giant monster blushed like a schoolgirl. Admitting this reunion felt incredibly awkward, yet weirdly thrilling. Bowing his massive head, the boss tearfully confessed he was the one who dragged Jin Woo into this mess. He dramatically swore absolute loyalty. Simping hard, he declared Jin Woo was the most dazzling noble ever, an absolute unicorn among trash. Internally, our boy was screaming. This overly dramatic setup felt like a massive trap. Plus, his overpowered parasite battery was flashing 0%, leaving him completely dry. He braced for the worst, fully expecting a suicide mission to assassinate Marcus. But plot twist, the giant boss hit him with pathetic puppy dog eyes and shamelessly begged for a VIP ticket to level 9. The poor guy was completely burnt out from the toxic work environment. Strutting closer, Jin Woo raised an eyebrow, basically asking, "You seriously want to couch surf at my place?" The massive beast nodded frantically. He dropped to one knee, practically proposing to be Jin Woo's personal knight. He awkwardly mumbled that begging for a job right after getting his butt kicked totally made him look like a cowardly runaway from the Bloodline gang. But our troll hero just chuckled, giving him an ego boost. He accepted the dramatic pledge, ignoring the pathetic red flags entirely. Leaning in, Jin Woo flashed a cheeky grin. "Look, buddy, we barely know each other. I have zero clue if you're actually strong, and you probably think I'm a scammer." The feeling was entirely mutual. But the ultimate fanboy boss violently disagreed. He hyped Jin Woo up, declaring him a legendary anomaly. A human flexing a Baron's seal? The undisputed supreme overlord of level 9? His reputation was absolutely off the charts. Rumor had it, he casually swatted the Dragon King Anaxis like a fly in under 6 months. This wasn't beginner's luck. It was pure, unadulterated gaming skill. Still, our edgy protagonist started cringing hard at the aggressive meat riding. Was this pig secretly running a Jin Woo fan club? Cutting the endless praise short, he challenged the giant to drop his own tragic backstory. Eager to impress, the boss happily obliged. Gesturing dramatically to his squad of brain-dead grunts, he puffed his chest out. Without his GigaChad micromanagement, this entire floor would have self-destructed ages ago. Every single grunt here was running on negative brain cells. He sheepishly admitted he used to be a dumb brute too, but getting punched for centuries forced his monstrous brain to painfully evolve. The sob story continued. The snobby upper floors treated their territory like a free, 24/7 loot goblin ATM. But like a true dramatic protagonist, he always stepped up to violently defend his beloved meathead family. He eagerly suplexed any fool who dared touch his domain. He called his endless rampage simple pest control. Hearing this dramatic hero speech, a light bulb clicked in Jin Woo's head. No wonder this beefy meat shield was always the first one throwing hands when alarms sounded. The emotional boss then cried about how he had survived a blender of endless wars, completely destroying his sanity. And just when he thought he could finally touch grass, that annoying bloodlion crashed his server. He was 100% done. Bleeding out and utterly exhausted, he shamelessly bet on Jin Woo's weird mercy. With puppy eyes, he dropped the ultimate please adopt me card. Jin Woo just saw a pathetic overgrown plushie. But Angela quickly whispered a reality check. This crying giant was actually a top-tier raid boss. Respect the veteran status. Jin Woo finally sensed the absolute unit hiding beneath those ridiculous tears. Without the massive fatigue, his underlying stats were still completely terrifying. Sniffling, the giant mocked the snobby overlords who acted tough just because they owned some dirt. With a dramatic sigh that screamed fine whatever, our overpowered troll finally adopted the giant stray. Congratulations, you're officially my third sidekick. But plot twist, moving day was cancelled. He casually mentioned some bizarre paranormal activity currently wrecking their home base. Tilting his massive head, the boss was hooked. Wait, are we talking about the lunatic Spirit King? Jin Woo flashed a mysterious protagonist smirk and nodded. Oh yeah, that legendary psycho's reputation preceded him. He was world famous for being an absolute menace, stealing literally anything, just to build his disgusting Frankenstein chimera pet. Wrapping up the gossip session, Jin Woo gave a cool thumbs up. Once the server lag was fixed, he'd drop the VIP guild invite. Acting like a devoted housewife, the giant swore to patiently wait for his master. Jin Woo just chuckled at the cringe. Tossing a lazy wave, he dropped the hardest exit line. Just don't die yet, loser. Staring at his back, the giant pig practically swooned. He finally didn't have to carry the entire team alone. Meanwhile, in a totally different zone, Jin Woo casually strolled into the shiny gem appraisal shop. Instantly, Beck shrieked like he'd just seen a literal ghost. But our troll hero just stood there looking bored, waving his hands to shut up the hysterics. Beck was hyperventilating. He screamed that the association's cameras had caught a brand new, absolute Godzilla-level demon wandering the floors. His knees were knocking together as he hyped up the monster's impossible thickness. Slapping a blurry photo on the counter, he pointed out that the new floor boss looked exactly like this horrific monstrosity. The panic was so violently real that even the arrogant association's suits had completely abandoned the server, crying for their mommies. Hearing this absolute brain rot, Jin Woo had to physically restrain his laughter. Playing the ultimate troll, he put on a serious face and patted the guy. Probably just a random basement mutt, he lied flawlessly, sweating buckets. Beck nervously asked if Jin Woo had ever bumped into anything that terrifying before. Jin Woo smoothly plays the fool. Probably just some deep-level boss, he shrugs. But Beck waves it off. Bro, I only care that you are alive. Beck leans in, eyes gleaming. Did you conquer the 7th floor? Become a labyrinth lord? Jin Woo keeps a poker face. Nope. Didn't see a single thing. Claiming a dungeon isn't exactly a walk in the park. Jin Woo lies effortlessly. Plus, that place was completely dead. Beck instantly deflates like a sad balloon. He really thought our main character hit the jackpot, but Jin Woo just pats his shoulder. Stay humble, my friend. Blind greed only gets you killed. Focus on the real job, Jin Woo teases, tossing a heavy sack of down gems onto the table. Cha-ching. Beck's eyes instantly turn into giant dollar signs. Satisfied with the shiny loot, Beck suddenly snaps his fingers. Oh, right. Some corporate suits were looking for you. Jin Woo blinks, completely caught off guard. Who the heck is tracking him down? Beck slides over a slick business card. Department of Underground Development, he reads. Sounds like maximum bureaucratic nonsense. They want to hire you, man. Beck laughs, dropping the bombshell. He mentions a big shot named Kim Joo-hyuk is running the entire show. Apparently, it is a super weird government branch. Ever since that crazy incident with a human labyrinth lord, the higher-ups are absolutely sweating bullets. The feds are officially making their move, and they already know about Jin Woo's suspicious dungeon-crawling habits. That is exactly why they are desperate to recruit him. Jin Woo raises a skeptical eyebrow. Have they been stalking my background? Beck just shrugs with a smirk. They probably called in the big guns for this. The National Intelligence Service, Beck reveals. And get this, you actually know one of their agents. Another dungeon baby. He drops the name Lee Jun-young, the girl from the Spider Expedition. Ring a bell? Ding. Jin Woo's memory finally sparks. Okay, but what exactly do they want me to do? Beck throws his hands up. Top secret government stuff, bro. Probably hunting for more dungeons. But Jin Woo just stares at the card, mind racing. He is already juggling way too much dungeon drama. Who has time for boring human politics? With zero hesitation, Jin Woo literally torches the business card. Poof. Beck nearly drops his jaw. Bro, chill, he laughs. No need to get salty, especially when those government goons tried to steal my favorite client. Honestly, this works out great for me. Beck cheers. Wrapping up their deal, he promises to wire the fat stacks of cash straight to Jin Woo's bank. Easiest meeting ever. Jin Woo nods, turning toward the exit. Hey, keep your phone off silent for once, Beck yells out as a parting troll remark. I might need you. With a smirk, Jin Woo leaves. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon dimension, the system sync between the carnival party hall and Yoon-hee finally hits 100%. Yoon-hee is now the official party manager. Boom. Portal gates swing wide open, connecting their two massive labyrinths together. Stepping through the gate, Jin Woo spots his loyal snake squad chilling. He gives a nod to a random serpent. Thanks for guarding the base. All good here? The snake nods, but Jin Woo spots massive crater marks everywhere. What the heck happened? The serpent sighs, basically snitching that Hoya went on a total rampage. Suddenly, footsteps echo. Intruders? Nope. Just a bunch of random worker NPCs waddling over. But as they get closer, Jin Woo gets a seriously weird sense of déjà vu. An awkward staring contest ensues. Breaking the silence, Jin Woo strikes a boss pose. I am your master's boss. Now, sketch me a map of this entire zone, and build me a warehouse. Crickets. The workers literally walk right past him like he is invisible. The sheer disrespect. Jin Woo's blood pressure instantly spikes. A vein pops on his forehead. He is half a second from throwing hands with NPCs, but Angela materializes, completely sweat-dropping. Master, please do not punch the workers. She pitches a much cooler idea. Use the regent authority. It was her old boss Anatole's favorite trick. As a legit underground aristocrat, he has administrative privileges. If the knight agrees, you rule it all. Basically, legal dungeon hijacking. Jin Woo hesitates, feeling a tiny bit guilty. Isn't that just straight-up stealing Yoon-hee's territory? A betrayal that would shatter any dungeon master's pride. But still, he turns to the NPCs and barks his order again. Meanwhile, Yoon-hee watches from the shadows. Her heart flutters as Jin Woo's commanding gaze meets hers. Do you accept me as your regent? He asks softly. She blushes, totally frozen in the romantic tension. With a shy, adorable nod, she surrenders. Just like that, Yoon-hee hands over the keys to her kingdom. Boom. Jin Woo is crowned the Carnival Labyrinth's supreme ruler. System alert. Both dungeons now share their summoning pools. Ruling the Naga Labyrinth, bagging 2 elite knights, and claiming regency, he is officially an overpowered dungeon lord. Slouching on his epic throne, Jin Woo feels absolutely god tier. Stacking knights and lands is the ultimate cheat code. No wonder Anatole was so obsessed with this strategy. While he is busy admiring his own genius, Angela and Dominique strut in. Bowing gracefully, they announce the Down Gem tribute is complete. Jin Woo nods like a true mafia boss. Good girls, he praises, making them secretly swoon. But remember, I cannot always babysit you both. You need to level up your own defenses and upgrade the entire zone, because the Naga Labyrinth is about to get ridiculously buffed. The system chimes. Carnival Labyrinth initiates rank 3 upgrade. Naga Labyrinth ascends to rank 6. Ding, ding. You will probably hit rank 4 before the Naga finishes, he grins. Now chop chop, get to work. Those massive storage units are not going to build themselves. He also reminds them to spam the summon button. Opening the troop menu, Jin Woo squints at the glowing screen. Wait, what the heck are these weird new character classes? The stats make absolutely zero sense. Is this clown going to fight with balloon animals? He groans. And please tell me this minstrel is just a fancy maid. Rank 2 has way too many bizarre options. Back in the Naga base, he only had basic grunts and maids. Dominique steps up, adjusting her invisible nerd glasses. Every dungeon has its own weird aesthetic. Master, she explains smartly. Jin Woo aggressively taps a glowing skill icon on the screen. Then what is this? Festival heat? Sounds hype. But reading the fine print, he facepalms. It literally slashes their defense by 50%. Yeah, nope. Let us just stick to rank 2 basics for now. Rank 3 is for mob clearing. He calculates like a pro gamer. Rank 4 is just straight up nuclear warfare. Suddenly, a terrifying realization slaps him right in the face. He absolutely panics, vaulting off his throne. Summon one of everything right now. Poof, poof, poof. A minstrel, a juggler, an acrobat, and a clown magically pop into existence. The ultimate circus squad. But Jin Woo stares at them, utterly deadpan. They look weak as soggy noodles. Are you kidding me? Is this entire squad just meme glass cannons? Yet, hope remains. He remembers the Sweet Dreams ability, a cheeky defensive trick. Could it be the exact same illusion that the dungeon previously used to troll them? It is terrible for huge wars but hilariously broken against elite bosses. This place is the exact opposite of that edgy dragon lair. Yoon-hee playfully sighs, finally realizing why this carnival place flopped before. It is an absolute nightmare to command. The boss agrees, but flashes a wicked smile. They can just forge a sneaky strike force to troll enemies from the shadows. Meanwhile, the Naga army can happily tank the massive frontline brawls. Dominique tilts her head, blinking her lovely eyes. She wonders if the Naga base actually has any cool gimmicks, or is it just a basic vanilla spawner for average grunts? Our handsome main character totally loves that basic reliability. He smirks, claiming that avoiding stupid weaknesses is way sexier than flashy tricks. Dominique sighs, her heart fluttering with relief. He casually admits that starting with this circus might have gotten him killed by Anaxastus. Suddenly, Draconis stomps into the room, making our hero playfully roll his eyes. With a mischievous grin, he orders Yoon-hee to zap the stubborn lizard with Sweet Dreams. She tries, but hilariously runs out of mana. Pouting, she commands the scaly giant to freeze, and just chill out. The skeptical giant obediently relaxes. Bam! She sneakily casts the spell. Totally blindsided, the big guy stammers in shock at her unexpected sneak attack. The magic instantly twists him into a terrifyingly hilarious monster. The boss nods, his clever mind totally downloading the trick. He then orders his cute minstrel to use her imagination. Stop acting like a maid and go absolutely wild on the guy. Poor Draken wobbles around, hilariously wondering if he is going totally crazy. Chuckling, our hero finally gets the joke. He totally knows how to weaponize this circus now. He commands his lovely Dominique to have Rishasha sketch a secret map of every hidden back door. They must stay deliciously invisible from everyone. Suddenly, he spots a lazy rabbit slacking off and immediately drafts the poor fella. Barking out Dominique's orders with a smirk, he commands the fuzzy worker to start hustling. Drama aside, securing their home is absolutely vital right now. The boss rubs his chin, realizing this dungeon needs to level up fast. His legendary troll playbook is expanding. Boom, 2 weeks vanish. The Naga base hits rank 6, and the circus hits 4. Now, they can beautifully mash together troops from both the serpent and dragon bases to create the ultimate freaks of nature. The dungeon's aura explodes outward, and our gorgeous main character gets even more ripped. Lounging confidently on his shiny throne, he smoothly orders the blinds shut. Who cares about the view when he has a shiny new army? Suddenly, Useo struts in, playfully teasing him about his aggressively fast upgrades. He casually asks about her health, but rudely interrupts her answer with a devilish smirk. It is war o'clock. She playfully whines that her delicate body needs 6 months of beauty sleep, but he brutally ignores her cute complaints. They are going to absolutely roll. Valicious, the edgy king of the dead, next week. Useo gapes, then squeals with pure psychopathic joy. Coughing to regain her elegance, she wonders if a sneaky sucker punch would be better. After all, nobody likes that smelly bone king. Our hero responds with a surprisingly dramatic glare, claiming he would never throw his favorite girl into a messy fight blindly. But as he smoothly drops his master plan, Rishasha dramatically crashes through the doors, completely breathless and battered. His cool facade shatters. What the heck happened? Coughing up blood, she drops a bomb. Forget the Bone King. Count Anatolius is personally marching right toward their front door. She is absolutely terrified. Just the name of that overpowered monster makes the room's temperature plummet into a suffocating freeze. Angela starts violently shaking like a nervous chihuahua. She screeches in utter denial. How could a ridiculous level 11 noble teleport up to level 9? This has to be a sick joke. But the injured scout shuts her down fast. Her entire stealth squad just got effortlessly kidnapped. Their top-tier hiding skills were utterly useless against his broken stats. Sweating slightly, the boss tries to keep his poker face intact. Did anyone actually die? She frantically shakes her head no. Confused, He asks how she magically slipped away. With a hollow laugh, she admits the terrifying truth. The monster let her go. The invading squad had exactly 3 freaks: the Count, some shady black market dealer, and an edgy auction devil. Our handsome hero instantly starts running the stressful math in his head. Why on earth is a shady merchant teaming up with that beast? Praying for a miracle? The boss nervously chuckles. Maybe these terrifying boogeymen are just taking a casual afternoon stroll? Sasha hilariously crushes his hopes immediately. They are totally coming to crash the house. The only reason she still has her head attached is because the overpowered Count sent a message. He found out they belonged to the Naga base. Biting his lip, our protagonist switches into full beast mode. He sharply orders his gorgeous assistant to wake up the entire army and keep every weapon fully loaded. She salutes with fiery loyalty. Sasha quickly butts in, suggesting it might be way smarter to greet the VIP guest outside their precious front yard, because the guy is literally too fat to fit through their tiny doors. Our pragmatic hero totally agrees with the savage logic, but the nervous Angela is absolutely losing her mind. She completely short-circuits, screaming to pack their bags immediately. She hysterically compares this crazy Count to a walking nuke, claiming the edgy Dragon King is basically a newborn baby next to him. Totally pathetic in comparison. Flashing his coolest, most reassuring smile, our main character tells her to chill. If they do anything stupid right now, they are definitely going to get squashed. Plus, it is a hilariously rare chance to safely spy on a top-tier noble's stats. Running away like cowards simply breaks his cool guy aesthetic. Pouting anxiously, Angela finally surrenders, but aggressively makes him promise not to troll the walking disaster. He crosses his heart. Fast forward a few sweaty hours to the northern gates. Qantas proudly declares, "The ambush is locked." Smirking, the boss looks at Dominique for the juicy details. He already stashed his favorite girls and the scaly giant in a totally different dungeon, just in case everything burns down. He casually locks the magical back door to save their lives. He orders Dominique to hide safely in the master bedroom, boldly declaring that only Qantas and the injured scout will stay, along with panicked Angela to form the official welcoming committee. But his loyal Dominique begs to stand by his side. He tries playing the protective boyfriend, but she drops a heartbreaking truth. If the dungeon dies, she dies with him anyway. She stubbornly insists her sweet talking might save his skin if the Count starts asking annoying questions. She has to analyze their future enemy. Her romantic loyalty totally catches him off guard. Angela chimes in, hilariously pointing out that hiding inside is pointless against a guy who can probably nuke the entire postal code anyway. Defeated by logic, he softly lets her stay, earning a breathtakingly grateful smile. But instantly, a terrifying system alarm violently blares inside his head. His internal parasite is absolutely freaking out, screaming at him to run for his life. Detecting pure apocalyptic danger, the system frantically pumps his veins full of magical painkillers and chill pills, begging its host to just escape. Then the sky goes dark. They all look up to see a literal walking mountain. Sweating buckets, our hero realizes this absurd monster is 10 times thicker than the giant hell spider. The guy makes their massive walls look like a child's Lego set. Praying the Titan ignores his hilariously outmatched army, he mentally screams, "Why on earth did this overpowered raid boss come here?" Angela trembled, whispering his name. Jin Woo smirked. He wouldn't pick a fight with Anatolius, but he absolutely refused to bow down like a submissive pet. Looking weak meant becoming a permanent doormat. The Count's eyes sparkled with mischievous amusement. "Oh my," Anatolius chuckled. "The rumors of your stubborn pride are absolutely true." Boom. The ground violently quaked as he demanded absolute obedience. Gravity magnified entirely, crushing down. For the very first time, genuine, heart-racing terror completely gripped Jin Woo. The gap in their power was utterly ridiculous. Everyone instantly face-planted under Anatolius's suffocating aura. Yet incredibly, our stubborn main character alone refused to drop to his knees. The Count's gaze practically purred with interest. A fascinating toy, he granted Jin Woo the glorious honor of standing, while hilariously trashing everyone else on level 10 as pathetic garbage. Beaming with absolute delight, Anatolius spoke with overwhelming authority. Still acting tough, Jin Woo sassily demanded his reason for visiting. Even with that incredibly cheeky attitude, the Count totally fell for his charm. He immediately claimed him as a pet project, a favored little servant. "Go conquer Valicious," he playfully ordered, "and seize level 9. Your destiny goes down, not up." He cheekily promised a romantic reunion on level 11. Burning with ultimate humiliation, Jin Woo swore deadly vengeance. As the Count sauntered off, 2 merchants approached. Startled, Jin Woo aggressively snapped at them. "Your sugar daddy just left." Unfazed, one creature casually adjusted its collar. "We aren't servants, buddy. I stayed behind to propose a super juicy deal. This major black market VIP winked knowingly. He playfully brought up Jin Woo's past auction shouts, teasing their fateful connection. But our boy remained totally skeptical. Why would a big shot flirt with my business? Flashing a trollish smirk, the merchant totally flexed his absolute superiority over his pathetic coworker standing right beside him. He brutally roasted his partner's relevance, waving his empty hands dramatically. He joked about being absolutely broke on merchandise. Jin Woo, whose patience was rapidly dying, growled at him to drop the stupid comedy routine. Happily obliging, the merchant dropped a bombshell. He wanted Valicious's Labyrinth of the Dead, paying upfront with incredibly spicy, top-secret intel. Reading the dangerous room, the merchant sweet-talked him with free goodwill info. You see, he gossiped, Valicious was totally supposed to throw a massive temper tantrum after the Scaly Dragon King died, but he's been super quiet. Hooked, Jin Woo demanded the tea. Well, the merchant snickered, crafting an overpowered chimera takes painfully long. Suddenly, his annoying sidekick rudely interrupted. Stop spoiling the plot. Bam. The senior merchant literally punted him into orbit. Turning back with a sweet smile, he casually brought up a pristine corpse recently pawned off on the black market. He teased a juicy, mind-blowing twist just waiting to drop. Confused, Jin Woo tilted his head and muttered, "Aren't you shady market guys supposed to play perfectly neutral?" He glared intensely, demanding answers. The merchant nodded with absolute fake innocence. "Oh, pure neutrality is totally our absolute policy." "Yeah, right." Jin Woo wasn't buying that garbage for a single second. Shooting daggers with his eyes, he aggressively called out their hypocritical bluff as his blood pressure hilariously skyrocketed. Panicking slightly, the merchant frantically tried to soothe his fiery temper. "We're just humble little traders flipping useless trash," he cried out defensively. "All we totally did was buy your garbage corpse and casually scalp it to a better customer. It's just capitalism, baby." But that cheeky excuse only poured gasoline on Jin Woo's raging fury. Raising his voice, he roared that the stupid corpse wasn't the issue. The real problem, he angrily clarified, was this gossiping merchant totally leaking top-secret military intel about the King of the Dead straight to him. Catching on to the horrifying implication, the merchant nervously sweat-dropped. "Hey, don't stress," he pleaded. "We're totally even Stevens right now." That pathetic excuse snapped Jin Woo's final brain cell. He exploded in pure disbelief, screaming, "You call this a fair balance?" Then, a terrifyingly hilarious realization struck him like lightning. This two-faced rat absolutely sold his personal info to the dead king too. Absolute fury warped his face as he aggressively spat out the damning accusation. "Busted." The merchant awkwardly chuckled, caught completely red-handed. He gave a half-hearted, goofy apology for the doxing. "Look on the bright side," he sweated. "Valicious is still totally losing this matchup." He wildly gestured at Jin Woo's massive defensive efforts. "I only leaked your basic army size," he cried out defensively. Meanwhile, that bony king completely lost one of his ultra-rare, legendary trump cards. Suddenly, spiraling into an epic panic attack, the merchant started aggressively rambling. "Did I completely ruin the balance again?" He hysterically ordered his imp to draft a groveling apology letter. "Wait, why am I the one apologizing?" he whined dramatically. Meanwhile, Jin Woo's murder intent heavily intensified. As the merchant's verbal diarrhea continued, our hero ruthlessly silenced the clown. "Storytime is officially over," he barked with absolute finality. He demanded the raw terms of their spicy little deal right now. If this goofy traitor wanted a partnership, he needed to vividly confess exactly what dirty secrets were sold to the dead king. Just then, the lovely Dominique elegantly stepped up to save the day, fiercely announcing that it was time for the ultimate pre-battle briefing against Valicious and his nightmare labyrinth. She flawlessly listed the Naga Labyrinth's strike force: 400 scaled soldiers, 200 fierce warriors, 100 deadly archers, and 80 elite brawlers, plus 40 glorious healers, 30 magicians, 30 scouts, and 20 arcane sorcerers, not to mention 100 majestic Naga cavalrymen riding absolute dragon-blooded beasts. All packed together, their army hit a glorious 1,000, 3 times the pathetic amount leaked to their enemy. Sure, the dead king's exact headcount was a total mystery, but they guessed he hoarded over 5,000 trash-tier zombies. Plus, since he snagged that legendary dragon corpse 2 entire months ago, the monstrous chimera upgrade was definitely complete. As the tension hilariously peaked, Jin Woo suddenly interrupted his beautiful commander. "Hey, rewind the zombie stats." Nodding devotedly, Dominique gracefully broke it down. "These rotting puppets," she started, "are violently pumped with labyrinth juice. The dead king totally mind controls them. They literally feel zero fatigue, pain, or psychological damage. You literally have to smash their skulls to cancel their Bluetooth connection. She neatly organized the nightmare into 3 hilarious tiers: trash mob low ranks, elite high ranks, and totally overpowered chimeras. The low ranks run on low batteries and 0 brain cells. They just swarm the field as totally disposable meat shields, she explained. But those spicy, high-ranking undead, on the other hand, are heavily energized and fight like hardcore military pros. They hide behind the meat shields for devastating sneak attacks. Lastly, the custom chimeras. The only confirmed boss-tier monster is that crazy Scaly Dragon King. But there's definitely more where that came from. And we totally lack info on their siege engines. Jin Woo nodded, utterly enchanted by her fiercely brilliant tactical mind. Then, swiveling his intense gaze toward the lovely Rishasha, he softly asked for her exclusive inside scoop on the Death Labyrinth. Her eyes sparkled as she eagerly shared her traumatizing secrets. Most of the zombie horde is literally taking a dirt nap. It's mathematically impossible to scan the endless plains for hidden sleepers. Even the insomniac zombies play deadly hide-and-seek, making basic patrols a total joke. Absorbing this chaotic mess, Jin Woo flawlessly summarized the nightmare. So, despite this massive camp, the Bony King is bravely marching straight for the Gluttony Labyrinth. Dominique fiercely agreed, adding a cryptic warning about incoming rats. Thousands of undead have breached the plains. The vanguard and main host are half a day apart. The Scaly Dragon King leads the front line, while the King of the Dead commands the rear. Jin Woo remembers the Black Merchant's warning. The undead monarch is likely exploiting the Dragon King's transformation, using it as a vessel to bypass his territorial restrictions. That devil was spot on. Facing his army, Jin Woo declares a shift in tactics. Forget defending like our last clash with the dragon. Today, we strike first. Full offense. Expect deadly traps waiting in the shadows. But fear not, their preparations are flawless. The Naga Labyrinth's forces are an unstoppable tide. Though this upcoming war will demand blood, Felicius's intelligence network has gone dark, granting them a massive tactical edge. The Undead King's intel is severely outdated. He might know about Draken's devastating power, but Angela, Hoya, Yoonhee, and Uzio are our hidden trump cards. Jin Woo lays out the battle formation. Uzio takes vanguard. They will split into 3 elite strike forces. Uzio will secure labyrinth communications. Angela raises an eyebrow, doubting this seemingly unreliable plan. But Jin Woo smirks, completely confident. Trust me, Uzio is our perfect communication lifeline. In 48 hours, Uzio and Anaxis will link up. Then, the main squad, Rishasha, Angela, Yoonhee, and Uzio, will face the Undead King. Meanwhile, Dominique, alongside Qantas, Draken, and Hoya, will obliterate the enemy flag-bearers from the core. Jin Woo issues a grim warning. If you face more than 2 chimeras, fall back immediately and regroup. This war is a matter of life and death. They must protect each other. He locks eyes with Dominique. Do not do anything reckless. She flashes a confident smile, promising her safe return. Jin Woo adds that just one team achieving their objective changes everything. Both Felicius and the Labyrinth Core are the undead's ultimate lifeblood. Destroying either guarantees absolute victory. Rendezvous at Felicius's gates. If all hell breaks loose, tactical retreat to the Naga Labyrinth. The strategy is set. Any objections? A deafening war cry echoes as his soldiers stand united. Seeing their blazing determination, a wave of immense pride washes over Jin Woo. Their morale is at an absolute peak. Jin Woo commands Qantas to mobilize the vanguard. With a fierce nod, Qantas steps into the courtyard, facing the roaring sea of warriors. The time for slaughter has come. March! His commanding roar shakes the heavens. Without hesitation, the formidable Naga army advances, with Jin Woo marching proudly at their side. He glances at Rishasha. Your moment for vengeance is here. He shoots her, a challenging smirk. But lag behind, and I will steal the kill before you even draw your blade. Driven by unbreakable loyalty, the Legion presses on. 48 hours later, Uzio arrives at a bizarre location. He groans internally. Was I not just supposed to stomp some low-level skeletons and bail? The monstrosity before him is technically a corpse, but its grotesque aura is suffocatingly unnatural. A massive shiver crawls down his spine. Swallowing the dread, he locks eyes with his target. Playing it cool, he smirks. Long time no see. He aggressively trolls the hideous beast. Ah, you are looking pretty today. Did you get a little haircut for our reunion? The monster unleashes murderous intent. Uzio instantly bolts in the opposite direction. Wow, you used to be so slow I could plant a garden on you, he taunts hilariously. Guess you finally hit the gym. The beast lunges with terrifying speed, but Uzio effortlessly dodges. He flexes his legendary resilience, ignoring the physical shockwaves entirely. As long as that deadly heat ray is sealed, he is invincible. But suddenly, Usio halts. His eyes narrow as a sinister shift in the enemy's aura sends alarm bells ringing. Wait, is it actually going all out? Before the realization sets in, the monster erupts in apocalyptic fury, unleashing a catastrophic strike with everything it has. Boom! A devastating explosion fractures the very earth. The beast smugly assumes Usio has been atomized by the overwhelming destruction. But that assumption is a fatal mistake. From the smoke, Usio rises, battered but radiating an even more terrifying aura. With a manic battle cry, he rockets straight into the air toward the stunned monster. "You thought one pathetic punch could finish me?" he roars. "You clearly forgot who you are dealing with. A labyrinth master." A wickedly unhinged grin stretches across Usio's face. Cheating death is not a privilege reserved for you zombies. Suddenly, space distorts before him. To everyone's absolute shock, an army of perfect Usio clones materializes out of thin air. "Dinner time, boys. Feast on this trash." The duplicate horde blindly charges the monster, screaming about devouring its soul. The battlefield descends into pure, chaotic trollfest madness. Meanwhile, Usio's minion delivers a terrifying status update. The clash with the Scaly Dragon King has already begun. Jin Woo freezes in his tracks. The timeline was completely wrecked. Back at the troll brawl, an enemy notes the absurd escalation speed. Analyzing the grim odds, the team realizes that pulling Usio out of this bloodbath requires immediate, desperate measures. Once Felicius's coordinates drop, they must strike. But Jin Woo bites his lip. His vanguard is utterly exhausted from a brutal 48-hour death march. Arriving at the bloodbath now is practically suicide. This heavy tactical choice burdens Jin Woo. Seeing his conflict, Angela pitches a daring shift. "We should deploy a stealth squad and warp the army in." "Are you crazy?" Someone interrupts. "Spawning portals in a war zone begs for an ambush." Jin Woo shakes his head. "It is worse than that. A portal grants them a backdoor straight into our core. Plus, guarding an open rift for 24 hours is impossible. The team dreads if Usio can even win this." Across the map, Usio evaluates his grim reality. Victory is possible, but a terrifying gamble. "I am strong, but these monsters are built differently," he admits. His legendary lifesteal technique, devouring foes to sustain himself, is totally useless here. Rotting undead meat gives 0 mana. To make matters worse, the Dragon King's scales are like absolute defense armor. Breaking through will take ages, and that beast is not going to wait patiently. Deprived of his mid-battle regeneration hack, Usio is forced to rely entirely on brute, unyielding force. Meanwhile, Jin Woo's mind anxiously shifts toward Dominique's crucial mission. Status update on her squad? Usio relays that they have breached the dry wasteland, just 2 hours from the target zone. Jin Woo's eyes widen at their absolute lightning-fast progression. Surviving with the Dragon's elite was crazy. Suddenly, a sharp shout shatters Jin Woo's focus. Rishasha slides in with a desperate report. "Scouts found the main hive," she declares. "Thousands of undead are garrisoned in a crater just 60 minutes out, and Felicius is sitting right at the absolute center." Angela's mind races for a tactical countermeasure, but Jin Woo grits his teeth. The waiting game is over. Resting his soldiers is no longer an option if they want to ambush Felicius. If they discover our labyrinth strike, it is over. He decrees an immediate, overwhelming blitzkrieg. He turns to Rishasha, his gaze burning intensely. "I promised you Felicius's head," he says. "But with time running out, I might have to execute him myself." Moments later, the silent plains absolutely explode into a chaotic bloodbath. Rishasha violently commands the archers. "Vanguard, lock targets. Fire." A terrifying storm of flaming arrows eclipses the sky, violently obliterating the undead front lines. Despite the ridiculous sea of skeletons, our boy Jin Woo isn't sweating. He flexes his absolute boss energy, ordering his squad to clash directly against the undead. Our main dude realizes these bony losers are basically just calcium-deficient fodder. They completely lack the stats to break the front line, so his crew can easily hold out. He barks an order for a smokescreen, and his goons instantly deliver. Explosions rock the field into pure chaos, while Rikshasha plays the ultimate tactical cheerleader. She commands the second row of archers to lay down a linear smoke trap. They let their arrows fly like absolute chads, leaving the bonehead army hilariously confused. But plot twist, a massive sneak attack locks onto Jin Woo. Our guy turns around, catching the traitor red-handed. He literally reminds this clown about their alliance deal. The edgy traitor coldly jokes that survival wasn't in the contract. But our dude isn't having it instantly, unleashing a legendary counterslash, chopping the troll into 2 neat pieces. Meanwhile, the lovely Dominique and her squad are wandering around like lost tourists. One of her lackeys starts panicking, nervously admitting that this spooky vibe feels super suspicious. Sweating about walking into a trap, he completely doubts their GPS skills. Dominique turns with flawless female-led energy, asking if he messed up the navigation, making him defensive. He frantically swears he followed Rakshas's trail perfectly, unless some cheap hypnosis magic trolled him. He promises they are right on top of the target, closer than ever before. They should be staring right at the labyrinth of the dead, but this giant, edgy castle of bones has miraculously vanished. Not a single bone left. Dominique is absolutely baffled, wondering how a colossal death fortress just walked away. Her poor guide starts having a total meltdown over his navigation. Bowing his head, he spits out a massive apology, but our sweet Dominique flashes a heart-fluttering smile, totally forgiving her frantic minion instantly. She points out the map confirms this exact spot. Showering him with trust, she uses her angelic charisma to motivate the team, confident the dungeon will eventually render itself. But Qantas is out here sweating bullets. He begs them to stop crying about the ridiculously high chances of an ambush, reminding gorgeous Dominique that their enemies are absolute trolls. Urging them to chicken out, he begs for caution, but Dominique smoothly shuts down his panic. She romantically winks, guessing their overpowered master already packed, Valicious up for good. She figures the dungeon has already been cleared. Her boss-level confidence completely cures Qantas's anxiety. He drops a relieved smile, totally simping over her brilliant tactical mind and flawless logic. Done wasting time, Dominique orders her simping squad forward. Meanwhile, back in the absolute meat grinder, Jin Woo's epic team is dominating. They effortlessly body their target, but honestly, it feels way too suspiciously easy. Jin Woo's gamer senses tingle with major doubt, calling out that this boss fight was a pushover. Plus, the skeleton trashes are still dancing around. He instantly realizes they just nuked a cheap decoy. Hearing the word dummy, an undead minion twitches before Valicious's obnoxious laughter echoes. The troll reveals it was technically him, but just a cheap copy-paste clone. Looking straight at Jin Woo, he tips his hat, recognizing our boy as a fellow overpowered dungeon master. He smugly brags that unlike brawler Jin Woo, he refuses to dirty his hands, calling himself the ultimate perfect Valicious. His monologue gets instantly cut short as our hero one-shots him. Jin Woo readies another devastating swing, but a different Valicious clone pops up, telling him to chill out. He trolls our hero by casually revealing he has an infinite backup supply. Utterly annoyed, Jin Woo shoots a confused glare at his girl Angela. He demands to know what cheat code this villain is using. Angela sighs, admitting she smelled this nonsense early. Seeing the bony losers respawning endlessly, her wild theory is officially locked in. She casually drops the bombshell that these dead calcium chunks actually have tiny sparks of romantic life. Tracing it back, she explains this edgelord chopped up his own soul, gluing a piece into every single skeleton, meaning whenever he gets trashed, he just respawns in another ugly bone suit. Basically, every piece of trash here is a potential. Valicious. Jin Woo's brain practically blue screens processing this, asking if slicing your soul like a pizza is even a legal universe move. Valicious giggles like a fanboy, thrilled they uncovered his magic hack. Clapping for their high IQ, he brags that ruling dead souls is his everyday side hustle. Playing ping pong with his own soul is effortless. Pure annoyance bubbles inside our main dude. He groans at grinding every single skeleton, shouting at this troll about running out of bodies. Slapping down another clone mid-sentence, Jin Woo completely ignores the villain's reply. Yelling for Angela to buff the magic squad, she hops to it as the battlefield violently erupts into chaos. Massive explosions shake the literal earth. Meanwhile, Rakshasa spectates this wild mess, screaming at her nerdy signal mages. She hypes them up, ordering them to frantically follow Angela's magical coordinates. Her only goal is keeping her beloved master safe. But Angela loudly complains about the catering. With zero fresh blood in a skeleton army, our vampire queen is running on low battery. She can't get a single snack out here. Even so, she flexes her incredible confidence, playfully bragging she could wipe out these fragile boneheads with a single glamorous snap. With the zombie horde multiplying, Jin Woo stays cooler than ice. Watching them stumble forward, he ruthlessly roasts their pathetic defense, smugly declaring, "This joke battle won't even take an hour." But Valicious just drops another trollish laugh. Wagging a finger at Jin Woo, he warns him not to underestimate his bag of tricks. He cheerfully admits his throwing hands are rated 0, because he refuses to do the dirty work. Screaming that playtime is officially over, the madman starts charging his ultimate aura. Simultaneously, Dominique's party is hopelessly wandering like blind dates. Still zero signs of a giant dungeon. Dominique crosses her arms, complaining that a collapsed building should leave some rubble. Doubts creeping back into her cute head, she again questions her guide. He furiously denies being trolled by magic. Swearing on his life the dungeon was parked right here, he frantically points at literal breadcrumbs, proving he isn't crazy, pushing deeper into the mystery. Boom! They stumble onto something incredibly cursed. A humongous, freshly dug tunnel ripped straight through the earth. Qantas points at it, while Dominique's beautiful eyes widen in horror, doing the terrifying raid-level math. Only a swarm of siege-rank nightmares could dig this fast. Then an absolutely hilarious but terrifying theory smacks her. What if the whole dungeon just grew legs and walked away to battle? Jin Woo looks up and his jaw basically drops. Looming over them is a thick siege-rank monster completely dwarfing any boss Anaxis summoned. Worse yet, the dead Nagas are standing back up. Knowing they need a zero-death run, he frantically orders Angela to solo this massive ugly beast. When his favorite vampire ignores him, Jin Woo screams her name. Absolute panic, finally cracking his cool. Angela finally looks back, completely abandoning her playful smirk. Her face screams major bad news as she whispers, "It ain't right." Jin Woo desperately tells her to lock in and stop hesitating. You can't stay absolutely still in front of a raid boss. But Angela savagely cuts him off, her voice dropping to a terrifying deadpan pitch. Taking a massive pause, she drops the most cursed plot twist. That giant meatball isn't just a monster. Staring into the abyss, she declares it is the literal labyrinth of the dead on legs. The absolute very first chimera mashed together by Troll, Valicious. This walking death labyrinth casually starts doing a whole comedy presentation on necromancy. Whining about how dark magic has too many annoying rules, it highlights one massive game-breaking flaw in the system. The grim truth? Fresh corpses are a rare luxury on the battlefield. Even when graves are unearthed, the system heavily restricts necromancy's true potential. Worse yet, awakened thralls are pathetically weak. They are mere brittle skeletons, desperately stitched together by fading threads of mana. Even the most robust bodies are already utterly ravaged by severe decay. They crumble like ancient walls made of ash and dust. With every passing second, this terrifying undead legion deteriorates. Their dark aura leaks away daily. When the slaughter ceases, only absolute destruction awaits them. After all, even the abyss must bow to nature's absolute laws. Yet, the twisted chimera revels in this decay. A monstrous grin stretches across its face as it broadcasts a bone-chilling vow over the blood-soaked earth. Every shattered skull and rotting limb will be harvested. While mortals see death as the end, this abomination sees a glorious rebirth. In its maddening quest for supremacy, rest is an illusion. Suddenly, a system warning shatters the chaos. They have crossed into the death labyrinth. Instantly, a sinister buff surges through every monster bound to this cursed domain. A tidal wave of monstrous beasts breaches the surface. Their deafening roars shatter the skies like divine thunder. Hovering closely beside Jin Woo, Angela urgently relays the devastating tactical analysis. These aren't mere foot soldiers, they are elite dread knights. She warns that a catastrophic wave of death is locking right onto their coordinates, ready to eradicate them. The right flank's holy barrier has already collapsed. Jin Woo loathed the idea of dragging Yoon-hee into this hell, but fate left them no other option. Total annihilation approaches. They desperately need his overwhelming power to survive. Miles away on the bleeding horizon, Yoon-hee receives his liege's telepathic command. His eyes glow with resolve as he deploys instantly. Rakshasa steps forward beside him, confidently predicting that Yoon-hee will reinforce the shattered right flank. That specific area must undoubtedly be their master's primary tactical strike zone. She also adds that the elite mage squadron will concentrate their raw mana there. Suddenly, the monstrous carnival labyrinth descends upon the battlefield. The festival heat gauge initializes at level 0.4%. Jin Woo observes the chaotic nightmare. His brilliant mind races to calculate a viable winning strategy. Moments later, Yoon-hee violently crashes onto the scene. He immediately warns that the festival heat's activation brings a truly soul-crushing penalty. They must obliterate the enemy before the heat rank hits level 2. Trembling with dread, Angela finally voices her terrifying suspicion. A sickening cosmic anomaly has haunted her from the beginning. Body snatching isn't just a rare dark art, it's an impossible myth. Even within the deepest abyss of the demonic realm, such a taboo technique is basically unheard of. It's a divine tier ability worshipped by demon nobles. Analyzing the mana flow, she declares the Necromancer King is a fraud. This monstrous aura isn't coming from his own core. It is being fed directly by the labyrinth itself. Jin Woo absorbs her shocking revelation. The gears in his head click into place, and a chilling truth dawns on him. The labyrinth has been cloaked in dark shadows this entire time. She nods gravely, warning that god-tier magic always demands a truly devastating toll. Meanwhile, across the blood-drenched arena, Valicious finally speaks, admitting his power is draining. His exhausted voice reveals the brutal toll of this endless war. He confesses to splintering his very soul into countless deadly fragments, and implanting them into undead vessels. He arrogantly admits this forbidden magic has severe limits. Yet, he cloaks his failing strength in fake righteousness, Calling his confession a warrior's ultimate honor, Jin Woo utterly shatters his hypocrisy. He calls Valicious a pathetic fool without an ounce of hesitation. There is no honor here, only pure stupidity. This brutal insult ignites a raging inferno, restarting the clash. Amidst a symphony of devastating explosions, Jin Woo unleashes his fury. He rockets forward like a predator. Channeling absolute power into his blade, he massacres every vile creature in his path. His sword dances with lethal, unyielding precision. Carving a bloody path through the undead sea, he finally breaches the gateway leading straight to the labyrinth's dark core. But right before stepping inside, an overwhelming presence manifests to block his path. As blades clash, Jin Woo tries to analyze this monstrous new foe. Is it an apex undead lord, or perhaps a twisted hybrid chimera? The origin doesn't matter. He is going all out. He silently vows to unleash his absolute maximum potential. The true slaughter begins now, as both titans collide with catastrophic force. When the shockwaves fade, Jin Woo emerges as the undisputed victor. Breathing heavily, he crosses into the forbidden sanctuary, but inside, he discovers eerie figures radiating an aura far beyond mere foot soldiers. Are they ultimate guardians of the core, or something far more sinister? Before his tactical analysis finishes, Angela dives through the air, screaming his name in absolute terror. Her heart drops at the sight of the carnage. Flashing a confident smirk, he brushes off his bleeding wounds as mere scratches. He quickly directs her gaze to the shadowy figures, warning her that they face 3 humanoid chimeras. These monstrosities pulsate with catastrophic energy. To advance, they must utterly destroy them. Angela's eyes follow his blood-stained finger into the darkness. 3 grotesque abominations stand with sickening, twisted anatomy. But what freezes the blood in Jin Woo's veins are the unmistakable, cursed earrings dangling from their deformed ears. A dreadful familiarity radiates from those artifacts. Like a lightning bolt, the horrifying truth strikes him. He realizes their true identities, and the devastating revelation paralyzes Rakshasa completely. Those are corrupted elven warriors. The agonizing sight ignites pure, blinding rage in Rakshasa's heart. Emitting a soul-piercing war cry, she launches herself at Valicious, her enchanted blade seeking blood. Instantly, Jin Woo exchanges a sharp, tactical glance with Angela, who reads his mind perfectly. The battlefield geometry rapidly shifts, dragging the enraged Rakshasa into a deadly duel with a crimson beast. The giant brute unleashes a crushing wild swing. Yet, before the fatal impact, Angela dives gracefully, snatching Rakshasa into the sky with her radiant wings. But the elven warrior's fury refuses to cool. Suspended in midair, Rakshasa aggressively hurls her glowing sword like a ballistic missile. The blade tears through the wind, embedding itself violently near the skeletal lord's foot. The undead casually reaches down, smirking that he never intended to stop her suicidal charge. Jin Woo demands to know his sinister endgame. Laughing hollowly, the skeletal mastermind confirms their worst nightmares. This was a calculated trap, a wicked plot to enslave the last 3 surviving elves. But before the monster can gloat, a devastating beam of holy magic annihilates its chest. Hovering above, Angela had unleashed her furious wrath. Seething with angelic anger, she coldly mocks the crumbling skeleton for talking too much without a tongue. Across the wasteland, the grotesque chimeras erupt into sinister, mocking laughter. They sneer that the winged healer actually has some fangs, but babysitting Rakshasa has just sealed her doom. With a commanding roar, the enemy commander issues a merciless execution protocol. The corrupted Blade Master will annihilate Jin Woo. The Dark Sorcerer is ordered to hunt Angela, while the heavy shield-bearer crushes Rakshasa before flanking our main character. Moving with terrifying precision, the beast authorizes the use of forbidden spirit magic. Absolute terror strikes Angela's core. Before she can cast a defensive ward, an apocalyptic shockwave ruptures the sky, slamming Rakshasa brutally into the cratered earth. Coughing up blood, she peers through the dust and spots a mutated elven chimera. Her pupils shrink in soul-crushing despair. With a trembling voice, she whimpers that this monstrosity was once her noble captain. The agonizing reality hits her. No salvation is coming. With ruthless, unfeeling force, her former leader kicks her away like garbage. Horrified by the betrayal, Jin Woo completely misses a lethal elven assassin, materializing in his blind spot with a poisoned blade. Relying on pure combat instinct, he deflects at the very last microsecond. Yet, crimson blood sprays from a nasty gash on his hand. The ultimate deathmatch escalates. The warrior lunged for a lethal strike, but Jin Woo trolled him with a flawless fake-out. Dropping to his knees, our main character caught his breath. That blocked attack felt entirely too weird. Something was seriously wrong. Before him, the sword-wielding warrior bowed his head. Jin Woo's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Was that the legendary tier undead elf chimera? The elf's face twisted into a terrifying scowl. Without a single warning, he spun around, absolutely slaughtering the skeleton army behind Jin Woo. Our hero watched the bloodbath, utterly paralyzed. Was this insane devastation the legendary Chimera's own sword magic? Complete chaos crashed over Jin Woo. Panic clawed at his throat as his brain scrambled to process the absolute slaughter unfolding before his eyes. Angela stared at the madness, completely horrified. Her mind was spinning out of control. Spirit magic and undead bodies do not mix. It literally breaks the laws of necromancy. She desperately locked eyes with Jin Woo. Her gaze screamed one frantic question. How could that magic exist without obliterating them? Her thoughts flatlined as the terrifying legendary plus undead elf chimera locked onto her. Her survival instincts were practically ringing alarms. The aura radiating off him felt purifying. That made literally zero sense. Suddenly, the beast lunged for the kill. Angela dodged by a hair's breadth. She scrambled away in a blinding burst of light. Her heart hammered as a chilling realization slammed into her. This monstrous aura. He was officially the king of the dead. The terrifying truth finally clicked. This guy was the mastermind behind this entire nightmare. Watching the battlefield, Angela's jaw practically hit the floor. Offensive strikes, unbreakable defenses, and flawless healing magic. They were flowing together in absolute, impossible harmony. The ridiculous sight only fueled her massive headache. She yelled to Jin Woo that their enemies weren't truly dead yet. That bombshell left him completely speechless. Their bodies might be total corpses, but their spirits were likely trapped inside. She explained that only natural-born elves could wield such ridiculous spirit magic. This terrifying level of power, it was way out of the King of the Dead's league. The only logical explanation? Total brainwashing. Someone had forcefully manipulated their souls into this wretched state. Meanwhile, back in the danger zone, Jin Woo was busy trading heavy blows with the legendary undead elf chimera. The clash escalated into a savage death match. With a perfectly calculated strike, Jin Woo smashed the elf into the dirt, but instead of cheering, panic hit him. How could they wake these trapped souls? They absolutely needed Rikshasha's help. Suddenly, Jin Woo spotted the legendary plus undead elf making a beeline for Rikshasha. Panicking, he screamed for Yoon-hee. He desperately ordered her to protect Rikshasha at all costs. Yoon-hee, looking like an absolute boss, readied a devastating counterattack against the approaching monster. But right as she was about to drop the hammer, Jin Woo frantically yelled for her to hold her fire. His instincts flared up, the brainwashing had already activated. And then, the ultimate plot twist hit him. He was standing right inside the Carnival Labyrinth's domain. Without missing a beat, he commanded her to hit the enemy with the Sweet Dreams spell. Boom. Flashback time. Little Rikshasha was just a precious kid, heavily guarded by the fiercely loyal Captain Elf. He strictly warned the tiny princess about the terrifying dangers lurking beyond the castle walls. But the sassy little girl just brushed him off. She confidently smirked, totally convinced she could survive the wild alone. The anxious warrior desperately tried to burst her bubble of confidence. He explained that the political landscape was an absolute mess. Even His Highness was sweating bullets over this. But the cheeky princess just smiled and told him to chill. After all, the world's most overpowered knight was her personal meat shield. Defeated by her absolute logic, the warrior sighed. He dramatically confessed that keeping her safe was his only reason for breathing. Protecting her was his absolute destiny. Back in the present, that same legendary elf crept toward Rikshasha. A sickening chill gripped him. His soul screamed that something was horribly wrong. The sight before him was pure nightmare fuel. She was battered and completely soaked in blood. An impossible tragedy. But before his frozen brain could process it, a massive skeleton loomed right behind her. Boiling with absolute fury, he demanded to know what they did to him. He launched a blindingly fast attack at the skeleton, but abruptly, he froze in dead silence. An eerie crackling echoed through the air. Meanwhile, the King of the Dead realized a massive flaw: the captain had completely evaded capture. Pure panic set in. He had to gather the others and reach Yoon-hee fast. Elsewhere, Yoon-hee was going full sicko mode. She ruthlessly sliced through the elf warriors without a shred of mercy. Storming forward, she violently slammed her heavy blade into a nearby enemy. The enraged elf demanded to know if she served Valerius. He swore to end her life. But Angela, standing beside the absolute boss Yoon-hee, fiercely fired back at his delusional accusations. He firmly declared they were Rikshasha's true allies and meant no harm. But this stubborn elf warrior refused to listen. With a harsh tone, he snarled, "Did they seriously just tell him to stay calm?" He aggressively swatted away their pathetic excuses. He literally did not care about their tragic backstories or shifting loyalties. If they dared to protect that skeletal abomination, they would face his absolute wrath. Angela hit him with a reality check so hard it shattered his soul. He was nothing but a pathetic undead puppet, completely forged by Valerius. If they severed his magical life support, he would literally fade into nothingness. The absolute truth bomb left him totally paralyzed. She relentlessly continued, warning that if Valerius caught wind of this betrayal, he would instantly hijack his brain again. He would be forcefully programmed to assassinate Rakshasa again. That was the miserable destiny of magic slaves. In that shattering moment, the brainwashed knight finally woke up to reality. Just then, Jin Woo's urgent shout shattered the tension. Angela gasped in massive relief. She announced that their crazy plan worked perfectly. They successfully overwrote the brainwashing and freed the elf from Valerius's grip. Without delay, she sprinted toward Jin Woo. Our main character was locked in combat with another crazed elf. His sword crashed down with unrelenting force. Jin Woo then hollered at Angela, asking if the shield-bearer had regained his senses. She happily confirmed that his overpowered mastermind plan worked flawlessly, but the clock was ticking. They needed to evacuate the surviving elves before Valerius noticed. But our hero shot down the idea, pointing out a massive flaw. They were totally out of options. He revealed the carnival labyrinth had completely exhausted its energy reserve on that single maneuver. He urgently told her to relay a message to Yoon Hee. She had to focus entirely on raising the festival heat to rank 5. Receiving the command, Angela shifted focus and relayed it to Yoon Hee with a heavy sigh of frustration. She bitterly complained that this nightmare was literally never ending. But amidst the blood-soaked chaos, an unexpected voice echoed out. One of the ragged elf soldiers shockingly addressed someone as Prince. That one heavy title dropped like an absolute bombshell. Angela froze, her brain totally short-circuiting. A terrifying realization slapped her across the face. These guys were definitely not your average bargain bin mercenaries. The puzzle pieces finally clicked. Their overpowered stats, their flawless coordination, the suffocating aura of dominance. No cheap squad of hired thugs would casually pack legendary tier fighters. She strongly suspected one of them was a legitimate royal magician. Out of nowhere, one of the elite elf fighters boldly stepped up to offer his help. But Angela, maintaining her absolute focus, flat out rejected him. She told the guy to literally do absolutely nothing. Just sitting peacefully was the biggest support he could provide. She strictly ordered him to stay far back and keep completely quiet. Avoiding the King of the Dead's aggro was his maximum contribution. Angela frantically instructed Yoon Hee to drag the prince out of the blast zone. She urged her to rush the festival heat to rank 5. Acting on pure instinct, Yoon Hee violently grabbed his collar to yeet him to safety. But out of nowhere, a crushing force aggressively shoved them backwards. They viciously slammed into the dirt, crashing down together. The newly freed elf warrior was drowning in guilt. With a clear mind, he could only stand by and witness the horrific chaos. He reflected bitterly, severely questioning his worth as a so-called guardian knight. How could he claim to protect her forever if he was completely useless right now? Meanwhile, the King of the Dead was totally losing his mind. He accidentally ripped open a portal, leaving the labyrinth core completely exposed. At first, he assumes it's a desperate skill to drain aura, but a chilling suspicion quickly sets in. His spiritual link to the elven shield-bearer is rapidly deteriorating. The elf's silhouette blurs into shadows. Sensing a sinister illusion at play, he refuses to be baited. With fierce resolve, he orders the Labyrinth of the Dead to obliterate the gateway. Instantly, the very air shatters with apocalyptic shockwaves. Jin Woo watches in utter disbelief. This was the absolute perfect opening for the Monarch of Death to hijack his domain, but their strength isn't enough. The festival heat is still miles away from reaching rank 5. The portal must survive. Desperate, he screams out to Angela for immediate backup. He prays for her divine support, but she's hopelessly swarmed by endless waves of monstrous foes. Out of time, his desperate gaze shifts toward Yoon Hee, who is violently clashing against the undead. Suddenly, a towering defender intercepts his path. Jin Woo shoots a frantic look at the gate. The opposing warrior clashes his mighty shield, roaring his title as the ultimate guardian of the subterranean elves. It is Captain Leonard of the Elven Royal Guard. Blazing with absolute defiance, he screams at Felicius. He would gladly embrace a warrior's death over remaining a mindless puppet. Angela watches this theatrical display and scoffs. She mutters curses, annoyed that he's throwing his life away for a hopeless cause. She silently urges the fool to just stay out of their path. Ignoring the suicidal heroics, Felicius simply glares at his rebellious servant. Confusion twists his demonic face as he demands to know how the brainwashing shattered. He sneers, suggesting their legendary duel isn't over. As Leonard charges forward to deliver a devastating strike, Felicius casually shifts his stance. He immediately notices the Elven Knight's life force violently flickering and fading. The Dark Tyrant openly mocks him, utterly baffled by his broken mind control. Yet, he arrogantly sighs, finding it pathetic to witness a soul so hopelessly chained to its former existence. He belittles the proud Elven Knight, mocking him for clinging to a life that ended ages ago. Leonard glares back, his eyes burning with a soul-crushing mixture of absolute fury and devastating despair. Pushed into a corner, his absolute authority crumbles. The pawn he sought to completely enslave continues to fiercely resist his dark domination. This humiliating reality leaves the Dark Master burning with overwhelming irritation. Sensing the inevitable shadow of doom approaching, Felicius coldly analyzes his deteriorating prey. He extends one final, sinister ultimatum: abandon all hope, embrace your tragic destiny, and completely surrender to his absolute command. The tyrant smirks, entirely certain of his impending triumph. But those arrogant demands only ignite a roaring inferno of wrath inside Leonard. With a monstrous war cry, he roars that Felicius made a catastrophic error. By foolishly leaving their soul fragments alive, he vows to unleash the absolute pinnacle of spirit magic. Suddenly, the atmosphere violently explodes with blinding, divine radiance. His overwhelming aura fully erupts once more. The knight ascends to an untouchable realm. Absolute immunity shatters the dark manipulation. As Leonard violently unleashes his ultimate combat arts, Felicius freezes, absolutely paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of this horrifying power. Realizing his prey has miraculously regained legendary strength instead of crumbling, pure terror grips the villain. He nervously mutters that this cursed physical vessel was forged strictly to imprison souls in absolute, eternal torment. Before the Dark Tyrant can finish his sinister thought, Leonard sharply interrupts. With absolute tranquility, the knight declares he is completely discarding this cursed flesh, reminding Felicius of his sacred blood oath to face total annihilation rather than inhabit such unholy filth. His voice echoes with the majestic power of a reborn god. Meanwhile, Jin Woo finally crashes into the battlefield. He intensely scans the earth-shattering duel. Completely lost in the overwhelming chaos, Jin Woo fires off rapid questions. Spotting Leonard's glowing form, he audibly questions if he's witnessing a high-tier astral projection technique. The entire elven army abruptly halts, bowing in solemn reverence. Jin Woo guesses the sinister brainwashing has shattered, yet the true phenomenon remains a total mystery to him. Beside him, Angela witnesses the breathtaking miracle. Her sharp mind instantly decodes it. It is the legendary art of spiritization. She gasps in shock, never expecting any modern elf to possess this mythical technique. After centuries, seeing Jin Woo's deep confusion, she urgently breaks down the lore. Elves are dual entities forged from both pure spirit and physical flesh. Spiritization forcibly ejects the soul from its vessel, anchoring it within the mortal plane instead of ascending. But this forbidden power demands a catastrophic toll. Absolute spiritual annihilation. The very soul will melt into pure mana and vanish forever. It's a beautifully tragic sacrifice. Hearing Angela's grim explanation, Jin Woo's eyes widen. He instantly compares this legendary phenomenon to an awakening arcan. Angela echoes the bizarre term in utter bewilderment. Jin Woo casually shrugs, noting humanity lacks such majestic awakening abilities. Suddenly, the sinister Felicius shatters the tense battlefield silence once more. Scoffing at the legendary spiritization, he fiercely mocks Leonard's suicidal gamble. The Dark Tyrant dares the glowing knight to strike, exuding absolute arrogance while mercilessly taunting his doomed opponent. He jeers about once cherishing the knight's rotting corpse. Leonard steadily advances, his voice dripping with icy absolute resolve. He calmly educates the ignorant tyrant. His soul has successfully ascended beyond physical limits, and directly pierced into Felicius's corrupted core. He can feel the villain's putrid soul. For the first time, absolute dread flashes across the silent tyrant's face. The terrifying reality of Leonard's words finally strikes. Icy panic infects his dark veins. Realizing his immortal life is genuinely threatened, the monster chokes out a pathetic gasp. He desperately scrambles to block the impending spiritual execution. Yet, Leonard whispers a tragic apology before igniting his ultimate suicidal spell. But as the heavens roar, a cruel twist of destiny shatters expectations. The catastrophic magic horrifically backfires. Leonard's radiant soul completely burns out. The sinister Felicius actually survives the apocalyptic blast, standing victorious. Jin Woo and his party freeze in absolute horror. Their absolute faith in the knight's victory was completely shattered. Watching the tragedy unfold, Rakshasa completely shatters into agonizing tears. Her heart-wrenching screams echo through the caverns, violently mourning the knight who swore an eternal oath to protect her. She breaks down, unable to accept this devastating loss. Ripped from the shock, Jin Woo snaps his gaze to Angela. He frantically demands answers, but she is equally paralyzed. She stammers a grim hypothesis. The heroic knight perished, but violently ripped away a massive fragment of Felicius's dark soul. Mysteriously, the surrounding undead start collapsing, despite the elven mind control remaining perfectly active. Unbroken, she nervously observes that 50% of the zombie horde has instantly turned to dust. Witnessing this terrifying chain reaction, a sudden dread regarding soul collection absolutely paralyzes Angela. This rapidly spreading necrosis is an absolute disaster they never calculated. Trembling, Angela desperately warns Jin Woo that the nightmare isn't over. They must immediately storm the labyrinth's absolute core. Meanwhile, the wounded Felicius maniacally embraces the immense damage. He cackles that an entire third of his soul was obliterated, yet he feels gloriously euphoric. He twists the agonizing, soul-shattering pain into a beautifully sick, divine sacrament. This horrifying trauma awakens an unstoppable surge of absolute power. Refusing to fade into pathetic oblivion, his rapid regeneration triggers a monstrous biological mutation. He intensely despises this violently unfamiliar, grotesque evolution of his majestic form, yet twisted pride violently consumes him. His flesh grotesquely expands, morphing into a gargantuan, nightmarish titan. His demonic aura exponentially multiplies, projecting a suffocating, godlike gravity that crushes the entire battlefield. Jin Woo and Angela are instantly paralyzed by the absolute terror. Witnessing this apocalyptic evolution, their battle plans completely shatter. Towering like a dark god, Felicius arrogantly roars his absolute domination over the entire dungeon, erupting with boundless waves of dark malice. Shaking off the shock, Jin Woo's eyes glow with battle intent. He ruthlessly mocks the behemoth, loudly comparing his desperation to the Scaly Dragon monarch. He scoffs that abusing massive size is a notoriously cheap trick. Yet, Jin Woo feels the suffocating power gap widening. As the colossal monstrosity charges another apocalyptic blast, Jin Woo's heart pounds with grim realization. The elven warriors remain hopelessly enslaved, totally blind to the sacrifice. He screams in furious disbelief, roaring that their noblest captain just burned his soul for them. System check. Festival heat lingers at rank 4. 7%. Progress is agonizingly slow. His dimensional labyrinth forces are completely scattered. His energy reserves are bone dry, and no reinforcements are coming. If only brute force was enough. He desperately prays for Yunhee's arrival. Like a miracle, she materializes. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, she instantly realizes Jin Woo is standing at death's door. The enemy's suffocating aura is closing in. Refusing to let tragedy strike, she braces her trembling body. As the monstrous foes charge forward, they prepare to execute her mercilessly. With a mere flick of her wrist, she halts their advance. Her form distorts into a terrifying demonic entity. Raising a single finger, she commands absolute, terrifying submission. She projects a silent, undeniable decree. Angela shivers at the chilling aura, rubbing her eyes in sheer disbelief. She prays it's just an illusion. But this terrifying void defies all logic. This phenomenon is beyond human comprehension. Her calculations were completely wrong. The endless swarm of undead has literally evaporated into thin air. That mysterious child is the source of this anomaly. The mechanics remain a total mystery. Suddenly, Jin Woo's desperate roar shatters the silence. He screams her name, revealing they've finally hit rank 5. Cast sweet dreams on the elven mage immediately. Without wasting a single breath, she obeys his absolute command. Bound by unwavering loyalty, she unleashes her enchanting magic upon the battle-ready elven sorcerer, striking before he can retaliate. In a heartbeat, the mighty elf is completely paralyzed. Witnessing this absolute miracle, Angela claps in pure ecstasy. The binding spell was a complete and utter success. She realizes that, if they can just snap the elf awake and push the front line, the tides of war will shift. Thrill courses through her veins. With this godlike power, they are truly unstoppable. Flashing a wicked grin, she launches a terrifying blood-infused strike at him. But shockingly, the mage deflects it effortlessly. Her smug expression shatters into bewilderment as she questions the illusion's actual hold. Simultaneously, Jin Woo prepares a lethal strike, but she violently pulls him back. Her sharp instincts scream danger. The enemy is rapidly awakening from the trance, ready to launch a devastating counterattack. Consumed by blistering fury, the elven mage roars. Yet, the sweet dream spell has already dug its magical claws deep into his psyche. A suppressed memory violently surfaces in his mind. A nostalgic vision of his gentle father appears. He remembers the warm congratulations. Despite desperately praying for a little brother, destiny had blessed them with a precious baby girl instead. His father had chuckled warmly, brushing off the surprise with sheer affection. He swore he could never resent his own flesh and blood, regardless of his prior expectations. Furthermore, his father solemnly reminded him, Elves are blessed with offspring only once every few centuries. In the face of such a divine miracle, petty personal desires completely vanish. He spoke proudly, gesturing to her tiny form, radiant like warm spring sunlight. He knew she would illuminate their gloomy underground sanctuary. Had she been born a boy, he mused with a heavy sigh. Brutal, endless martial training would have awaited him. Cradling the infant, the mage's heart swelled with absolute euphoria. She was their precious little princess, and they would defend her with their lives. He swore to protect her radiant smile forever. Her innocent giggles melted his hardened soul. He made a silent, blood-bound vow. She would never experience the brutal, endless cycle of war. Then, his father brought up the heavy, inescapable burden of the imperial family. Their sworn duty was to protect their kin, specifically the esteemed crown prince, Rick Perez, Yvonne, but he had replied without a single shred of hesitation. He confidently offered to shoulder that crushing burden alone. Suddenly, the comforting illusion shatters, dragging him back to the battlefield. The divine blessings shielding the elf begin to violently crumble. Their spiritual link severs completely, mimicking the catastrophic loss of the shield. The elven forces stand completely paralyzed and vulnerable. Their unbreakable formation has completely collapsed. Seizing the moment, Valicious lunges forward, his voice dripping with venomous fury. He viciously mocks the idea of merely standing by as spectators. His eyes blaze as he screams the activation of control magic. He absolutely refuses to succumb to such pathetic illusions. But to his absolute horror, the spell fizzles into complete nothingness. Clenching his fists, he unleashes a blood-curdling, monstrous roar. If he cannot conquer them, he will brutally annihilate them. His boiling wrath dictates that nobody else shall possess them. Then, in a terrifying flash, he mutates back into a colossal, nightmarish behemoth, his aura fully restored. Jin Woo stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with both sheer terror and blazing fury. With milliseconds to spare, he violently launches himself to evade the devastation. His eyes widen in sheer panic. Valicious is targeting Rakshasa. Jin Woo screams her name in absolute desperation. He begs her to evade the lethal strike. Yet, Rakshasa remains rooted to the earth like an unmovable mountain. She stands fiercely guarding her kin, bound by her sworn, unbreakable duty. But Jin Woo's heart aches for her survival. Turning to him with a trembling voice, she begs him to flee this slaughterhouse. Tears cascading down her cheeks, she cannot endure watching him die again. Crushed by devastating guilt, she blames her very existence for this nightmare. If only she had died instead. If only she had never been captured. Her heart-wrenching confessions dissolve into broken sobs. Her perceived weakness had doomed them all. Suddenly, the enemy lunges before she can finish. Jin Woo freezes in absolute horror. But instantly, a blinding surge of energy obliterates the monster's strike. From the radiant light, the elven warrior materializes and embraces her. He softly commands Rakshasa to banish those dark thoughts, taking the blame himself. He deeply apologizes for his agonizing delay. Jin Woo watches, stunned. Expecting Valicious to strike, Jin Woo instead witnesses a profoundly tender reunion. The warrior gently wipes away her agonizing sorrow. Through trembling lips, she whispers the legendary name, Rick Perez Linares. He gently places a silencing hand over hers. The time for words has passed. He confesses his greatest regret, believing that shielding her from the battlefield's horrors would be enough to keep her safe. He thought hiding her was the ultimate protection. Now, the devastating truth hits him. His choices only bred profound pain. He admits his absolute failure as a guardian, but prays he can finally atone. Perhaps he can still pave a peaceful path for her. Kneeling like a devoted knight, he pours his shattered soul into those vows. She watches him, her heart overflowing with confusion and profound tears. Shifting his gaze, he stares directly into Jin Woo's soul. Acknowledging his own unworthiness to make demands, he pleads for one final miracle. Protect her with your life. He places his absolute trust in him. Having witnessed Jin Woo's overwhelming, monstrous strength, he knows she will be perfectly safe in his hands. She is their precious princess, after all. Jin Woo absorbs the heavy vow and responds without a second's delay. He completely dismisses the archaic talk of royal bloodlines. In this apocalypse, status is meaningless. He fiercely reminds them that Rakshasa already leads his elite vanguard. She is a warrior born for the front lines. However, he makes an unbreakable, blood-forged vow. If she ever faces death, he will drag her back from the abyss himself. His voice resonates with absolute conviction, a solemn oath between true comrades. Rick Perez flashes a bittersweet, heartbreaking smile. If only he had treated her as a fellow warrior from the very beginning, destiny might have been kinder. He pulls her close for one final, devastating embrace. Puzzled, she gazes up into his eyes, but sheer terror strikes. His physical form is violently disintegrating. As his figure dissolves into ethereal light, he whispers his ultimate dying wish: survive and live on. Blind panic surges through her veins. She reaches out desperately, screaming for him to stop. She begs the heavens to reverse time, but fate is cruel. He vanishes completely, leaving her grasping at empty air. Her agonizing screams echo through the abyss. She has lost her irreplaceable pillar. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt flashes across the void. Abnormal spiritual energy detected. External forces confirmed. Necessary conditions met. Rakshasa's heroification sequence will now commence. The text surges but suddenly glitches. Error. Heroification sequence catastrophically failed. Error. The system loops endlessly, utterly failing. Incompatibility detected. Meanwhile, Jin Woo, still reeling from that heart-racing emotional climax, stands completely bewildered. What on earth is happening? Amidst the absolute chaos, the elf mage manifests behind him. Cool, collected, and oozing determination. My turn, he declares smoothly. Jin Woo raises an eyebrow. Just what crazy troll tactic is this guy plotting? The mage smirks wildly. This is my moment to serve Her Highness, he boasts, and absolutely humiliate this pathetic dungeon. He practically radiates smug energy. Time for a forced awakening. Elsewhere, the undead boss Valikia starts monologuing. He dramatically recalls his humble beginnings, starting out with just a measly handful of corpses. He clawed his way up to become the absolute master of this labyrinth. Honestly, he possesses zero shame. Whenever things get too spicy, he happily tosses his pride and runs away. Live to troll another day, he believes. But this time, his undead instincts are absolutely screaming. The aura radiating from Jin Woo's crew feels unbelievably, catastrophically dangerous. Panic sets in. He forcefully barks an urgent command: retreat, run for your afterlife. He aggressively urges his entire undead army to pack up and sprint. Even if just one survives, break through those Nagas. While he desperately issues this cowardly order, the fiercely devoted Angela lands gracefully beside her master. She reports to our boy, the undead cowards are totally ditching the battlefield. From her aerial view, Felicia is leading the cowardly sprint. Hearing this absurd report, Jin Woo's face twists into hilarious disbelief. He is completely dumbfounded. He fully planned to annihilate every single one, and they dare to run? Without skipping a heartbeat, he snaps a new order. Block their escape. Now. Not a single bone leaves this place. If they escape, they will just spawn more annoying mobs. Instantly, the elf mage senses Jin Woo's blazing, unstoppable bloodlust. But the mage sternly blocks him. He absolutely refuses any interference with Princess Rishasha's delicate awakening. His voice drips with panic. We literally cannot afford to look away right now. Guarding Her Highness is our only priority. As the tension skyrockets, the enemy's massive retreat becomes undeniable. Faced with this trolling escape, our absolute madman Jin Woo does not hesitate. He launches himself forward like a missile. Fine. I will solo this mess. Glancing back with heart-fluttering trust, he leaves the battlefield entirely in Angela's devoted hands. Her heart races as she fiercely vows to hold the line. Meanwhile, a cynical elf mutters about their impending doom. Up ahead, the desperate Valakias locks his deadly gaze onto Angela. Since she is ruining his cowardly exit, he unleashes a direct strike. Jin Woo instantly manifests a massive sword shield to protect his loyal girl. He knows Angela cannot tank an entire army. Suddenly, a massive thump. Everyone gasps as Yoonhee faceplants into the dirt. Panic erupts. She maxed out her stamina, hitting her absolute breaking point. The cliff simply lacks the Naga manpower to block this massive zombie stampede. But Jin Woo's iron resolve flares. Even vastly outnumbered, he absolutely refuses to let these trolling skeletons walk away. His eyes burn with lethal intent. Letting them escape means a catastrophic world-ending disaster. Just as the undead almost reach safety, Usio hilariously activates his absolute cheat-tier skill. Pop, pop, pop. Countless adorable, terrifying mini-slimes spawn everywhere. The enemies freeze in utter confusion. These little trolls only have one thought: snack time. Valikius glares at this madness, deeply suspicious. Why are my souls vanishing at the cliff? He panics. A horrifying realization strikes him like lightning. Is this the legendary king of gluttony? Meanwhile, the slimy Usio stands triumphantly before his buffet. Usio telepathically declares that no snacks will escape today. Ew, they look super gross and hideous, he thinks, shrugging off his disgust. Whatever, my little clones are just really hungry. Aesthetics do not matter to a starving stomach. A wildly devious smile stretches across Usio's face as he prepares to devour them all. Elsewhere, Valikius is practically pulling his rotting hair out. How did that idiot lose to a literal slime? He rages inwardly. He seriously doubts Anaxis's legendary track record. Taking a shaky breath, he desperately insists this troll game is not over. Bingo! He spots an emergency tunnel forged by his own labyrinth. Blitzing through it offers a sweet escape. Yet, overwhelming dread chokes his non-existent throat. Even with this back door, survival looks hilariously grim. It is mathematically absurd. How is this tiny squad bullying his thousands-strong army? Meanwhile, Hoya pushes herself to the absolute limit, ferociously blocking the elves. Against all odds, their insane blockade holds. Cue the dramatic entrance. Dominique storms in, rallying the Naga forces to utterly crush their master's foes. Watching his ridiculously overpowered found family pop off, Jin Woo's chest swells with heart-fluttering pride. Flashing Dominique an awestruck, charming smile, he delivers a spine-chilling decree. If they carry even a fragment of their king, obliterate them. He demands the absolute annihilation of this undead pest. He coolly entrusts this massacre to his 15 elite warriors. In hilarious contrast, Valikius is sweating bullets of pure despair. Retreat is impossible. In unhinged panic, he commands his soul to be retrieved. Thud, every single skeleton suddenly unplugs and faceplants into the dirt. Bafflement spreads like a raging wildfire. Angela tilts her head adorably, totally confused by this goofy sight. Did the boneheads just rage quit? She wonders aloud, batting her eyelashes. Jin Woo instantly shuts that down. No shot, they surrendered. He knows that cowardly, plotting mastermind way too intimately. A rat backed into a corner always bites. With his troll escape route completely walled off, that cunning boss is definitely charging up. As predicted, Valikius stands menacingly frozen in place. Pinned down by the suffocating gravity of his impending doom, he mutters darkly, "It has been centuries since I was pushed this far." A bitter, twisted chuckle escapes his skeletal jaw. How utterly hilarious that an immortal zombie is terrified of dying. Boxed in, his crushing defeat is mathematically guaranteed. His mana tanks are empty, yet somehow, his long-dead heart aggressively beats. Literal sweat forms on his rotting forehead. He aggressively huffs phantom air through his punctured lungs. Ironically, being on the brink of absolute deletion makes him feel electrifyingly alive. He aggressively refuses to tap out. "I will fight until my final pixel fades." With a throat-tearing roar, he dramatically pops his ultimate skill, Chimera. Jin Woo and his ridiculously overpowered squad instantly drop into combat stances. The dungeon is literally crumbling. Jin Woo whistles in awe. That desperate boss is sucking up the entire map's energy. Nearby, a wounded elf smiles bitterly. They never unlocked that legendary tier. He still possesses a perfectly good body to painfully sacrifice. Ping, a system window flashes. Warning, external spiritual surge detected. This forced buff will burn out fast, but he prays his muscle memory activates. He will absolutely carry Princess Rishasha through this. Suddenly, the dungeon's core violently redlines. A catastrophic shockwave shatters the earth. Coughing blood, the heroic elf gasps out one incredibly dramatic final plea. "Please grant this stubborn boomer's dying wish," he begs. "Make our majestic elven kingdom shine upon these cursed lands once more." He reverently calls out, Princess Rishasha Yvonne, High Elf of the Golden Age, lurking in the shadows. Dominique and Anaxastus watch in stunned silence. They realize their power scaling has hopelessly lagged behind. Rishasha arises majestically, while our absolute Gigachad stands beside her, whispering heart-fluttering reassurances. "The limiters are fully off now," he smirks. He vows to violently bulldoze a path, warmly telling her to forget that sketchy black market deal. From this second, the world's fate rests on her shoulders. Her cheeks dust pink as she nods, whispering a soft thank you. Meanwhile, Valikius goes full anime villain, revealing his tragic lore. He was literally born from an amalgamation of lost souls. He acts as their harsh disciplinarian and twisted savior. Through him, these lost mobs find fleeting purpose before facing deletion. To them, he is their absolute god, their entire universe. Wherever his bony feet touch becomes their terrifying heaven. With this dramatic philosophy, he phases right into the intangible labyrinth. Inside, his boss stats instantly skyrocket. Angela narrows her eyes, absorbing every insane word. The mere mention of the ethereal labyrinth initially leaves her utterly speechless. However, a quick scan reveals the truth. Its fragile structure poses absolutely no real threat to them. It only serves as a flimsy shield for his physical vessel. Without a second thought, she alerts Jin Woo, warning that Valicious might have evolved into a dreadful noble class. But against Jin Woo's overwhelming might, such an epic upgrade means absolutely nothing. He commands her to protect Dominique and Yoon-hee at all costs, warning that Valicious is rapidly advancing. As the monstrous Valicious advances, Jin Woo furiously charges forward to meet him. Gripping his blade with lethal intent, He bounds across the crumbling debris, completely locked onto his prey. His only goal? Utterly annihilate Valicious. Jin Woo unleashes a devastating flurry of flawless, heavy sword slashes. Meanwhile, his panicked opponent scrambles frantically to dodge the deadly, relentless onslaught. In a desperate move, Valicious stretches out bizarre limbs to crush him. But Jin Woo instantly dashes aside, narrowly dodging the fatal grip. Watching this intense, bloody clash unfold, Rakshasa finally enters the bloody fray. She unleashes her ultimate techniques to crush the fiend. Yet, Valicious merely scoffs, mocking her desperate struggle as completely and utterly pathetic. Ominous sparks violently crackle from his wicked fingertips, but suddenly, Jin Woo ambushes him, landing a bone-crushing hook directly to his jaw. Rakshasa instantly follows up with explosive magical attacks. The battlefield turns into absolute chaos as they strike from every blind spot. Valicious shrieks in agony, shattered by their overwhelming teamwork. Seizing the perfect opening, Jin Woo locks Valicious in a deadly chokehold from behind. Thrashing wildly, the monster laughs, questioning if this pathetic hold can kill him. Surging with dark energy, he aggressively tears free, but Jin Woo refuses to let go. He reinforces his iron grip, completely immobilizing the beast with terrifying physical strength. He instantly shouts for Rakshasa, who begins a sinister incantation. As her mystical chants echo across the battlefield, the crippling effects rapidly take hold. Screaming in sheer terror, Valicious desperately summons the lambs of the dead, his pathetic wails vibrating. The crushing weight of her magic tears away at his corrupt soul. As her spell reaches its climax, his torment doubles. Then, she awakens the legendary spirit sword technique. With one masterful stroke, she violently rips his entire soul from its vessel. Yet, the delusional monster begs for mercy, bizarrely threatening to drag them both down to hell together. Jin Woo simply smirks, standing completely unfazed. His physical durability has already hit the absolute pinnacle, making him invincible. Meanwhile, a bewildered Valicious desperately tries to comprehend this nightmarish reality. Rakshasa dives from the heavens like a falling meteor. Her killing intent is crystal clear. At that exact second, his mind accelerates, and the drained death labyrinth core is violently ripped out. The sacred core extraction happens flawlessly without resistance. Instantly, Rakshasa unleashes her ultimate slash, finally ending the tyrant's reign of terror inside the labyrinth. The devastating impact sends his broken body crashing violently to the earth. Standing over his pathetic form, she glares down in absolute disgust. She easily sees through his desperate act. She coldly commands the loser to get up. Scoffing, he mocks her stupidity, claiming he was never truly alive to begin with. As an undead being, he stubbornly accepts this pathetic defeat. His cowardly fake death act severely pisses Jin Woo off. The fact that this cockroach still clings to existence boils his blood. Sensing her master's blazing irritation, Rakshasa feels uneasy, but Jin Woo quickly calms her racing heart. He coldly states that Valicious lacks the energy to ever resurrect. In mere minutes, his pitiful existence will be completely erased forever. He turns to Rakshasa, offering her the perfect chance to execute her long-awaited revenge. Surprisingly, instead of delivering the finishing blow, she simply turns her back. Valicious is left utterly stunned. She throws his own arrogant words right back at his face. Killing a corpse offers no real satisfaction. Her eyes darken as she decides mere death is far too merciful now. He deserves absolute eternal suffering. Yet, the delusional villain brags about never feeling true pain. Ignoring him entirely, she approaches Jin Woo, who softly asks if she is truly satisfied. She firmly declares that condemning him to eternal torment is the ultimate justice. This chilling revelation leaves Valicious completely horrified. Wasting no time, Jin Woo urges her to grab the spoils. Out of nowhere, the legendary black merchant materializes from the shadows. This terrifying arrival makes Valicious tremble. The mysterious entity calmly introduces his fearsome presence. 3 peaceful days pass by. Dominique reports that they have successfully replaced the 300 fallen Naga warriors with elite troops. Hearing this, Jin Woo calculates if their absolute military power returned. She confidently nods, confirming their restored dominance before the clash. But Jin Woo's sharp mind plans 10 steps ahead. He recalls the secretive pact he made. Before the bloody war started, the terms were set in stone. For leaking crucial labyrinth secrets and unit data, a heavy, unforgiving price had to be paid. The ultimate payment? Handing over a living Valicious and his precious labyrinth core. Thinking back, he realizes this absolute victory was only possible thanks to Rakshasa, honoring her brutal battlefield awakening. Despite honoring the shadowy contract perfectly, the devastating toll was undeniable. The brutal aftermath left the once great labyrinth of festivities in absolute ruins. Almost half of the mighty Naga army was tragically wiped out. The landscape is now a horrific graveyard, completely soaked in blood and shattered heroic bones. This tragic slaughter weighs heavily on Jin Woo's hardened warrior heart. War always demands a bitter price. Still, gathering his unbreakable resolve, he finds a sliver of dark satisfaction amidst chaos. At the very least, the region's most terrifying monsters have been permanently eradicated. As silence falls, Dominique steps up, her voice trembling slightly. She nervously questions if letting the king survive, walk away without a scratch, could violently backfire. Surprised by her rare fear, Jin Woo asks what's haunting her. Suddenly, a chilling flashback pierces Dominique's mind, echoing the dreaded king's words. His sinister promise rings loudly in her ears. As long as his soul burns, bloody vengeance is guaranteed. He swore to hunt down the elf and human, a horrific vow of death that they should never forget. This nightmarish threat casts a dark shadow over her heart. Noticing the heavy dread in her eyes, Jin Woo acts. He gently assures her that the critical situation is locked down tight. After all, the fallen king is now the Black Merchant's captive toy, an entity holding absolute, godlike authority there. Just as he suddenly turns his strategic mind toward conquering the ruined labyrinth of the dead, Quanta bursts into the room with explosive news. Rakshasa has finally awakened from her coma. Jin Woo quickly rushes into her quiet chambers, his eyes filled with silent concern. Blinking in total confusion, she weakly asks what happened to her body. He softly explains the terrifying seizures. The exact moment Valicious was dragged away, the ancient underground curse violently flared up. The reckless forced awakening nearly destroyed her from the inside. Though a million strategic questions burn within, her absolute safety is his only priority right now. Blinking away the deep grogginess, she asks how long she was out. He drops the heavy bomb that 3 days vanished. Absolute shock completely shatters her calm expression. Muttering a quick apology, she forces her battered body to sit up, but a sharp wave of agonizing pain strikes. Jin Woo commands her rest. She desperately needs to recover her lost aura, but she stubbornly refuses to stay down. With Valicious dead, the rival labyrinths are definitely plotting their next deadly invasion. He gently reminds her she isn't fighting alone anymore, but she fiercely argues back. Simple patrols won't stop the coming storm. The escalating danger is absolutely terrifying. Jin Woo's voice holds a quiet, unshakable resolve. The contract is now void, he declares smoothly. The agreement was simple. It would end the moment her bloody vengeance against the Death King was finally completed. She is no longer a mere pawn of the Naga Labyrinth, but an honored VIP guest. Yet, her expression darkens. Bitter, unshed tears of pure disappointment betray her total silence. But Jin Woo softens, his tone incredibly sincere. He genuinely praises her reckless courage, fighting an entire brutal war for a totally random soldier she never even knew. "You gave me my glorious revenge," she whispers. Deeply moved, Rakshasa bows gracefully. She thanks him for shattering the chains of her fallen kin, letting her reunite with their lost souls. "Without your insane strength," she murmurs softly, "the entire elven legacy would be ash." She admits she'd probably just be another rotting corpse, wasting away in the abyss. He and the Naga gave her a second chance. Her shimmering eyes plead desperately. "Please let me stay and fight by your side." Jin Woo is completely touched. "Is this a permanent vow to join us? Not just some basic contract renewal?" Jin Woo asks. She nods tenderly, confessing it was her master plan all along. Jin Woo just blinks, bewildered. Why on earth would a proud elven queen toss her shiny crown away for this? Her conviction is absolute. She only yearns to serve faithfully under the Naga Labyrinth's grand banner, to witness its glorious rebirth firsthand. "I'm just a lowly scout now," she smiles humbly. Royal blood and fancy titles mean absolutely nothing to her anymore. She only wants one thing. She desperately craves to be the Naga's relentless vanguard. Chuckling, Jin Woo admits he was totally planning to recruit her anyway. Her face absolutely beams with pure, radiant, heart-fluttering joy at his words. Then he drops the ultimate troll move. "But I decline." He deadpans completely. Her jaw drops in utter devastating shock. "Why?" she stammers quietly, staring at him in sheer disbelief. "Because you'd rush straight back into battle, you workaholic." Her body desperately needs a break. He gently scolds her. She's completely drained, having passed out starving for 3 whole days without a single bite. Even without visible scars, that nasty curse might still be lurking inside her. With gentle, commanding authority, he vows to officially hire her, but only when she hits maximum HP. Until then, rest up, VIP guest. "Understood, master." She swoons softly. He sighs playfully, reminding the stubborn elf that he hasn't actually accepted that title just yet. "Thank you for recruiting me," she insists. "I literally didn't." He facepalms gently. Their playful, stubborn bickering is honestly too adorable, as she completely ignores his official denial. A sweet, undeniable warmth blooms between them both. Seeing Rakshasa finally looking stable, Jin Woo exhales a deep breath. Their territory's absolute chaos has finally quieted down, at least for today. Time to play city builder. Upgrading troops and beefing up internal security is the top priority now. Even on high alert, he smirks, feeling completely untouchable. The Death Labyrinth's gruesome annihilation is definitely server-wide news now. Still, he heavily doubts any rival boss would be brain-dead enough to launch a frontal assault like the last guy. Qantas pops in with a grin. Boss, our Naga clout is going viral everywhere. True, Jin Woo nods in agreement. But let's not get cocky and rush our next grand play. Their speedrun progress has been utterly insane. If those rival lords have even half a brain cell, they'll definitely form a massive anti-Jin Woo coalition. Summon Usio, he commands with chilling coolness. Next target, the legendary Hammer and Anvil Labyrinth. He's ready to crash Goblin King Malaxis's forge. Meanwhile, deep down in the murky, cursed marshlands of Level 9 Hecarium is fuming. The King of the Wanderers is throwing a massive, tense fit. If you're going to invite us, at least roll out a decent red carpet for this stupid gathering, he barks. Ariani, the illusion queen, rolls her eyes with peak dry sarcasm. We're literally standing in a filthy swamp. Did you honestly expect luxury ergonomic gaming chairs here? Hecarium scoffs loudly, brushing off the sass. Forget the royal aesthetics. The entire underground ecosystem is collapsing. Things are way too unstable to play dress-up right now. Gorintos, the Marsh King, groans, dropping a grim reality check. Anaxis got totally wiped out. Felicius got packed up too. In under a year, this danger is ridiculously real. We have to hide our power levels from that absolute Naga freak. Do not underestimate him. Ariani sighs, growing increasingly fed up with his paranoid whining. You always sound so incredibly depressing, she snarks with her usual razor-sharp wit. But fine. You called this little emergency support group to beg for an alliance. Teamwork makes the dream work, Gorintos mumbles defensively. Hecarium openly laughs in his face. You're just wetting your pants and begging for friends because Felicius got speed blitzed. Your so-called labyrinth authority is drowning in your own mud. Gorintos flinches, bitterly admitting his PR is currently in the gutter and the timing absolutely sucks. But the real boss-level threat borders the Naga turf, he warns. Ariani just smirks dryly. Oh please, that stubborn little slimeball will easily outlast Anaxis and Felicius combined. Then Gorintos drops the ultimate server-crashing bomb, stunning even her. Usio, the Gluttony King. He's already a total simp for the Naga Lord. Ariani freezes, completely shook by the news. Worse, Gorintos whispers darkly. Malaxis, the Forge Master, is sliding into Jin Woo's DMs too. The swamp's atmosphere grows suffocatingly heavy. Usio is basically acting like an obedient lapdog toward the Naga King already. It won't be long before he officially equips a collar and submits completely. Hecarium growls, veins popping with intense irritation. Usio is bottom-tier trash anyway. His stats are garbage and his territory is laughably tiny. Obviously that coward is playing it safe. But you? He glares at Gorintos. You're terrified, yet you want to actively resist him? What a hilarious, grating contradiction. If that Naga secures an alliance, our server balance is ruined, Gorintos barks firmly. There has never been a player who monopolized an entire floor's authority. It would be a humiliating, historic disgrace, Ariani chuckles darkly. Newsflash, genius. In my eyes, the meta has already been completely shattered. Wrong, Gorintos snaps back. As long as that monster doesn't get the first strike, we hold the high ground. Our swamp and illusions are perfectly fortified meat shields. We tank the front lines. The centaurs flank them from the sides. The Naga army will be completely boxed in by severe terrain constraints. If they strike us, they eat massive retaliation from both our domains. Any strategic boss would prefer keeping this region locked down tight. A tense, sweaty Cold War is our ultimate win condition. Hecarium scowls with heavy discomfort, totally hating this cowardly camper strategy despite the logic. Fine, I'll think about your little turtle tactics, he grumbles. But it feels damn humiliating. Gorintos then glares directly at the Illusion Queen for her vote. I'll have to pass for now. I need more time, she murmurs coyly. Gorintos explodes in pure rage. Once a backstabbing fallen fairy, always a backstabbing fallen fairy. Planning to grovel to the winning team? Maybe I should just PK you right here, he threatens. Chill out and settle down, swamp boy, she yawns calmly. I've got far more interesting drama occupying my mind. Spill it openly then, the tense king demands. Finally, her smirk drops, revealing her true, terrifying concern. A few lackeys finally snapped out of their mind control. They barely escaped the abyss, bringing back whispered nightmares she desperately prayed were false. The intel was terrifying. Those stuck-up underworld nobles? They were plotting a massive, all-out invasion just 48 hours after the war's climax. Meanwhile, our Dark Lord Felicius sat captive, a shady merchant guild's prisoner. He snickered in the shadows. These absolute clowns actually locked him inside a fancy manor. A sealed room, sure, but 0 guards? What an utter joke. So much for the legendary black market's flawless reputation. Did they think losing a quarter of his undead army made him weak? Cute. Sure, there was 0 mana here, but the air practically dripped with deliciously toxic miasma. Oh, the absolute slaughter that must have happened in this room. These amateur captors knew nothing about high-tier undead. They completely missed one tiny, fatal detail. Miasma was basically his protein shake. Gorging on the dark energy, his power surged back to life. Time to ditch this pathetic little cage. They probably thought his soul-shifting arts were bound to the dead labyrinth. Honestly, he could not blame them for making that rookie assumption. He did spend centuries rotting in that dungeon, perfecting his forbidden soul magic. Smirking, he commanded his spiritual fragments to scatter into the wind. Joke is on them. He had completely bypassed the labyrinth restrictions ages ago. Now, he just needed a ridiculously overpowered host to make his glorious comeback. A vessel dripping with magical talent would be absolute perfection. His spiritual radar pinged. Someone dying underground? Perfect. Beggars cannot be choosers in the reincarnation game. Target acquired. Wait, a pathetic subterranean human? Gross. Compared to his majestic undead physique, this meat suit was a total downgrade. But hey, a ride is a ride. Swallowing his pride, he locked onto the target. Spiritual coordinates set. The ultimate hijacking was about to begin. Extracting his soul was like defusing a bomb. Doing it without his home court advantage was insanely risky. He needed absolute focus, no sudden moves. Just as he reached the climax, creak, the merchant strolled in, flashing a punchable, trollish grin. Took you long enough, sleepyhead, the trafficker mocked. I nearly died of boredom waiting for you. Felicius did not even flinch. Me, slow? Pal, my soul is already halfway out the door, he fired back smoothly. The merchant's eyes sparked with twisted, greedy obsession. Such a shame, he purred. I really wanted to keep you forever, as my precious, ultra-tier undead. But my heart fluttered at a new thought. What if a creature of pure death was reborn into a warm, living body? He leaned in. Do you not feel the romantic irony? Felicius glared, absolutely done with this weirdo's romanticized nonsense. The hell are you babbling about? Pure wrath ignited in his glowing eyes. But suddenly, a massive glitch in the matrix. His soul transfer spell shuddered violently. He snapped his head toward the smirking merchant. What did you just do? Just adding a little personal touch to our magic circle, the merchant chirped. Panic hit Felicius like a freight train. His carefully deployed soul fragments. They were being forcefully dragged back. His perfect hijacking coordinates? Completely scrambled. But the undead lord was not going down without a spectacular fight. Letting this psycho hijack his spell was not an option. Meanwhile, the merchant kept spouting his unhinged, flirtatious garbage. Does not a painless existence bore you? He teased gently. No burning wounds? No coppery taste of blood? He smiled lovingly. A cold corpse suddenly graced with a beating heart. Warm blood pumping through cold veins? Oh, it makes me absolutely crazy with desire. Felicius just mentally rolled his eyes. What an absolute creep. Meatbags were notoriously terrible. Living bodies meant getting tired, taking damage, and relying on pathetic human senses. Shut up and stop the spell, he roared. Cancel it right now. But the merchant merely sighed like a misunderstood lover. Sorry, no refunds on destiny. The horrifying reality finally dawned on Felicius. Getting trapped in a random living body was a colossal disadvantage. What if the host had 0 magical talent? He would be a totally powerless loser. He would literally die before clawing his way back to the top. I said cut the spell. You absolute lunatic, he bellowed. This was literal suicide. Too late, Captain. I am the one driving now. The merchant chuckled, hijacking the entire magic array. The ultimate betrayal clicked into place. This troll had planned this toxic romance from the very start. Refusing to be someone else's entertaining pet, Felicius gritted his teeth and pushed back. He sucked up every last drop of toxic miasma in the room. The air violently sparked with glitching, chaotic energy. If he was going down, he was rigging the system. He furiously typed admin commands into his soul. Keyword 1, found family. Keyword 2, born for labyrinth necromancy. Keyword 3, infinite, god-tier mana pool. Clap, clap, clap. The merchant watched the fireworks like it was a blockbuster movie. You should be thanking me for this exclusive reincarnation package, though your wish list is a bit greedy. Do you not think? He leaned against the wall, eyes shining. Let us see how high you can climb. Maybe you will even become the main character of a trendy new webtoon. I will grab the popcorn and watch your stream. Felicius scowled. What a mega troll. Just who the hell was this guy? But before he could demand answers, flash, the spell hit 100%. Reality warped, spitting him into a dark abyss. Gasp! Felicius sucked in his first breath of living air. His groggy eyes snapped open. Did his frantic admin privilege hack actually work? Was he inside a living meat suit? Well, respawn complete. No rage quitting now. Scanning the area, he noticed rocky, pitted terrain all around him. Creepy overgrown plant life covered the walls. Definitely a monster den. He went to crack his knuckles and stared at two outrageously tiny, squishy baby hands. Wait, was he a literal infant? He immediately tried to flex his requested god-tier mana. Nothing. Disappointment crashed over him. His magical core was peanut-sized. He could not even freeze a cup of water. What a total scam, he raged internally. Still, baby bodies take time to level up. At least his environment hack worked. The damp, creepy atmosphere confirmed it. He had successfully spawned inside a labyrinth. First quest, find a dungeon resident and figure out which server he was on. He tried to confidently stride forward. Faceplant. His pathetic noodle legs had zero muscle mass. Cursing his squishy form, he frantically combat crawled across the floor. Suddenly, a giant snake person slithered over. A Naga worker stared down at his desperate worm wiggling. Look at the cute little hatchling trying to walk. It teased mercilessly. Taking it easy on day one, huh? The devastating truth struck Felicius like lightning. He was a mere newborn. To make matters worse, he became the immediate laughingstock. A veteran Naga introduced himself as Bluey. He was a first-generation senior, tasked with guiding the fresh meat. Because of a slight resemblance, Bluey was chosen as his mentor, looking far too relaxed with this burden. His mission? Guide rookies through the labyrinth's twisted halls and teach the absolute basics. Meanwhile, Felicius kept dragging his pathetic new body, using only his bare arms. Bluey warned him against such foolishness. Nearby, Nagas whispered in amusement, assuming the clumsy newborn would eventually adapt. But then, without any warning, the labyrinth workers began their feasting time. As the aroma flooded the air, something violent awakened inside Felicius. A terrifying surge of energy jolted through his frail vessel like raging lightning. It felt like a dormant volcano, violently erupting. The panicked workers yelled at him to breathe, quick inhales to calm his racing core, but their faces quickly morphed into sheer terror. They slowly realized what Felicius already knew. He was no ordinary newborn. A monstrous anomaly lurked within. Meanwhile, 3 days after the bloody war, inside the Naga labyrinth, Jin Woo sat upon his throne, radiating absolute kingly authority. Dominique stood loyally at his side. Soon, intelligence officers arrived with a rather bizarre report. Jin Woo listened intently, pondering the absurd news of a mysterious worker spawning completely out of nowhere. It happened in the living quarters just yesterday. Dominique confirmed the veterans were already training him, though he was hilariously incompetent at every basic task. Hearing this, Jin Woo's brow furrowed. The anomaly bothered him deeply. Even with official status as a Naga worker, this sudden spawn screamed suspicion. Still, Jin Woo let it slide, commanding Dominique with absolute authority. Make the rookie test everything. Find his true calling. She bowed with absolute loyalty, confirming they would let the veteran workers continue this bizarre training regime. Jin Woo offered a slow, calculated nod. Report immediately if he does anything suspicious, he ordered. Yet, his sharp mind couldn't stop analyzing this entirely unexplainable arrival. Was this a hidden blessing? After all, he desperately needed a hero-ranked subordinate right now. But a clumsy fool falling from the sky? This was pure madness. Jin Woo sat in absolute conflicted silence. Was this destiny's gift or a ticking time bomb? Before he could spiral further, Dominique broke the silence. My liege, preparations for the hammer and anvil labyrinth are finally complete. Rakshasa was resting, while Angela and Draken stood ready with the strike force. Jin Woo smirked, praising her flawlessly efficient report. A true Shadow Monarch knew how to appreciate competence. Assign a guide. I shall meet Useo personally. Since the departure was imminent, he ordered the labyrinth to maintain absolute normalcy while he was gone. Dominique bowed, gracefully accepting her sovereign's command. Meanwhile, in the darkest shadows of the dungeon, the mysterious Naga worker slithered into isolation. Scanning the empty halls, he began to angrily mutter to himself. Missing a meal was pure agony, but bowing to that arrogant scoundrel? An absolute, soul-crushing humiliation. Yet, trapped in this pathetic flesh, he was utterly powerless. His legendary identity had to remain a secret. He was the terrifying, vicious, but until he regained his monstrous power, he was just a glorified lizard. Wandering the dark corners, the fallen hero-ranked warrior cursed his current pathetic weakness. Reduced to a lowly janitor with pathetic mana, his mighty soul violently rejected this frail vessel. Normal training would take decades. He refused to wait that long. Therefore, A darker path was required. His only salvation? Miasma. While pure mana was painfully scarce, the vile energy radiating from rotting corpses was completely limitless. It practically begged to be devoured, but to the living, it was absolute poison. If mana was a gourmet feast, miasma was toxic sludge. Devouring it required tearing his body apart to build a terrifying, unnatural resistance. He had to hover on the absolute brink of death. Determined, Felicius began his hunt for this dark energy. But he froze. His face twisted in pure, unadulterated disgust. This place was disgustingly sanitary, not a single drop of miasma. The Naga labyrinth was horrifyingly pure. The mere thought made him gag. Lost in his furious rant, he didn't notice the veteran worker creeping up behind him. "What are you doing here?" the worker demanded. "We had forge duty after lunch." Panicking, Felicius smoothly derailed the conversation, asking about the veteran's glorious battles against the invading dragons. The question hit the worker like a physical blow. Wait a minute. A newborn shouldn't know about that bloody invasion. Eyes narrowing with heavy suspicion, he demanded to know the rookie's source. Smooth as silk, Felicius lied about hearing it from a senior. The gullible worker instantly swallowed the bait. He bragged about the Outer Wall massacre and generously offered a free tour of the bloody ruins. Felicius mentally did a victory dance. He eagerly begged to see the rotting dragon corpses, but his hopes shattered instantly. The worker casually mentioned they had completely butchered and buried the beasts days ago. "The battle's old news," the worker shrugged. "You want to see the empty ruins?" Without missing a single heartbeat, Felicius gave his maniacal response. "Take me to the mass graves. I must see the corpses." Utterly confused, the worker agreed. They soon arrived at the desolate wasteland. Felicius greedily scanned the horrifying burial grounds. Jackpot. A sweet, toxic layer of miasma floated through the air. It was the perfect appetizer for his grand power-up. The worker proudly announced that every single enemy was dumped into this massive grave. It was an absolute graveyard of despair. Most Nagas avoided this cursed hellscape like the plague. In fact, corpse duty was strictly reserved for the worst troublemakers as brutal punishment. If nobody is punished, some poor fool gets drafted. The veteran sighed. "I will do it," Felicius practically screamed, volunteering with terrifying enthusiasm. The poor worker tried to talk him off the ledge. "Are you insane? It is torture." But Felicius, driven by pure demonic greed, pushed harder. He played the ultimate guilt card, claiming the youngest rookie should heroically bear the dirtiest, most grueling labor. He puffed out his tiny chest with fake pride. Utterly baffled by this masochistic passion, the worker finally agreed to consult Dominique. Inside, Felicius was screaming with triumphant, villainous joy. Sweating nervously, the worker muttered that the rookie was acting completely unhinged. Meanwhile, Felicius practically drooled over the massive bone piles. The sweet, toxic miasma was calling his name. He needed to devour it all. His legendary comeback was finally within reach. The veteran watched the creepy newborn, alarms ringing in his head. Shaking off the weirdness, they marched straight to Commander Dominique's office. Time to get official clearance. Dominique stared down at Felicius, questioning his sanity. "You actually want this cursed job?" He nodded with absolute, unblinking fanaticism. "Are the seniors hazing you?" the veteran pleaded. Felicius, acting like a pure-hearted saint, swore it was his dream job. Dominique's eyes narrowed, warning the foolish newborn of the soul-crushing labor ahead. "The labyrinth's population has exploded. We generate 10 corpses a day. A frail newborn cannot handle that weight." But Felicius boldly interrupted her doubts. "I am merely sweeping up the scraps. This is my ultimate destiny." He dramatically proclaimed the heavens had summoned him solely to be a janitor. Dominique listened, completely disturbed by his fanatical devotion to garbage disposal. His garbage obsession was terrifyingly unnatural, but Lord Jin Woo commanded them to find everyone's true calling. Reluctantly, she stamped his approval, freeing the absolute weirdo from all standard duties. He was officially crowned the Labyrinth Undertaker. Felicius nearly wept with joy, roaring a terrifying vow to work until his bones shattered. Sweating drops of pure confusion, Dominique begged him to calm down. "Just sweep the floors," she sighed. Watching the maniac skip away, she decided to build him a nearby shack. "What an absolute freak," she whispered. The veteran worker beside her nodded in solemn agreement. "I tried to warn you," he muttered. Meanwhile, across the fiery depths of the Hammer and Anvil Forge, an urgent messenger suddenly exploded through the doors. A panicked scout bursts in with emergency news. The fearsome Naga army is marching straight for their labyrinth. They arrive in exactly 2 days. Unfazed, the boss simply asks for numbers. The scout trembles, reporting 20 elite Nagas, plus a dragon, a vampire, and the infamous king of gluttony. The room goes dead silent. The boss narrows his eyes. "Was there a human leading?" Nodding nervously, the scout mentions a lowly human at the front. "Probably just a slave, right?" Wrong! Bulak smacks his head. That is no slave, you fool. That is the human baron himself. The realization hits him like a truck. The scout frantically bows, praising Bulak and Mulak for their legendary insight. But the tense atmosphere shatters as the boss bursts into roaring laughter. He expected mere messengers, not a personal visit. He barks orders to his men, prepare a royal welcome immediately. Fast forward, and our main character, Jin Woo, struts into the goblin throne room, but his jaw drops at the sight. The legendary Goblin King is not even a goblin. Behind the throne, a guard playfully whispers, "Well, you could say the exact same thing about that human." Chilling on a basic wooden chair, the king smiles. He welcomes the bizarre human baron who commands fearsome nagas. The irony is hilarious. Jin Woo finally grasps the absurd reality of this place. He wonders aloud how mere goblins evolved this far. Catching his gaze, the king chuckles and gestures around the room. Do not be fooled. This is literally just an empty warehouse we hastily decorated. He honestly never expected a big shot like Jin Woo to visit their humble home, but Jin Woo shakes his head in absolute respect. Good enough? This entire labyrinth is a masterclass in architectural genius. He praises their brilliant defensive design. Sandwiched between deadly cliffs and bottomless pits, a treacherous moat guards the outer ring. Multiple towering walls protect a massively fortified central stronghold. Even an enraged dragon would rage quit trying to siege this place. It is a flawless tactical masterpiece, blending perfectly with the deadly terrain. The Goblin King sighs and reveals the harsh truth. With such a tiny population, head-on battles are pure suicide, so they maxed out their defensive stats and crafting skills instead. However, starvation remains their absolute biggest boss fight. They literally survive by hustling high-tier gear on the underground black market. Jin Woo connects the dots immediately. These sneaky goblins have been grinding levels in the shadows. Usio just chills nearby. Usio dramatically complains that the king was missing so long, he assumed he was dead. The king effortlessly claps back with a booming laugh. Well, you never bothered to reach out either. The pieces fall into place. Other labyrinth lords totally underestimate them because they look like absolute weaklings from the outside. Yet, even Jin Woo would sweat trying to raid this unbreachable fortress. Jin Woo raises an eyebrow. Why invite a heavily armed squad so deep into your core defenses? Was this some elaborate trap? The Goblin King simply smiles with complete Giga Chad energy. I trust you. Attacking during a peace summit makes zero sense. Plus, we possess items you desperately need. The king scans Jin Woo's terrifying squad and sweats slightly. Let us be honest, you brought a vampire, a literal dragon, an undefeated noble, and the horrifying king of gluttony. If we threw hands right now, my side would be deleted. Half my scouts are deeply traumatized. Jin Woo awkwardly apologizes. The king then bows deeply, thanking Jin Woo for utterly crushing their mutual enemies. Jin Woo is genuinely taken aback by this raw honesty. The king drops some profound wisdom. Surviving requires profound humility. Jin Woo nods respectfully and lays his massive geopolitical cards on the table. The king strokes his chin, needing a moment to process. It is simple logic. You cannot charge forward with backstabbers behind you. However, there is a massive catch. Their entire economy runs on underground gem mines just to afford black market groceries. He mathematically explains the nightmare of a vassal contract. Swearing fealty would trigger a devastating tax. Losing 30% of their crystal energy would bankrupt their whole operation instantly. Their guild would disband before the war even started. Jin Woo quickly raises a hand to stop him. Wait, I never demanded subordination. Demanding blind loyalty on a first date is extremely toxic behavior. That is totally not how healthy trust works. The Goblin King blinks in pure confusion. If not a slave contract, then what? Jin Woo smiles. True allies. Comrades who watch my back. Not stressed out servants I have to constantly micromanage. He never hands out knighthood like cheap candy. This completely shatters the king's expectations. Despite Jin Woo being wildly overleveled, he is offering an equal co-op party invite with zero toxic demands. Jin Woo recalls his recent promotion to aristocrat status. Hordes of fake friends from level 9 labyrinths visited to offer hollow congratulations, but in reality, they were just desperately trying to spy on his Naga stronghold. However, this goblin crew was built entirely different. They rolled up with a treasure chest packed with ultra-rare gems, giving away loot they desperately needed themselves, plus an exclusive VIP map revealing every hidden enemy base on level 9. That clutch intel is exactly how Jin Woo orchestrated his epic counterattack and completely obliterated his rivals. Jin Woo locks eyes with the king. We are already brothers in arms. I want to give back. The Goblin King bursts into hearty laughter. You are definitely nothing like those stuck-up lords. Honestly, my heart might actually flutter for a leader like you. With a dramatic snap, He orders his elite guards. Mulak, Bulak, bring out the special package. They quickly return carrying a massive bundle. Jin Woo's eyes practically turn into shining stars. It is a breathtaking custom armor set forged from obsidian steel and pure adamantite. The king smirks knowingly. I noticed you constantly shatter your low-tier weapons in battle. It is not 100% pure, but its durability is absolutely cracked. Only a max-level aristocrat could even scratch it. Crafted by legendary smiths, Jin Woo is vibrating with pure fanboy excitement. Goodbye forever to the frustrating nightmare of weapon durability loss. He looks up with puppy dog eyes. Wait, is this really a free-to-play reward? The king chuckles warmly. Originally, I planned a trade deal. But screw that. This is now the ultimate symbol of our unbreakable bromance, an epic tri-alliance between Hammer and Anvil, the Nagas, and Gluttony. The king looks incredibly nostalgic. I truly believed I would die here, but deep down, the fiery ambition of a true labyrinth master never faded. It is time to touch grass and conquer the world. He vows absolute support. Jin Woo smiles brightly. We will prosper together. They lock hands in an epic manly handshake. Meanwhile, Usio aggressively whines to Angela. Why did he drag me to this cutscene? Angela jokes they would miss their resident clown. Usio dramatically rolls his eyes. The trio celebrates their alliance with a legendary drinking party. However, the Goblin King turns deadly serious. As an ally, you must know the highly classified truth about my military force. He reveals that Hammer and Anvil is technically just a rank 5 labyrinth. They barely have 600 fighters, and tragically, only 2 are hero class, minus Malaxis. They are all just regular, squishy goblins. To survive, they constantly multi-class. Soldiers rotate shifts daily between hardcore guarding, desperate hunting, backbreaking mining, and endless construction. Throw in daily chores, and they basically never rest. Since they craft their own gear, it is a mismatched, chaotic armor set. Some nerds use magic, but their real heavy hitters rely on explosive cannons, because pathetic little guns do 0 damage against massive magical beasts. Fast forward, the squad teleports back home. Slumping heavily onto his throne, Jin Woo obsesses over that crazy fortress design. It radiated pure ancient castle vibes rather than a typical dungeon. He contemplates poaching their architects for his own base. Dominique softly admits her massive respect for Malachus. Jin Woo completely agrees with a charming grin. Chatting with that gigachad was way easier than dealing with brainless beasts. He asks for news from other territories. Dominique says nothing big happened. Perfect. Jin Woo smirks, buying himself precious time to plot his next move. Suddenly, Qantas violently bursts in. He is sweating profusely and shaking like a leaf. Boss, unexpected envoys just arrived at our Naga gates. Jin Woo's eyes narrow. Sent by who? Qantas stammers out the terrifying names. The Illusion Wanderer and the Deadly Marsh Labyrinths. The envoys are dragged inside, dropping to their knees before the intimidating main character. Dominique coldly orders them to speak. If you came to flex your pathetic alliances, get out. She threatens with chilling, killing intent. But the envoy frantically shakes his head. No boasting. We only came to bow down and swear absolute respect for Jin Woo's legendary success. But fear taints their motives. Terrified, his legendary blade will target them next. They propose a grand round-table gathering of all level 9 labyrinth masters. Meanwhile, Jin Woo simply sits in absolute silence. His poker face is flawless. Suddenly, he tosses out a sharp question regarding this so-called alliance. It was the exact same gathering his loyal Naga workers had already warned him about. With a dangerously calm voice, he notes they are summoning every single level 9 overlord. The Naga envoy nods nervously, desperately trying to validate the massive scale of this unprecedented event. They claim level 9's absolute survival is at stake. Jin Woo smirks, roasting their painfully obvious trap. Flustered but maintaining her polite facade, the envoy girl scrambles to soothe his brilliant, cynical mind. Sweating bullets, she praises his sharp instincts. She desperately argues that if this were a deadly snare, they would have masked their labyrinth origins entirely. Why expose their own necks to his wrath? Trembling, she confesses the truth. The Naga faction's explosive rise to power is absolutely terrifying. Even their hardened veteran soldiers shake in their boots. Therefore, this overwhelming dominance naturally forces the other lords to unite in sheer panic. Curiously, she drops a massive secret. Even her own 3 glorious masters were desperately hunting for a loophole to crush the mighty Naga labyrinth. However, that pathetic scheme vanished when a far worse nightmare awakened. Jin Woo remains stone-faced, quietly absorbing every single drop of her juicy intel. The tension peaks before he finally shatters the silence. He coldly reminds her he absolutely despises wasting time. His aura flares with annoyance. Panicking, the envoy bows fiercely, begging forgiveness for her rambling. She hastily reveals the summit kicks off in exactly 1 month, right beside the central marsh labyrinth. Trembling, she slides him a beautifully crafted scroll with the coordinates, whispering the true, horrifying agenda. The terrifying level 10 aristocrats are invading level 9. Scene shift. Jin Woo stands tall alongside his loyal generals, Qantas and Dominique. They are fiercely debating the looming summit. Qantas respectfully bows, confirming the cowardly envoys have officially fled their territory. Smirking at his right-hand man's flawless efficiency, Jin Woo casually hands him some well-deserved praise. Just to troll any lingering spies, he orders Qantas to sweep the perimeter again. The loyal general sighs but obeys instantly. Jin Woo rubs his temples, agonizing that their brutal war ended mere days ago. Yet they haven't caught a single breath. Now, out of nowhere, these deep-floor snobs want a bloodbath? His gamer senses tingle. It feels completely off, considering those arrogant aristocrats sat lazily through the entire Great Underground War. He openly questions their highly suspicious timing. Honestly, our overpowered protagonist is just exhausted, utterly drained by the endless cascade of chaotic system quests. Plus, his beloved guild is running on fumes. Dominique gazes at him with deep, protective devotion, insisting this entire setup stinks of betrayal. Could this be a lethal honey trap designed solely for him? Knowing the devious nature of their foes, there is always a dagger behind the smile. Jin Woo chuckles, completely agreeing it is a trap, but his eyes gleam with a thrill-seeker's madness. If even 1% of this intel is legit, dodging it would be a rookie mistake. He would rather troll the level 9 lords than get blindsided by level 10 elites. Dominique swoons at his logic, her heart racing. She asks if he will actually crash their party. He smirks, ready to violently test their scheme. But first, a totally different side quest. Hunting down that shady merchant hiding in the wastelands. Dominique swiftly nods, her administrative skills shining perfectly. She reports the greedy merchants are desperately rebuilding the shattered death labyrinth. Instantly, our chaotic protagonist decides to crash their construction site. Thinking he might loot some epic gear, he gears up. Dominique bites her lip, her heart fluttering with worry over him traveling solo. But he flashes a heart-stopping smile, promising he is an untouchable god alone. Fast forward a few days, Jin Woo confidently strolls into the totally wrecked, desolate wasteland. While casually inspecting the rubble, a shady black market merchant scurries over, offering a ridiculously fake, polite bow. Yet, the merchant's twitching eye screams pure annoyance. Jin Woo trolls him instantly, loudly pointing out his miserable expression. Sweating profusely, the merchant backpedals, claiming he worships Level 9's wealthiest VIP client. In the background, slacking Naga workers gasp at their master's arrival. Panic ensues as they frantically whisper, "Did they mess up? Are they getting fired over simple, everyday supervision?" Getting incredibly nosy, the merchant questions our hero's sudden respawn. He boldly points out Jin Woo had ghosted everyone post-war. Defensively, the merchant gestures to the chaotic construction zone, explaining this dungeon was totally obliterated. Unlike the Scaly Dragon labyrinth, this zone was practically deleted from the server. Jin Woo dryly asks why they do not just rebuild the scaly one instead. Completely missing the sarcasm, the greedy merchant's eyes light up with dollar signs. He gasps, overflowing with desperate hope, asking if the boss is granting official building rights. Jin Woo ruthlessly crushes his dreams in 1 second. Absolutely denied. The merchant slumps dramatically, sighing that this exact rejection is why they are stuck rebuilding this miserable pile of rocks. From absolute zero, Jin Woo rolls his eyes, noting the merchant acts like this apocalypse is his fault. He then trolls him, asking if the dead boss Felicius will magically resurrect. The merchant aggressively clarifies a brand new dungeon is coming, but Felicius is permanently game over. This bold spoiler shocks Jin Woo. How does a mere shopkeeper know such high-tier lore? The merchant smirks, bragging that he personally handled the monstrous corpse. He shares a chilling detail. While the defeated boss lay rotting, his severed arms actually regenerated. It genuinely terrified the looting crew. Since judging an undead monster's actual death is super confusing, Jin Woo demands absolute proof. The merchant violently nods, swearing on his life that Felicius has definitely logged off forever. Gluing those creepy body parts together did nothing. Processing this dark lore, Jin Woo coldly vetoes the reconstruction project. The merchant suffers a full-blown panic attack, screaming about their verbal contract. Our overpowered hero calmly corrects him. He only agreed to dump the dead boss and the shattered core. The merchant's soul leaves his body, terrified of impending, brutal punishment. For the core's catastrophic damage, Jin Woo coolly points out the idiot, Felicius broke it himself. Desperate to survive, the merchant frantically waves his hands, begging for utter patience. He swears the dungeon will not respawn anytime soon. Intrigued, Jin Woo asks if the missing boss is the bottleneck. The merchant nods furiously, crying that the damaged core is completely bankrupting them. All their gold is vanishing into repair costs. He whines that safely harvesting the core required draining its mana. However, the pathetic crystal had already burned through its ultimate reserves. It was utter trash when they dug it out. Mischievously, Jin Woo wonders about forcibly ripping the energy out. The merchant tries to warn him, but suddenly, the core violently explodes. Jin Woo blinks in epic disbelief as the legendary item turns to dust. The merchant's jaw hits the floor. He shrieks like a banshee, screaming about the literally deleted, multi-million-dollar asset. Oops, Jin Woo casually shrugs, calling it a tiny little mistake. But the merchant goes utterly feral, weeping that his dark guild superiors will definitely execute him. He wails about his impending, gruesome doom. Jin Woo watches this spectacular meltdown, humorously roasting his sudden loss of professionalism. The merchant absolutely loses it, crying that life is meaningless. He is a dead man walking. Playing it cool, Jin Woo suggests just grabbing a fresh dungeon core. The merchant snaps. Do cores rain from the heavens? Smirking, Jin Woo casually mentions level 8, where the pathetic fanged boar tribe is migrating. Still hysterical, the merchant wildly insults Jin Woo's intelligence. Big mistake. Our protagonist's eyes glow with a deadly, bone-chilling aura. He coldly reminds the fool that an empty level 8 means free real estate. The only actual hurdle is securing a shiny new core. He wonders if stealing one is really that impossible. Trembling under that monstrous gaze, the merchant stammers, yes. Even the deepest black market syndicates have zero clue how cores are forged. Their only pathetic strategy is hunting randomized dungeon seeds. Hidden in high-energy shrines, these thumb-sized beauties patiently await their fated master. Feed them to rank 3, and boom, ultimate form unlocked. Jin Woo smirks, casually flashing a glowing stone. Is this a core? He teases. I don't know, it just magically appeared. He totally trolls the guy, throwing his earlier stupid insult right back in his face. Realizing he messed up big time, the merchant sweats buckets. He bows frantically, showering the esteemed baron with absurd praises. He totally assumes Jin Woo just whipped up a brand new core out of nowhere. But Jin Woo shuts that down fast. Who said you could have it? The merchant chuckles nervously, sweating bullets while warning that the black market will totally break his kneecaps for the damages. As his nervous giggles continue, Jin Woo drops a death glare. I could just pay with your life. He demands a replacement and a full confession right now. The real negotiation has finally begun. The imp desperately pitches a deal. Hand over the seed, and the level 8 boars get a free pass. Jin Woo just rolls his eyes. That is the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. Trade a shiny new labyrinth seed for a busted core? Hard pass, he yells out, reminding this scammer who holds the executioner's axe here. With a wicked grin, he casually wonders out loud, what if a parasite just ate this seed? The merchant completely loses his mind in terror. Waving his white flag, he cries out, begging to know what this overpowered menace actually wants from him. Why bully a bottom-tier merchant like him? Jin Woo strokes his chin like a supervillain. Spill the tea, he demands. He wants the juicy gossip about a very suspicious rumor floating around. Are the level 10 snobs really invading level 9? The merchant panics, aggressively interrogating Jin Woo about his secret sources and dropping names. Jin Woo's patience instantly drops to 0. I ask the questions here, buddy, he snaps. Defeated, the merchant confesses the rumor is totally fake news. Those lazy aristocrats couldn't even organize a tea party, let alone a full-scale war. Jin Woo raises an eyebrow at the absolute disrespect. Sweating nervously, the merchant looks around like a paranoid squirrel. He begs to take this juicy gossip somewhere classified before spilling the tea. Level 10 is completely washed up, he whispers. Sure, they used to have epic bloodbaths every single day. But now? Most of those supposed terrifying elites have totally given up on life. Now they just play real estate simulators, flexing their giant castles. Jin Woo squints. Then why did the envoys lie? Labyrinth owners aren't usually this stupid. The merchant sighs, explaining that intense peer pressure changes everything. An invasion is totally on the table. He nervously whispers that almost all level 10 snobs are basically simping for one boss. If anyone hears this, I am literally dead meat. Gulping hard, he drops the big name, Parthenon, the incredibly edgy Count of Despair from level 11. Jin Woo just blinks. Literally who? He asks, completely destroying the villain's hype in 1 second. The merchant cries that he is Count Anatole's ultimate salty rival. Jin Woo dramatically pauses, letting the dramatic tension build up perfectly. Then he ruins it by asking, okay, but what does this have to do with level 9? Jin Woo casually points out that Anatole's petty drama isn't his problem, but this foolish black market merchant actually dares to interrupt his epic monologue, frantically trying to argue back. Oh, big mistake. Jin Woo's troll energy spikes into pure rage. He kicks back his chair, towers over the poor guy, and roars, "Do I look like Anatole's little errand boy to you?" The merchant's soul practically leaves his body. He waves his hands frantically, screaming that Jin Woo is definitely his own boss. But, he nervously stammers, the messy drama goes way deeper than that. He babbles about some shady deal with Baron Seal and the Sun support. Sure, it was a totally one-sided scam, but the paparazzi don't know that. He keeps yapping, and Jin Woo's brain literally starts buffering. "English, please?" Jin Woo snaps, demanding the short version. The merchant sighs. Ever since Jin Woo totally clowned the Naga Labyrinth, the gossip columns have been exploding. From the noob zones to the veteran tiers. Everyone is losing their minds over his insane glow-up. They are spreading wild tales of him absolutely destroying the Scaly Dragon King. You know, that ancient boomer lizard from before the Great Underground War. And he did all this speedrunning nonsense in just 3 months. The merchant cries that it sounds like a totally fake hack job. Jin Woo just smirks like a gigachad. "Fake or not, I still wrecked him." The merchant nods furiously, having trauma-dumped that memory. He remembers Jin Woo bursting from the ground like an absolute raid boss, surrounded by frozen blood panthers, looking terrifyingly majestic and totally overpowered, tearing the Dragon King's mouth wide open. "Hey, stop fangirling and focus." Jin Woo snaps, cutting the fanboy moment short. This is definitely not the time to inflate his massive ego. He coughs, revealing the actual nightmare. Right after Jin Woo's epic win, Anatole visited his labyrinth. Then Jin Woo conveniently beats Felicius. What do you think those Parthenon paranoid freaks assumed? The rusty gears in Jin Woo's brain finally turn. "Wait, did that credit-stealing clown Anatole claim my boss kill?" The merchant nods sadly. Nobody believes a newbie could pull off such an insane solo carry. A solo clear? Impossible. They totally think Anatole, that oversized steel giant from level 11, is Jin Woo's secret sugar daddy, funding the entire Naga Labyrinth operation behind the scenes. That is the spicy gossip trending in the deepest server regions. And because of this ridiculous rumor, all of Anatole's extremely toxic haters are now targeting Jin Woo and his labyrinth out of pure spite. Taking a deep breath, Jin Woo connects the dots. This whole mess is just Anatole and Parthenon's stupid beef.